Konoha Village. Inside the most renowned building in Konoha, an elderly man stood leaning by the window, a pipe held between his fingers. His gaze was calm and distant, fixed on something far away. Behind him sat an office desk piled high with documents awaiting his signature. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi paid these papers no mind. His attention remained fixed outside the window, where the monument to the fourth Hokage stood tall and solemn. Today marked the first anniversary of the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally let out a quiet sigh. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had suffered worse losses than any other village, forced as they would fight on multiple fronts against many enemies. Only a year later, disaster struck again. That attack not only claimed the life of the fourth Hokage, but also took away many ninja and civilians alike. This calamity left Hiruzen Sarutobi and the surviving ninja with even heavier burdens to bear, while the number of children in the orphanage swelled. He sighed once more, resigned, turning back at last to tackle the mountain of paperwork before him. In the village orphanage, a 5-year-old boy named Suzuki Kazumasa was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he cried out in pain, clutching his head tightly, before slipping into unconsciousness. His cries startled the other children awake, who rushed to call the caretaker. Several hours later, Kazumasa slowly regained consciousness, though his head was still throbbing with pain. He muttered to himself, "What's going on? This headache is awful. Even when I stayed up all night working on a project, it was never this bad. My mind's a complete mess, and even my memories seem all tangled up." Slowly, he opened his eyes and looked around, frowning as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings. "Where am I? How did I end up here? This isn't my room." He tried to get up, only to be shocked by the realization that he'd become much smaller. How did I turn into a child? Did I somehow travel back in time? At that moment, 2 children entered the room, interrupting his thoughts. They ran over to his bedside, and one of them asked, "Fengzheng, are you all right?" The other child looked at him with concern and added, "Why were you shouting so loudly just now?" Fengzheng looked at them, confusion swirling in his heart. "Who are they? Wait, from the way they're speaking, it sounds like they're very familiar with me. But how could that be? My head really hurts. I need to figure out what's going on with myself." With that, Fengzheng simply pretended to faint again, hoping to sort through the chaos in his mind. Seeing him collapse once more, the 2 children panicked and hurried off to find a caretaker. While feigning unconsciousness, fragments of Suzuki Fengzheng's memories gradually surfaced in his mind. It took him 5 hours, enduring splitting headaches and the shock of the unbelievable truth, before he finally pieced everything together. Damn it, I've actually transmigrated. And not just anywhere. I'm in the world of Naruto. How is this even possible? He couldn't even remember how he had died. Isn't transmigration supposed to require dying first? How did I die? Thrown from a world governed by clear rules and relative safety into a place teeming with danger and powerful ninjas, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. And to make matters worse, I'm just an ordinary civilian. After several minutes of shock and muttering to himself, he finally began to calm down. Gradually, he accepted the reality of his situation and started planning for his future. Silently, he thought to himself, "All right, from now on, my name is Kazumasa Suzuki. This guy really had terrible luck, died out of nowhere just because I crossed over into his world. How does this world actually work? At least I gained a lot of useful information from his memories. His parents died during the Nine-Tails attack, but he was lucky enough to survive. After that, he was sent to an orphanage and had to go through root screening, but no one ever wanted to adopt him. If the Nine-Tails attack happened a year ago, and I'm 5 now, that means I'm 4 years older than Naruto's generation. This meant he had more time to train and hone his skills. The Uchiha clan's massacre would take place in about 7 years. The Konoha Crush plan would begin in 12 years. Pain's assault and the Fourth Great Ninja War wouldn't come for another 16 years. As he pondered all this, he suddenly sensed a strange energy flowing within his body. He wondered to himself, could this be chakra? From the original owner's memories, there wasn't much understanding of chakra at all. Did my arrival here somehow activate chakra? At least that's some good news. With this, it might be easier for me to get into the Ninja Academy compared to other ordinary children. Still, how does my chakra compare to everyone else's? Never mind, I shouldn't dwell on that right now. Better to get familiar with my surroundings and figure out my current situation first. With that thought, he decided to stop pretending to be unconscious and slowly open his eyes. After sitting up, he realized that dusk was already settling in. The clock on the wall showed it was 6:30 in the evening. He also noticed he was very hungry. He thought to himself, I haven't eaten anything all day. No wonder I'm starving. I need to find something to eat quickly. I've got to remember to act like a 5-year-old too. Hopefully, no one notices anything strange about me. He walked to the door and overheard some sounds coming from outside. Opening the door, he saw two children playing together in the yard. He remembered their names, Sakai Eiichi and Aoki Daisuke. Both were good friends of Kazumisa's and shared the same room with him. Eiichi had lost his parents during the Nine Tails attack, while Daisuke's parents had perished in the Third Great Ninja War. When they saw Kazumisa, their faces filled with worry, and they hurried over to his side. Daisuke was the first to speak. "Kazumisa, are you okay? Are you feeling better now?" Kazumisa nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm much better now. Sorry for disturbing you earlier. My head really hurt." Eiichi let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. We were really worried about you." At that moment, Kazumisa's stomach let out a loud growl, and both children turned to look at him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Kazumisa scratched the back of his head and said, "I really am hungry." Ingi smiled and said, "That makes sense. You've been asleep all day." Daifu patted Fengzheng on the shoulder and said, "Let's head to the cafeteria and see if there's anything to eat." The three children walked toward the cafeteria together. Along the way, quite a few kids watched Fengzheng with curious eyes. Some of them even came over to ask how he was feeling. Fengzheng thought to himself, "They probably all know about what happened yesterday, how I cried out and fainted." From what Fengzheng could remember, there were over 250 orphans living in this orphanage. He also wondered to himself if Naruto might be living here too. When they arrived at the cafeteria, they met one of the caretakers. Her name was Saya, a gentle-looking woman in her middle years. As soon as Saya saw Fengzheng, she hurried over to check on him, her concern clear in her voice. When she heard that Fengzheng was all right, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She told him, "We've all been very worried about you. We even called a doctor to check on you, but the doctor couldn't find anything wrong. I'm glad you're okay now, but you'll need another checkup just to be sure." Fengzheng nodded and replied, "Thank you. I really am starving right now. Is there anything I can eat?" Saya nodded in return and said, "Dinner's still being prepared, so you'll have to wait a little longer. But I can get you something in the meantime." With that, Saya brought Fengzheng a plate of food, while Daifu and Ingi ran off to play. As Fengzheng ate, he found himself lost in thought. The food here is nothing special, but considering it's an orphanage, it's not bad. We get 3 meals a day, and there's even some fruit. There may be no meat, but overall, the nutrition seems adequate. At least I don't have to worry about going hungry during training. Forget it. Let's just focus on eating my fill for now. After finishing dinner, Fengzheng returned to his room. He lay down on his bed, letting his mind wander over the day's events. Today was truly challenging. Pretending to be a child isn't easy, but at least no one noticed anything off about me. Thankfully, there aren't any ninja in this orphanage. I really need to think carefully about my next steps. Since I've arrived in this world, I don't want to remain a nobody. Knowing what's to come definitely gives me an advantage. Now, how do I make the most of it? Fengzheng weighed his options again and again, pondering what action he should take next. After half an hour of deep thought, he finally reached a conclusion. Even though he knew a lot about future events, if he lacked the strength to back it up, that knowledge was meaningless. What's more, the future might not unfold exactly as it does in the Naruto story. There are plenty of loopholes and uncertainties in the plot. Sharing this information with anyone was absolutely out of the question. Others would only hand him over for interrogation by the intelligence department, or worse, deliver him straight to Danzo. If that happened, the entire balance of the ninja world could be thrown off, and his own advantage would vanish completely. So Kazumisa decided to put thoughts of the future aside for now. What mattered most at this moment was strengthening himself. But where should he begin? From what he could tell, learning ordinary ninjutsu wasn't a realistic option for him. Ordinary civilians had no access to ninjutsu. Only after enrolling in the Ninja Academy could one start learning, which meant he'd have to wait until next year to enter the academy. Though Kazumisa remembered the names and effects of many ninjutsu techniques, he could recall almost none of their hand seals. The only hand sign he could remember was for the shadow clone technique. Unfortunately, that was a jonin, level jutsu, classified as forbidden, and using it was extremely dangerous. What's more, simply knowing the hand sign was far from enough. To actually perform a jutsu, the hand signs had to be combined with precise chakra control or a specific chakra nature. Without mastering these foundational skills, practicing hand signs alone would be pointless. In other words, he could only try techniques and training that didn't require hand seals. Kazumisa realized that he could train in the Rasengan various basic chakra natures and, most importantly, his chakra control. Since he had already awakened his chakra, training his control over it was especially crucial. The only problem was that Kazumisa didn't want anyone to discover his training. He thought that, in the future, he could try more chakra training methods, such as the leaf concentration exercise. However, tree climbing practice was likely to attract attention. In this village full of ninja, it would be hard to avoid being noticed. Fortunately, the first and second stages of Rasengan training, as well as the first stage of elemental training, could all be completed in private. Besides that, Kazemasa believed he should also work hard to improve his physical fitness. Perhaps this was the most crucial part of all. Although his current physical condition was decent, there was still a gap between it and his ideal state. So, he decided to start with simple exercises, gradually building up his endurance and strength. Kazemasa also wondered if he might try some high-intensity training methods similar to those of Master Roshi. Forget it, no need to overthink. I just hope this headache will be gone by tomorrow morning. With that thought, Kazemasa closed his eyes and soon drifted off into dreamland once again. Early the next morning, Kazemasa woke and glanced out the window, only to find that the sky was still dark. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to wake up this early. It must be around 5 o'clock. No wonder, I slept the whole day yesterday, so it makes sense I'm up so soon. He then recalled the plan he had set for himself the day before, and mused quietly, no matter what, if I really want to become stronger, I'll have to make early morning training a habit. The good news is that wretched headache is finally gone. He climbed out of bed and noticed that Eiichi and Daisuke were still fast asleep. To his surprise, he had woken up earlier than the children. After a quick wash, he quietly left the room. Then he stepped out of the orphanage building. To the north of the orphanage, there was a large playground where the children would play. On the east and south sides, clusters of trees stood together, forming what looked like a small forest. In the Hidden Leaf Village, there were many forests like this one, and quite a few served as training grounds for ninjas. Unfortunately, there wasn't an official training ground near the orphanage. To the west lay a residential area, and a few hundred meters away, there was a small market. Kazemasa pondered for a moment. Perhaps this small forest could offer him a bit of privacy and concealment. It might not have been the perfect place, but at least for now, it could serve as a secret training spot. Besides that, he couldn't help but wonder when he might finally have a room of his own. But for now, he decided to start with some warm-up exercises to test just how much his body could handle. Once his thoughts settled, Kazemasa began stretching, loosening up his muscles and joints. After about 10 minutes of stretching, he started jogging around the playground. By his estimate, one lap around the field was about 100 meters. The first few laps felt easy, but fatigue crept in before long. Determined to push his limits, he managed to complete 28 laps in total. Kazemasa took a deep breath, thinking to himself, wow, I just ran nearly 3 kilometers. When I was 5 years old in my previous life, I never could have managed even a single kilometer. He couldn't recall whether the child whose body he'd inherited had ever done any real exercise before. Kazemasa wasn't sure if people in this world were simply stronger than those in his memories, or if it was the result of just unlocking chakra and gaining new strength. He suspected it was probably the former, since he'd only awakened his chakra yesterday. After a short rest, he prepared to resume his training. He took a 5-minute break, then started doing push-ups. He completed 2 sets of push-ups smoothly, 12 in each set. Next came sit-ups. He managed 4 sets, 15 in each. Then he moved on to squats, 3 sets of 12. Finally, he attempted pull-ups. Though it was a real struggle, he managed to finish 8 in total. This workout truly pushed him, and he felt the strain. Still, he didn't force himself to the limit, knowing that suddenly pushing his body too far could be harmful. After finishing his exercise, Feng Zheng returned to the orphanage, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. When he got back to his room, it was already 7:30 in the morning. His roommates were still fast asleep. He wondered to himself, interesting, when do they usually get up? Are their waking times pretty regular? If everyone only gets up before breakfast at 8, I'll have time to practice leaf concentration without anyone noticing. I can observe their routines over the next week to confirm this idea. Kazemasa sat on his bed and picked up a leaf he'd found during his morning workout. He stared at the leaf, deep in thought. In this world of ninjas, there are 5 basic elemental natures to study: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. To know his own chakra nature, Feng Zheng would need a chakra testing paper. Still, regardless of his affinity, in theory, every ninja could learn to master these 5 basic elements. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Shikamaru had all the ninjas use Earth Release, Earth Style Wall. This shows that the most basic 5 elemental ninjutsu can actually be used directly. It's not necessary, like Naruto, to first master the corresponding elemental nature. Of course, if one can truly master all 5 elements, that would be an even greater advantage. That would allow for the use of a wider range of powerful elemental jutsu. Take, for example, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had mastery over all 5 elements. Judging from his performance in battle, he was clearly proficient in every element. Kazimasa is also eager to find out which element he is most naturally gifted with, as that would make learning much easier. If he could choose, Kazimasa would most want to have the lightning element. Lightning release possesses tremendous offensive power. If he could mimic the Reikage and use lightning to enhance his own speed, strength, and defenses, there's a good chance his abilities would reach Kage level. After that, he might consider water release. Although Kazimasa doesn't have a particular fondness for the water element, the Hidden Leaf Village possesses a water release legacy left behind by Tobarama Senju, whose water-style ninjutsu was exceptional. If he could master these water release techniques, Kazimasa's strength would also see a significant boost. Each of the remaining 3 elements has its own limitations. Wind release, while highly destructive and flexible, is rarely the core technique that brings a ninja up to Kage level. Even among the Kage level shinobi from the Land of Wind, their primary abilities usually aren't based on wind release. The only example Kazimasa can recall is Danzo, but even then, Danzo's wind release techniques were rather unimpressive when he fought Sasuke. However, from another perspective, becoming the first ninja to reach Kage level primarily through wind release would be an interesting challenge in itself. Earth release also boasts many powerful jutsu. It might only be second to lightning release, making it another attribute worth considering. Yet, in the Hidden Leaf Village, there are not many ninjas who excel in earth release, so finding related learning materials proves to be quite difficult. As for fire release, although its power is immense, many fire release jutsu are relatively easy to dodge. The only top-tier fire release jutsu that Kazimasa remembers is Amaterasu, but that is a power he cannot wield. Only Madara Uchiha's Great Fire Annihilation truly left a deep impression on him, and besides, many ninjas do know at least some fire release techniques. Still, Kazimasa is unsure whether the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf can master such wide-ranging fire release jutsu, or if ordinary people are even capable of conjuring flames as massive as Madara's. Even so, Kazimasa believes he should keep an open mind. Perhaps in this world, there are even more diverse jutsu than those depicted in the original Naruto series. Besides, his options at the moment are rather limited. Out of the 5 chakra natures, wind release is the only one whose specific training method Kazimasa knows well, thanks to its detailed explanation in Naruto. For the other attributes, he can only rely on his own understanding and attempt to train as best he can. Therefore, he decides to postpone this aspect of training until after he enters the Ninja Academy. Before that, regardless of his chakra nature, Kazimasa resolves to start by learning wind release ninjutsu. He focuses his attention, gathering his chakra, as he attempts to slice a leaf cleanly in 2. The training lasted for half an hour, but there was no progress at all. At that moment, the sound of the breakfast bell echoed through the entire orphanage. The ringing meant it was time for breakfast. Ai and Daisuke were also roused from their sleep by the bell. Daisuke noticed that Kazimasa was already sitting up in bed and said, "Good morning. You're up early today." Kazimasa replied, "Good morning. I guess I went to bed too early last night, so I woke up sooner than usual." Ai chimed in with a joke, "Morning. Looks like you didn't wake up screaming from a nightmare today." Daisuke and I couldn't help but tease Kazimasa about his performance the day before. Kazimasa gave an embarrassed chuckle and said, "All right, I'm heading to breakfast. You 2 sleepyheads better get up too." Hearing this, Ai and Daisuke quickly grabbed their toothbrushes and got ready to wash up. For the next week, very little changed in Kazimasa's routine. He woke up early every day and did morning exercises. He noticed that his 2 roommates never got up until after the alarm had sounded. Whenever he found the chance, he continued to try splitting that leaf. He also began adding punches and kicks to his morning workouts. Kazimasa noticed that Ai and Daisuke spent most of their time outside, playing with the other children. As a result, he was usually alone in the room, especially after breakfast from 10 a.m. until noon, and again during the quiet hours before dinner from 4 to 6 p.m., the room was particularly peaceful. Taking advantage of these moments, Kazimasa focused on his leaf concentration training, hoping to improve his chakra control. The leaf concentration training method involves placing a single leaf on the forehead, focusing all chakra into the leaf, and working hard to keep it balanced. This exercise not only enhances chakra control, but also sharpens one's concentration. Kazimasa remembered that, when Naruto was learning the Rasengan, it was precisely his chakra control that played a crucial role. Kazimasa didn't play with the other children, which made him seem a bit out of place. However, with so many people in the orphanage, no one paid special attention to him. The incident when he screamed and fainted had long since faded from everyone's memory. Only his 2 friends were a little upset that he no longer joined in their games. To avoid arousing suspicion, whenever Kazimasa practiced the leaf concentration exercise, he would always sit on his bed with his back to the door. If someone came in unexpectedly, he would immediately stop, hide the leaf, and make sure no one saw what he was doing. Fortunately, his training sessions were rarely interrupted. Over the following 6 months, Kazemisa continued his training with regular discipline. His physical fitness, focus, and chakra control all improved steadily. He also discovered that his chakra reserves were increasing noticeably. Unfortunately, since he had no one to compare with, he had no idea how his chakra reserves stacked up against others. As for his physical condition, he could now run nearly 50 laps around the playground without stopping. He could complete 4 sets of 12 push-ups each, 5 sets of 20 sit-ups, 5 sets of 15 squats, and 4 sets of 8 pull-ups. He also noticed that in this world, improving physical fitness was much easier than it had been in his previous life. As for wind-style training, it took him 3.5 months just to successfully slice through his first leaf. After 6 months of persistent effort, Fengzheng finally managed to cut through a leaf in one smooth motion. Although this process took quite a long time, it was understandable. After all, Fengzheng had only just learned to use chakra, without the help of shadow clones or a mentor's guidance. Making this much progress under such circumstances was already quite impressive. Since he was not yet able to move on to the next stage, cutting a waterfall with chakra, he had no choice but to challenge himself with tougher materials to further hone his control over wind-style chakra. This time, he swapped the leaf for a small twig and continued his training. In the 5th month after arriving in the ninja world, something happened that filled him with a sense of good fortune. An elderly couple visited the orphanage, handing out water balloons to the children. Events like this were not uncommon at the orphanage. Fengzheng guessed that these old folks might have lost their own children in the Great Ninja War or during the Nine Tails attack. But for Fengzheng, this was a rare opportunity. As an orphan with no source of income, he had no way to buy water balloons at the market to practice the Rasengan. This time, he took the opportunity to grab a few water balloons and hid them away. With the water balloons in hand, he was finally able to begin the first stage of Rasengan training. Although changing the shape of chakra was still difficult for him to grasp, thinking back to how Naruto practiced by popping balloons, Kazemisa quickly learned to apply pressure to different spots on the surface of the balloon using his chakra. Within a few days, he managed to mimic this technique to a basic degree. However, he still hadn't succeeded in bursting a single balloon. Perhaps it was because his chakra reserves weren't sufficient yet. If only he could channel more chakra, maybe he would be able to do it. Kazemisa pondered silently. But for now, there's no point in getting stuck on this. All I can do is keep practicing and steadily improve my ability to change the shape of my chakra. A few months later, Kazemisa turned 6 and finally met the age requirement for the entrance exam at the Ninja Academy. There were still 2 months left before the exam. After asking around, he learned that the entrance exam would mainly test physical fitness and chakra control to assess whether a candidate showed potential to become a ninja. Kazemisa was confident in both areas, so he didn't feel nervous at all. He continued his daily training, only now including practice with throwing wooden shuriken. Every evening, he would head into a nearby grove, mark the tree trunks, and then practice aiming and throwing his wooden shuriken with precision. This was to prepare for the possibility that shuriken throwing would be part of the entrance assessment. Unfortunately, the orphanage didn't have any real shuriken available, and Kazemisa didn't have money to buy any himself. So he gathered small branches from the forest and, using wind, nature chakra to slice them, shape them in a shuriken for practice. Carving wooden shuriken not only required the wind element, but also helped him refine his chakra control. Although these shuriken were far from perfect, for now, they were the only weapons he could use. Kazemisa had a new idea brewing. He pondered quietly. He had more or less mastered the basic skills, and passing the exam should not be a problem. Still, he wanted to try enhancing his physical abilities with chakra. Kazemisa knew that by focusing chakra into his legs, he could run faster. Similarly, channeling chakra into his fists would make his punches stronger. He wondered, if he used chakra to assist with push-ups and other exercises, could he do more and do them better? With this in mind, Kazemisa began his experiment. As he trained with chakra assistance, he could clearly feel his speed and strength improving. But this brought its own set of problems. The first issue was efficiency. His chakra drained quickly, and much of it was wasted. The second was that his current chakra reserves were quite limited, making it impossible to sustain this kind of training for long. So, Kazemisa decided to adjust his morning routine. He continued to finish his usual basic training, but after that, he would repeat the exercises using chakra assistance. This approach brought him great rewards. His physical fitness and chakra control had both improved significantly, and the speed at which his chakra reserve increased had also accelerated considerably. Fengzheng began to wonder why his chakra reserves were suddenly growing so rapidly. After some analysis, he arrived at a conclusion. The reason his chakra reserves were increasing so quickly was that he pushed his chakra consumption to the limit every single day. Each time he did this, his body gradually adapted, and his chakra reserves slowly increased. If this analysis was correct, he now had two ways to enhance his chakra reserves. The first was to combine physical training with meditation. The second was to continually expend chakra right up to his limit. Feng Zheng was still pondering whether there might be other methods to further increase his chakra reserves. When Feng Zheng was about 6 years old, the entrance exams for the Ninja Academy began. On the day of the exam, Feng Zheng woke up early, washed up quickly, and got ready to head to school. For the first time in 10 months, he skipped his morning training. He waited to set out with Daisuke and Eiichi, who were also taking the exam. That year, the orphanage had 7 boys and 2 girls registered for the Ninja Academy entrance exam. They all set off together, accompanied by their caretaker, Momonosuke. Upon arriving at the school, the children were astonished to see just how many kids had come to take the entrance exam. A girl from the orphanage named Naomi couldn't help but exclaim, "What? There must be at least 1,000 people taking the exam here." Momonosuke added, "There are probably over 1,000 people here. Last year, more than 1,600 took part, and in the end, only about 330 were accepted." All the children turned to look at him. Feng Zheng thought to himself, "I didn't expect so many people to take the exam, and quite a few actually get in." The Hidden Leaf Village is probably trying to replenish its ranks after the losses from the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine Tails attack. Still, for me personally, it doesn't change much. Glancing around, Feng Zheng noticed that some people in the crowd were wearing Leaf Village forehead protectors. Tazanosuke looked at Feng Zheng and said, "They're ninja from the major clans in the village, probably here to accompany their children. These kids have a much higher chance of passing the exam." Hearing this, the children grew even more nervous. Noticing their anxiety, Tazanosuke smiled and offered some reassurance, "But you don't need to worry too much. Most of the kids taking the exam come from ordinary families. Your chances of advancing are still pretty good. Let's all do our best." The other children nodded anxiously. Just then, a man wearing a chunin vest approached and announced that the exam was about to begin. He asked all candidates to gather at the training field behind the school. On the way to the training field, Feng Zheng and the others caught sight of Hokage Rock, with the faces of 4 Hokage carved into its surface. Everyone was awestruck by the sight. Feng Zheng thought to himself, "I've seen it from a distance before, but up close, it's truly magnificent. I wonder if it serves any purpose beyond its symbolism." At this time, in a meeting room at the school, several chunin instructors were discussing matters related to the entrance exam. Then, one of the chunin stood up to report the situation to the meeting chair. Takamasa Nara looked down at the report in his hands and let out a weary sigh. After the Third Great Ninja War, the third Hokage had entrusted him with overseeing the entrance exams. He had been instructed to admit as many students as possible, since Konoha Village had suffered heavy losses during the war. Thanks to his efforts, he was promoted to Special Jonin after the war. He sighed again, thinking to himself, "This is just so exhausting." He glanced at the report, noting that this year, 2,147 children were taking the entrance exam, about 30% more than last year. He calculated silently, "Sigh, first, we'll have to eliminate those who don't meet the physical standards." With that, he signaled to the designated chunin to begin the exam. Masashi Doi was in charge of the first stage. He announced in a loud, clear voice, "Attention, all examinees. The first stage of the exam begins now. You are to run 5 laps along the designated route on the training ground, each lap approximately 500 meters. You will be monitored throughout the entire process. I will lead at the front, and you must follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved in a flash, appearing at the starting line. All the candidates quickly ran to his position. Masashi took the lead, and everyone followed close behind. Kazumasa thought to himself, "This is easy for me. I could handle this distance effortlessly on my second day here." After 10 months of training, he now felt no pressure at all, even if he had to run 8 kilometers. If he made use of chakra, he could easily run more than 10 kilometers. The candidates finished the first 3 laps smoothly, but then some began to lose stamina and gradually fell behind. By the time the 5th lap ended, all of Feng Zheng's companions, except for himself, appeared utterly exhausted. A girl and 2 boys failed to complete the full 5 laps. Gigi announced loudly once more, "All candidates who did not finish 5 laps are eliminated. Please return to the front of the school, find your guardians, and leave with them." He went on, "The remaining candidates have 2 choices. First, continue for another 5 laps. Second, if you feel you can't go on, you may return to the front of the training grounds and wait." Many chose to withdraw, but still, several hundred decided to press on. Among Feng Zhang's companions, in the end, only Daisuke and another boy named Da also stayed to continue the challenge. Nara Takamasa began organizing the data and registering the results. A total of 438 candidates failed to complete the first 5 laps, and 257 chose to take on the next 5 laps. Of those 257, ultimately 241 succeeded in completing the additional 5 laps. Those who couldn't finish were brought back to the training grounds to rejoin the other eliminated candidates. For the remaining 241, the organizers once again presented the same 2 choices. This time, only 21 candidates decided to challenge themselves and run another 5 laps. Candidates who did not choose to continue were assigned to different groups and remained on the training field to wait. At this point, Kazumasa was the only one left from the orphanage. The rest of the candidates who remained were mostly from the prominent clans of the Hidden Leaf Village. In the end, all 21 of these candidates completed the final 5 laps and were divided into different groups. Now, the candidates on the training field were split into 3 distinct groups. Kazumasa felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't been asked to run another 5 laps, or else he might not have made it. Afterwards, the candidates underwent additional physical tests, and another group was eliminated. Nara Takamasa continued recording each candidate's results. In Group 2, both the 21st and the 220th contestants passed, while Group 1 saw many eliminated. Only 636 remained in the first group. After the first stage ended, the candidates were given a break and served breakfast. Once breakfast was finished, the examiners for the second stage arrived. Kazumasa noticed that this examiner hailed from the Hyuga clan. The examiner announced, "All students who have unlocked their chakra, step forward." Many children, including Kazumasa, took a step forward. In total, nearly 100 students had already unlocked their chakra. Every child from the ninja clans had unlocked their chakra. Seeing that a fair number of children from ordinary civilian backgrounds also stepped forward, Kazumasa felt a quiet sense of relief. This way, his own ability to unlock chakra wouldn't seem out of the ordinary. The Hyuga examiner activated his Byakugan and began checking the chakra of those who had stepped forward. He needed to confirm both the amount and quality of chakra in each of these individuals. All 20 members of Kazumasa's group passed the assessment without issue. The remaining 64 students also passed smoothly, while those who didn't were disqualified. Afterwards, several chunin stepped forward to help the rest of the students unlock their chakra. Kazumasa was genuinely surprised. "I didn't expect they would help every remaining child unlock their chakra. It seems Konoha Village is in urgent need of ninja right now." This meant that many students who originally would have failed the entrance exam now had a chance to attend the academy. As a result, even children from ordinary families could now learn to control chakra. Kazumasa couldn't help but wonder what roles these children would play in the future, and just how many such people Konoha truly needed. While the chakra unlocking process was underway, Nara Takayuki observed the entire scene. Hyuga Hachiro, the examiner for the second stage, walked over to him and said, "I don't quite understand why the third Hokage would order that all these children be allowed to unlock their chakra." Nara Takayuki nodded and replied, "That's right, but he really didn't have any other choice. In recent years, we've lost too many ninja, so the Hokage has ordered us to accelerate the training of reserves to fill the gap. Still, even so, most of these children won't become ninja. But as chakra becomes more widespread, they'll be able to serve the village in other roles in the future." Nara Takayuki continued, "To be honest, I really admire the efforts the Hokage has made to ensure so many children can participate in the exam. Even the school has been expanded specially for this," someone said sincerely. Hyuga Hachiro responded, "That's right. As long as there aren't any major conflicts in the coming years, we should be able to recover our strength." Nara Guejiang answered with a hint of resignation. "But until then, these exams are truly a headache." Seeing Nara Guejiang's troubles, Hyuga Hachiro gave a gentle smile. The process of unlocking and checking chakra continued for quite some time. By evening, all the tests were completed smoothly. In total, about 430 children passed the exam. The remaining 447 children who didn't pass were brought back to their guardians. The children who succeeded were gathered together on the training grounds. Just then, a few of the kids noticed an elderly man with a smoking pipe walking towards them. Kazumasa looked to his left, utterly stunned. "I can't believe I'm actually seeing a character from Naruto in real life. And the very first person I meet is the third Hokage himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi." At the sight of the third Hokage, everyone became solemn and respectful. Most of the children were both astonished and excited to see the Hokage appear in person. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the children before him, a warm and gentle smile on his face. He began to speak. Congratulations on passing the entrance exam. He paused for a moment. All the children waited eagerly, their eyes shining with anticipation. The Chunin standing by the field signaled for silence, so the Hokage could continue his address. Kazumasa thought to himself, "At last, the moment has come. I can finally witness firsthand his legendary ability to inspire children. In my previous life, everyone talked about Naruto's so-called talk no jutsu, his power to change hearts with words. Yet few paid attention to how Hiruzen Sarutobi influenced Naruto, enabling him to sacrifice everything to protect the very villagers of Konoha who once ostracized and ridiculed him." The third Hokage continued, "Now that you're all part of this academy, we will teach you the way of the Leaf Ninja, guiding you to become true Konoha shinobi. This school was founded by the second Hokage himself, and he once personally taught many students here, including me. I still remember my days at the academy and the battles I faced. The shinobi who have graduated from this place have always protected our village, striving for its safety and peace. Soon, you too will shoulder the responsibility of inheriting the will of fire." The third Hokage looked at the new students, his eyes filled with hope and anticipation. As the first Hokage once said, "You are now the torchbearers of the will of fire. Love your village, and let that will guide you toward peace and prosperity. May your passion burn brighter than anyone else's, so that the world knows the spirit of Konoha still blazes. Keep your hearts strong, able to withstand arduous training and challenges. At the same time, take care of your minds and bodies. And now, welcome, future shinobi, to our academy." As soon as the speech ended, the children's excitement finally erupted. Cheers and laughter filled the air as they celebrated together. The day drew to a close, and the children made their way home, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. After reuniting with the other orphans, Feng Zheng realized that only 4 children from the orphanage had passed the exam. Even he hadn't made it. The only ones who succeeded were Feng Zheng, Dafu, Day, and Naomi. Momonosuke comforted the children who hadn't passed and encouraged them, telling them that as they grew up, there would be many other choices and opportunities ahead. Afterward, everyone returned to the orphanage together. There were still 3 days left before the start of the new school term, but these few days were especially busy for Feng Zheng and the other children who had passed the exam. Orphans who passed the entrance exam would no longer live at the orphanage. Instead, they would each be assigned a small apartment in a residential district. Until they became official ninjas, they could live in these apartments free of charge, and would also receive a living stipend to cover their daily expenses. Feng Zheng thought to himself, I didn't know there was such an arrangement. I only knew that Naruto ended up living alone, and I thought it was because of his special circumstances. I never realized that every orphan who passed the exam was given this setup. Feng Zheng was also curious about why they had to start living on their own. He guessed that the main reason was probably to help them get used to independent living early, so that if they ever had to carry out missions alone in the future, it wouldn't feel unfamiliar. He packed up his few clothes and stepped out of the orphanage, glancing back over his shoulder. He saw Dafu looking very downcast, even crying, because he and Ingi wouldn't be able to live together anymore. A wave of emotion rose in Feng Zheng's heart. Well, I don't really have any deep feelings for the people here. Naruto isn't at this orphanage either, so staying behind doesn't mean much to me. The 4 orphans who passed the exam set off together for their new apartments, accompanied by their caretaker. After seeing the other 3 off, Kazumasa was the last to arrive at his own room. He thought to himself, so this is where I'll be living for the next few years. The apartment was spotless, and the surroundings were tidy and well kept. Though the room was small, it was more than enough for him. There was a modest living room, a bedroom, and a compact kitchen and bathroom. The furnishings were simple but practical. Inside, only the essentials could be found: a refrigerator, a stove, and some cooking utensils. There were no unnecessary decorations. The living room had a sofa, and the bedroom was furnished with a bed and an alarm clock. He also noticed a first aid kit placed in the room. The bed here was far more comfortable than the one at the orphanage, and, with added privacy, Kazumasa felt quite content. This way, he could also have more time to focus on his training. Kazumasa was also rather curious about the food that would be provided here. He'd heard that at noon, someone would deliver that day's meals and a living allowance. In any case, with money, life and training will become a lot more convenient from now on. A month ago, he'd used up his last water balloon, so his Rasengan training had come to a halt. He needed money to buy more balloons. Besides, he was eager to finally try Ichiraku ramen. After all, anyone who has watched Naruto would be filled with curiosity about that ramen shop. Kazumasa still needed to restock the refrigerator, because from now on, the dormitory would no longer provide breakfast. So at the very least, he had to buy some basic groceries like eggs, bread, and milk. Kazimasa set his alarm for 11:30 a.m. and began practicing the leaf concentration exercise. At 12:15 p.m., someone knocked on the door. Kazimasa opened it to find the schoolteacher who had been the proctor the day before. The teacher introduced himself as Ando Jenshu and told Kazimasa that he would be his homeroom teacher for the year. Jenshu asked with genuine concern whether Kazimasa was settling in well and if he was having any difficulties. Once he was sure everything was fine, Jenshu smiled and said, "Good. I'm glad to hear things are going smoothly for you. I watched your performance yesterday. You did wonderfully. Keep up the good work." Kazimasa replied politely, "Thank you." After that, the teacher handed Kazimasa some allowance and passed him a few ration bars. Kazimasa eyed the stick-shaped food with curiosity and asked, "Teacher, what are these?" Jenshu explained with a smile. "These are ration bars. Eat one for lunch and one for dinner each day. Here's a week's supply. From now on, every Sunday you'll need to come to school to receive a new batch." Kazimasa looked at the teacher, his eyes seemingly asking, "Is it really just these ration bars?" Jenshu caught his meaning and added with a chuckle, "Don't underestimate these ration bars. They're specially developed for ninja. After extensive research, even Tsunade and Orochimaru, two of the legendary Sannin, contributed to improving the formula. These bars can provide all the nutrition a ninja needs. You should feel proud to eat food made just for ninja." As Kazimasa listened to his teacher's explanation, he couldn't help but feel that the teacher was trying to comfort child. To put his teacher at ease, he did his best to act like one. First, he put on a puzzled look, then followed it with an expression of pride at being able to eat food meant for ninja. Seeing this, Jenshu smiled and took his leave. Once the teacher had gone, Kazimasa let out a quiet sigh. In his heart, he grumbled, "Who's in charge of arranging food for orphans, anyway? Is it really just these ration bars? No wonder Naruto is always going out for ramen." Still, he understood that the bars did provide the basic nutrition he needed, and they were easy to store for long periods. Kazimasa also realized he needed to learn some cooking skills. He couldn't spend the next few years living on ration bars alone. He then counted the allowance his teacher had given him, a total of 1,000 ryo. Kazimasa knew that ryo was the currency here, but he wasn't sure whether that was a lot or a little. Since arriving, he'd been in training and had never visited the shopping district near the orphanage. Now, he really did need to venture out and get a sense of local prices. He also planned to find out the cost of shuriken, kunai, sunbon, swords, explosive tags, scrolls, and other essential items. For now, though, he decided he didn't need to worry too much about these things. The most urgent thing he needed to buy now was chakra paper. He ate a stick of compressed rations. The taste was decent, though far from delicious. The meals at the orphanage were certainly better than this. Afterwards, he left his apartment, carefully locked the door, and stepped outside. After asking around for a while, he finally found the market. There, he wandered the stalls, taking note of the prices for all kinds of items. He discovered that a dozen eggs cost 24 ryo, a liter of milk was 9 ryo, a pack of sliced bread 5 ryo, and a kilogram of meat went for a steep 60 ryo. Most of the vegetables and fruits were priced between 10 and 20 ryo. He did some quick calculations in his head. So that's how it is. If it's just food I'm buying, 1,000 ryo will be more than enough. He glanced around and spotted a weapon shop. A set of 6 shuriken cost 2,000 ryo, while a set of kunai was 1,000 ryo. A set of 6 sunbon needles was also 1,000 ryo, and the price of swords varied greatly, depending on their quality. He thought to himself, "These weapons are so expensive. I'd have to save up for a long time to afford any of them." Then, he asked the shopkeeper if they had any chakra paper. The shopkeeper nodded, and he spent 100 ryo for a single sheet. His shopping trip was wrapped up quickly. He bought a dozen eggs, a pack of sliced bread, a liter of milk, some fruit, 12 water balloons, 3 rubber balls, as well as daily necessities like soap, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. Excluding the chakra paper, the total cost of this shopping trip came to about 80 ryo. For the next few days, he wouldn't have to worry about breakfast anymore. After returning home, he tested his chakra nature using a chakra paper. The paper split cleanly down the middle. He let out a quiet sigh. So, it's not lightning nature. Still, having wind nature wasn't bad at all. Besides, he had already started training in that direction. The next day, he continued his practice. That evening, he asked directions from a few strangers and finally found the famous ramen shop. The hand-pulled noodle master was the second character from the Naruto series he had encountered. He ordered a bowl of miso ramen, which cost him 45 ryo. After finishing the meal, he thought to himself, "The flavor is incredible, but 45 ryo is still a bit pricey for me. I can't make this a regular treat, at least for now." With his hunger satisfied, he returned to his apartment. Today was the first day of school. At 5 in the morning, Feng Zheng woke up, quickly washed up, and began his morning exercises. After he finished his workout, he took a shower and headed straight for the school. Classes officially started at 8 in the morning. He was assigned to Class 4A on the 4th floor. When he entered the classroom, he saw that many students had already arrived, more than 25 in total. He walked in and sat down on an empty bench. He noticed that most of the children in the classroom came from ninja clans, each bearing the insignia of their respective families on their backs. Feng Zheng felt a bit puzzled. This classroom isn't very big. It can hold at most 40 students. Does that mean our grade has more than 10 classes? At exactly 8 o'clock, teacher Andy Yuanshu walked into the classroom. The teacher began by handing out identity cards to everyone. Then, he introduced himself to the class. Welcome, everyone, to the academy. I am Ando Jinshu, and I will be your homeroom teacher this year. I am also a chunin of the Hidden Leaf Village and participated in the last Great Ninja War. My hobbies include appreciating the theater, and I truly enjoy teaching young people like yourselves. Now, I'd like each of you to introduce yourselves in turn. After that, each student took a turn to introduce themselves. The children from ninja clans spoke proudly about their family backgrounds. Kazimasa took this opportunity to learn more about the makeup of the class. Altogether, there were 30 students in the class. Among them were 2 from the Uchiha clan, 3 from the Hyuga clan, 2 each from the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, 3 from the Inazuka clan, 1 from the Aburame clan, and 1 each from the Sarutobi, Shimura, Kato, and Hitaki clans. To everyone's surprise, there were also 3 from the Senju clan and 2 from the Kurama clan. Including Kazimasa, there were 6 other students who were ordinary civilians. Once the self-introductions had finished, teacher Jinshu continued. All right, let me tell you a bit about your class. This year, 430 students passed the entrance exam, and the 30 of you are the very best among them. That means everyone has high expectations for you. You must strive to become excellent and powerful ninjas. That's also why the school assigns elite ninjas like myself to guide your class. Furthermore, other teachers will assist you when needed. You will have access to sections E and D of the school library. Every 6 months, there will be a special exam personally supervised by Lord Hokage, so I urge all of you to do your very best. After hearing these words, all the students felt a surge of pride and became even more attentive. Feng Zheng thought to himself, I'm really lucky. This seems to be an elite class. Any questions I have should be answered quickly. He also guessed that the E and D sections of the library were likely designated for studying E-rank and D-rank ninja techniques. Curious, Feng Zheng wondered whether the school had areas for learning higher-level techniques, and he hoped to explore them someday. Since it was their first day, Mr. Yuanshu led them on a tour around the entire campus. They visited all the classrooms, the library, the training grounds, and the cafeteria in turn. At the training grounds, the teacher introduced them to the running track, the obstacle course, the archery range, and a balance area filled with numerous poles for practice. At the far end of the training grounds, there was even a small pond. After the tour, they returned to their classroom. Mr. Yuanshu explained the year's curriculum to everyone, emphasizing that the focus would be on foundational courses. They would be learning how to use chakra, how to perform hand signs, chakra control, taijutsu, the theory of illusions, shuriken throwing, and other ninja skills. In addition, they would also study standard subjects like math, physics, chemistry, biology, language, history, geography, and civics. When classes ended for the day, Feng Zheng hurried out of the classroom and headed toward the library. On his way there, he ran into Daisuke and Tatsuya. Daisuke waved and called out, Hey, Feng Zheng, how's it going? Feng Zheng turned around, saw them, and replied, Hey, what did you think of today's classes? Daisuke answered, That was pretty interesting. We toured the whole school. Kazimasa replied, Yeah, we did too. How many students are in your class? Daisuke answered, HM, 100. Isn't like that for every class. Tatsuya joined in. That's right. My class has 100 students as well. Kazimasa nodded. I see, but there are only 30 students in my class. Daisuke asked curiously, Oh, why is that? Kazimasa didn't want to embarrass Daisuke, nor did he feel like explaining in detail, so he simply said he wasn't sure either. Afterwards, Daisuke invited Kazimasa to walk home with them. Kazimasa politely declined, saying he had something to take care of. After parting ways, Kazimasa continued on toward the library. On the way, he took out an energy bar and munched on it while deep in thought. So that's it. My class has only 30 people, while every other class has 100. That makes 5 classes in total. Based on what Motoki Inahara said today, his class might be slated for special training, with the hope that each student could become a jonin, or at least a highly skilled chunin. For the other classes, the main goal might simply be to produce more genin. If luck was on their side, perhaps a few chunin, or even jonin would emerge from those classes as well. When he arrived at the library, Kazimasa showed his identification to the staff and asked about the layout of the different sections. After a brief conversation, he learned that the library was divided into 7 parts. There was a general section containing non-ninja material, and starting from Zone 0, materials related to basic ninja knowledge were collected. Beyond that were the E, D, C, B, and A zones. At present, areas A, B, and C were still off-limits to him. Feng Zheng mused inwardly. I see, that makes sense. There's no Area S here, but that's understandable. After all, those advanced ninja techniques wouldn't be made public. What surprised him, however, was the very existence of Area A. Regardless, he was filled with anticipation and decided to explore what he could for now. Feng Zheng skipped over the general sections and began at Area 0, scanning the titles of each scroll to get a sense of what was available here. He discovered a wealth of foundational, yet crucial material. Topics such as chakra theory, chakra control and manipulation, the use of natural energy, sealing techniques, illusions, and taijutsu. All of these resources could be found here. The collection even included a substantial amount of historical information. He then moved on to review areas E and D, which mostly contained scrolls for E-rank and D-rank ninja techniques. He was amazed as he thought to himself, I didn't expect there would be so many. There must be hundreds of different ninja technique scrolls here, and quite a few dedicated to wind-style techniques. In Area E, he found a scroll titled Introduction to Sealing Techniques, while Area D offered a more comprehensive book on the same subject. Both were extremely useful to him. Just browsing through all the scroll titles took him more than 2 hours. Afterward, he returned to Area 0 and picked up a scroll titled The Beginner's Guide to Hand Seals. He made his way to a quiet corner and sat down. There were only a handful of people in the library, and no one came to disturb him. Feng Zheng thought to himself, I've grasped most of the essentials by now. At last, I have a solid foundation, enough to start making some plans. At the very least, I should prepare a training schedule for the next few years. In a quiet corner of the library, a young boy sat intently studying an unfurled scroll. Yet, in truth, anyone watching wouldn't have realized that his thoughts had already drifted far away. Kazumasa was deep in contemplation. All right, it's best to start with what I can accomplish right now. Thanks to daily focused training with leaves, his ability to control chakra had reached a respectable level. He felt ready to attempt chakra exercises similar to tree climbing. By pushing his limits through physical training and meditation, his chakra reserves continued to grow steadily. Kazuma's skill in manipulating the form of his chakra had also shown marked improvement. With just a bit more progress in his chakra control, he would soon be able to experiment with a greater variety of jutsu. For now, Kazuma's training plan centered on chakra control, shaping chakra, and increasing his reserves. These methods had already yielded promising results, but finding additional ways to expand his chakra reserves would be even better. At present, his most crucial ability lay in his training to manipulate wind nature chakra. A few months earlier, he had already mastered the technique of using chakra to slice through leaves. Though he hadn't yet attempted to cut through a waterfall, his progress was undeniable. He could now sever branches with ease. These skills were more than enough to handle most wind-release jutsu. What mattered even more was that he naturally possessed wind nature chakra. Next, he planned to challenge himself by cutting through tougher materials, such as stone or even metal. No matter what, the one thing Feng Zheng was certain about was that he needed to learn more wind-release ninjutsu. He intended to study every E-rank and D-rank wind-release technique available in the library. Within the next year or two, he aimed to master the most practical techniques among them. His goal was to establish a wind-release combat system that balanced defense, offense, and evasion. Besides wind release, he also needed to learn jutsu from other elemental natures. He began to ponder fire, lightning, earth, water. Which should I learn first? After careful analysis, he concluded that combining wind and lightning was not ideal, so for the time being, he would not pursue lightning release. Both fire and water could synergize well with wind, especially fire release. However, to use fire release effectively, he would need to master the shadow clone technique. Moreover, since this was the land of fire, it was likely that his future teammates would possess fire nature chakra. As for earth release, while combining wind and earth wasn't common, he could use wind for offense and earth for defense. He hoped to find earth release techniques in the library that could strengthen the body. If he could learn a defensive jutsu of that kind, and pair it with wind release for offense, it would become a formidable and difficult-to-counter combination. In the end, Feng Zheng decided to choose earth as his secondary elemental focus. He planned to dedicate the next few years to mastering both wind and earth release techniques. As for other elements, he would consider them only after he became adept at using multiple shadow clones. Aside from that, he still needed to study the basic ninjutsu. The standard clone technique offers limited utility in combat, but but it forms the foundation for both the shadow clone and elemental clone techniques. Transformation jutsu is remarkably versatile. Whether for disguise or morphing into a weapon, it proves useful in various situations. Among the basic ninjutsu, the substitution technique stands out as the most crucial. Even as ninja advance to the Kage level, they continue to rely on this skill. Therefore, he knew he had to pay special attention to mastering the substitution technique. In addition, Kazemasa believed it was essential to learn and perfect the body flicker technique. These two jutsu are vital for evasion and retreat. In fact, for him, mastering these two techniques took precedence even over learning wind release ninjutsu. With this, his combat system would become more well-rounded. He would attack with wind release, defend with earth release, and rely on the substitution and body flicker techniques for dodging and retreat. The next area he needed to study was taijutsu. Thanks to his daily morning training, his physical fitness ranked among the best of his peers. Unfortunately, he could no longer devote more time to morning exercise. Realizing this, Kazemasa understood that he needed to change his training approach and find ways to increase the intensity of his workouts. Perhaps he could try weighted training or use special seals to restrict his movements. As for taijutsu, the Academy's courses likely each had their own unique focus. He planned to first review the curriculum, then devise a further training regimen based on what he learned. When it came to Jinjutsu, he currently lacked the conditions to practice, so that would have to wait for the future. The remaining subjects included swordsmanship, medical ninjutsu, sensory techniques, and sealing arts. For now, he could set medical ninjutsu aside as well. Swordsmanship was of great importance to Feng Zheng. He needed to learn how to channel chakra through his weapon and infuse it with the wind element. This would greatly enhance the power of his attacks. However, since there was no immediate need for actual combat, he decided that swordsmanship training could wait for now. Sealing techniques, on the other hand, were skills he could begin practicing right away. With basic instructional materials at hand, Feng Zheng felt ready to explore whether this type of ninjutsu suited him. Sensory ninjutsu was also crucial. To learn how to become an excellent sensory ninja, Feng Zheng might need to consult his teachers at school. Although he hadn't tried it firsthand, yet due to safety concerns, he was confident that by focusing chakra into his eyes, nose, or ears, he could significantly heighten these senses. But what intrigued him even more was chakra sensing. This ability would prove extremely useful when he eventually left the village. Feng Zheng glanced through his daily schedule once more. Classes were held from Monday to Friday, with weekends off. Each school day ran from 8 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. There was physical training in the mornings, giving him 2.5 hours to work with. He planned to include taijutsu practice during this time in the future. During school hours, most kinds of training simply weren't possible. Still, he wanted to experiment with chakra nature transformation while in class. For instance, he could secretly practice cutting leaves under his desk. Feng Zheng was also interested in learning some basic earth element techniques to see if those could be practiced discreetly during class as well. However, he hoped that teacher Yuan Shu was not a sensory-type ninja. Otherwise, his actions might be noticed and stopped. From 3 in the afternoon until 10 at night was his free time. He could set aside an hour to visit the market, eat, and take care of other daily necessities. That left Feng Zheng with 6 full hours to devote himself to learning the basic ninja arts, wind-style techniques, weapon throwing, sealing techniques, chakra sensing, and meditation training. But if he wanted to complete all of these trainings, it was clear that there simply wasn't enough time. So, how should he arrange his schedule? Once again, Feng Zheng fell deep into thought. After some careful calculations, he came to a conclusion. Among all the training activities, meditation was something he had to persist with every single day. As for the other disciplines, there were 2 main options. The first was to rotate through different skills on different days, while the second was to focus on just a select few. The first option sounded appealing, but the problem was that spreading himself too thin would easily scatter his attention, which could be detrimental. For example, if he tried to train too many skills at once, he wouldn't be able to follow Master Kai's instruction in the 8 gates release formation, since taijutsu demanded intense concentration. Sealing techniques posed another challenge. The field was vast, requiring a hefty amount of theoretical study and a great deal of time to truly master. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he learned how to create shadow clones before he started on sealing techniques. The downside, of course, was that this meant he couldn't earn money for the time being by making and selling explosive tags or storage scrolls. But for now, he had to set that idea aside. Between basic ninjutsu and wind release ninjutsu, he decided to focus on the basics for now. Once he had mastered those skills, he would dedicate himself to training in wind release techniques. So, For the next few months, his after-school hours should be spent mainly practicing basic ninjutsu, shuriken and kunai, throwing, chakra sensing, and meditation. At present, Kazumasa didn't yet know how to sense chakra. To learn this, he would need to consult relevant theories in the library and seek guidance from teacher Yuanshu. This would also help him determine whether he had the potential to become a sensory-type ninja. As for weapon throwing, he could wait until regular classes started to learn it systematically. This way, Kazumasa could avoid developing bad habits and would master the throwing techniques more quickly and accurately. Regarding basic ninjutsu, he could easily find the resources he needed in the library. All he had to do was understand the principles behind hand seals and learn how to perform them precisely. The school would likely begin teaching these skills soon, so he hoped this wouldn't pose a long-term challenge. Having finished his planning, he paused to organize his thoughts. He told himself silently, "For now, this plan seems thorough enough. I should gather the necessary knowledge from school as soon as possible, and if I have questions, I can always ask the teachers. Let's see how strong I can become after sticking to this for a few years." A faint smile crossed his lips as he finally began reading the scroll in his hands. Kazumasa read the scroll with great concentration. When he finished reading from beginning to end, he quietly summed up his thoughts. So that's how it is. The hand signs for forming seals are strikingly similar to those seen in the Naruto series. The text mentions that there are 12 fundamental hand signs for forming seals. These gestures actually help shape and direct chakra in specific ways. However, they are merely auxiliary tools. Ninjas still need to consciously attempt to mold chakra according to the specified method. He let out a sigh. This might take a while to master. Forming hand seals is the foundation for performing ninjutsu. So, until one achieves proficiency, training in these hand signs will take the place of basic ninjutsu practice. To master the hand signs, it's essential to practice them repeatedly while also learning to channel chakra correctly. Next, one must try each hand sign in turn, adjusting the way chakra is used for each gesture. Only after accomplishing all this can one begin to study real ninjutsu techniques. Feng secretly thought to himself, "Wow, this is way too complicated." Besides the basic hand signs, the scroll also describes the usage of other types of gestures. It outlines the basic hand seals for the 5 elemental attributes, as well as the seals required for the clone technique. But it's clear there are many more types of hand signs that aren't covered here. Feng mused inwardly. At the very least, there needs to be clear guidance for the chakra molding part. So Feng decided to wait until the school officially offered this course before starting his practice. All this knowledge is just the foundation. Later, he would need to learn single-handed seals, then work towards reducing the number of hand signs needed for ninjutsu, with the ultimate goal of casting techniques without any seals at all. Feng Zheng clearly remembered that in the manga, there were quite a few characters capable of forming hand seals with just one hand. Some could even reduce the number of seals required for a complex jutsu down to a single gesture. While Feng Zheng was carefully analyzing the various hand seal techniques, his homeroom teacher, Yuan Shu, walked into the library. Noticing Feng Zheng engrossed in reading a scroll, Yuan Shu quietly approached from behind, curious to see what his student was studying. After reading the contents, Yuan Shu smiled faintly before finally greeting him. "Hello, Feng Zheng." The sudden voice startled Feng Zheng, who spun around in surprise, thinking to himself, "When did he get behind me? How long has he been standing there?" With no way to answer these questions, he could only sigh inwardly. "I was too careless. After all, this is a world of ninja." Although Yuan Shu was only a chunin, compared to Feng Zheng, their abilities were on entirely different levels. At that moment, Feng Zheng thought, "I need to become a sensory-type ninja. That way, I can avoid situations like this." Feng Zheng quickly realized that he needed to behave like a child and make a good impression. If he could get more guidance from Yuan Shu, it would be incredibly helpful for him. Although many thoughts raced through his mind, all of this happened within just a few seconds. He deliberately acted a little nervous and spoke up. "Good afternoon, Sensei. When did you arrive at the library?" Yuan Shu replied with a warm smile. "Little one, I've been here for a while now. You were so absorbed in that scroll. It seems you're quite interested in hand seal techniques." Feng Zheng was making a great effort to appear anxious, answering in his youthful voice. "I heard that some classmates already know how to use certain jutsu. Someone said that during the exams, a child from the Uchiha clan could already use fire release at the age of 4. I want to learn jutsu too, so I'm interested in the hand signs." Yuan Shu was pleased to see Feng Zheng showing such genuine enthusiasm and ambition. He gently patted Feng Zheng's head, offering comfort as he explained. "That was Uchiha Itachi. He's a year above you. He passed the graduation exam and became a genin in less than a year. But you don't need to worry. Itachi is a special case. He started his training when he was very young." He added, "And it wasn't just simple fire breathing. He used a jutsu called Fireball Technique. You'll be learning jutsu soon, too. Tomorrow, I'll be teaching everyone about hand signs, and you'll get to start practicing then. Before that, don't try to practice on your own. It could be dangerous, do you understand? Feng Zheng nodded eagerly, his face alight with excitement, and replied in a loud voice. Yes, sensei. But Yuan Shu quickly reminded him. Sure, this is a library. Keep your voice down. Feng Zheng immediately nodded again, this time whispering. Understood, sensei. After that, Yuan Shu headed into Section B of the library. Feng Zheng wondered to himself. Can Chunin enter Section B? But on second thought, he wasn't sure whether all Chunin had that privilege, or just a select few. Yuan Shu had once mentioned that he was an elite Chunin. Therefore, Feng Zheng speculated that he might be an elite Chunin, perhaps even close to the level of a special Jonin or a full Jonin. In any case, at least for now, Yuan Shu had a very good impression of him, and that was certainly a good thing. Feng Zheng threw himself back into studying the scroll. He began to try and understand how chakra was guided and shaped through different hand seals, and before long, he was once again completely absorbed. After a while, he heard the door open. Feng Zheng looked up to see Yuan Shu coming out from Area B. Yuan Shu smiled at him, then left the library. With a deeper understanding of the hand seals, Feng Zheng finally closed the scroll and put it back in its place. Then, he picked up a scroll about wind release ninjutsu training and returned his seat to continue reading. When he finished, he reflected on what he had read. A bit disappointing. This only covers the leaf-cutting exercise, but doesn't mention cutting waterfalls. Still, that was understandable. After all, not everyone could ask Yamato to build a special training field for them, nor did everyone have as much chakra as Naruto to create that many shadow clones. The rest of the scroll mainly explained the benefits of the leaf-cutting practice and some points to watch out for. The only valuable information was a more detailed explanation of the hand seals required for wind release techniques. After that, he got up and replaced the scroll with one about earth release training. This scroll was much more comprehensive. Feng Zheng thought to himself, this one should be more helpful. According to the scroll, there were two basic training methods for mastering earth release chakra. The first method involves grinding stones into powder, which is quite similar to the wind release leaf cutting exercise. The second method uses only chakra to mold clay into various shapes and then harden it, among other techniques. This approach makes a lot of sense. Case recalled that, at its core, most earth release techniques simply shift a portion of the ground to the surface. Therefore, training in clay shaping would be quite beneficial for learning earth release. As for crushing stones, he thought that once he mastered the basics, he could try pulverizing larger rocks to further strengthen his control over earth chakra. In terms of clay shaping, he could gradually increase the amount of clay he worked with, or even attempt to mold soil and dirt, though that would be significantly more challenging. He returned the earth release scroll to its place. Next, he headed to Section E and retrieved a basic sealing technique scroll. After reading through it, he analyzed to himself. This isn't too difficult yet. Still, he suspected that the advanced versions would become much more challenging. However, since training in sealing techniques was extremely time-consuming, he decided to set it aside for dedicated study in the future. He put the scroll back where it belonged and began searching Section O for materials on sensory training. There were many guides here on enhancing one's sense of smell, sight, or hearing. After some searching, he finally found exactly what he wanted, a training manual on sensing the chakra in one's surroundings. Upon reading it, he learned, every ninja naturally forms a chakra field around themselves, but not everyone knows how to properly utilize this field. Perceptive-type ninja are not only able to use chakra fields, but can also expand their range to several hundred meters. Exceptional sensory ninja can even stretch their chakra field for several kilometers, detecting all chakra signatures within that vast area. Conversely, by contracting the chakra field, one can effectively conceal themselves and avoid detection by enemies. As for the training required to become a sensory ninja, the greatest obstacle lies in interference from the ninja's other senses. Therefore, during training, it's recommended to shut off sight, smell, and hearing to better enhance one's ability to sense chakra. Feng Zheng suddenly thought, perhaps he could try closing off just two senses and focus on sharpening the remaining one. After all, in this profession, keen hearing, smell, and vision are all vitally important. The training method is still meditation, though it differs somewhat from the traditional approach. Instead of using meditation to block out the outside world, one actively uses it to sense and perceive the surrounding environment. Unfortunately, Feng Zheng didn't know how to temporarily block his sense of smell, nor did he have any tools to muffle his hearing. Because of this, he realized he needed some guidance and hoped his teacher could help. These thoughts swirled in Feng Zheng's mind. He knew he had to find a way to express to Yuan Shu his desire to become a sensory ninja and to ask for some advice. At last, he returned the scroll to its original place and left the library. By now, dusk had fallen. Feng Zheng was entirely unaware of how much time had passed. He'd spent over 6 hours in the library, and with no windows around, it was easy to lose track of time. It made sense, though. After all, they certainly didn't want anyone sneaking into the library unnoticed. The library walls were protected by powerful sealing techniques and further reinforced to prevent Earth-style ninjas from tunneling their way inside. On his way home, Kazimasa spent 5 ryo to buy a small pouch of clay, and he picked up a few small stones along the way. That day, Kazimasa was once again the last one to arrive at the classroom. He entered just a few minutes before 8 in the morning. Smiling, he glanced around the room and thought to himself, all these kids come so early just to grab a seat in the front row. He walked straight to the last row, sat down by himself, and took a stone from his pocket, placing it on the desk. At exactly 8 o'clock, Sensei Jinshu entered the classroom and began the lesson. The first hour was devoted mainly to imparting knowledge. He spoke about the village's history, the pride one should feel as a ninja of the leaf, and other such topics. Kazimasa privately referred to these as ideological education classes. He let his gaze drift across the classroom. The 2 children from the Nara clan looked half awake, their eyes heavy with sleep. The Akimichi child seemed lost in thoughts of food. All 3 from the Inazuka clan were focused entirely on their dogs. Among the 2 Uchiha students, one exuded a particular self-assurance. The 2 girls from the Kurama family were whispering quietly to each other. The rest of the class listened intently. The confident student was none other than Uchiha Rai. He seemed eager to follow in Itachi's footsteps, always boasting that last year's best student was also from the Uchiha clan, and that child had only been 7 years old. Clearly, these 2 Uchiha students had already mastered the fireball jutsu. Feng Zheng finally withdrew his gaze and stopped scanning the classroom. While Yuan Shu was writing on the blackboard, Feng Zheng gripped the stone with his left hand, slipped his hand under the desk, and began cultivating Earth-Nature chakra. As he guided the chakra, his entire focus remained fixed on Yuan Shu. He watched closely to see if Yuan Shu would notice and react. Yet, Yuan Shu's expression showed no sign of change. Feng Zheng pondered to himself. Lucky, he's not naturally the perceptive, sensor-type ninja. Or perhaps, for some reason, he's deliberately choosing to ignore what I'm doing, though that seems unlikely. Whatever the case, this works in my favor. The lesson lasted an hour. Though Feng Zheng occasionally paid earnest attention, most of his energy was still devoted to refining his Earth-Nature chakra. After the brainwashing session ended, Yuan Shu began explaining the fundamentals of chakra to the class. Then, he demonstrated how to use hand seals to guide chakra. At this, Feng Zheng paused his Earth-Nature training and listened intently. But the other children from prominent clans looked rather distracted. They had already mastered the basic hand seals before even starting school. During that class, Yuan Shu taught 3 hand seals and had the whole class practice them. He explained as he went along, carefully observing everyone's progress. At the end of the lesson, he announced that the remaining hand seals would be taught over the next 3 days. Afterwards, everyone had lunch, and following the midday break, they attended a history lesson. In history class, Senju Hui and Hyuga Hana eagerly answered many of the questions posed by Jinshu. Kazimasa pretended to listen attentively, but in reality, he was secretly practicing his own training. The entire week that followed passed in much the same way, day after day. Jinshu taught all 12 basic hand signs, as well as the special sequence used for the clone technique. He placed particular emphasis on the importance of mastering these hand signs, and Kazimasa noticed that much of what Jinshu explained was very similar to the notes he had seen on the scroll. Jinshu also reminded everyone to practice diligently at home. In addition, Jinshu introduced the method for the leaf concentration exercise. During regular lessons, Kazimasa focused on practicing Earth-Nature chakra. Whenever he felt bored, he would switch to splitting rocks with Wind-Nature chakra, rather than crumbling them with Earth-Nature chakra. By the second week, Jinshu began teaching the shuriken throwing course. He started by organizing a small competition among the students to gauge everyone's skill level. To help with this, he invited several other teachers to assist. Most of the children from established clans performed exceptionally well. The top scores were tied between Uchiha Rai and Senju Hui. Another Uchiha, along with children from the Aburame and Shimura clans, also placed in the top 5. Kazimasa was surprised by how serious Shimura Shin was during the competition. He thought to himself, Danzo Shimura must have arranged similar training for the children of his clan long beforehand. Although Kazimasa had practiced before with homemade wooden shuriken, his skills were only barely passable. For beginners, Even slight differences in the weight of shuriken can severely undermine early training results. Out of 6 throws, he managed to hit the wooden board only once. And even at one time, he merely grazed the edge rather than striking the center. In this competition, he ranked 21st. After the event, Master Jinshu spoke individually with each student, offering them advice and guidance. When it was Kazimasa's turn, Jinshu said to him, "You need to put in more effort in this area. Start by working on the basic throwing technique. As long as your form is correct, you'll make rapid progress." Kazimasa nodded earnestly and took the initiative to ask Jinshu to help correct his posture. He then imitated the shuriken throwing motion that Jinshu demonstrated, and Jinshu made several careful adjustments to his form. Only when he was satisfied with Kazimasa's throwing motion did Jinshu move on to instruct the next student. Kazimasa approached this training with great seriousness, devoting a significant amount of time to practice. From that day on, he began setting aside a portion of his spare time specifically for shuriken throwing practice. Almost every day, he could be found on the school's training grounds, honing his skills. Once home, he practiced forming hand seals, shaping clay, and meditating. Last week, he had tried sensing his surroundings, but with no success. He decided to set that training aside for now and revisit it later. Recently, Kazimasa began experimenting with a new training method, practicing how to walk on walls, rather than just focusing his chakra onto a leaf. This was his way of replacing the original tree-climbing exercise. Feng Zheng soon discovered that, thanks to the smooth and even surface of the wall, walking along it was actually easier than moving along a tree trunk. Of course, he had already laid down mats on the floor in advance, so even if he fell hundreds of times, he wouldn't get hurt. It took him several days to finally master the technique of walking on walls. By the second weekend, he was able to complete a wall run without falling at all. Not only could he walk on walls, but he could even stand on the ceiling for a short while. The greatest challenge Feng Zheng faced during this process was his limited chakra reserves. However, with daily training, he felt his stamina gradually improving as well. Still, he wasn't sure if his progress was due to better chakra control or an actual increase in his chakra reserves. After thinking it over, he decided not to get too hung up on the question. He reassured himself, no matter the reason, as long as he was constantly improving, that was what truly mattered. Through the countless falls, he also learned how to adjust his body mid-air and land in the correct position. A month into starting school, Yuan Shu began teaching everyone the basics of the school's taijutsu curriculum. The taijutsu lessons were broad in scope, incorporating a wide variety of moves and techniques to form a comprehensive, foundational fighting style. However, this curriculum didn't specifically focus on strengthening any single aspect. But for Feng Zheng, these concerns were irrelevant for now. This style of taijutsu was clearly far superior to anything he had previously learned. He was deeply impressed and thought to himself, "I never expected that basic taijutsu would be so intricate, containing so many subtle details." This sparked Feng Zheng's curiosity. Just how exceptional must the exclusive taijutsu of the Senju and Uchiha clans be? However, it seemed that the Hyuga clan's taijutsu was even stronger than those of the other two. Feng Zheng felt that he should first master the comprehensive system of basic taijutsu taught at the academy before considering the study of those more advanced styles. Though this would take quite a bit of time, he was still very young, with plenty of years ahead for practice. From that day on, taijutsu training became a part of his morning exercise routine. The academy's taijutsu curriculum lasted for over a month, mainly to help students become familiar with the various foundational styles. Feng Zheng noticed that the children from the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clans didn't practice the school's taijutsu routines with the other students. After each taijutsu class, the school required students to participate in weekly sparring matches. Teacher Yuan Shu would watch everyone's performance and technique, offering targeted advice or assigning specific exercises as needed. These taijutsu matches were organized as small-scale tournaments. Feng Zheng performed quite well in these competitions, earning 8th place in his very first match. Although his taijutsu skills were not yet refined, his physical strength gave him a clear advantage. He wasn't particularly surprised by this outcome. There were many talented students in his class, some even stronger than he was. But none of the other 6-year-olds devoted as much time and effort to consistent training as he did. Such people are exceedingly rare, like Teacher Kai, for example. Even Shaoli only began training this diligently after he became a genin. In the very first taijutsu competition, Hyuga Hodaka took first place. He was followed by Senju Hui, Hyuga Hana, Uchiha Lai, and another student from the Hyuga clan. Shimure Shin ranked 6th. Right behind him was a Senju clan student in 7th place. Feng Zheng mused to himself. All in all, there's still a lot of hope. Unlike them, I haven't received any formal taijutsu training yet. At this moment, Feng Zheng brimmed with confidence. He believed that as long as he kept up his training, he would improve faster than any of his peers. He felt he was heading in the right direction, which strengthened his resolve to keep going. Teacher Yuan Shu began holding weekly taijutsu tournaments and shuriken throwing competitions for their class. Feng Zheng noticed that the other 4 classes had no such events. In fact, during a casual chat with Daisuke, he learned that they hadn't even started taijutsu lessons yet. They were still practicing shuriken, throwing, and basic hand seals. Feng Zheng thought to himself, the senior leadership of Konoha really is paying special attention to their class. From what he knew, they had followed the same approach last year. Luckily, that class had an outstanding student like Itachi. If the higher-ups were hoping for a similar genius this year, they might end up sorely disappointed. But then again, Feng Zheng thought, it's not like they expect to encounter another prodigy like Itachi every year. As her thoughts settled, Feng began to look toward the future, a quiet thrill stirring within her as she reflected on her constant growth. The first 6 months of school life continued on in this way. After 6 months, Genshu Ando had to report the class's progress to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He arrived at the Hokage's office at the agreed-upon time and knocked on the door. When he was granted permission to enter, he stepped into the room and spoke respectfully. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded and asked, how is your class doing? Are there any particularly gifted students? Genshu replied, the progress has been excellent. Although it's still a bit early to draw conclusions, I believe that most of these children will become elite chunin, and a few may even rise to the rank of jonin. He continued, Senju Hui and Uchiha Rai are the most talented of the group. Hyuga Hodaka and Hyuga Hana have also performed extremely well. Shimura Shin is quite promising too. The other children from the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, as well as the sole member of the Aburame clan, have all shown decent progress. There have been some pleasant surprises among the ordinary students too. Suzuki Fu from the orphanage is advancing quickly. I've kept a close eye on him. He's hard-working and diligent. He's definitely someone we should nurture for the future. Among the civilian children, Aoki Norio has stood out as well. The rest of the kids are doing reasonably well. Overall, this year's students are more talented than those from the previous batch. He spoke with enthusiasm, but then sighed and added, it's a pity, though, there isn't anyone in this class quite like Itachi. Hiruzen nodded in response. It's all right. We can't expect to have someone like Itachi every year. Still, your report sounds promising. If, over the next 15 years, we can produce a dozen jonin, with the rest reaching chunin level, that would be more than enough. It would already bring tremendous benefit to the village. You've done well. Keep it up. I want you to continue guiding this group, and help them grow into outstanding ninja for our village. Genshu nodded respectfully and replied, yes, Lord Hokage. He then quietly exited the room. After Genshu left, Hiruzen mused to himself. It seems we're about to welcome another group of remarkable ninja. And now, it looks like we have yet another diligent orphan among them. I can't help but wonder how his story will unfold. Genshu's praise for Kazumasa was far from scant. Kazumasa had made great strides over the past 6 months, even surpassing Genshu's own assessment. After all, even Genshu didn't realize that. Even at home, Kazumasa spent most of his time training according to a carefully laid-out plan. The most significant progress was in shaping chakra with hand seals. His speed had finally reached an acceptable level, and he could now complete 6 random hand seals in a row. He decided that it was time to begin learning basic ninjutsu. In earth-style transformation, he succeeded in shattering a stone. His clay manipulation was also advancing nicely. He could now control clay at will and partially harden it, though he couldn't make it fully solid yet. Kazumasa noticed that his progress with earth style was slower than with wind style. But that made sense. After all, his chakra nature was wind. Feng Zheng also made good use of his wind affinity, managing to carve a deep groove into the stone. When it came to taijutsu, he adapted well to the school's style. He often sparred with Senju Hui, Hyuga Hodaka, and Uchiha Lai at school, and now could rank him on the top 4. Senju Hui, in particular, had almost become Feng Zheng's dedicated training partner. During matches, Feng Zheng also noticed that his stamina was among the highest in his class. The only one who could match him in endurance was Senju Hui. He wasn't sure if this was because his body had undergone more training, or if his chakra reserves were simply higher than the others. After all, it made sense for someone from the Senju clan, like Senju Hui, to have elevated chakra. His progress with shuriken throwing was smooth as well. He could hit the target with all 6 shuriken using his right hand, though he hadn't managed to strike the exact center with every throw yet. His left-hand throws still needed work. With that hand, he could only land 4 out of 6 on target. He resolved to increase his practice until both hands could reliably hit the center. Then, he planned to challenge himself by throwing while running. With each weekly shuriken throwing contest, Feng Zheng was gradually edging into the top 10. Perhaps most impressively, he managed to burst a water balloon only about 4 months after school had started. After that, he moved on to the rubber ball, but found it incredibly difficult. He had the feeling it would take him years to burst it. Classes followed a similar pattern. The initial excitement of starting school had faded, but competition among the students had become fiercer than ever. The once smug Uchiha Lai had now turned into an irritable Uchiha Lai. Although he was outstanding, it was clear he was not Itachi. When it came to throwing shuriken, he was on par with Hui, and the others were gradually able to land all 6 shuriken in the center of the target as well. However, in terms of taijutsu, Senju Hui and Hyuga Hitaka were both stronger than him, and Kazumasa and Hyuga Hana were about the same level as he was. Even in the classroom, Hyuga Hana and Senju Hui often outperformed him. All in all, Senju Hui was clearly superior, while Hyuga Hana was at the same level as him. Kazumasa wondered aloud, can jealousy like this really unlock the Sharingan? Or does it have to be triggered by something as dramatic as the death of a loved one? Honestly, Kazumasa did wish he could awaken his Sharingan. Gaining combat experience by sparring with someone who possessed the Sharingan would certainly be helpful. Setting those thoughts aside, Kazumasa had troubles of his own. His morning physical training had become monotonous. He had adapted completely to his current regimen and didn't know how to make it more challenging without increasing the time spent on it. Well, saying he didn't know any way at all wasn't accurate. He did know of one method, adding more weight. But he was uncertain whether restricting his body with weights at not even 7 years old might cause problems. He had already looked into the prices of weights. After saving diligently for 6 months, Kazumasa had accumulated over 1,200 taels, enough to afford some lighter weights. After thinking it through, he decided to consult Genju. Unlike other matters, there was nothing he needed to hide when it came to his physical training. Because he usually practiced in public, anyone paying even a little attention would have noticed. One day, after class, he approached Yuanshu for help. He described his problem to his teacher in detail. Yuanshu thought for a moment, then demonstrated a few more challenging exercises for him. He also helped Feng Zheng devise a new training plan. After seeing the new plan, Feng Zheng thanked his teacher politely, while thinking to himself, this is really helpful. I should have asked him sooner. He's truly eager to help me. But then again, even with this training, I'll probably feel comfortable with it again after a few months. So, after expressing his gratitude, he asked, Teacher, would it be alright if I added some weights to make the practice a bit harder? Yuanshu was startled by the question and asked seriously, what did you hear about using weights? Feigning nervousness, Feng Zheng replied, well, when I was out shopping, I saw a weapon shop in the market and noticed the weights inside. Yuanshu understood and explained, I see. Curiosity is a good thing, but don't use weights in your training. It can affect your physical development and harm you in the long run. Then, a kindly smile appeared on his face as he added, I'm glad you asked me. Next time, if you have thoughts like this, come to me before you try anything, all right? Feng Zheng nodded. After a moment, he asked, Teacher, then is there any other way to make the training more challenging? Jinshu was a bit surprised by how obsessed Feng Zheng was with increasing the difficulty of his physical training. He thought to himself, Feng Zheng is clearly very satisfied with this new plan, yet he keeps asking me all these questions. Does this mean he thinks the new training will soon become too easy for him? That's really surprising. I knew he was diligent, but I never realized he was this hardworking. Now I'm even more curious about what he'll accomplish in the future. Jinshu went on. In fact, there's another way. Besides using heavy objects, you can use certain talismans to achieve the same training effect, without any side effects. For example, you could use a gravity sealing talisman. Feng Zheng was startled by this piece of information. He thought to himself, looks like I really need to study the art of sealing. He looked at Jinshu with an eager expression. Jinshu was pleased to see Feng Zheng's enthusiasm and decided to tease him a little. Jinshu continued, however, these talismans aren't available to just anyone. And even if you wanted to get one, the price is sky high, so you won't be able to buy them yourself. Feng Zheng was immediately confused. He frowned, thinking to himself, what kind of trick is he playing? Is he trying to lure me into something? He decided to play along, letting out a sigh and putting on a disappointed look. Jinshu was delighted by Feng Zheng's reaction and tempted him further. But don't worry. Do you remember what I said on the first day? That the Hokage would be overseeing your exams. Feng Zheng was still confused, but nodded. Jinshu continued. If you're the top performer among your classmates, you can ask the Hokage for a reward. That means you could request these sealing talismans from the Hokage to help you. But before that, you should train according to the plan I've set for you. Winzheng finally had some thoughts of his own. He nodded, thinking to himself. So he's dangling a carrot in front of me to motivate me to do well on the exams? Such a childish trick. Playing along, Wenjing nodded and put on a look of delight, saying, "Wow, that's wonderful." Seeing Wenzhang's response, Yuanshu smiled and ruffled Wenzhang's hair. "All right, but remember, the exam isn't just about physical ability. There's also a theory section, so if you want to come out on top, you'll need to study that as well." At last, Wenjing understood what was going on, and he responded enthusiastically, "Okay, teacher, I'll do my best to study and get ready for the finals." Yuanshu, pleased with his own little joke, then took his leave. After Yuanshu left, Wenjing burst out laughing inwardly, then mused to himself, "Sigh, pretending to be a child really isn't easy. There are some fun aspects, sure, but these sly adults are always trying to manipulate kids one way or another." Wenjing thought back to his previous life, where it had been much the same. Every adult seemed determined to force children to be the best at whatever they did. It was unfortunate that he had to excel in these exams. Still, watching someone try to manipulate a child was pretty amusing. The thing was, Wenjing wasn't really a child at all. He figured Yuanshu only said all this because he barely paid attention in those tedious history classes. Just think about it. Fengzheng had never even answered a single question Yuantri asked in class. No wonder Yuantri wanted to manipulate him. It seemed Fengzheng needed to improve his skills in pretending to pay attention during lessons. Still, he wasn't worried about the actual theoretical exams. He wouldn't arrogantly claim to be the smartest person in the classroom, but his mind was certainly much more mature than those of the other kids. These exams were quite easy for him. That being said, those sealing talismans still made Fengzheng a bit uneasy. After all, if someone messed up the seals while placing them on him, it could become a real headache. Fengzheng thought he should visit the library later to look up information about gravity seals and suppression seals. Drawing his thoughts to a close, Fengzheng glanced at his new workout plan, then headed toward the library. Once inside, he first made his way to Section 0, searching for scrolls on chakra control. After several minutes of searching, he finally found the right one. He picked a seat, opened the scroll, and began to read, his mind whirring with ideas. "I can already walk on walls in my sleep. If I want to take my chakra control a step further, I should try tree climbing and then practice walking on water. If anyone asks where I learned all this, I can just recommend this scroll to them." The scroll described training methods like focusing on a leaf, climbing trees, and walking on water. But what truly surprised Fengzheng was that, at the end of the scroll, there was mention of another scroll, one that delved into the theory behind even greater mastery of chakra control. Driven by curiosity, he sought out that scroll and began to read. After finishing, he analyzed its contents. How interesting, he mused. The scroll proposed a theory. Chakra could be used to counteract gravity itself. By exerting a force equal to gravity, a person could float. By applying greater or lesser forces, one could rise or descend at will. However, no one had yet succeeded in achieving this. Even Tsunade from the Naruto series, renowned for her unparalleled chakra control, possessed no such ability. As for others, such as the third Tsuchikage and those with similar powers of flight, Kazemasa suspected they might have employed some kind of earth-release ninjutsu to lighten themselves or something along those lines. Kazemasa couldn't quite recall the details. Still, it was certainly a fascinating theory. Perhaps one day he could give it a try. With that scroll in hand, Kazemasa decided it was time to focus on his main objective. He entered Section E and picked up the scroll on the clone technique. Upon opening it, he discovered that this technique required just 3 hand signs. In order: ram, snake, and tiger. Kazemasa delved further into the scroll. After reading, he thought to himself, "I see now. Even though there are only 3 hand signs, there's a lot more going on beneath the surface. The hand signs merely guide the process. So, simply knowing the hand signs isn't enough. One must also grasp the essence of a jutsu." Kazemasa felt this might threaten to upend all his plans for mastering the clone technique. Nevertheless, he was determined to press on and begin his training. After committing the key points of the clone technique to memory, he left the library. He returned to his apartment and began to practice the clone jutsu behind closed doors. As expected, this ninjutsu was quite challenging. He had to make several trips back and forth to the library, reading that scroll over and over again. During one of these visits, he noticed Yuanshu watching him with a smile. He thought to himself, maybe he misunderstood and thinks I'm going to the library to study the history and other topics he teaches in class. But that's fine by me. For the time being, Feng put aside his usual after-school training at the academy and devoted himself entirely to the practice of the clone jutsu. Only when his chakra was completely depleted would he rest and meditate. It took him 3 days before he successfully created his first clone, and the sight of it startled him. His thought was, I never imagined I could make a clone even worse than Naruto's. A week later, he finally managed to create a somewhat passable clone. He continued practicing for another week, grasping the trick and being able to perform the jutsu with greater speed. Afterward, he moved on to learn the transformation jutsu. For him, the transformation jutsu would be a crucial technique. He planned to use it to disguise himself when training outside, so as not to attract too much attention. The transformation jutsu would also double as practice for infiltration missions. If anyone ever caught him, he could use this as an excuse to slip away. It took him a week to perform the transformation jutsu correctly to a certain extent. He could now transform into his classmates, though the results were far from perfect and still riddled with flaws. And this was only in terms of appearance. He had not yet managed to alter his scent or chakra, as described in the scroll. He thought to himself, this is indeed very difficult. Just getting the appearance right is already a real challenge, not to mention copying someone's scent and chakra. Still, Kazemasa thought that after some time, he might be able to change his scent, though perfectly replicating another person's smell would be a daunting task. Then again, if he remembered correctly, even during the Chunin exams, Naruto wasn't able to mimic someone's scent. After all, Kiba Inuzuka could easily identify him by smell. So, Kazemasa figured that pulling it off would be quite complicated. Even those who passed the academy exams weren't required to learn how to alter their scent. Kazemasa pondered whether he could solve this problem by transforming into his former self and using perfume to mask his natural odor. That way, at least, he could disguise himself as a stranger. He continued his training. However, the next morning, when he woke up to begin his daily exercises, he noticed a tense atmosphere hanging over the village. Although it was still early, quite a few people were already awake. There were also many ninja hurrying about. Most of these ninja wore expressions of grave concern. Kazemasa wondered what could have happened. When classes began, he noticed several children from different clans looking anxious. He approached Senjuhui and asked why everyone seemed so on edge. Senjuhui looked a bit surprised and replied, "Nobody told you the news?" Kazemasa's curiosity was fully piqued now. He asked in return, "No, what news?" Senjuhui en soir de solemnité. Last night, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, betrayed the Hidden Leaf Village and escaped. He's a missing nin now. Upon hearing this, Kazemasa's expression grew serious. After a few seconds, he finally spoke earnestly. "Yes, this really is bad news. Far too shocking." Senjuhui agreed. "Yeah, who would have thought that one of the third Hokage students would betray the Leaf Village? I heard he conducted a lot of illegal experiments that killed many people. Who could have imagined that someone so highly respected would turn traitor? What a disgrace." Feng Zheng nodded solemnly and walked over to sit down on the last bench. He thought to himself, to be honest, when you already know something is going to happen, it's really hard to pretend to be surprised. Still, the way things are unfolding is very similar to the events in Naruto. The outcome of the Third Great Ninja War, the Nine Tails attack, Minato's death, then a year later Itachi's death, and now Orochimaru's defection. Feng Zheng was well aware that the next events would likely involve the Hidden Cloud Village attempting to kidnap Hinata and the death of Hayashi Hyuga's brother. In fact, the actions of the Hidden Cloud Village made a certain amount of sense. After all, Minato was dead, Orochimaru had defected, and the other two legendary Sannin were not in the village either. That said, handing over Hayashi's brother to them, Hiruzen Sarutobi really was spineless. Still, Feng Zheng had neither the power nor the access to intervene in or fully grasp all the military intelligence between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. Besides, even if he did have that power, he might simply ignore it, since it had nothing to do with him. However, Orochimaru's departure was definitely good news. If Feng Zheng had to pick the people he most wanted to avoid before he became strong, Danzo and Orochimaru would be his top choices. With Orochimaru gone, half the danger was removed. Now, all he hoped for was not to draw the attention of the higher-ups. Otherwise, life would become even more complicated. That being said, Feng Zheng still wondered if things played out as they did in the Naruto series. Was it Hiruzen who let Orochimaru go, or did Orochimaru escape on his own? If it was the former, then it was a grave mistake on Hiruzen's part. Simply because Hiruzen couldn't bring himself to hurt his own student, so many lives were lost at the hands of Orochimaru. Damn it. Even all the deaths caused by Kabuto's use of the Edo Tensei during the Fourth Great Ninja War could be traced back to Hiruzen's one erroneous decision. At this thought, Feng Zheng let out a sigh. Although he didn't feel uneasy, in fact, he was even a bit pleased about Orochimaru's defection. Almost everyone else in the ninja world was on edge. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, the third Hokage, wore a grave expression. Besides Hiruzen, Mitokado Hamura and Yuditane Koharu looked deeply worried. Danzo was also present. Danzo launched straight into criticism. "Hiruzen, You've gone soft. You let someone who poses such a huge threat to the village slip away. Before Hiruzen could respond, Koharu cut in sharply. I agree. Orochimaru knows so many of Konoha's secrets. If he leaks any information to our enemy villages, it will be a nightmare for us. Hiruzen sighed and said, It's a pity he chose to defect, but I still believe he wouldn't do anything to harm Konoha. Danzo replied with biting sarcasm. Yes, just like you believed he would never betray the Leaf Village. Not only did he slip through your fingers, he also killed dozens of us who were sent to pursue him. And who knows what he might do next. Hamura tried to defuse the situation. All right, let's set this argument aside for now. The real question is, what do we do next? With all the secrets he holds, even the clan leaders are on edge. Danzo spoke up. We must officially label Orochimaru a rogue ninja, raise the bounty on his head, and send out a squad to hunt him down. Hiruzen countered. Sending a squad after him will most likely just be sending people to their deaths. Besides, we're already stretched dangerously thin. Koharu voiced her doubts. But we can't just sit back and do nothing. Danzo and Hamura both agreed with Koharu's point. Hiruzen continued. I'll send Jiraiya to pursue him. At the same time, he thought to himself, I just hope he can persuade Orochimaru to come back, to find his way again. Danzo questioned, won't he let his feelings get in the way, just like you? I suggest sending some of my root ninjas along with Jiraiya. But Hiruzen didn't trust Danzo's intentions and simply dismissed the idea. They'll only get in his way. The four old comrades continued their debate for a while longer. That afternoon, a high-level meeting was held in the Hidden Leaf Village. During the meeting, all the clan leaders were visibly tense. Orochimaru had worked closely with them all and knew many of their family's deepest secrets. If those secrets were to fall into enemy hands, it would be disastrous for them. Some even accused Hiruzen of being too lenient with his own students. The committee ultimately designated Orochimaru as a missing nin, raised his bounty by 50%, and dispatched Jiraiya to hunt him down. The clan heads harbored doubts as to whether Jiraiya would truly pursue Orochimaru, but in truth, they had no other choice. News of this development sent shockwaves through the other ninja villages, leaving them all stunned and incredulous. In Sunagakure, Raza, the Kazekage of the Sand, mulled over the situation. First Minato and their Jinchuriki are dead, and now Orochimaru has defected. Is their village starting to fall apart? What a pity. If it weren't for the heavy losses we suffered in the last war and this damn feudal lord slowing down our recovery, I would have seized the opportunity in a heartbeat. Over in Kirigakure, Yagura also received the report, but he was preoccupied with internal turmoil within the mist and had no time to concern himself with the matter. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, the council held a lengthy debate on the issue. Some members argued they should seize this chance to avenge Minato's actions against them. Others urged caution, suspecting that Konoha might be orchestrating some kind of ruse. As the discussion drew to a close, they turned to Inoki for his decision. Inoki replied, rushing into anything now is pointless. Even without Minato and Orochimaru, Konoha is still formidable. Besides, that kid will surely make his move. Let's watch what he does and how Konoha responds before we decide our course. Hearing Inoki's verdict, everyone in the chamber couldn't help but share the same thought. As expected, always sitting on the fence. Yet over in Kimogakure, the fourth Raikage considered the situation with great deliberation. After discussing with his council, he decided to see if he could take advantage of the misfortune that had befallen the Hidden Leaf. While the entire shinobi world was abuzz with talk of Orochimaru's defection, Kazemasa paid it no mind and focused solely on his own training. After 2 weeks spent practicing the transformation technique, he finally reached an acceptable level, though there was still plenty of room for improvement. Next, he began training in the substitution technique, which proved far more challenging than the previous two. It took him nearly twice as long to master this jutsu to a satisfactory degree. However, things didn't quite turn out the way Kazemasa had imagined. In his opinion, this technique was essentially just a way to mislead your opponent. The main trick was to catch the foe's attention. When the enemy's focus wavered even slightly, you would quickly swap yourself with a nearby object, making it so the enemy failed to notice your escape. It wasn't an instant switch. As a result, it wouldn't work on anyone much stronger than you, or on those who had activated the Sharingan. What's more, the object you swapped with had to be very close by, or else the jutsu would become much harder to perform. Well, that made sense considering that every academy student learned this technique. If it were truly instantaneous, it would be far too powerful. Still, there were plenty of variations. Genjutsu and the transformation technique could be combined to further confuse the enemy. Chakra threads could be used to pull distant objects within reach. It was also noted that when making a getaway, you could use a low-level summoning jutsu to instantly bring an object close to you. Although it wasn't as powerful as Kazemasa had originally hoped, it was still an extremely useful skill. As a ninja, the subtle art of misdirection is an essential skill. It finds its use in countless situations. Fengzheng believed it was best to master this technique to the point where he could perform it without the need for hand signs. But at present, his main focus had to be on the body flicker technique. Moreover, he needed to learn some wind and earth-style escape techniques as well. Over the past 2 months, Fengzheng repeatedly practiced these jutsu until his chakra was completely depleted. This process of training until his chakra was exhausted had a curious effect on his chakra reserves. During these 2 months, his chakra reserves grew noticeably. He also spent time in the library, searching for scrolls that explained how to increase one's chakra reserves. It didn't take him long to find 2 such scrolls. One of them explained that chakra would increase as both the body and mind matured. In other words, over time, physical training and meditation would naturally expand one's chakra reserves. The other scroll compared chakra reserves to muscle. Just as tensing muscles can make them grow, so too can repeated exertion of chakra increase its reserves. So, to boost his reserves, one had to keep using chakra until it was entirely spent. Fengzheng had always relied on these 2 methods, which accounted for the rapid growth of his chakra reserves. Beyond these, he discovered a handful of other methods and theories. One scroll spoke of drawing on natural chakra, sage mode, which could expand one's reserves and grant immense power while active. Another scroll discussed the idea of boosting cellular activity. By making cells more active, it's possible to draw more chakra from each one, greatly increasing one's reserves. This also helps strengthen the body. Kazemasa was deeply impressed by this theory. Unfortunately, there was no mention of how to actually increase cellular activity. Kazemasa wondered silently. I suspect that boosting cell activity isn't easy. If it were, this method would be common knowledge. I'm really curious about who came up with this theory. Maybe I can contact that person someday. When he finished reading the scroll, he saw the name of the author at the end. At first, he was quite surprised, but then he quickly drew a conclusion. Of course it figures. That theory came from that snake bastard. Well, it seemed this method was a dead end. Maybe one day, if Kazemasa attacked his base and managed to get his research, luck might be on his side, and he'd find a solution. But honestly, the odds weren't great. Otherwise, he could try asking Tsunade. Her knowledge of the human body might even surpass Orochimaru's. Besides, she used to be his teammate. There was a good chance she had helped Orochimaru with this research. Another issue to worry about in the future. The other theories were just as impractical. Some were incomplete, while others would be harmful in the long run. Kazemasa sighed and put all the scrolls back in their place. He thought to himself, his only real option was to ask Genshu. Unfortunately, Kazemasa didn't have a reasonable excuse for why he wanted to increase his chakra reserves. Genshu's first question would surely be how he'd managed to run out of chakra in the first place. Moreover, Kazemasa couldn't tell Shuyuan that he was practicing the basic ninja techniques alone. If he did, and Shuyuan told his colleagues, the news would eventually reach Hiruzen and Danzo, a 6-year-old orphan who could perform all 3 basic ninja arts. This would be a direct ticket into the Root Division. After mastering these 3 techniques, Kazemasa began to allocate his time to other pursuits. Over the past 2 months, he reduced his shuriken throwing practice, abandoned clay sculpting, and stopped his chakra control exercises, only meditating when his chakra was completely depleted. Among the 3 basic techniques, he didn't plan to spend much effort on the clone jutsu, since he would eventually replace it with shadow clones and elemental clones. As for the transformation jutsu, achieving true mastery was extremely difficult, so he decided to focus mainly on perfecting the appearance aspect. However, with the substitution jutsu, he intended to master it completely, even striving to reach the point where he could activate it instantly, without any hand seals at all. During those 2 months, even as he attended lessons, he made significant progress in his earth and wind release training. Now he could instantly grind small stones into soil, and even split a stone cleanly in 2. Once, in an awkward yet comical incident, his desk was piled high with bits of stone and earth, and after class, he had to quietly clean up the mess. Since that day, he stopped crushing stones during lessons. Still, he wondered what he could do to make better use of that time. Unfortunately, he couldn't come up with a suitable way to replace his earth release training. So he decided to focus further on wind release and began bringing a small piece of scrap metal to class, attempting to cut through it. Over the next few months, he started venturing outside, strolling along the streets of Konoha while disguising himself as an ordinary boy using the transformation jutsu. He discovered many secluded spots in the small forests around Konoha, where he began practicing tree climbing. This was very similar to walking on walls. The only difference was that the surface of the trees was much rougher. He managed to master this technique within an hour and promptly moved on to water walking. Besides this, he also visited the library to look up information about gravity seals and some types of suppressive seals. More than another month slipped by, and now there was less than a month left before the final exams. Feng Zheng finally started to wonder if he should begin preparing for the tests, thinking to himself, "There's still 25 days until the written exam. It's still too early." But after another round of self-persuasion, he let out a sigh. "Oh well, this will be my very first exam in this world. I should take it seriously." During his studies, he noticed that the curriculum here was more challenging than what he was used to in his previous world. It seemed more suited for 9 to 10-year-olds rather than 6 to 7-year-olds. Feng Zheng couldn't help but wonder whether the curriculum in the final years would actually challenge him. Soon enough, the students at the academy were faced with their final exams. For all the other students, the finals consisted only of the written portion. However, for the students in the elite class, additional evaluation items were included. Feng Zheng's class also arranged competitions in shuriken throwing, leaf concentration, and taijutsu. During the shuriken throwing contest, a set of concentric circular boards of varying sizes was placed as the target, and everyone was required to hit it. Scores depended on which ring the shuriken struck. The smallest circle carried the highest points, while the largest circle offered the least. The shuriken competition was worth a total of 30 points. The leaf concentration challenge was simply a test to see how long each person could keep a leaf balanced without letting it fall. This event was worth 20 points. The one who maintained the leaf the longest would earn the full 20 points, while everyone else's score was determined by how their time compared to the winners. For example, if the top performer held out for 30 minutes, they would receive 20 points. If another participant managed only 21 minutes, they would receive just 14. The taijutsu contest was straightforward, with points awarded based on rank. It carried a weight of 50 points. The written test itself was worth 100 points. At last, the exams began. Seeing how seriously everyone took the tests, Feng Zheng couldn't help but smile. During the written exam, Feng Zheng felt confident that he had answered everything correctly. He wasn't sure how well everyone else had done, though. 2 days after the written test, the remaining competitions were scheduled to take place. Feng Zheng guessed that they wanted to grade the written exams first, so the Hokage could reward the winners on the spot. They began the day's activities with the leaf concentration challenge. Feng Zheng had already started practicing walking on water, so he felt quite confident about this round. The competition commenced. The first contestant dropped his leaf after just 2 minutes. He was from the Inuzuka clan. More than half the class was eliminated in the first 4 minutes. Kazemisa could clearly hear their cries of distress and voices of discontent. After 10 minutes, only 9 students remained in the competition. At the 15-minute mark, just Kazemisa Suzuki, Hana Hyuga, Hikaru Senju, Shin Shimura, and Rai Uchiha were left. It was then that he heard Rai Uchiha's anguished wail. From classroom drills, Kazemisa knew that most others could only hold on for just over 20 minutes. Hikaru Senju dropped his leaf at the 19th minute, Shin Shimura at the 21st, while Hana Hyuga lasted all the way to the 22nd minute. Kazemisa decided he would build a solid lead here to make up for the points he might lose in the taijutsu contest. He had originally planned to stop around the half-hour mark, but he pushed himself all the way to the 33rd minute before deliberately making a mistake and letting his leaf fall. Although his performance outshone all his classmates, he wasn't worried about attracting too much attention. After all, last year, Itachi had kept his leaf from falling for a full 2 hours. And rumor had it that he hadn't lost his leaf at all, but had only stopped because he was asked to. The moment Kazemisa opened his eyes, he saw several children gazing at him with envy, while Rai Uchiha was practically fuming after being thoroughly outdone in this event. Next up was the shuriken throwing contest. Rai Uchiha, Hikaru Senju, Shin Shimura, Kazemisa Suzuki, Hataka Hyuga, and others all achieved perfect scores in this round. Noticing the look of dejection on Rai Uchiha's face, Kazemisa thought to himself, "This contest really is unfair to him." From what Kazemisa had observed, Rai Uchiha was exceptionally accurate at hitting stationary targets even while on the move. Although he could consistently hit moving targets, his shots rarely landed dead center. However, unfortunately, the exam wasn't that difficult. So many people managed to keep up with him. Otherwise, the only ones who could match his skills would have been Hui Senju and Shin Shimura. In the taijutsu competition, Hataka Hyuga ranked first, followed by Hui Senju and Hana Hyuga. Kazemisa came in 4th, while Rai Uchiha and Shin Shimura ranked 5th and 6th, respectively. Kazemisa managed to defeat Rai Uchiha in the quarterfinals. To be fair, Rai Uchiha's technique was superior, but his physical endurance was much weaker. Yet in the semifinals, Kazumasa lost to Hataka Hyuga, and in the battle for third place, he was defeated by Hana Hyuga as well. He thought to himself, damn, these Hyuga clan members are really tough opponents. Sigh, competing with them in pure taijutsu just isn't fair. Even Hui Senju, who fought admirably with the Senju taijutsu style, ultimately couldn't prevail. If Kazumasa ever encountered any of the Hyuga during the Chunin exams or elsewhere, he was determined to bring a whole stack of explosive tags and fight from a distance. Hiruzen Sarutobi came to watch the taijutsu matches. Kazumasa noticed that everyone fought with incredible ferocity during the competition, especially Hana Hyuga. He wasn't sure if it was the pressure of the exam or simply because the Hokage was observing from the sidelines. With all the exams concluded, the teachers gave the students a short break while they prepared to tally everyone's final scores. As the teachers calculated the results, all the students waited in the training field. Seeing this, Kazumasa couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Wow, some people are really nervous. It's just adorable, haha. Only Senju Hui and those two Nara clan members who were yawning looked truly calm. After all the scores were tallied and verified, the teachers finally returned, personally led by the Hokage himself. Hiruzen gave another rousing, almost hypnotic speech, praising everyone for their hard work and the talent they displayed. When the speech ended, Jinju stepped forward and presented the results on a blackboard. Just as Kazumasa had predicted, he was ranked first. The top 5 scores were as follows. Kazumasa Suzuki, 100 plus 20 plus 30 plus 44 is equal to 194. Hinata Hana, 100 plus 13 plus 29 plus 46 is equal to 188. Sanjuri, 96 plus 12 plus 30 plus 48 égale 186. Shimura Shin, 98 plus 13 plus 30 plus 40 is equal to 181. Uchiarai, 95 più 09 più 30 più 42 uguale 176. Kazumasa looked at his ranking, feeling quite satisfied. This was exactly what he had hoped for. However, when he took a closer look at his individual scores compared to the others, he was genuinely shocked. No way. The only reason I'm in first place is because of that massive lead in the leaf concentration contest. If I hadn't pulled so far ahead there, Hinata Hana would have overtaken me, and Senju Hui would have tied with me. I didn't expect anyone else to get a perfect score on a written exam. He let out a deep breath, thinking to himself. Luckily, the scoring system for the leaf concentration contest worked greatly in my favor. My chakra control is far stronger than these clan kids. But for those children from prestigious families, it was unfortunate that their true talents were not showcased in this kind of competition. If the shuriken throwing contest had been more challenging, Uchiha Rai and Senju Hui would have easily earned higher scores. Likewise, if ninjutsu had been tested, they would have outperformed everyone else by a wide margin. After all, the fireball technique is a C-rank jutsu. Kazumasa was sure that Jinshu would also notice this. So perhaps next year, the scoring system would be different. Maybe other exams would also be graded in a way that favors the top performers. He concluded to himself, even though I ranked first, there's still a lot I need to work on. I can't let my guard down. On the contrary, I should intensify my training. I'm certain these guys will be put through rigorous family training over the holidays. Pulled from his thoughts, he became aware of the people around him. He noticed Hinata Hana and Senju Hui gazing at him with wounded expressions. It was as if he'd committed some grave injustice against them. Thinking it over, he realized they were probably upset about the results of the leaf concentration contest. All he could do was offer a wry shrug, choosing to ignore their grievances. After the results were announced, Hiruzen hoped Jinshu would reveal the prizes for the winners. But when Hiruzen glanced at Jinshu, he sensed an unusual frustration simmering beneath the surface. He began to wonder what had made him so angry, curious if there might be an interesting story behind it. He decided to ask him about it later. He's really furious, Hiruzen thought to himself. That kid, damn it, in the past 10 months, he hasn't answered a single question in class. He always looks distracted. Who knows what the hell he's doing with his left hand always tucked under the desk. One time, I tried to check and found the whole area under his desk was full of dirt. And now he gets a perfect score of 100 on the written exam? Don't tell me he's been doing nothing but studying at home. Just then, he had the distinct feeling that the Hokage was watching him. Noticing the Hokage's gaze, he instantly understood what was expected of him and hurried to make an announcement. All right, everyone, quiet down for a moment. Once he'd captured the attention of the whole class, he continued. As I told you on the very first day, Lord Hokage has come here to watch your performance. Moreover, the top scorer in this exam will receive a special reward. The best student will be granted a request by Lord Hokage himself. Upon hearing this, the civilian children were visibly shocked. Meanwhile, The clan children seemed to have already heard about this. Yuan Shu raised his voice and announced. Kazumasa Suzuki stepped forward. As Kazumasa walked up, his mind was racing. I wonder what the limits of the reward are. Could I ask for some personal tutoring? Maybe a forbidden jutsu, or an S-rank technique. Or, better yet, some sealing talismans? Ha! I can't help but imagine his expression if I asked for something like a sealing tag, or maybe the earth release, reincarnation technique. Sigh. I'd better show the proper respect now. When Kazumasa reached Hiruzen, he bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Hiruzen beamed with delight. With a kind smile, he spoke. You performed exceptionally well. I can tell you've worked really hard to become the top student in your class. The will of fire burns brightly within you. Feng Zheng thought to himself, his mind laced with sarcasm. Yes, that's true, Hiruzen continued. Tell me, what kind of reward would you like? Feng Zheng glanced at Yuan Shu, a little surprised to see the look of irritation on his face. Then he turned to Hiruzen, replying respectfully. Lord Hokage, I would like a sealing tag that can replicate the effects of physical weight on our bodies, but without any side effects. Hiruzen was somewhat taken aback by Feng Zheng's request, but he quickly nodded and said, All right. However, it will take some time to prepare. Once it's ready, I'll call you to my office. Feng Zheng did his best to put on a look of genuine excitement and gratitude. He exclaimed, Thank you very much, Lord Hokage. With that, he stepped back to join the other children. At last, the exam was over. Having grown used to Yuan Shu's new training regimen, Feng Zheng finally had a better way to strengthen his body. But before they were dismissed, Yuan Shu announced that there would be class again tomorrow. At this news, most of the children groaned in protest. The students from other classes had already started their break 2 days ago. Yuan Shu did his best to reassure everyone that this would be the very last lesson. The next day, everyone returned to the classroom. Yuan Shu arrived as well, and the whole class greeted him. Some students were still visibly unhappy about being called back for another lesson. Yuan Shu was the first to speak. Before we begin, I must say that I am extremely proud of your performance yesterday. Keep working hard, and soon you will all become outstanding ninjas. Hearing these words, even those who had been restless fell silent. He continued speaking. I hope you'll keep up your training during the break, too. As for today's lesson, don't worry. It will be exciting for all of you. I'm going to talk about the career paths available to you, the kinds of ninjas you can become. With that, Jinshu began to tell them about the choices that lay ahead. He started with the most straightforward one, medical ninjas. He explained the responsibilities of a medical ninja and emphasized their vital role within a team. To spark the students' interest, he even mentioned Tsunade. Next, he described various other possible professions: assault ninja, tracker ninja, sensory ninja, hunter ninja, infiltration ninja, communications ninja, and more. He explained the benefits of each path, as well as their limitations, constraints, and the risks involved. For every type, he gave an example of an excellent role model. He also explained the concept of specialization. He said, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, various elemental ninjutsu. If a ninja focuses on a single discipline, they can become extremely powerful. But a strong foundation in other areas is also crucial, or else you'll have too many weaknesses. He went into further detail on this topic, and the lesson continued for 2 full hours. By around 10 a.m., Jinshu finally wrapped up his lecture. He said, All right, you are now officially on holiday. Feng Zheng was very pleased with the content of this class. He thought to himself, At last, I have my chance. Many students were excited, breaking into celebration. But Yuan Shu raised his voice and continued. Class, think about what we discussed today. Talk it over with your parents when you go home, and choose the training method that suits you best. If anyone has questions, you can come to me. I'll be in my office until noon. With that, he finally brought the lesson to a close. Many students rushed out of the classroom. Feng Zheng, however, headed to the training grounds and began practicing with his shuriken. Half an hour later, he decided to visit Yuan Shu. When he arrived at the office, he knocked on the door and waited for permission before entering. Yuan Shu was the only teacher there. It made sense. After all, the holiday had begun. Yuan Shu looked at Feng Zheng, still a bit annoyed. But after a few seconds, he let out a sigh and thought, Never mind. Maybe he's just too introverted to participate actively in class. Feng Zheng noticed Yuan Shu's sigh, feeling a bit puzzled. He called out, Teacher, to get Yuan Shu's attention. Yuan Shu replied, Do you have any questions? Feng Zheng answered, Teacher, could you revise my training plan and tell me more about those seals and how to use them? Yuan Shu nodded, glanced at Feng Zheng's current training plan, and after considering the addition of the seals, made some adjustments. He instructed Feng Zheng to follow these new guidelines. Then he said, All right, follow this plan. If you feel you're getting used to it, you can increase the pressure that the seal puts on you. But don't push it too much. Otherwise, you might get hurt and be unable to train for several weeks. Kazumasa nodded in response. Thank you, sensei. Yet he remained standing there, asking questions that Yashiki could never have anticipated. He spoke up. Sensei, I've been thinking about the roles you mentioned in class. I'm really interested in becoming a sensory-type ninja. Could you tell me how I should train for that? This request genuinely surprised Yashiki. He couldn't quite figure out the reason, so he asked, Why do you want to become a sensory ninja? Kazumasa answered with confidence. Sensei, if enemies ever ambush me or my team in the future, being a sensory ninja would help me protect all of us. I'd also be able to detect threats from far away and keep us out of trouble. That's why I want to become a sensory ninja. After saying this, Kazumasa felt a surge of pride inside. Yashiki was taken aback by the answer. Everything Kazumasa had just said was exactly what he himself had explained in class. Yashiki thought to himself, no wonder he got a perfect score on the written exam. Still, something doesn't add up. He seems unusually interested in becoming a sensory ninja. That's not the kind of decision one makes after just a couple of hours in class. It's as if he already knew about sensory ninjas beforehand. He asked, when did you start wanting to become a sensory ninja? Kazumasa was well aware that Yashiki might find this request a bit suspicious. Putting on a nervous expression, he replied, I only learned about sensory ninja in today's class. He scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed as he spoke. But ever since that day you tried to sneak up on me in the library, the idea has been on my mind. If that had been an enemy, I could have been killed without ever knowing what happened. Jinju was taken aback by this answer, thinking to himself, I never expected something so simple could have such a big impact on him. And that was only his very first day. Sigh. Still, this obsession of his, it's all because of me. Then he replied, I'm not a sensory-type ninja, so I'm afraid I can't help you with that. When he heard this, he noticed Kazumasa's face fall with disappointment. Kazumasa was thinking, oh, come on, please, not another trick. I really don't want to wait until next year's finals. Then, Ginger brought Kazumasa some good news. He continued, however, I have a good friend who is a sensory ninja. He works in a department here in the Leaf Village. I'll ask him to train you over the break, as long as you don't have anything else planned for the holidays. Kazumasa's face lit up with excitement, though in his heart he thought, sorry, but I actually have a lot planned, not just for the holidays, but for the next year or two. But what he said, with genuine excitement, was, thank you, sensei. Jinju smiled and told him that he would come by to pick him up at 8 o'clock the next morning. Kazumasa then took his leave and went on his way. The next morning, at 8 on the dot, Jinju appeared at Kazumasa's doorstep. After picking him up, the two of them headed straight to the training grounds. Fengzheng saw that a man, probably between 20 and 30 years old, was waiting. He noticed the emblem of the Yamanaka clan on the man's clothing. He thought to himself, it makes sense. In Konoha, they're the best sensory ninja. Shuyuan walked up to the man and said, hey, this is the kid I was telling you about. Then he turned to Fengzheng and continued, Fengzheng, this is Yamanaka Shin. He was my classmate. He's a special jonin. He'll teach you some skills about becoming a sensory ninja. He can be a bit hot-tempered at times, but don't worry. He's actually a very kind person. Fengzheng nodded. Good morning, Yamanaka-sensei. He noticed that Yamanaka Shin already looked a little irritated by Shuyuan's introduction. But after Fengzheng greeted him, his mood seemed to sour even further. Yamanaka Shin snapped angrily. Shuyuan, not only do you introduce me in such a lousy way, now you want to rope me in as a teacher? He then looked sternly at Fengzheng and said, Kid, don't call me sensei again. Fengzheng asked in confusion, why is everyone here so strange? Shuyuan taunted, My, why are you losing your temper so early in the morning? Fengzheng put on a nervous face and asked, then how should I address you? Yamanaka Shin paused for a few seconds, then a sly grin spread across his face, his eyes glittering with mischief. Call me Big Brother Yamanaka. His expression was downright creepy. Fengzheng's face immediately turned cold, and he nearly blurted out a retort. Why shouldn't I call you an old geezer? Jinshu grumbled, covering his face with his hand. Don't scare him. Just let him call you sensei. Yamanaka Noboru sighed in disappointment and said, fine, let's leave it at that for now. Then, turning to Kazumasa, Yamanaka Noboru continued, all right, kid, let's first see how gifted you are when it comes to becoming a sensory ninja. If your talent is lacking, I won't teach you, and you shouldn't waste your time either. He began by explaining to Kazumasa what sensory ninjas do and how they operate. Then he guided Kazumasa to sit and meditate, instructing him on how to sense his own chakra field. It took Kazumasa nearly half an hour before he finally managed to feel the presence of his chakra field. Yamanaka Noboru's explanations and guidance were extremely helpful. Afterward, Yamanaka Noboru tested Kazumasa's chakra field. Following a series of tests, he concluded that Kazimasa's chakra field had a radius of 7.3 meters. Yamanaka Noboru commented, 7.3 meters, not bad. Most ninjas only have chakra fields with a radius of 4 to 5 meters. In the Yamanaka clan, if a young person's chakra field surpasses 7 meters, we begin training them as sensory ninjas. As for other Leaf Village ninjas, the minimum requirement is 5.9 meters, but that's just the bare minimum. In the Yamanaka clan, quite a few people already have chakra fields exceeding 10 meters before they even start sensory training. He paused, looking at Kazimasa, and continued. To become a sensory ninja, you'll have to endure a lot of tough training. So, are you sure you still want to pursue this path? After Feng Zheng quickly absorbed all the information that had been mentioned, he nodded. Yamanaka Shin spoke. All right, then let me teach you. However, the process of becoming a sensory ninja is quite complex, and we need a proper training ground. I'll take you to the place where Konoha's sensory ninjas train. Starting tomorrow, be there every morning at 10:30. Jinshu nodded in thanks to his former classmate. He turned to Feng Zheng and gave his instructions. The Hokage will have the seal you requested ready by tomorrow. Report to his office at 6 in the evening. Feng Zheng nodded and replied, Thank you, sensei. After that, he accompanied Yamanaka Shin to the training grounds. The location was a bit removed from the residential area. It nestled among one of Konoha's many small forests. Feng Zheng memorized the training spot, then took his leave. The next morning at 10:28, Feng Zheng arrived at the training grounds. He noticed Yamanaka Shin was already there. As Feng Zheng entered, he saw that the grounds contained many rooms. Most of the area was empty, and in fact, few people were present. However, Feng Zheng noticed that quite a number of the rooms were occupied. Yamanaka Shin explained, These rooms are completely isolated from everything outside. They're protected by seals that erase all sound and scent inside, so you'll have to rely entirely on your sensory abilities. While Yamanaka Shin explained, Feng Zheng listened intently. He thought to himself, I see, so this must be where most of Konoha's sensory ninjas train. The other rooms are probably being used by other trainees. Kazimasa couldn't quite remember, but he was certain that the Hidden Leaf Village must have a place like this, a facility meant to monitor the borders of the village and to spot intruders or similar threats. Even though this place only appeared in Shippuden and not in the first part of the series, he was pretty sure it existed. Kazimasa was curious, did such a facility exist here as well? Or perhaps somewhere else? Yamanaka Nobu led Kazimasa into one of the rooms. The room was shrouded in darkness. Every wall was painted black, and the space itself was quite large. After they stepped inside, Yamanaka Nobu explained how to train one's sensory abilities using only chakra. He said, You'll be blindfolded here. Once the seal is activated, all sound and scent in the room will be eliminated. Then, various items will be placed inside the room. Each of these objects will have a small amount of chakra sealed within them, to be detected by a sensory ninja. Yamanaka Nobu continued, Your task is to locate these objects. I'll start by placing them 3 meters away, then increase the distance to 5 meters, and finally to 7 meters. Once you master this, I'll teach you how to expand the range of your chakra field. Kazimasa understood and thanked him earnestly. He began his training, which lasted until 12:30, but he made no progress. At that point, Yamanaka Nobu ended the session. He said that they would train here for 2 hours every day and offered Kazimasa a few tips to help him improve. He also offered some words of encouragement, reminding Kazimasa that these abilities couldn't be mastered in just a day or two, and that he shouldn't be discouraged. He also handed Feng Zheng a small cube-shaped object. He spoke, This is one of the items I want you to sense. You can borrow it for now to practice at home. Although it can't block out your sense of smell or sound, that shouldn't be a problem. Since those aren't your strengths anyway, try this. After you put on a blindfold and sit in a meditative posture, have someone else hide the cube somewhere in the room. That way, you won't know its exact location beforehand. But don't practice for too long at a stretch. Feng Zheng understood what Yamano Shin meant and nodded. He then thanked Yamano Shin and went home. Now that he no longer had to attend school, he gained an extra 7 hours each day for training. Including the time spent training at the sensing facility, commuting back and forth, and having lunch, it all took less than 3 hours. Feng Zheng decided to dedicate the remaining 4 hours entirely to chakra sensing training for the time being. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen looked at a custom sealing tag lying on his desk. He let out a gentle sigh and thought to himself, Konoha's advantage in sealing techniques is vanishing rapidly. With the destruction of the Uzumaki clan and Minato's death, our progress in sealing has all but ground to a halt. Kushina, Uzumaki, and Minato had only just started making headway, but their lives were cut short far too soon. Now, Even crafting a ceiling tag as simple as this one for Fengzheng nearly takes 2 full days. Still, this request is quite remarkable. Jinshu did mention that this child is diligent, but for someone his age to ask for such a ceiling tag is truly rare. Usually, only the geniuses among a few clans use this method for training. But even for them, most only begin such training at a much older age. Before asking for his reward, Hiruzen glanced at the source tree. He suspected that it was the source tree who had suggested this idea to Kazumasa. Hiruzen thought that when Kazumasa visited a few hours later, he should have a good conversation with him. At 6 in the evening, Kazumasa arrived at the Hokage's office and knocked before entering. He bowed his head slightly in a respectful greeting. "Good evening, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen was quite impressed by this and thought to himself, at the very least, his manners are impeccable. He spoke. "Raise your head. Here is the sealing talisman you requested. This seal is a special one designed by our village. It incorporates certain features of basic sealing techniques, creating a perfect tool to help our ninjas train their bodies. You can freely adjust the amount of pressure the seal exerts on your body, and this pressure will affect you from head to toe." Kazumasa nodded and said, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." He then looked at the sealing talisman placed before him. The seal was inscribed on a square piece of paper. He thought to himself, "Just a single talisman? I thought there would be 4 or more seals for different parts of the body, like the arms and legs." Kazumasa guessed the seal must be much more advanced. He sighed inwardly. "Well, that means I won't be able to analyze the seal structure." Still, it was best that he applied the seal himself, rather than letting someone else do it for him. That way, he wouldn't give anyone an opportunity to cause trouble. In other words, there was no way for him to gain any deeper understanding of the sealing technique. He then looked up at the Hokage and asked, "Hokage-sama, how exactly should I use this sealing talisman?" Hiruzen replied, "All you need to do is place the sealing talisman on your chest. It should automatically stick to you. The seal can be used repeatedly, so you can remove or reapply it as needed. But never give the seal to anyone else, understood?" Kazumasa responded, "Yes, Hokage-sama. But how do I increase or decrease the pressure created by the seal? And just how much pressure can it exert?" Hiruzen looked at the curious young man before him and let out a soft chuckle. He answered, "Just focus your chakra on the talisman, the same way you do when you practice concentrating chakra on a leaf. You can then decide how much pressure to add or reduce. The seal will adjust automatically. As for the maximum pressure it can apply, imagine wearing a 100-kilogram weighted vest, with each leg bearing 50 kilograms and each arm carrying 25 kilograms. Kazumasa was stunned by these numbers. He almost cursed out loud. "Damn it, you should have mentioned that first." But he managed to keep his emotions in check. To keep up his act, he swallowed hard, a hint of fear flickering across his face. Hiruzen watched Kazumasa's reaction, secretly amused. In his heart, he thought, this way, he'll be extra careful using the seal and won't end up hurting himself. After that, Hiruzen and Kazumasa chatted for a while longer. He tried to understand why Fengzheng needed these sealing talismans. He also asked about his daily life, whether his living arrangements were comfortable, if he was eating properly, and so on. Then, he had Fengzheng attempt to control the pressure of the seal right in front of him, offering explanations, tips, and precautions along the way. For instance, he said that Fengzheng must always remove the seal before going to sleep. He also warned him not to use the seal during sparring or combat, saying, if you get used to it, you'll find it difficult to control your movements properly once you stop using the seal. In the end, he praised Fengzheng's performance in the exam and dismissed him. As he left, Fengzheng thought to himself, 250 kilos. I really wonder if anyone could ever use that much weight. I'm also curious how much weight Lee carried in the Naruto series. They never mentioned an exact number. On his way out of the Hokage's office, Fengzheng had already activated the seal. In front of Hiruzen, he kept the pressure at a very low level. However, as soon as he left the Hokage building, he turned the pressure up. He raised it to a level that put significant strain on his body, though it was still within his limits. He ran all the way home, thinking, now, even something as simple as running has become a real challenge. Still, if he wanted to complete the training plan provided by Genju, he might need to dial the pressure back a bit. Fengzheng thought he'd probably need to experiment for a few days to find just the right amount of pressure. That way, he could gauge what percentage of the seal's maximum pressure he was using and keep track of his progress. He also thought over everything Hiruzen had told him, paying special attention to 2 points. The first was a clear rule: do not use the seal while sleeping or fighting. Fengzheng found it easy to follow the first rule. As for the second, he could understand Hiruzen's reasoning and concerns. But if he really followed it, fighting without this kind of pressure would bring a lot of problems. Of course, these problems could be worked out with enough effort, but if he encountered them in the midst of battle, it could be fatal. That said, Kagaya did have a high-gravity space. So Feng felt he should also make an effort to learn how to fight under intense pressure. But for now, there was no need. Maybe in the future, he could build a gravity chamber and train there. That might be even more effective. Besides, Feng had to admit that this seal was truly remarkable. It put his body under pressure. His legs bore more weight than his arms, and even his back could feel the strain. Feng guessed that the seal was designed to make sure every muscle got the right workout. This would help his whole body develop evenly, preventing some muscles from becoming overdeveloped while others were neglected. He suspected Hiruzen had left out a few details, not expecting Feng to understand everything. This method was far more advanced than the weighted training that Li used. Feng thought he really owed Genshu his thanks. Still, it made him wonder why they hadn't given the seal to every ninja in Konoha. Was it really that hard to produce? With his thoughts coming to an end, Feng settled into meditation. In the days that followed, Kazemasa began testing the pressure exerted by the seal. He was, after all, 7 years old now. It took him 4 days to figure out just how much pressure he could withstand while still being able to complete his training. It's just a little over 2% higher than the seal's maximum weight, he mused to himself. Sorry, that's really not much. But I'm only 7 now. At least, for now, my body should be developing more rapidly. His sensory ninja training continued as well. It took him 8 days before he was finally able to sense the presence of objects around him. Yamanaka Shin was somewhat disappointed by his progress. He sighed to himself, thinking, 8 days. It's decent but not great. He might never become an outstanding sensory ninja. Despite Kazemasa's efforts, at best, he might become a sensory ninja who is slightly above average compared to others in the Hidden Leaf Village. But compared to the sensory ninjas of the Yamanaka clan, he still had a ways to go. On average, members of the Yamanaka clan could sense objects by the 7th day, and the more talented ones managed it even faster. Still, the Hidden Leaf Village was suffering from a serious shortage of sensory ninjas. Because of the presence of the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka clans, the village had not invested much in training sensory ninjas. Most of Konoha's sensory ninjas came from the Yamanaka clan. Even having just an ordinary sensory ninja would be of great benefit to the village. Afterwards, Yamanaka Shin moved the objects away from Kazemasa, placing them at a distance of 4 to 5 meters. Since the foundation was the same, and the object was still within his chakra field, it didn't take him even half an hour to sense it quickly. Yamanaka Shin was quite surprised by this speed. He moved the object 7 meters away, and the same thing happened again. This astonished Yamanaka Shin even more, and he thought to himself, this is truly remarkable. On average, those of the Yamanaka clan sense the object on the 7th day, but after moving it, it usually takes a bit longer. Most people need until the 8th day, and a few even take until the 9th. He must be even more gifted than I imagined. Kazemasa's thoughts were, although the detection process does take a while, increasing the distance doesn't really make it any harder. The principle is the same. As long as the object is within my chakra field, I can sense it quickly. I suppose the next phase of training will be to expand the range of my chakra field. He let out a quiet sigh, thinking, I just hope the next round of training won't be as dull as this one. When the training ended, Yamanaka Shin said to Kazemasa, not bad. You're making progress faster than I expected. For the next 4 days, you can practice at home. That way, you'll become even more familiar with sensing chakra within your own field. I'll be away on a mission, so you won't see me for a while. When I return, we'll start working on expanding the range of your chakra field. Kazemasa thanked him and left. The following months passed in much the same way. Training to expand the chakra field involved even longer periods of meditation. He had to focus on a single point and try to extend his range in that direction. Kazemasa reflected on this. This takes a long time. During the holidays, I should train hard and keep my eyes wide open, not blindfold myself. That way, I can also practice this in class. Otherwise, once school starts again, there'll be no way to keep up with this kind of training. During the break, he kept up his physical training, and with the help of the seal, achieved excellent results. He also spent a great deal of time practicing the body replacement jutsu. His goal was to reduce the time needed to perform the technique, and to cut down the number of required hand seals from 5 to 0. Although he made no progress in reducing the number of seals, he did manage to perform the technique much faster, completing it in under a second. Without any proper measuring tools, he wasn't sure of the exact timing. As for the clone jutsu, he could now create 3 clones. If he remembered correctly, that was the requirement for passing the genin graduation exam. His transformation jutsu was coming along smoothly as well. When he walked the streets in disguise, no one seemed to notice anything amiss. However, he hadn't tested it yet in front of anyone who actually knew him. As for chakra control, he could now run freely across the surface of water. So he cut down his practice time for that skill, training only twice a week instead of every day. He did have some ideas for further improving his chakra control, but decided to save those for later, so he could focus more on his ninjutsu. His wind nature transformation training had slowed to a halt. He felt he'd practiced enough for now. He thought to himself, if I can cut through stone, then it's probably the same as being able to cut through a waterfall. Now, even on metal, he could leave small scratches on the surface. As for his earth-style training, he bought more clay for shaping practice and even brought home a small stone a few centimeters across. When he got bored with sensory training, he tried to crush it. 4 sensory ninja training. After teaching Kazumasa how to expand the radius of his chakra field, his meetings with Yamanaka Shin were reduced to twice a week. By the end of the holiday, Kazumasa could instantly sense any chakra within his field as soon as someone stepped inside it, unless that person was suppressing their chakra. But he had to focus his mind to accomplish this. If his attention wandered, he was unable to sense anyone's chakra at all. However, he discovered that even without concentrating, he could passively sense chakra within a range of about 60 centimeters around him. Yamanaka Shin explained that this was a skill every sensory ninja developed over time. It was extremely important since it didn't require focus, allowing sensory ninja to perform other tasks simultaneously. His chakra field radius had grown to more than 4 times its original size, now extending just over 30 meters. Yamanaka Shin was deeply impressed by the speed of his progress. He also taught Kazumasa how to measure the amount of chakra other ninja held within his field. He explained how useful this skill was for assessing threat levels. At the same time, he cautioned Kazumasa not to rely on it completely, since chakra levels could be hidden. He demonstrated how to reduce the amount of chakra others could sense from him, or even conceal it entirely, blending in as an ordinary civilian. Shinya Yamanaka had taught Kazumasa the same skills. Kazumasa managed to achieve some success in completely concealing his chakra, although it was not yet perfect. However, it proved extremely difficult to lower his chakra levels and pretend to have less chakra than he actually did, because his chakra fluctuations were quite pronounced. On the other hand, he was able to sense chakra without limiting any of his senses, without using hand seals, and even while on the move. However, without the hand seals, the radius of his chakra sensing field shrank to about 25 meters. And while moving, it shrank even further down to just 17 meters. This showed that he still needed a great deal of training. On the last day of the holiday, Shinya Yamanaka said, "You made great progress. With continued training, you'll soon become a skilled sensory ninja. Keep at it. We won't have any more training sessions, but if you need any advice, feel free to come and ask me anytime." Kazumasa thanked him for his instruction over the past 2 months and took his leave. He also returned the chakra tools he had borrowed. Kazumasa truly felt grateful to him. Though his abilities as a sensory ninja still left much to be desired, Shinya Yamanaka had given him a thorough foundation in all the basics of the craft over the past 2 months. Now, with more effort, he could become a competent sensory ninja. At last, the new school year began. Once again, Jinshu was their homeroom teacher. Kazumasa guessed that Jinshu would remain their homeroom teacher until they finally became genin. A new year of brainwashing classes had begun once again. Feng Zheng had no desire to waste his time. He decided to put to use, once more in this life, a skill he had mastered in his previous life, the art of paying attention to 2 things at once during class. He shifted his focus to his own chakra field. His plan was to concentrate on expanding the radius of his chakra field. After sensing the presence of others, he chose to compare everyone's chakra levels. Upon observing each person's chakra reserves, he came to a conclusion. Wow, I didn't realize my chakra reserves had grown this much. All the hard work over the past year and a half has truly paid off. I'm glad I can finally see the results of my efforts. As for the others, Feng Zheng took note. The average chakra levels of students from civilian backgrounds, as well as those from Inara, Yamanaka, Kato, Hataki, Sarutobi, and Karama clans, were lower than the rest. In contrast, students from the Hyuga, Akimichi, Inazuka, Aburame, and Uchiha clans possessed slightly higher amounts of chakra. Overall, Uchiha Lai ranked 6th in the class for chakra reserves, while Hyuga Hodaka was 7th. Although this was within his expectations, the identity of a student who placed 5th in chakra reserves came as a real surprise. He mused to himself. This is truly unexpected. The 5th highest chakra level actually belongs to Shimura Shin. I suppose Danzo must have provided his clan's children with a solid training regimen. As for the top few students, there were no surprises at all, he thought. Sigh. These members of the Senju clan really do have an impressive reserve of chakra. Even those two, with less talent, still have nearly 50% more chakra than Uchiha Rai. And Senju Hui's chakra reserve is more than double Rai's. Actually, it's even greater than mine. Overall, everyone's chakra levels are within my expectations. The only exception is Shimura Shin. This means they haven't started any kind of training to increase their chakra reserves yet. But that makes sense, given that they're only 7 years old. Still, unless they start working on building up their chakras soon, Feng Zhang should be able to boost his reserves quickly and surpass Senju Hui. Next, he tried measuring Gunshu's chakra levels. Afterward, he reflected. So that's how it is. His chakra reserve is almost identical to Yamanaka Shin's. I suppose there's not much difference between an elite Chunin and a Tokubetsu Jonin. The only real distinction is that a Tokubetsu Jonin excels in one particular area at Jonin level, while their other skills are still at elite Chunin standards. For Yamanaka Shin, his strength lies in sensory perception. Feng Zhang had to admit, being a sensory ninja was incredibly convenient. Unless the person being sensed is also a sensory ninja, it's almost impossible for anyone to realize they're being watched. And he believed that all Kaga-level ninja must have mastered this skill to some extent. Well, not that he had any plans to go after a Kaga-level ninja anyway. In any case, he'd learned enough from his class. Feng Zhang decided to check out students from other classes, especially those who would soon become genin this year. Although his chakra field, with a radius of 25 meters, seemed insignificant in an open area, its coverage was actually quite substantial within the confines of the building. With these thoughts in mind, he began to focus on the chakra beyond the classroom walls. He first observed the classroom that Daisuke had rushed into, only to find that the students inside had very low chakra levels. Then, he directed his attention to the classrooms where he knew the oldest students were attending lessons, measuring their chakra as well. Kazumasa noticed that some individuals had pitifully little chakra. He guessed that most of them would probably never become genin. Yet on average, their chakra levels were about 20% higher than Senju Hui's, and a few of them had considerably more. Kazumasa speculated that those children were likely members of the Senju clan as well. Kazumasa came to a conclusion. Understand now. By the end of this school year, my chakra reserves should be high enough to match the genin level. And I already know all 3 basic ninjutsu. So, in terms of chakra and ninjutsu, I should reach the level of a genin within a year. Even with taijutsu, Kazumasa believed he could reach that stage in less than 2 years. But that alone wouldn't be enough to truly pass the graduation exam. The graduation exam was about more than just taijutsu and ninjutsu. The academy would also teach covert operations, setting up camps, incapacitating targets, self-rescue after capture, using first aid kits, and even training in hunting, cleaning, and cooking wild animals. Without this knowledge and training, becoming a ninja would be little different from courting death. Not to mention, the very idea of wanting to graduate this early was actually quite foolish. But Itachi was different. He was the son of the Uchiha clan leader. On the other hand, Kazumasa was just an orphan. That would only draw a lot of unnecessary attention. Besides, from a ninjutsu perspective alone, Kazumasa still had a great deal to learn. He still needed to master basic techniques like the body flicker, not to mention wind and earth-style jutsu. On top of that, Kazumasa knew almost nothing about jinjutsu, and there was much to improve in swordsmanship as well. Therefore, until he had gained everything he could from the academy, there was no point in graduating. Only if he found himself unable to make further progress at school would he even consider graduating early. With all that in mind, Kazumasa ultimately decided to focus on expanding the radius of his chakra field. The rest of the class passed in a similarly dull fashion. However, at the end of class, Yamaki said something that made several of his classmates light up with excitement. He announced, "This year, we'll begin our ninjutsu training." Kazumasa wasn't surprised by this news. He had already gathered plenty of information about the Ninja Academy last year. For regular students, ninjutsu training started in the 3rd year. But for the elite classes, it began in the 2nd year. Kazumasa had already mastered the 3 basic ninjutsu techniques, so this announcement didn't particularly interest him. Still, he did have one concern. He needed to hide the fact that he could already perform these jutsu. He would have to learn how to deliberately fail at using them. And he had to do it in a way that wouldn't lead to any bad habits. Keisuke considered that he could simply perform the hand signs without actually gathering chakra, or perhaps only channel chakra during a few of the signs, leaving others empty. He needed to test out this method first. Once about 7 or 8 students were able to perform ninjutsu, he would then show that he had just barely mastered it himself. During the first week, Jinshu only reviewed the knowledge from the previous year and tested all the students. Yet, when Keisuke saw the progress some students had made, he was at a loss for words. Even Jinshu was surprised. This was an unexpected delight for him. During the leaf concentration practice, Hinata Hana, Senju Hui, and Shimura Shin all managed to keep the leaf balance for over half an hour. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rai and Hyuga Hodaka both surpassed 25 minutes. To avoid raising any suspicion, Kazekage deliberately let his leaf drop at the 36-minute mark. His thinking was, damn, if they keep up this competitive spirit, by the end of the year, they might all reach over an hour. Even though everyone expects me to stay ahead, I should show that I've gotten complacent and haven't made much progress. Jinshu might get a little suspicious, but if he asks, I'll just admit I've been slacking off a bit. Jinshu was deeply impressed as well. He thought to himself, the 4 children were able to keep the leaf balance for more than half an hour, and the other 2 should be able to do the same in the coming months. This batch of students is quite promising. I suppose it's that brat Kazimasa who has spurred them on. By the time they graduate, they should be able to climb trees and perhaps even walk on water. Oh, this is fantastic. I'll be able to claim a hefty bonus from the Hokage. The shuriken competition didn't show much progress, since many had already performed well last year. In the taijutsu matches, among the top students, only Uchiha Rai and Shimura Shin showed significant improvement. Reflecting on this, Kazimasa guessed that perhaps his own outstanding performance in the leaf concentration test had made everyone pay extra attention to honing this particular skill. However, the Inuzuka clan's results were much better than last year, and their approach was noticeably more aggressive. Because 3 members of the Inuzuka family had fared poorly in the exams, their clan had put them through some special training, determined not to let the family name be shamed again. During one of the matches, an Inuzuka kid shouted at the top of his lungs, "No matter what, I'm going to defeat you. I never want to go through that kind of training at home again." Hearing this, the other 2 Inuzuka students frowned deeply. Kazimasa began to piece things together, thinking to himself, this world is in desperate need of laws to punish child abuse. Sadly, that poor Inuzuka kid was still ruthlessly knocked to the ground by Shimura Shin, leaving everyone feeling sorry for the unfortunate child. However, the taijutsu competition did offer Feng Zheng the perfect chance to truly test his progress. He was very pleased with the results. Once the seal was lifted, his movements became much faster. His strikes also packed a heavier punch. In the match, he managed to fight Senju Hui to a draw. At the end of the first week, Feng Zheng walked into the library and made his way to Section D. He thought to himself, I've practiced the body replacement jutsu over 1,000 times, but I still can't reduce the number of hand signs required. Honestly, if it takes that many signs, this jutsu is nearly useless for a ninja. Even an ordinary genin could spot the technique and stay on guard. Still, Feng Zheng figured that it might be effective against common bandits. In any case, he thought it would probably take him a few more years before he could cut down the number of hand signs needed. So, he decided to keep learning new jutsu. It didn't take long before he found the one he was looking for. The thought of learning this particular technique thrilled him. It was one of his all-time favorites. Once he found it, he murmured softly, "Body flicker jutsu." He picked a quiet spot to sit down and began reading the scroll. After finishing the analysis, he summed it up to himself. Well, this jutsu is simple and not so simple all at once. It's simple because it only requires a single hand sign, the tiger seal. That means the chakra molding is very straightforward. But it's complicated because actually performing the technique is extremely challenging. He would have to gather a large amount of chakra in his legs in order to move that fast. According to the scroll, at first, he'd only be able to flicker a few meters at a time. Only when you can flash 100 meters away in an instant can you truly say you have mastered this ninjutsu. The scroll also mentioned that, before using this technique, you should employ smoke, leaves, or something similar to obscure yourself, making it impossible for your enemy to discern which direction you'll vanish toward. Additionally, it's vital to ensure you don't collide with people or objects while performing this jutsu. Kazimasa thought that, as a sensory ninja, he might have an advantage in this respect. Interestingly, there was no such thing as a maximum teleportation distance. Instead, it depended on how long you could maintain the technique. Kazimasa had originally assumed that, if he wanted to use this ninjutsu to escape, he'd need to master the art of blinking repeatedly in rapid succession. But in reality, the key was how long you could sustain the technique. So if you could flash 100 meters in a second and keep it up for 10 seconds, you'd cover a full kilometer. Kazimasa found this quite promising. It was certainly more convenient than having to blink again and again. After he finished reading and fully understood the process from the scroll, Kazimasa left the library. He transformed into a stranger, a 13-year-old boy, and appeared in a deserted alleyway, then dashed into a nearby patch of woods. There, he darted back and forth among the trees, trying to sense if there was any chakra presence nearby. Then he thought to himself, all right, the forest is clear, and I'm still in disguise. Now I can begin my training. Although a forest isn't the ideal place to practice the body flicker technique, the fact that I can only flash short distances at first shouldn't be a problem. But once I start covering longer distances, I'll need to find a more open space to train. Then he began training in this ninjutsu. The past few months have been peaceful for Feng Zhang. His physical condition steadily improved as a result of his ongoing sealing training. He often increased the pressure of the seal by just 0.1% at a time. At school, Yuan Shu had started teaching them the transformation technique. Feng Zhang experimented and discovered that faking the hand seals without shaping chakra was quite easy. But he felt this was wasteful, so he tried a different trick. He began by faking the first hand seal, but as he shifted to the second, he attempted to mold the chakra for the first seal without actually forming it. In this way, he practiced performing these ninjutsu with one less hand seal. As expected, the most talented in ninjutsu were Senju Hui and Uchiha Lai. They constantly vied for the top 2 spots. No matter how hard Shimura Exine tried, he could only manage 3rd place. Hyuga Hodaka, Hyuga Hana, and the Aburame clan's child competed for the 4th to 6th positions. Feng Zhang deliberately kept his rank at 10th for transformation technique, 7th for clone technique, and 8th for substitution technique. Although he mastered chakra molding within 3 days, it took him a whole month to learn body flicker. Even then, he could only move a few meters at a time. During the following month, he didn't try to extend his flicker distance, but instead focused on increasing the speed of his ninjutsu. Eventually, he managed to perform them successfully without any hand seals at all. It took thousands of repetitions over the course of that month before he could achieve this. Next, he began to focus on increasing the range of his body flicker technique. It took him 4.5 months before his body flash could finally cover a distance of 100 meters. After that, he turned his attention to sustaining the body flicker for a longer period of time. It was around this time that the incident involving the Hidden Cloud Village's attempt to kidnap Hinata Hyuga and the death of Hisashi Hyuga occurred. The following day, Hayashi Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga were both extremely solemn. To properly gauge his own progress, he bought himself a stopwatch. 6 months later, he was able to flicker 400 meters in less than 4 seconds. Then a thought crossed his mind. My original plan was to begin learning elemental ninjutsu at this point, but there are still so many applications of the body flicker that I want to explore. Well, I suppose I'll stick with it for now. Taking the body flicker technique to a higher level will be crucial for my future development. He continued to train in the body flicker. By the end of the 2nd year's exams, Feng Zhang was already able to maintain his body flicker for 12.76 seconds, covering a distance of 1.9 kilometers in one go. He could even change direction mid-flicker, though he still couldn't do it reliably every time. What's more, he could flicker through the forest, weaving past the trees without crashing into them. He was deeply satisfied with his progress. At school, he had already managed to reduce the number of hand seals required for both the transformation jutsu and clone jutsu by 1, and was close to cutting down 2 seals for the substitution jutsu. Over the past year, the range of his chakra field had also grown considerably. Its radius had expanded to 180 meters. Without performing any hand seals, it could reach 162 meters, and when running at full speed, it stretched up to 135 meters. His chakra reserves had also grown exponentially. Physical training and meditation themselves were powerful accelerators. In addition to that, he practiced the body flicker technique every day until he was utterly exhausted. Over the past 9 months, he had performed tens of thousands of body flicker drills. Now, his chakra reserves had surpassed those of Hashirama Senju. When he compared himself to the older students, he found his reserves far exceeded the class average. He might even rank among the top 10. There were only 2 students, likely from the Senju clan, whose reserves were significantly higher than his. Even so, he was confident that in another year, his chakra levels would overtake theirs. At least, that's what he told himself. I think it's time to ask Hiruzen about the shadow clone technique, he thought. When he finally managed to burst the rubber ball, he could see a clear leap in his chakra level. This meant he had finally made progress into the 2nd stage of Rasengan training. However, he could only barely manage to break it. He still needed more chakra to truly perform the Rasengan. His shuriken throwing skills had also improved. Now, he could hit a wooden board while running, and even strike a moving target. To help students practice this, the school used to hang a wooden board from a tree branch and let it swing back and forth. It swayed just like a pendulum. But when he tried throwing while running, he still found it difficult to hit the moving board. Case decided that once he succeeded, he would start practicing hitting his own shadow clones with shuriken, since that would better simulate an actual combat scenario. During his training in the many small forests of Konoha, Kazumasa discovered several scattered shuriken and kunai. Altogether, he picked up 23 shuriken and 11 kunai. Of these, 7 shuriken and 4 kunai were badly damaged, leaving him with just 16 shuriken and 7 kunai. He gathered these weapons with great care, making sure not to touch any of them directly in case they had been coated with poison. He thought to himself, this is rather convenient. Even though these are second-hand weapons, they're still useful. Still, I'll need to clean them thoroughly and remove the scent of the previous owners, just in case there's any lingering poison. However, despite spending so much time in these forests, he had only managed to find a handful. Kazemasa guessed that most people probably collected them after practice, since they weren't cheap. Perhaps there were others like him, wandering around and picking them up as well. He let out a quiet sigh. Well, at least this should be enough for my training. Soon, it was time for the second-year exams. Just as Kazemasa had expected, the grading system for their class had been completely revamped. He was curious if the elite classes and other grades would be undergoing similar changes. For the comprehensive exam, there were 100 points for the written test, 20 points for the leaf concentration contest, 20 points for the shuriken throwing competition, 10 points each for the 3 great ninja techniques, and 30 points for the taijutsu tournament. He noticed that the written test was divided into 5 sections, each one more difficult than the last. Although it wasn't particularly challenging for him, he had no doubt that, for an 8-year-old from his previous world, this exam would have been impossible to pass. Seeing how difficult the test was, he deliberately made 2 mistakes, each worth 2 points. The grading system for the Leaf Village's comprehensive exam followed the same structure as the previous year. Uchiha Rai and Hyuga Hataka dropped out at the 45-minute mark, Shimura Shin at the 56th minute, and Senju Hui at the 59th minute. Hyuga Hana surpassed an hour, holding on for another 4 minutes. Kazemasa knew this year's written exam was tougher, so he didn't expect anyone to achieve a perfect score. After 1 hour and 11 minutes, he finally set his paper down. The shuriken test, like the written exam, was divided into multiple levels. The first round involved throwing 8 shuriken at a fixed target board. In the second round, the students alternated between running to circles drawn on the ground to the right and left, and had to throw from within the circle while in motion. The third round required them to strike swinging targets, hung like pendulums. Each stage was worth 4 points. The final round, carrying 8 points, saw Motoki launching plates into the air. The plates spun rapidly, veering off unpredictable paths with slight deviations. Uchiha Rai, Senju Hui, Suzuki Kazemasa, Shimura Shin, and Hyuga Hataka scored the highest in the first 3 rounds. Hyuga Hana struggled in the second round, but earned full marks in both the first and third. But the fourth round proved especially challenging. 19 students failed to hit a single target. 6 people, including Hyuga Hana, managed to strike just 1. Kazemasa suspected that most of them had simply gotten lucky. He kept his eyes on the flying plates, trying to discern a pattern. He uncovered a few, but not enough, he thought to himself. If only I had the Sharingan. Hinata, Hodaka, and Kazemasa each hit only 2 targets. Nobushimura hit 3, while Teru Senju managed 4 successful hits. Rai Uchiha, however, hit 7 out of the 8 targets launched by Genju. Kazemasa was deeply impressed by Rai Uchiha's performance, especially considering that Rai had not yet awakened a Sharingan. After the contest ended, Rai Uchiha reverted to his usual smug demeanor. During the ninjutsu examination, Genju oversaw and graded both the transformation jutsu and the substitution jutsu. For the clone jutsu, students were graded based on the highest number of acceptable clones they could create. Teru Senju produced 5 clones. Kazemasa, aware of his own considerable chakra reserves, knew that no one could surpass him in this area. So, he created 4 clones. In this exam, Kazemasa purposely held back his true strength. He was aware that Hinata Hana struggled with this technique, and aside from her, no one else could come close to matching his scores on the written test. The taijutsu competition unfolded much like the previous year. The only notable differences were that Inazuka's performance had improved significantly, and Kazemasa himself was physically much stronger. Now he could let the seal exert up to 5.3% of its maximum pressure, which had considerably enhanced his physique. He defeated most of his opponents. This time, he faced Teru Senju in the semifinals and succeeded in overcoming him. Hinata Hodaka bested Hinata Hana in their match. Rai Uchiha defeated Nobu Shimura to secure 5th place, while Teru Senju claimed 3rd by beating Hinata Hana. The final match against Hinata Hodaka was fiercely contested. To Kazemasa's surprise, his physical advantage was not as dominant as he had expected. In the end, he was defeated by Hinata Hodaka. Kazemasa wondered if perhaps he had also used some sort of sealing technique to enhance his body. Hinata Hataka's ninjutsu skills weren't as impressive as his taijutsu, and judging from previous year's results, his written exam performance was hardly worth mentioning. Kazemasa guessed he had probably devoted all his training to taijutsu. Meanwhile, Kazumasa had focused most of his energy on practicing ninjutsu. No wonder he couldn't defeat him. Once all the results were tallied, the top 5 scores were as follows. Suzuki Kazumasa, 96 plus 20 plus 14 plus 23 plus 29 is equal to 182. Senju Hikaru, 81 plus 17 plus 16 plus 30 plus 28 is equal to 172. Shimura Shin, 86 plus 16 plus 15 plus 28 plus 25 is equal to 170. Hinata Hana, 91 plus 18 plus 12 plus 21 plus 27 is equal to 169. Uchiarai, 79 più 14 più 19 più 28 più 26 uguale 166. Seeing these results, Jinshu pondered. This is quite similar to last year. The only difference is that Kazumasa didn't pull ahead by a huge margin in the Leaf Concentration Contest, but rather in the written exam. Just how much has this child studied? Earning that final 20 points is no easy feat. As for the others, Senju Hikaru showed the most consistent overall performance. Aside from the written test, he was in the top 3 for every exam. Kazumasa still leads the Leaf Concentration Challenge, but judging by the others' performances, I can start tree walking training next year. In the shuriken throwing contest, Uchiha Rai stood out from the rest. Similarly, in the taijutsu match, Hinata Hataka was exceptional. Although that ceiling tag certainly gave Kazumasa a boost, he still couldn't best Hataka. I should suggest to Senju Hikaru's parents that they use a ceiling tag on him as well. It would really help his progress. In the ninjutsu competition, Senju Hui, Uchiha Lai, and Shimura Shin all performed exceptionally well. Senju Hui, in particular, possessed more chakra than the other two. I'm also quite certain that all 3 of them have mastered a wider range of ninjutsu techniques. This class has performed admirably overall. The students ranked between 8th and 12th are outstanding as well. The 3rd Hokage should be very pleased with their accomplishments. After thinking it over, he announced the results. The reactions among the students were mixed when they saw their scores. Since the grading system was designed to highlight the most outstanding students, those who hadn't put in enough effort received very low marks. A few of them still struggled to even hit the stationary target with a shuriken, so they could do little in the remaining 3 rounds of the competition. Some couldn't manage to learn even a single ninjutsu. In fact, most hadn't mastered all 3 required ninjutsu. Only 12 students succeeded in doing so. The written test was extremely challenging as well. Scoring the last 20 points was nearly impossible, and even the previous set of 20 points was tough to earn. Kazumasa noticed the look of disappointment on the faces of those with poor results. It reminded him how grim the lives of children here were compared to the world he once knew. Yet, even so, these were considered very good conditions by any standard. At the very least, they didn't have to go to war. Among the top students, Uchiha Lai brooded over his results. Why am I still only ranked 5th? Still, at least I showcased the shuriken skills of the Uchiha clan for everyone to see. But it's not enough, not yet. Hinata was deeply saddened, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. Dropping from 2nd to 4th place in the rankings hurt her more than she cared to admit. Shinobu Shimura, on the other hand, showed no emotion on his face, but inside he was quietly disappointed with himself for not achieving 1st place. Hikaru Senju looked over the results and sighed, thinking to himself, last year, all the focus was on the Leafs taijutsu competition, and now it's the written test. Missing 1st place because of the written test. How unlucky. Still, at least my practical skills remain top-notch. Not to mention, the exam didn't even cover my specialty, the water release techniques. Meanwhile, Kazumasa examined the results with a satisfied grin. His thoughts ran, everything's unfolding just as I expected. Though I must say, I'm surprised a few of them scored over 80 on the written exam. Maybe the kids here are sharper than I thought. My shuriken technique could use some more practice, but that's nothing to worry about. As for taijutsu, I doubt I can surpass Ataka Hyuga, unless he slips up. When it comes to ninjutsu, I'm about even with Hikaru, Senju, and the others. Honestly, if I wanted, I could create 8 clones to drag their scores down, but there's really no point. Everything's going smoothly so far. Next, I should focus on elemental ninjutsu. Yet even as he thought this, a frown creased his brow as new concerns surfaced in his mind. But with the children performing so well in this exam, I'm a bit worried that some of them might end up graduating ahead of schedule. I'm glad that Jinshu hasn't started teaching all the other important things yet. I suppose his plan is to have everyone focus on ninjutsu and hand-to-hand combat first, so they can gradually improve over the next few years. Still, at the pace he's moving, I can't help but wonder if he intends for us to graduate early, or perhaps teach us even more advanced skills. Jinshu glanced at all the students' faces and let out a sigh. He noticed that only Kazumasa looked genuinely happy, while Shimura Shin wore his usual blank expression, and Senju Hikaru seemed just a little downcast. Nearly everyone else looked deeply disappointed. He sighed again. I'm glad the new grading system benefits the gifted students more. Last year's results made the competition fiercer, but this year, things might turn out less favorably. I need to speak with each of them individually, offer some encouragement, help them bounce back, and inspire them to use their exam results as motivation for future efforts. Then his eyes fell on the child from the Inuzuka family, and he thought to himself, I should probably reach out to their parents as well. The exam finally wrapped up with another of Hiruzen's inspiring, if somewhat indoctrinating, speeches. He called Kazemasa to the front and asked what reward he wanted this time. Kazemasa stepped forward. Lord Hokage, may I learn the shadow clone technique? Hiruzen was taken aback by this request. He asked, where did you hear about the shadow clone technique? And why do you want to learn it? Kazemasa's face lit up with excitement as he answered. Lord Hokage, we heard that the second Hokage founded this academy, so I became deeply interested in him. I read many accounts of his life and everything he achieved. As I learned more about him, I was particularly inspired when I discovered that he created the shadow clone jutsu. Besides, having a clone that can actually accomplish tasks is incredibly useful. With these words, he looked at Hiruzen with hopeful anticipation. Hiruzen gazed at the young student before him, taking in the excitement shining in his eyes. Observing the deep respect the boy had for his teacher, Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sensei, though you've been gone for decades, your will of fire still inspires the children of Konoha. He had already sensed the boy's chakra level during the taijutsu competition. Now, as Fong was about to request to learn the shadow clone jutsu, he made no attempt to hide his true chakra reserves. Hiruzen thought to himself, his chakra is just barely enough to create a single shadow clone. All right, I'll teach him, but I must warn him about the dangers of this technique. Hiruzen nodded and said, very well, I'll prepare the scroll for you. Come to my office at noon tomorrow. Fong was even more excited when he heard this and quickly expressed his thanks. Yet deep inside, he was utterly astonished. He thought, that's it? Just a few words praising Tobarama Senju, and he agreed? Should I have asked to learn the Flying Thunder God or the reanimation jutsu instead? He sighed inwardly and thought further. On the other hand, Shadow Clone isn't actually a particularly complex jutsu. It's a B-rank technique. An elite chunin could easily find it in the library. And my respect for Tobarama is sincere. Unlike Hiruzen, he truly did his duty. Even though I know about Flying Thunder God, the way he died in the war is still a mystery to me. With that, Hiruzen wouldn't have noticed a thing. The jutsu Tobarama created is recorded on the scrolls about him in the library. So, I don't think there's anything suspicious about it. With these thoughts, he walked back to join his classmates. Afterward, Sensei Jinju announced that he would meet with each student individually the next day, giving everyone their own time slot. He also required each student to bring at least one parent along. The next day, Sensei Jinju was extremely busy, as he was scheduled to coach all of his students. Kazemasa arrived first at 8 in the morning, since Jinju had scheduled the meetings according to their rankings. When Jinju saw Kazemasa, his thoughts were, this child has done very well, but he's just an orphan. He has no idea how vast the world truly is. Even though he's ranked first twice in a row, there's still so much for him to learn. I need to make sure he doesn't lose his way to arrogance. Kazemasa was the first to greet him. Good morning, Sensei. Jinju replied. Good morning. Congratulations on your performance yesterday. Kazemasa smiled and said, thank you, Sensei. Then he took his seat. Jinju smiled in return, but soon his expression grew serious. He said, this meeting is meant to review your performance up to now, and to discuss what you should focus on during the holiday and the coming year. Out of all the students in this class, I interact with you the most, so don't worry, just listen carefully to my advice, and feel free to ask any questions. Feng Zheng nodded in response. Yuan Shu continued speaking. So far, your performance has been excellent. You've ranked first for 2 years in a row, and that's quite clear. However, in both exams, you only took first place because you excelled in one specific subject each time. Feng Zheng nodded earnestly, thinking to himself, I'm not even 8 years old yet. Is it really necessary to speak to me in such a serious tone? Can an 8-year-old even understand all this? Meanwhile, Yuan Shu was thinking, this child isn't upset? He's definitely more mature than the other kids his age. Yuan Shu went on. That's why you need to put more effort into other areas. Tell me, what do you do after class? And what about on weekends? Already expecting a question like this, though he thought it should have been asked much earlier, he replied. Teacher, after class I mainly review what you taught us in the lessons, try to understand everything more deeply. Then I practice the ninjutsu you've shown us, or I do leave concentration exercises. Before bed, I meditate. On weekends, I spend a lot of time revising for the written tests and training my sensory skills. What Feng said was an answer he had prepared long ago, one he'd thought through very carefully. Showing such dedication to his studies helps explain why his written exam scores are so high. Anyone listening would assume he spends most of his time studying. He explained that he spends relatively little time on ninjutsu, which in turn makes it reasonable that his ninjutsu scores are somewhat lower. Meanwhile, his rapid progress in chakra control is clearly linked to his practice of meditation and morning exercises. This answer also highlights what a diligent student he is. Jinja wasn't surprised by this response. Based on Kazimasa's performance, he had already guessed that this would be the case. He spoke up. I see. Now, let's take a look at your achievements this year. You've done well in the written tests, chakra control, and taijutsu. However, your ninjutsu still requires a great deal of training. So for the next 2 months, I want you to focus especially on the 3 ninjutsu techniques I'll be teaching you. And even after you reach 3rd grade, you should spend more time practicing ninjutsu and less time on written coursework. After all, when you go out on missions in the future, those skills will matter far more than what you've read in books. Kazimasa nodded, surprised. He thought to himself, this is the first time anyone's ever told me to spend less time reading. Especially coming from a teacher. Jinju was satisfied to see Kazimasa take his words to heart. He had prepared a small gift, hoping to encourage Kazimasa to delve deeper into ninjutsu studies. He said, I know you've asked the Hokage for guidance on the shadow clone technique, so make sure to master it well. It will be a huge help to you down the line. But I also have a little present for you. As he spoke, he placed a slip of paper in front of Kazimasa. Upon seeing the paper, Kazimasa let out a silent sigh. I wasted 100 taels. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, Teacher, what is this? Yuan Shu replied, This is a chakra paper. Let a little of your chakra flow through it, and it will reveal your chakra nature. Feng Zheng did as instructed. The chakra paper split cleanly in 2. He looked at Yuan Shu in puzzlement. Yuan Shu went on to explain more about chakra paper and told Feng Zheng that his chakra nature was wind. Although Feng Zheng already knew this, he still put on an excited expression and nodded eagerly. Yuan Shu continued, The way to train your wind affinity is simple. Take a leaf and try to cut it with your chakra. This could take months, but once you succeed, you'll be ready to learn wind release ninjutsu. Feng Zheng nodded again. Yuan Shu also told him that Uchiha Lai and Senju Hui had already mastered elemental ninjutsu, hoping to spark Feng Zheng's competitive spirit. After exchanging a few more words, Feng Zheng took his leave. He was growing tired of pretending to be clueless about things he already understood. Still, he was quite pleased with how the conversation had gone. Now, if anyone asked how he trained in wind release ninjutsu, he'd have a perfectly reasonable explanation. The only downside was that he'd have to repeat this process again today. For the rest of the day, Yuan Shu consulted with 14 other students, while the remaining 15 were scheduled for tomorrow. He tailored his advice to suit each student. He suggested that Senju Hui obtain the same kind of seal as Feng Zheng. For Shimura Shin, he didn't offer much guidance, simply encouraging him to spend more time socializing. He offered some comfort to Hinata when he noticed her sadness. Then, he told her that she was too focused on her ranking and was missing out on more important things. He advised her to spend less time on studying and practicing her leaf concentration exercises, as most of her time was already devoted to these activities. Instead, he urged her to pay greater attention to developing her ninjutsu and taijutsu skills. As for Uchiha Rai, he strongly recommended that his parents ensure Rai spend at least 1 hour meditating every day. For Hyuga Hodaka, the advice was to devote more energy to his academic studies. In much the same way, this process continued throughout the entire day and into the next. At noon, Kazimasa arrived at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen handed him a scroll and said, This scroll contains the shadow clone technique. You are not to share it with anyone else, and you must return it to me once you have finished learning it. Kazimasa nodded in agreement. Hiruzen then explained some details about the shadow clone technique, warning Kazimasa. For now, and perhaps until next year, don't try to create more than one shadow clone. When you dispel a clone, all of its memories will transfer back to you. This might cause you a serious headache, so be careful when you release a clone. And never use shadow clones while sleeping. It's very bad for your health. Kazimasa nodded again, thanking him once more. Hiruzen continued, sharing stories about Tobarama. Kazimasa had to pretend to listen with great interest. After half an hour of stories, Hiruzen finally allowed Kazimasa to leave. Kazimasa let out a sigh and grumbled to himself. Shouldn't the Hokage be busy dealing with paperwork? Why does he have so much time to talk to me? Pretending to be clueless yet interested twice in a row was starting to wear Feng Zheng out. He decided to put away his ration bars and head over to Ichiraka Ramen for lunch instead. His reasoning was simple. Damn, I've saved up quite a bit by now. Today, I really ought to treat myself. After lunch, he began studying the shadow clone technique. As he read carefully, he thought to himself, this is without a doubt the most difficult ninjutsu I've ever seen. The process of shaping chakra is extremely complicated. It's so strange. How did that kid manage to learn it in less than a day? Still, this version of the shadow clone is a bit more flexible than the one in Naruto. With this technique, the chakra doesn't have to be distributed evenly among the clones. Each clone needs a certain percentage of chakra, depending on the caster's will and ability. He could create a clone with equal chakra to hide himself, or allocate more or less as needed. Another difference, when dispelling the shadow clones, not all the chakra returns to the original body. Instead, some chakra is lost in the process. Of course, as mastery of the technique increases, this loss decreases, but it will never reach zero. So, he'd have to be careful about how many clones he made in the future, or else his chakra would be depleted in no time. After analyzing everything, he began practicing the shadow clone technique. Having a basic grasp of the shadow clone method did help a bit. The training went on for a while. Feng Zheng noticed that this time, his chakra was draining much faster than usual. He could only train for 1 hour before his chakra was completely depleted. So, starting from the next day, he would begin practicing the shadow clone technique as soon as he woke up, then again at noon, and once more in the evening. In total, he trained for 3 hours each day. The rest of his time was spent either practicing taijutsu or meditating. He also carried a few leaves with him at all times. By the 9th day, he finally managed to create a shadow clone. Kazemasa realized that while molding chakra was quite challenging, actually performing the jutsu was easier than executing the body flicker technique. 6 more days passed before he could summon a shadow clone that was good enough, one that looked exactly like him and took half of his chakra to create. However, upon sensing the process, Kazemasa noticed that some chakra was lost while creating the shadow clone, which resulted in the clone having a slightly reduced amount of chakra. This was unacceptable to him, but he decided to test the clone first. He instructed the shadow clone to go into the bedroom and write down any random number somewhere, then dispel itself. The shadow clone walked into the bedroom and wrote the number 8196 on a scroll. After the clone was dispelled, Kazemasa received all the information and double-checked to make sure it was accurate. He thought to himself, this works well. He went on to create another shadow clone. This time, he struck the clone's arm with a kunai, causing it to disappear. After waiting a few seconds, he concluded, not bad. I just got the memories from the clone, but the pain didn't transfer to me. That means this jutsu should be safe to use in battle. Then, he created another shadow clone and had it perform 3 basic ninjutsu techniques. The shadow clone could perform these tasks just as skillfully as he could. He couldn't test the body flicker technique at home, so he decided to save that for later. Next, he had his shadow clone attempt to create another shadow clone. The clone succeeded as well, but in the very next moment, both of them vanished. Kazemasa sensed that their chakra had become unstable. After thinking it over, he reached a conclusion. The clones dispersed because they didn't have enough chakra. Although a ninja can create a shadow clone using only a small portion of chakra, the clone still needs to maintain a minimum level of chakra to exist. His individual shadow clones seemed to just barely surpass that threshold. Did this mean that after using some jutsu, his shadow clones, no matter how much chakra they had left, would disappear if their chakra dropped below a certain point? This realization set him on alert. He quickly dashed into a nearby grove of trees. After transforming and making sure no one was around, he created another shadow clone. This clone, fully briefed on the plan, began repeatedly performing the body flicker technique inside the original's chakra field, carefully monitoring the chakra levels of the main body as it went. The shadow clone possessed about 49% of Kazemasa's chakra. When it dipped below 41%, the clone vanished. Having confirmed his theory, Kazemasa let out a sigh. Using shadow clones to help me train ninjutsu isn't going to work, it seems. But honestly, it's not much of a loss. During ninjutsu training, my chakra runs out so quickly that I can't last long anyway. After half a minute of grumbling about his meager chakra reserves, he made up his mind. Well, it doesn't really matter. This was to be expected. I just hope that one day, I'll be able to use shadow clone jutsu for training. For now, I just need to focus and learn this technique well. Over the next 5 days, he brought his mastery of the shadow clone jutsu to an acceptable level. Now, during the formation of his shadow clones, there was no loss of chakra. As for reclaiming chakra from the clones after they dispersed, the loss was down to about 5%. Kazemasa noticed that this loss was rapidly decreasing. With his training in the Shadow Clone Jutsu complete, he decided it was time to start practicing elemental ninjutsu. However, he chose to wait another 10 days before returning the scroll to Hiruzen. That way, Hiruzen would slightly underestimate his true talent. On the 21st day of his break, Kazemasa made his way to the library. Along the way, he mulled over various wind release ninjutsu techniques. His thoughts were as follows. At last, I'm about to begin learning wind release techniques. In the Naruto series, wind is considered perhaps the weakest of the elements. Naruto himself has wind affinity, but the only technique he really uses is the Raisin Shuriken. Temari does wield many wind jutsu, but she fights with that giant fan. Kakuzu uses wind release, pressure damage, which is incredibly destructive. There's also Orochimaru's wind release, great breakthrough, and maybe someone else used wind release, Gale Palm. Lastly, Danzo's vacuum-based wind jutsu packed a serious punch. Unfortunately, aside from Temari, no one seems to specialize in wind release techniques, and there aren't that many of them to begin with. Luckily, in this world, there are still plenty of wind release techniques to be found. Perhaps Feng Zheng could use it to build a complete combat system. Last time, he only skimmed through their titles. This time, Feng Zheng was determined to read the scrolls in detail and then organize a list of ninjutsu techniques he wanted to practice. He also hoped to find descriptions of higher-level wind release techniques, which would be extremely helpful in making his decisions. Upon arrival, he browsed through the entire E and D sections, compiling a list of all the trainable wind release techniques. They were as follows. Gale technique, Wind clone technique, Wind lévitation technique, Projectile control technique, Wind césure technique, Blistering gale, D. Breakthrough technique, D. Dust cloud technique, D. Wind slash technique, D. Wind burst technique, D. Wind push technique, D. Feng Zheng's first question was, why is wind clone only an E-rank ninjutsu? After reading through the scroll, he understood the reason. The wind clone was extremely simple. Elemental clones, much like ordinary clones, were formed from elements, in this case, wind. That's why they could attack. But once struck, they would instantly disperse. Because the only material needed for a wind clone was the surrounding air, creating one was incredibly easy. Still, it was very useful, a technique he definitely wanted to learn. He continued to read through the rest of the techniques to understand their functions. He finished reading all the E-rank techniques first. Afterward, he reflected on them. These jutsu aren't particularly powerful. Compared to other techniques, they're not especially useful in battle. On the contrary, I believe they exist primarily to enhance one's mastery over the wind element. Perhaps they will prove crucial when I attempt to learn more complex and formidable wind release techniques in the future. Wind levitation is essentially the art of lifting inanimate objects into the air using currents of wind. The weight an object can be made to float, the height it can reach, and the duration of its suspension all depend on the user's control over wind, as well as their stamina and concentration. Projectile manipulation employs wind to control projectiles fired around the user. With this ability, one can guide the flight of shuriken, kunai, or sunban, bending their path at will with the wind's force. Wind draw is a technique that pulls objects toward the user by summoning currents of wind. It bears some resemblance to Nagato's summoning technique. Universal pull, though its power comes entirely from the user's command of wind rather than a summoning contract. Gale technique, on the other hand, simply generates a faint current of air in a single direction. While it causes no harm, it has subtle advantages. For instance, masking any footsteps you might leave behind, or shifting the wind around you to limit how far your scent can travel. It might also serve as the foundation for all wind release techniques that involve exhaling air. Having finished analyzing these techniques, he let out a sigh and thought to himself, I must learn all of these jutsu, not for combat, but to hone my control over the wind. In other words, wind clone, wind levitation, wind manipulation, and wind draw. These are all perfect jutsu for playing pranks. Feng couldn't help but wonder if the creator of these techniques was someone with a mischievous streak. As he continued to ponder, an extremely wicked idea suddenly sprang into Kazemasa's mind. This thought, he realized, would turn the lives of the villagers of Konoha into a living nightmare. I have no idea what Naruto would do if he knew these 5 jutsu. He's a terrible student and not much better as a ninja, but when it comes to pranks, he's absolutely S-rank. Damn, I really want to teach him these techniques. I could laugh about it for the rest of my life. Kazemasa couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought. A moment later, he regained his composure, pushed aside his distractions, and began reading through the D-rank scroll. After reading them all, a single idea took shape in his mind. Wow, wind release jutsu are incredible. It wasn't that the techniques themselves were overwhelmingly powerful, but rather that wind release jutsu had tremendous potential for growth. Some of these techniques, if mastered and used correctly, could eventually rival even B-rank or A-rank jutsu. He then proceeded to analyze each jutsu in detail. The dust cloud technique was basically a smoke bomb. It seemed perfect for Kazemasa as a sensory ninja who didn't rely on sight to track enemies. It was also simple, so if he had the time, it would be worth learning. The cutting wind technique was the one Temari had used during the Chunin exams. Although its power was considerable, it required a fan to perform. That wasn't really Kazemasa's weapon of choice, so he'd probably skip this one. The breakthrough technique was a weaker version of the Great Breakthrough. Learning it wouldn't hurt. Kazemasa thought he could eventually replace it with wind release, Great Breakthrough, and he made a mental note to add wind release, pressure damage to his training list as well. The Gale Surge is a defensive ninjutsu. The user sends the surrounding air outward, creating a protective barrier. It can shield the user from projectiles and disrupt the enemy's rhythm. However, its range is rather limited, only about 3 meters. Wind push jutsu is a movement technique. Small gusts of wind are released from the hands, aiding in dodging attacks. Yes, this ninjutsu is quite simple. Kazemasa doesn't particularly like it, but he has some ideas for the future that might require this jutsu as a foundation. The wind burst jutsu seems to have a wide range of applications. Chakra is infused into the wind, forming a sphere much like the Rasengan, which explodes on impact. Although it's not as powerful as the Rasengan and can only inflict minor injuries, it's a fascinating technique. Kazemasa wondered if this jutsu could be combined with the wind clone technique. Such a combination would make the wind clones truly deadly. After analyzing all the techniques, he faced the difficult task of making a final decision about which ones to learn. He thought to himself, all of these ninjutsu have their uses, but can I really master them all? He fell into deep thought. Unable to make up his mind, he decided to calm down first and analyze further. How many of these techniques I can actually learn depends on how quickly I pick them up, and learning them alone isn't enough. I need to truly master them. For now, let's eliminate the ones I don't want to study. The wind blade jutsu. He let out a sigh. That's the only one I don't wish to learn. The rest, I want them all. All right, I'll list them in order of importance. Deering techniques are essential for gaining better control over wind nature, so they're a must. Among the remaining ninjutsu techniques, considering future potential, wind burst might prove to be the most useful. Next is wind push. Although it's not particularly impressive on its own, if Feng Zheng can someday skillfully generate small wind bursts around his body to propel himself, it could turn into a deadly combat style. Breakthrough comes after that, since it serves as the foundation for several more powerful ninjutsu. It also offers an area of effect capability. As for Gale Surge and Dust Cloud, those will be left for the end. Gale Surge provides defensive cover in one direction, but this protection is fleeting. Dust Cloud, meanwhile, is useful only for concealment. Feng Zheng decided to settle on these choices for now. He still had a few years before he might need to actually participate in battle. He hoped that a year would be enough to master these ninjutsu techniques, because next year he wanted to learn some Earth-style ninjutsu and perhaps 1 or 2 jinjutsu. He also thought that this year he really should begin studying swordsmanship. Maybe there were 1 or 2 blades that would work well in tandem with wind-style techniques. With his thoughts in order, he carefully read through the wind-style Wind Clone Jutsu one more time. Once he had mastered the basics, he left the library and found his way to a quiet grove where he began his training. Yet what happened next took him completely by surprise. He managed to perform the Wind Clone Jutsu on his very first try. The simplicity of this ninjutsu left him speechless. Once he calmed down, he began to analyze the situation. This ninjutsu is very similar to the regular clone technique, and I've already mastered the shadow clone as well. What's more, my chakra nature is wind, and I've gained control over this element through extensive training. So it's not surprising that I managed to learn it in just one try. In truth, compared to Itachi, this accomplishment was hardly worth mentioning. Itachi had been able to perform a C-rank ninjutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu, on his very first attempt. So, really, this was nothing extraordinary. He tried to reassure himself. It's fine. This is the result of 3 years of hard work and training. He spent the rest of the day testing the capabilities of his wind clone technique. Unlike the shadow clone, it didn't transmit memories, but it also didn't require a large amount of chakra. Since it made use of the surrounding air, Kazemasa guessed that this was probably the most chakra-efficient clone technique. Within just a few hours, he successfully created 10 wind clones. Except for the shadow clone, these clones could use any jutsu the original could perform, and they would dissipate when struck. After testing, Kazumasa discovered that in direct combat, the wind clone was actually more effective than the shadow clone. That day, he was tempted several times to return to the library and learn yet another ninjutsu. But he held himself back, knowing it might draw unwanted attention. He let out a sigh and thought to himself, I really ought to find a way to steal those scrolls. Feeling satisfied with his progress, he headed home. On the way, a curious thought occurred to him about the jutsu he had learned. He mused, of the 6 ninjutsu I've mastered, 3 of them are clone techniques. The next day, he began reading and studying the Gale technique. He first had to gather his chakra, then release it from his mouth in the form of a gust of wind. After several attempts, he was finally able to perform this jutsu correctly. This particular technique was indeed harmless. When he tried on a tree, the only result was a few old leaves fluttering down, leaving the tree itself unscathed. After an hour of practice, he was now able to erase the tracks he left behind. It took several hours to master altering the direction of the wind in a small area using this jutsu. However, he still couldn't tell whether he was succeeding or failing at masking his own scent. He decided to ask someone from the Inuzuka clan to check for him when he had the chance. On the 3rd day, he began studying the wind levitation technique. Although he failed on his first attempt, he managed to execute the jutsu correctly within 10 minutes. He could keep a single leaf floating about 5 meters in the air. After half an hour, he managed the same feat with a pebble. By the end of the day, he was able to suspend a stone 15 centimeters in diameter at a height of 15 meters for 78 seconds. According to the scroll, this technique was capable of lifting a boulder to a height of 100 meters. He guessed that this was still not its limit, which meant he could continue refining the jutsu to his heart's content in the future. On the 4th day, he tried the projectile control technique and finally encountered a real challenge. This jutsu required incredibly delicate control over the wind. He created a wind clone, had it throw shuriken, and tried to manipulate their trajectory. After several hours, he succeeded in altering the direction of a shuriken mid-flight, though he still couldn't exert full control over it. Because shuriken spin when thrown, he found that this made mastering the ninja technique even harder, so he decided to try using kunai instead. This greatly reduced the difficulty, and in the end, he managed to maintain good control over the kunai he threw. To further perfect his grasp of this technique, he continued practicing for another 3 days. After these days of effort, he felt as if his understanding of the wind element had grown even deeper. The next day, he attempted the wind snatch technique. Drawing objects toward himself by summoning the wind proved to be a real challenge. The first hurdle was directing the wind to blow toward himself. Another issue was that if he managed to create a strong enough air current, he himself would be affected as well. This problem made Feng Zheng wonder if he could form paths of wind around himself to better perform the technique. He decided to set this idea aside for future exploration. It took him another 3 days before he finally mastered this technique and became familiar with it. At last, he returned the Shadow Clone Scroll to Hiruzen. Feng Zheng had learned 5 E-rank wind-style ninjutsu in just 10 days. With a whole month of vacation remaining, he began training in D-rank wind-style techniques. He revised his training plan, thinking to himself, my original plan was to learn them in order of importance, but since I'm progressing so quickly, I might as well learn them by level of difficulty instead. I'll start with the breakthrough technique, then move on to the dust cloud technique and the gale surge. After gathering all the necessary materials from the library, he began training in the breakthrough technique. The initial process was very similar to the gale technique, except that he needed to gather a larger amount of chakra. The wind generated needed to be much stronger, and it had to be sharper in order to inflict real damage. In his first few attempts, the results were no different from the regular gale technique, but he could clearly see where improvements were needed. In just 15 minutes, he managed to exhale a stronger gust of wind. He made a mental note of his progress. It's not particularly powerful yet, but if I combine it with a fire release technique, its destructive force should be quite impressive. All in all, this jutsu still required a great deal of training. The process of gathering chakra and transforming it into wind should be faster. He also needed to amass more chakra to increase the technique's potential for damage. He practiced diligently for 7 days until he finally grasped the trick to mastering the technique. He even tested it on a poor tree, which ended up losing most of its leaves and many branches. He thought to himself, this is already quite good. While it may not be lethal, it could easily injure most genin. The next day, he picked up the dust cloud technique scroll and committed its contents to memory. This jutsu was also very straightforward. The process was much like the breakthrough technique, except he had to focus his attention on the ground to raise a cloud of dust. It also incorporated elements of the wind suspension technique, ensuring that the dust cloud would linger for a longer time. On his first try, he managed to kick up a cloud of dust though it only lasted a short while. It took him several hours to properly blend in the floating aspect of the wind element. But by the end of the day, he had made significant progress. Next, he began training in the Raging Gale Surge technique. This jutsu was almost the exact opposite of the Stealing Wind technique. Here, he had to refine the surrounding air using chakra, then suddenly release it in one direction, sending it 3 meters away. In a way, this technique was similar to Nagato's universal pull, though its power was far more limited. This jutsu did not provide much in terms of defense, but the reason Fong was learning it was because he had some ideas in mind. The first was to expand the technique's range and power. The second was to be able to release wind in every direction around him. If he could do that, this jutsu would become extremely destructive. With increased range and force, it would be perfect for causing trouble on the battlefield, and releasing it in all directions would be especially useful if he was ever surrounded by enemies. It took him only one day to master this jutsu, and he trained it to a level he found acceptable. The very next day, he began studying the wind burst technique, which he later used as a stepping stone for his Rasengan training. For this technique, he needed to gather wind, shape it into a sphere, and then infuse it with a touch of chakra. This was what set it apart from the Rasengan. The Rasengan was made purely from chakra, while this jutsu was composed mainly of wind, with only a small amount of chakra mixed in. Because it required less chakra, these spheres could be launched at enemies. Since he was already training with the Rasengan, learning this jutsu became much easier. Within a few hours, he managed to successfully perform the technique for the first time. After trying it several times on the nearby trees, he came to a conclusion. Although the chakra infused by wind will explode, that's not what actually causes the damage. The real harm comes from the wind itself, which becomes lethal after the explosion. It can inflict a multitude of cuts, some of which may be quite deep. Fong tried to channel even more chakra into the wind, hoping to amplify the power of the explosion, but it was no use. The wind sphere simply couldn't travel that fast or that far. Even when he increased the amount of wind to keep the ratio of chakra to wind balanced, the sphere became cumbersome and lost its original speed. He let out a sigh and thought to himself, upgrading this technique is proving to be a truly complicated task. Perhaps I need to adjust my perspective. Maybe I should try combining this ninjutsu with a wind clone technique. If a wind clone could unleash such force, it could become a deadly strike. The practice of the wind burst technique continued for a week. After the first day, Fong stopped trying to improve the wind sphere itself, and instead focused on increasing the speed at which he could form and launch it. His aim was to be able to fire these explosive spheres in rapid succession, without pause. That way, while each sphere might not be fatal on its own, for anyone unable to dodge or block them, they would still inflict considerable harm. There was even the possibility that excessive blood loss could prove fatal. However, he was still far from reaching that level. On the second day, he began to study the Gale technique. The task here was to concentrate chakra in his hands and then release it in a single direction. That burst of force would push against him, propelling him in the opposite direction. This technique could be used for swift changes in movement. However, when it comes to moving on land, this technique is clearly inferior to the body flicker technique. Its real advantage lies in how convenient it is to use mid-air, especially when a user's feet aren't touching the ground. After a month of training, generating the burst of energy was easy for him. The real challenge was controlling how far he moved. Moreover, his footwork still needed a lot of adjustment. To use this technique properly, your steps had to be extremely light, letting the explosive force push you back to where you started. Although wind chakra could regulate the power of the burst, the force that propelled him back varied, depending on how much pressure he put on his feet. This made it very difficult to control. On the third day of training, he managed to work around this problem using 2 different strategies. The first was to give himself a slight jump in the direction he wanted to go, then use the burst to propel himself there. The second was to trigger the burst and lift his feet off the ground in an instant, dodging away in a flash. However, the second method lacked control. It often sent him spinning through the air, and if an enemy pursued and kept up the attack, this could be dangerously risky in battle. He spent 6 days practicing to improve his control over this technique, and afterward, he was quite pleased with the progress he'd made. After dinner that evening, he decided to sit down and reflect on his current situation. He thought to himself, in these 32 days, I've already mastered 5 E-rank wind release techniques and 5 D-rank wind release techniques. Along with the 3 basic techniques, body flicker and shadow clone, I now have a total of 15 jutsu under my belt. He analyzed his repertoire further and drew his conclusions. My wind clone technique has made ordinary clone techniques redundant. I should abandon them entirely. As for the Gale step, there's no need to practice it further either. It already muffles my footsteps perfectly, and in combat, the burst step is far superior. There were 13 jutsu left. Although Kazemasa had already learned them all, if one were to speak of true mastery, he had only truly mastered one, the body flicker technique, to which he had dedicated 10 full months. From here on, Kazemasa would focus on perfecting these wind-release jutsu, especially mastering their use without the need for hand signs. Though it had taken him 10 months to master the body flicker, what he had learned in the past month was clear. Either his innate wind affinity was remarkably high, or these wind-release jutsu were inherently simple. In either case, mastery should not take much longer. Kazemasa could also upgrade his substitution technique by swapping himself with his wind clone, rather than with a nearby log or other object. Beyond that, he could experiment by combining the wind clone with the wind burst technique. Similarly, he could try using the body flicker and wind push at the same time. If the body flicker could be redirected at will, it would become a devastating technique. Kazemasa also needed to learn how to infuse his weapons with wind chakra. Having considered all this, Kazemasa turned his thoughts to how he might acquire C-rank jutsu. He mused to himself, "I'm not sure if I can get my hands on C-rank or even B-rank jutsu anytime soon. I could ask Jenshu, but even if I succeed, I doubt he'd give me more than 2 or 3 techniques. Besides, that kind of request would definitely draw a lot of attention." Fengzheng was considering asking Hiruzen for permission to access the higher sections of the library after the third-year exams. But he wasn't sure if Hiruzen would agree. Even if he did, Fengzheng suspected he would be watched the moment he entered the restricted library areas. If they saw him studying those advanced ninja techniques, they might assign someone to keep a closer eye on him. That would mean Fengzheng could no longer practice ninja arts in secret as he did now. If they sent someone skilled enough to monitor him without his knowledge, his abilities would soon be exposed to both Hiruzen and Danzo. He let out a sigh, thinking to himself, "Forget it. It's better to play it safe. There's no need to take such a big risk. If I master all the ninja techniques I currently know and manage to learn some Earth-style jutsu, but can't progress any further, maybe I'll consider graduating early." Over the past year, he'd spent a lot of time thinking about graduating ahead of schedule. His thoughts were, "At first, I thought early graduation would draw a lot of attention. Maybe that was still true in Naruto's generation. But now, it seems that early graduation is actually encouraged, even supported, by the teachers. In the past 2 years, many students have finished school in their 4th or 5th year. Some even graduated after just 3 years. I guess the village wants new ninja to join their ranks as soon as possible. That's probably why early graduation is supported now. Still, if someone were to graduate at 6 or 7 years old, that would definitely cause a stir." During this holiday, Fengzheng devoted almost all his energy to mastering ninja techniques. His daily routine was to exercise in the morning, followed by ninjutsu training throughout the day. Whenever he ran out of chakra, he would meditate or practice shuriken, throwing, bringing everything else to a halt. Fengzheng decided to dedicate the final week of his vacation to further practice wind-style ninjutsu. At the same time, he began some extra training. He started attempting to attack his wind clones with shuriken, hoping to sharpen his skills. Yet he couldn't decide whether he should be disheartened by his poor shuriken throwing technique, or pleased with the speed and agility of his clones, since he hadn't managed to hit a single one. Still, he was improving rapidly. After the break, the 3rd year of studies began. This year, besides combat ability, Endo Jinshu also placed special emphasis on other aspects of being a ninja. Fengzheng was a bit surprised that he didn't push them to learn more advanced ninjutsu, but after some thought, he came to understand the reason. More than half the class couldn't keep up with the lessons. Considering that Jinshu had asked Fengzheng to study wind-style ninjutsu, Fengzheng guessed he must have given similar advice to others who could handle it. In this way, the struggling students could catch up, while those performing well could continue to excel. Fengzheng figured their aim was to ensure that every child in the class would become a capable ninja, ready to fill the gaps left by those who had fallen. However, judging from his teacher's words, it seemed all the curriculum would be completed within this year. After classes were over, Fengzheng headed to the library. He made his way to Section E and picked up a scroll titled An Introduction to Sealing Techniques. He remembered reading this book a few years ago. This time, he read it again, but with greater care and attention. After finishing, he began to analyze what he had learned. The art of sealing consisted of 2 main parts. The first was the writing component, though even this could be divided further. First, there were the symbols. The sealing technique made use of special symbols, and before he could attempt to create a seal, he needed to fully understand them. Kazemasa had to learn how to draw each symbol precisely and infuse them with chakra in the correct way. Any mistake would cause the seal to fail and could even trigger unforeseen complications due to faulty operation of the seal. In fact, this was quite similar to the hand seals used for jutsu, only the number of symbols was far greater. These symbols served a variety of functions. The main one Kazimasa noticed was their ability to generate elements. Each of the 5 elements had its own symbol, along with others that could either suppress or enhance them. There were even symbols for manipulating time and space. A simple storage seal would contain many spatial symbols, while a more advanced storage seal would include not only spatial symbols, but also temporal ones, to ensure that time moved more slowly inside the seal. The second component was the logic behind the sealing. This part was remarkably similar to programming back on Earth. Since Kazimasa understood programming, he found this section easier to grasp. Still, this didn't give him much of an edge. Programming was easy to pick up, and he believed any bright student in his class could learn it in a week or 2. After the writing portion, the next step was shaping chakra to realize the intended function of the seal. For a simple sealing scroll, he would have to use the symbols to create a storage space and set the conditions for activating the seal. Even so, it was still rather complicated. Feng Zheng had planned to start with the symbols, but there were hundreds of them. If he wanted to learn them all, it would take at least several months. So, he decided to pick a single seal and focus on learning the symbols used in it first. This way, Feng Zheng could keep track of his progress more easily. After analyzing all the seals on the scroll, Feng Zheng chose to study the most commonly used one, the storage seal. This seal required 16 different symbols, most of which represented various types of spatial properties. Some increased the seal's storage capacity, others maintained the boundaries to keep its space contained, and some ensured the stability of the storage space, among other functions. On a spare scroll, he carefully drew out each required symbol, his lines precise and his notes thorough. He'd seen a few others in the library doing the same, so he wasn't concerned about attracting any trouble. Still, he couldn't help but be surprised at how open and tolerant the Hidden Leaf Village was about this kind of thing. Once he finished, he left the library. He made his way to the marketplace, found a quiet alley, and changed his appearance. After some searching, he located the shop he needed. There, he purchased the special ink and scrolls required for sealing techniques. These scrolls were crafted from unique materials. They were far more durable than ordinary paper and, unless damaged by external force, could apparently last for centuries. During the inscription of seals, these scrolls could easily withstand the chakra that would be infused into them. The special ink, too, made it much easier to channel chakra into the symbols, unlike regular ink, which made the process considerably more difficult. There was, however, an alternative to this special ink, the blood of a ninja. But these supplies did not come cheap. Each scroll cost 60 ryo, and a small bottle of the ink went for 100 ryo. He bought 5 bottles of ink and 5 scrolls to practice with. With a sigh, he thought to himself, I hope these will last at least a few months. I only have 4,370 taels left. Then he returned home. As soon as he walked through the door, he immediately created a shadow clone. After months of intense physical training, endless meditation, and relentless ninjutsu practice, pushing himself until he collapsed from chakra exhaustion, his chakra growth rate had accelerated significantly, increasing by about 25%. This meant that, if he wished, he could now create 2 shadow clones. However, these 2 clones would have barely any chakra left to use. If the chakra allocated to a single clone was exactly half of his maximum, then that clone could persist until its chakra dropped to 32% of his full capacity. So, over this period, the usable chakra for his shadow clone had more than doubled. Feng Zheng and his shadow clone began studying the first symbol. After half an hour of attempts, Feng Zheng confirmed. Just as I thought, the chakra required for this practice is quite minimal. This was good news for Feng Zheng, as it meant his shadow clone could persist for a longer period. Based on the remaining chakra of his clone, he estimated that he could keep practicing these symbols for 4 hours straight. After practicing for an hour, he dispelled his shadow clone. When the clone vanished, he received all of its memories, along with a slight headache. He then went on to create yet another shadow clone. This time, the clone would practice the symbols for 2 hours, rest for 2 hours, practice for another hour, rest for another hour, and then practice for 1 more hour. Meanwhile, Kazimasa went outside to practice throwing shuriken at his wind clone, expanding the radius of his chakra field. He didn't train any ninjutsu, since practicing with only half of his chakra wouldn't allow him to sustain it for long. 7 hours later, he dispelled the clone. This time, the headache was even worse, but still bearable. Then, recalling Hiruzen's instructions, he decided it was time to get some sleep. He felt deeply satisfied with what he had accomplished that day. The next morning, upon waking, he thought to himself, excellent. The experiment was a success. Now his shadow clone could last for 7 hours and spend 4 of those hours practicing the symbols. When Kazimasa went to school, he left a shadow clone at home so it could continue studying sealing techniques. He guessed that if he increased his chakra by another 20 to 25%, his shadow clone would be able to train continuously for 7 hours. However, he still had to decide what the clone should do during the remaining 3 free hours. He pondered for a moment, and then a sudden inspiration struck. That's right, why not do that? I should buy some cookbooks for the clone to study. Over the past 2 years, I've learned how to make all sorts of breakfasts, but I never managed to learn how to cook a decent lunch or dinner since I didn't have much free time. This seems like the perfect opportunity to learn. All right, after school today, I'll go buy some books. Delighted to finally enjoy delicious meals, he decided to analyze his daily routine. Since that's the case, I'll continue my physical training in the mornings. During class, my shadow clone can practice sealing techniques, while my real self can focus on the lessons and use any spare time to work on chakra control. After class, Kazumasa had to go home, disperse his clones, and take a short nap, about an hour. Then, he could practice ninjutsu and shuriken throwing. And so, the year continued in this manner. Jinju taught a wealth of practical knowledge essential for a ninja, while Kazumasa pressed on with his rigorous training. Kazumasa noticed that the students in his class seemed even more dedicated this year. He thought to himself, his one-on-one talks are working pretty well. 6 months later, Kazumasa was already able to perform E-rank wind-style ninjutsu without hand seals. Only the wind clone required a single hand seal. Among the D-rank techniques, he could use wind push without any hand seals, but the others still required 1 or 2. With just 23 days left before the end of the third-year exams, he had reached the point where, aside from 2 specific techniques, he could perform all other ninjutsu without hand seals. Only the dust cloud technique still needed several hand seals, while the wind clone required just 1. Similarly, shadow clone jutsu now only required a single hand seal, the clone seal, and could not yet be performed without it. His breakthrough and wind burst techniques now packed even more destructive force, and he had achieved a solid mastery of the rest of his wind-style ninjutsu. His shadow clone spent 3 months mastering these 16 symbols, then another month to finally succeed in creating a storage seal. It took an additional month of practice before he could complete the process smoothly, without any mistakes. By this point, he had already spent 4,000 taels on materials, and now he had just a little over 2,000 left. He had managed to craft 5 genuine sealing talismans, scrolls of top quality. Each time he bought materials, he visited a different shop and adopted a new disguise. Among the 5 shopkeepers he encountered, he noticed one in particular seemed greedier and less principled than the others. He mused to himself, I can't keep spending money on these sealing techniques. If this continues, I'll go broke in 4 months or so. So I have to sell my scrolls. The question is to whom? I can't reveal my identity, and I don't know if any shopkeeper would agree to buy from a stranger. Looks like I'll have to approach someone whose morals are questionable and whose nature is greedy. Luckily, one of the shopkeepers fits the bill. I should also take some precautions. It's best to send a clone in disguise to handle the transaction. Over the next few days, he sent his shadow clones to scout out the shopkeeper. The stealth training he'd undertaken recently had truly paid off. The shopkeeper's name was Koizumi Kanido, a man in his 40s. The shadow clone observed his every move, watching for any signs that he might secretly be a ninja. He also attempted to sense his chakra, but it seemed he was merely an ordinary civilian. Feng Zheng had a lingering question. Had the Hidden Leaf Village ever, at some point in its past, orchestrated an event to unlock the chakra of a large number of people? He also observed how Jin Yuan conducted his business with other clients, where he kept his inventory, where he stored his cash, and so on. This reconnaissance mission proved fruitful, for there was one occasion when he overheard Jin Yuan haggling with a supplier over the prices of certain goods. Listening in on their conversation, Feng Zheng learned that the supplier sold explosive tags to Jin Yuan for 500 ryo each and storage scrolls for 1,200 ryo apiece. Jin Yuan then sold those storage scrolls to his own customers for 1,500 ryo and the explosive tag for 750 ryo. Once Feng Zheng confirmed that Jin Yuan was a safe target, he entrusted those 5 scrolls to one of his shadow clones. The shadow clone, now disguised as a middle-aged man, waited until the shop was empty before approaching Jin Yuan. Seeing someone walking over, Jin Yuan greeted him with a friendly smile and said, Hello, what brings you here today? Looking to buy something? The shadow clone replied, Hello, I'm not here to buy, I'm here to sell. Jin Yuan was noticeably surprised by this. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Sell? And who might you be? The shadow clone answered, You can call me Zoro. Jin Yuan took note of the name this stranger chose for himself, then asked, So, what is it you're looking to sell? The shadow clone paused for a moment, meeting Jin Yuan's gaze. Then he said, Storage scrolls. Trying to get the upper hand in the negotiation, Jin Yuan feigned indifference and replied dismissively, I already have 3 suppliers for storage scrolls. Why should I buy from you? Feng Zheng's shadow clone let out a sly chuckle and replied, Because my scrolls are better. This piqued Jin Yuan's interest. He asked, how are they better? Let me take a look at your scrolls first. Feng Zhang's shadow clone maintained a smile and said, as you wish. He then handed over a scroll. Jin Yuan took the scroll and invited him into a room inside the shop. On the way, he asked, which organization are you from? Who's in charge? But the shadow clone replied dismissively, that's none of your concern. At this, Jin Yuan thought to himself, oh, a secret organization? So either he doesn't want anyone to know he can make storage scrolls, or there's a secret group behind him, probably up to something shady. I'm gonna make a fortune off this little lamb. Once they reached the room, Jin Yuan began inspecting the scroll. Feng Zhang's shadow clone hadn't been boasting without reason. A standard storage scroll contains 10 storage seals, but the one he had crafted held 12 seals inside. Watching Jin Yuan examine the scroll, Feng Zhang's shadow clone thought, it's really not hard to fit 12 seals into a single scroll. You just need to draw the seals a bit closer together. In fact, if someone wanted to craft the very best storage scroll possible, while keeping the scroll the same size, he could actually fit 25 seals onto it. However, for those who mass-produce these sealing scrolls, 10 is considered the optimal number. The reason is that most buyers don't need more than 10 seals on a single scroll. For customers who want more, if they have to buy additional scrolls, the producers stand to make greater profits. This also reduces the effort required to make each scroll. Thus, this number becomes the sweet spot for maximizing their earnings. But Feng Zhang had no such constraints. All he wanted was to earn a bit of money to continue practicing his sealing techniques. Noticing the number of seals on the scroll, Jin Yuan had a similar thought. However, his considerations went even further than Feng Zhang's, owing to his broader experience and access to information. He analyzed the situation. Although adding just 2 more seals might not seem like much to ordinary people, I know there are some ninja who would specifically want scrolls with extra storage seals. Just last week, a jonin mentioned how convenient it would be to have a storage scroll with more seals. I could sell this scroll to him at a much higher price, maybe even for over 2,000 ryo. Then he glanced at Feng Zhang's shadow clone, thinking to himself, the only question now is whether he realizes the true value of what he's made. A moment later, his expression soured and he snapped in irritation. Your scroll only has 2 extra seals, and the quality of each seal is the same as the others. 10 seals per scroll are more than enough. I'll buy it, but I'll pay you the same price I pay my supplier. Knowing exactly what kind of shopkeeper he was dealing with, Feng Zhang's shadow clone responded with a wry chuckle and said, we're not fools. Everyone knows this isn't real, and there are plenty of ninja willing to buy more sealing scrolls, Jin Yuan said calmly. That's true, but they wouldn't be willing to pay a higher price. Still, since you managed to add 2 more seals, I'll pay you a bit extra. Not 1,000 ryo, I'll give you 1,100, Feng Zhang's shadow clone replied with a cold laugh. You think I live on a mountain or something? The standard scrolls are usually sold for between 1,200 and 1,250 ryo each. Even at the lowest, that's 1,200. Considering your scrolls hold 20% more seals, the price should go up to at least 1,440. And that's not even counting the fact that some ninja might be willing to pay even more. Hearing this, Jin Yuan felt a wave of pressure. Watching the numbers the other man tossed out, he sighed inwardly. The bargaining dragged on for several more minutes. Jin Yuan took advantage of the other's reluctance to reveal his identity and managed to push the purchase price down to 1,150 ryo. At the end of the negotiation, Feng Zhang's shadow clone thought to himself, what a fierce round of haggling. This guy's even better at bargaining than I am. Still, he may think he's getting a good deal, but being able to sell each of these scrolls for over 1,000 ryo is more than enough for me. A sly grin crept across his mind as he continued. Besides, I still have one more advantage. I'm the only supplier of storage scrolls with 12 seal slots. He may be a better haggler, but I'm the only one he can buy from. I can't wait to see what he'll decide in the end. After settling on the price of 1,150 ryo, Jin Yuan asked, how many scrolls do you have for sale, Zoro? Feng Zhang's shadow clone didn't answer right away. Instead, he placed 4 scrolls in front of him. Seeing this, Jin Yuan was left speechless. He thought to himself, only 4? Counting the one I already checked, that makes just 5? What sort of trick is he playing at? When the seller remained silent, Jin Yuan's face darkened with anger. He demanded, just 5 scrolls? You wasted so much of my time, for only these 5. Feng Zhang's shadow clone replied calmly. Our boss has sent several people like me to visit other shopkeepers as well. He'll decide which shop to sell to in the future based on the prices each owner offers. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuan's expression soured even further. Feng Zhang's shadow clone couldn't help but smile inwardly. This was the first time during the negotiations that Jin Yuan had lost his composure. Feng Zhang's shadow clone thought, I might not need a higher price, but by doing this, I could draw less suspicion to myself. Besides, having a boss behind me keeps this guy from going too far. Meanwhile, Jin Yuan fell into deep thought. Damn it, what should I do? If I buy a scroll now for 1,150 taels, I might never get another chance from him again. But if I offer a higher price and someone else bids even more, I could still end up with nothing. And this boss, or maybe more people like him, are they trying to shake up the whole storage scroll market? After pondering for a moment, he asked, will you only sell the scrolls to the highest bidder, or will you also sell to others? The Wind Shadow clone replied, we'll be selling to many shopkeepers, but the number of scrolls they get depends on the prices they offer. Of course, anyone bidding below the average probably won't get a chance to buy. Still, I'm not familiar with the specifics of the plan. Jin Yuan pondered for a while, then sighed. He thought to himself, buying cheap is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. But how much should I be willing to pay? I don't want to pay too much, or my profits will shrink. Let's settle on 1,500 taels per scroll. That should let me earn more than I would from ordinary storage scrolls. So he offered a price of 1,500 taels per scroll. They completed the transaction and briefly discussed how and when future deals would be arranged. With 7,500 taels in hand, the Wind Shadow clone left the shop. He slipped into an alley and handed the money over to Winjung. After making sure no one was around, he walked a little further, then dispersed. Winjung gazed at the cash in his hands and mused, wow, am I really that good at negotiating? But after absorbing the memories of his clone, he thought, no, I'm probably still a rookie, not some master negotiator. It's just that, in the end, the bluff was too tempting for him to resist. Maybe he even suspects there's a powerful organization behind me, and that made him a little nervous. Either way, this was a decent deal. I should consider selling scrolls to him more often. Afterward, he disguised himself and visited several other shops to buy materials. He purchased 30 bottles of ink, 25 scrolls, and 200 blank paper tags. Each blank tag cost 10 taels. Altogether, he spent 6,500 taels on materials. After that, he bought some more meat to take home. He thought to himself, now that I have some cash on hand, I should definitely increase my meat consumption. The meat business here seems to be completely dominated by the Akimichi clan. Every shop that sells meat belongs to their family. I wonder if it's because they excel at running businesses on a large scale, or if they were granted a monopoly on this trade when they joined Konoha. From that day forward, Kazumasa also began to study other sealing techniques. He learned some basic seals, such as the heat seal, cold seal, hard seal, soft seal, electric shock seal, and moisture seal. These seals all use elemental symbols. However, compared to storage seals, the number of symbols required was much smaller, since the functions of these seals were quite simple. The heat seal could only be used to warm up a room. The cold seal, on the other hand, absorbed the heat from the surroundings, making the room cool. Although the electric shock seal could deliver a mild jolt, it was completely harmless, as Kazumasa could endure it without any trouble. The hard seal was used to toughen a surface or an object, while the soft seal did the opposite. The moisture seal was designed to gather water from the air, dampening the surface it was attached to. All of these seals had to be made on paper tags. To use them, one had to stick the tag onto a surface and activate it. The requirement for using elemental seals was that the creator needed to be able to manipulate those elements. But since these were very basic seals, he was able to create them even without mastering fire, water, or lightning elements. Altogether, it took him 4.5 months to learn these seals. During this period, he also began selling 20 storage scrolls to Jin Yuan every month, earning 30,000 taels each time. He kept the quantity low to avoid angering the major storage scroll suppliers and attracting their attention. On the other hand, Jin Yuan was quite pleased. These scrolls could fetch around 2,300 taels each on the market. By the time the third-year exams arrived, Fengzheng had already saved up more than 100,000 taels. In the third year, Mr. Yuan devoted himself entirely to teaching fundamental skills. This made the lessons that year much more engaging. After teaching a new skill, he would often design games to help everyone get used to using it. For example, after a lesson on moving stealthily, he handed out 29 tags to each student, each marked with their student number. Everyone had to stick these tags on the backs of the other 29 students, while avoiding having tags stuck on their own backs. Since Fengzheng was a sensory ninja, no one managed to tag him unnoticed. A few who tried to sneak up on him found themselves rewarded with a punch or an elbow. When it came to hunting wild animals, most students wore hilariously awkward expressions on their faces. Killing an animal itself wasn't a problem for anyone, though Fengzheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I never imagined that my first kill in this world would be a poor little rabbit. Mr. Yuan said his favorite part was having everyone cut open the animals they'd hunted, clean them thoroughly, and prepare them for cooking. This task disgusted most of the students, Feng Zheng included. He'd never done anything like this in his previous life. Only Shimura Shin seemed completely unfazed. To encourage everyone to truly focus on learning how to cook, Mr. Jinshu banned students from bringing their own lunches to school for several days in a row. Their midday meal was to be whatever wild animals they managed to catch themselves. Later that year, he even introduced tree climbing as a way for students to practice chakra control. And so another school year slipped by. 1 week before the final exams, Mr. Jinshu revealed some news that took Kazumasa by surprise. He thought to himself, I knew this was coming, but hearing the announcement out of the blue is still quite a shock. Mr. Jinshu announced, if any of you wishes to take the graduation exam, please let me know within 3 days. However, by the end of that day, Mr. Jinshu was already regretting making the announcement that morning. He sighed deeply. Ugh, I should have waited until the end of class to say it. Now nobody paid attention to anything I taught today. After returning home, Kazumasa pondered the situation with great intensity. After some analysis, he concluded, I still have a lot to learn. My wind release techniques, basic ninjutsu, shadow clone, body flicker, shuriken skills, and taijutsu have all improved to a level I'm satisfied with. But I still need to work on earth release ninjutsu. I also need to put more effort into my swordsmanship and jinjutsu. As for sealing techniques, although I'm making progress, I haven't even started on the intermediate level seals in Section D of the library yet. And I still haven't mastered the Rasengan. On top of that, while graduating early would mean Kazumasa wouldn't have to waste time at school, he realized that with Konoha currently suffering a shortage of ninja, his free time might actually decrease, leaving him with even less time for training. In addition, the missions carried out might involve more risk than usual, especially with the memories of the Third War still fresh in everyone's minds. For all these reasons, he decided not to take part in this year's graduation exam. Although skipping the graduation exam as a top student might raise some eyebrows, it was still better than dying after making a mistake during some C-rank mission. Unlike Kazumasa, however, the other children in his class had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the will of fire. As a result, many of them were eager to participate in the graduation exam. At the same time, knowing their own children stood little chance of passing, many parents refused to let them attend the exam. In the end, only 7 students signed up for the graduation exam. Among them were Uchiha Rai, Shimura Shin, Senja Hui, Hyuga Hodaka, a child from a civilian family, as well as 2 others from the Aburame and Hitaki clans. Kazumasa could tell that Jinshur was a little disappointed in his decision not to take the exam. However, since Jinshur never brought up the subject with him, Kazumasa felt relieved. The graduation exam was scheduled about a week after the third-year final exams. The third-year tests proceeded as usual. This year, some new evaluation criteria were added to the exam, based on the skills Jinshur had taught. The Hokage's awards this year would also be determined by the student's performance in the graduation exam. This meant that Kazumasa would miss out on any prizes for first place. Because of this, he deliberately scored lower on the written test, and once again held back during the ninjutsu assessment. As a result, he ultimately ranked 4th. Senju Hui took first place, followed by Shimura Shin, with Hyuga Hana coming in 3rd. Kazumasa actually felt quite relieved that Hinata Hana didn't participate in the graduation exam. Although he didn't know the reason, this meant he wasn't the only high-achieving student who hadn't taken the exam. What he didn't realize was that Hinata Hana was deeply saddened by her parents' refusal to let her become a ninja so soon. A week later, the graduation exams began. For the students in the elite class, the exam was much like the regular ones, though its demands were broader and more comprehensive. The main addition to the test was a 50-point question. This section presented students with a variety of scenarios they might face, asking how they would respond to each. Except for Nobu Shimura, everyone struggled with this part of the exam. In the taijutsu portion, only Hitaka Hyuga and Hikaru Senju performed above their usual level, while Rai Uchiha and Nobu Shimura delivered average results. However, in ninjutsu, Hikaru Senju, Rai Uchiha, and Nobu Shimura all demonstrated exactly why they deserved to become genin. Rai Uchiha flawlessly executed 2 C-rank fire techniques, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, and Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Hikaru Senju showcased his versatility by performing ninjutsu from 2 different elements. He managed a C-rank Water Style, Water Iron Projectile Jutsu, as well as 3 D-rank techniques, Earthquake Jutsu, Earth Style, Subterranean Hiding, and Stone Shuriken Jutsu. Nobu Shimura displayed his range by performing an E-rank ninjutsu of every element. In addition, he was able to use more advanced fire style techniques, a clear sign of his talent. He executed 2 C-rank moves, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu, and Fire Style, Fire Bullet Jutsu. After all the exams were completed, An evaluation was conducted on every student's performance. In Kazimasa's class, only Senju Hui, Uchiha Lai, and Shimura Shin managed to graduate and become genin. Because Senju Hui performed better in taijutsu than Shimura Shin and Uchiha Lai, he ranked first in the class. Among the students 1 year above Kazimasa, 11 graduated, and in the higher grades, there were another 28 graduates. Yet, Kazimasa was completely unaware of these developments. As soon as summer vacation began, Kazimasa returned once more to his ninjutsu training. He was quite satisfied with his progress in wind release techniques and decided to begin practicing earth release. So, he made his way to the library. He combed through all the earth release jutsu in sections E and D and compiled a list. The first thing he noticed was that Konoha's earth release techniques were far more numerous than wind release. Given that there were fewer wind release users, this came as no surprise. The list of earth release jutsu he created was as follows. Stone throwing technique E. Hokushido technique U. Stone bracer technique E. Swift earth technique E. Earth release, transformation technique E. Top technique U. Kagmir technique D. Earth release, clone technique D. Bed of rock spikes technique D. Stone shuriken technique D. Underground hunting technique D. Pebble barrage technique D. Earthquake technique D. Earthquake sans signe technique D. Earth monde création technique D. Mode interception technique D. Earth troop movement technique D. Stone breastplate technique D. Heavy mud technique D. Encombe technique D. Earth recording technique D. His first thought was, there's no earth style, earth wall jutsu? That's a fairly basic technique. Could it be because it's considered a higher level jutsu? Even Kakuzu's earth style, earth dragon bullet, isn't included here. I hope I'll find them in the advanced section. He then began to read through each jutsu, carefully analyzing them one by one. It took him about 2 hours to finish reviewing every single one. Afterward, he summed up his thoughts. Earth release techniques are more versatile than wind release. The only drawback is that their offensive jutsu are somewhat lacking. Surprisingly, many of the techniques on this list had potential comparable to those in the wind release category. However, earth release had a major weakness. Most earth release techniques, especially the ones with greater potential, could be heavily countered if used on water. Thinking about it now, Iwagakure was fortunate not to share a border with Kirigakure. Otherwise, they would have been at a severe disadvantage during wartime. Fong mused that he could simply disregard all the offensive-oriented earth release jutsu. But when it came to defense, earth release offered some excellent choices. He continued reading. Hokushido technique. This seemed to be a weaker version of the earth wall jutsu, so perhaps it could be upgraded in the future. He also wondered if it would be possible to use hard seals to make the shield even sturdier. For sieges, the swamp technique was a solid option. It could create a 2-meter-deep, 2-meter-wide moat around the user. It should serve well as a foundation for that A-rank swamp technique, Jiraiya's jutsu, though he couldn't recall its exact name. As for movement, the earth troop movement technique is essential to learn. It allows for short-distance travel through the ground. It's always good to have another means of escape. The camp technique is also very convenient. It can carve out a cave in the mountains. There are several hills around the village, like the one crowned with a waterfall. You could try this jutsu somewhere nearby. Moreover, these 4 earth-style techniques make for a clever combination. Kazimasa could use the camp technique to create a cave within the mountains. Then, by employing the stone shield technique, he could conceal the entrance. He could set up defensive embankments around the area. And if anyone managed to discover the cave, he would still have the earth troop movement technique as an escape route. Kazimasa began his training in earth-style ninjutsu. Although his earth chakra wasn't as thoroughly honed as his wind chakra, he had still made considerable progress. He could pulverize a massive boulder into dust within seconds. That's why he was able to master these techniques so quickly. However, compared to wind-style ninjutsu, the earth-style techniques were still more challenging. He picked up the stone shield technique within minutes, then spent several days working to increase both the size and the resilience of shields he could raise from the ground. He also experimented with applying a hardening seal to the stone shields he created, which further enhanced their durability. But applying and activating a seal took about 1.5 seconds, which might be too long in the heat of battle. He mastered the camp technique in a single day. Although the cave would be left a bit dusty, he could simply use the wind release, breakthrough to clear it away. And if he wanted to hide, he could always block the entrance with the stone shield technique. However, he had to leave a small space for air circulation. He didn't bother to refine this jutsu any further, as there was no need for it at the moment. Next came the swamp technique, which also had a water element to it. It took him nearly a week to master. To further enhance this jutsu, he would need to improve his water affinity, so he decided to leave that challenge for his future self. Lastly, he practiced the earth troop movement technique, which was quite difficult to learn. This technique involved moving through the ground as if swimming through water, so he had to soften a large area of earth to manage it. It took him 11 days before he succeeded for the first time. It was another 2 weeks before he could move freely underground. His movement was limited by the amount of oxygen beneath the surface. Softening the ground let some air in, but it was a very limited amount. He stopped practicing this technique once he could travel 100 meters underground. He thought to himself, all right, I've learned this batch of earth-style jutsu. Though I still need to work more on stone shield and earth troop movement, I can take my time with those next year. For now, I should study chakra flow. With that in mind, he headed to the library to prepare for this next area of study. He searched through all 4 sections he was permitted to enter. To his surprise, he couldn't find a single scroll on the subject he was looking for. He thought, this is really unexpected. Does this mean those scrolls are kept in a more restricted area, or do they simply not make this skill available to ordinary ninja? As he left the library, he analyzed the situation once more. That might be the case. But channeling chakra into a weapon isn't really all that special. If memory serves me right, plenty of ninja are capable of it. But in Konoha, I only remember Asuma being able to do it. Danzo, too, though his method seems to be different. Regardless, Kazemasa wanted to try it for himself. He figured that Jinshur or his other friends might not be aware of this technique. On the way back to the small forest, he mulled over all kinds of possibilities. His first idea was this. I can try channeling my chakra through a kunai, just like when I tried slicing the leaf. Only this time, instead of trying to cut the kunai, I'll focus on sharpening its edge. He set about putting this idea into practice, but quickly ran into all sorts of difficulties. He did manage to achieve his basic goal right away. The very first time he tried, he was able to infuse chakra into his kunai. However, the amount of chakra he could inject was minimal, and even after 2 days of trying to channel more, his progress was negligible. While the kunai did become a bit sharper and more penetrating, the improvement was marginal, and over those 2 days, there was hardly any further progress. He thought to himself, this is so frustrating. This path seems like a dead end. Maybe using a chakra blade would help, but something just feels off. If I keep at it, I might make some headway, but it could take years. I'd better think of another approach. He pondered for hours, and then, suddenly, inspiration struck. He decided to try the method from Hunter x Hunter. The thought ran through his mind. Yes, that's right. I could try a method similar to what's used in Hunter x Hunter. I'll start by releasing my chakra and spreading it over my entire body. Then I'll attempt to extend this layer of chakra onto the kunai in my hand. Although this approach is highly inefficient, it should help me learn more quickly. Once I can do it, I can start practicing how to inject chakra directly into the kunai without covering my whole body. Coating the entire body with chakra isn't something most ninja are willing to do. The reason is simple: chakra depletion. Doing this quickly drains a user's chakra reserves. From Kazemasa's memories, aside from the Jinchuriki, only the Reikage ever cloaked himself in chakra completely. Others, at best, would only cover a part of their body or their weapon to strengthen it. Kazemasa began training using this new method. It was utterly exhausting. After just 7 minutes, his chakra was completely spent. Still, he could see that he was making progress in extending chakra onto the kunai. Within those 7 minutes, the increase was slow but steady. He estimated that with about 10 more tries, he'd be able to perfectly coat the kunai with chakra. However, since his chakra was depleted so quickly, he could only manage 3 or 4 training sessions a day at most. Not to mention, even after mastering the chakra coating on the kunai, there was still a lot more work to be done. Kazemasa didn't want to waste weeks on this step, so he decided to buy some soldier pills. After resting for a few hours, he went home to fetch some cash, then set out to buy the medicine. He transformed in a secluded alleyway and made his way to a shop specializing in military ration pills. For a ninja, these pills were invaluable. He had been quite surprised the first time he read about them. A single high-quality military ration pill could supply roughly 30 times the chakra of an average elite ninja. The chakra wasn't released all at once. Instead, the pill provided a steady trickle each hour, sustaining the user for over 3 days. Additionally, it released a special enzyme that kept the ninja alert during those 3 days. That was why someone who took a military ration pill could fight for 3 days and nights without rest. What Fengzheng didn't know was that even more potent versions existed, crafted exclusively for top-tier ninjas, pills that not just anyone could use. He decided on the medium-grade pills, the kind commonly used by mid-level ninjas. At this point, Fengzheng's chakra reserves far surpassed those of a typical novice, and might even be stronger than the average junior ninja. By next year, his reserves were likely to rival those of the weaker teachers at the mid-level ninja academy. Even though he hadn't yet reached a true mid-levels chakra capacity, the grueling training had convinced him to invest in the medium-grade pills. He bought a total of 5 pills, spending 10,000 ryo in all. The price made him wince, but he felt relieved that he had begun studying sealing techniques. It might help replenish his funds in the future. Over the next 3 days, he threw himself into intense training. On the very first day, he succeeded in covering his kunai with chakra. Next, he infused it with wind nature, which immediately enhanced the kunai's sharpness and piercing power. The chakra extended the weapon's attack range by 5 centimeters. He decided to test out his new ability. He thought to himself, "This is great. I can slice through branches as easily as cutting through air. I can't chop down a whole tree yet, but that's only because the kunai is too small. If I had a sword, that wouldn't be a problem at all. The kunai can even pierce deep into a boulder." I remember that both Naruto and Asuma could drive kunai into one of those packed stone targets, so I should be able to do it too. Honestly, if an enemy underestimated me and tried to block my kunai, they'd be in for a nasty surprise. Still, Fusei needed to reduce the amount of chakra required for this technique. The next stage of his training would be to try channeling chakra directly into the kunai, rather than covering his whole body with it. But how was he supposed to do that? Fusei thought about it for a moment and came to a conclusion. If I try to wrap the kunai in chakra right away, it might not work. Instead, I should first channel chakra into my hand, and then extend it into the kunai from there. I could also use this method to practice infusing chakra into my fists. Even if I can't match Tsunade's level, a punch enhanced with chakra should be way more powerful than a regular one. He continued by focusing on wrapping chakra around just his fist. It took him several hours before he could manage it. He thought to himself, well, that wasn't too hard. Then he tried extending the chakra from his hand into the kunai. He was able to do it, but the amount of chakra that reached the kunai was much less than before. He reflected on this as well. So that's how it is. Because I only coated my fist with chakra, the amount of chakra I extended was much less. So, basically, I need to focus even more chakra into my fists. With that realization, he began channeling more chakra into his fists. This was much harder than he had anticipated. Achieving this required an extremely high level of chakra control. Fortunately, Wind had spent a lot of time training his control over chakra. After spending an entire day at it, he finally managed to double the amount of chakra he could gather in his fists. Still, he wasn't satisfied with the increase, so he kept pushing himself to do more. 3 days slipped by in this way. He decided it was time to head home. 3 days of effort had left him utterly exhausted. The side effects of using soldiers' food pills were no joke. Thankfully, the fatigue was only temporary and didn't leave any lasting harm. He went straight to bed without even bothering to set an alarm. When he woke up, he glanced at the clock and thought to himself, "Oh, it's 8:10 in the morning. Wait a second, I fell asleep yesterday at 4:30 in the afternoon. So I've slept for over 15 hours? Man, I really was worn out. And now I'm starving." After brushing his teeth and freshening up, he grabbed a few ration bars and wolfed them down. Even though he was running 3 hours late, he still did his morning workout before deciding to head to Barbecue Q for lunch. He took the rest of the day off, resting, and resumed training the next day. After another 3 days of effort, he managed to double the chakra. He could concentrate in his fists once more. He thought to himself, wow, just how powerful are my punches now? I need to find a big boulder and test it out. He smashed his fist against a massive boulder, leaving it riddled with cracks. But inside, Feng Zheng was practically screaming. Damn it, that really hurts. After a while, he checked his knuckles, thinking to himself, wow, there's not even a visible wound. It hurts like hell, but there's no blood or real injury. Just a few scrapes. Looks like I really have gotten stronger. Over the next 15 days, he worked on increasing the amount of chakra he could channel into his kunai and sharpening it even further. Simply infusing wind chakra already made the kunai much more powerful. But for maximum effect, he had to shape the chakra into a thin edge that perfectly lined up with the blade of the kunai. By the end of the holiday, his kunai could pierce through 3 boulders, each 4 meters wide, and get stuck in the 4th one. And thanks to the flow of chakra, the striking range of his kunai extended by 15 centimeters. However, he noticed that once he managed to inject more chakra and make it sharper, the kunai itself began to deteriorate. Just 2 days before the break was over, the kunai he'd been practicing was shattered. He let out a sigh and thought, well, I picked up this kunai in the forest. I wonder if a new one would last longer. Looks like I'll need to buy some fresh kunai in the future. I should also check the price of chakra weapons. The day before school started, he headed to the best weapon shop in Konoha to look for chakra weapons. This time, he didn't use transformation jutsu. He simply walked in as a weapon enthusiast. The reason was that Kazumasa wanted to outwardly display his interest in weapons, and the shop owner happened to be a retired ninja whose chakra reserves were nearly double that of Genshu. However, the prices left him utterly shocked. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? 2 million Ryo for a small chakra blade? Seriously, why didn't Kakuzu just steal Asuma's chakra blades? Even if they don't use chakra blades themselves, the books say that even the cheapest one costs at least 7.5 million Ryo. The cost of the weapons was simply out of reach. He found himself thinking, damn, what am I supposed to do? The cost is just too high. If I focused on Fuinjutsu and sold a lot of sealing scrolls, maybe I could make that much in a year or two, but that would draw a ton of attention. Not to mention, chakra weapons have to be custom-made. So trying to buy one through some random disguise probably won't work. And making such a big purchase would definitely attract attention from a village. If I wait until I can earn money through missions, I doubt I'll make enough before I can take on A-rank missions. And that's still a long way off. He mulled it over for a while, and then a sudden idea struck him. That's it. I could ask Hiruzen for one as a reward. This year, I'll train intensively with dual swords, maybe even show off my training a bit. Let everyone see just how passionate I am about swordsmanship. And Genshu knows my affinity is wind. So my hint should be obvious. But there were two major problems with this plan. First, nearly everyone would end up knowing about it. Second, there was no guarantee Hiruzen would actually reward Kazemasa with something so valuable. He pondered it for a while longer. Oh well, I can get around the first issue by having Hiruzen hold onto my sword for safekeeping. When I'm confident enough to face Jonin-level foes, I'll just ask him to return it. As for the second, if he refuses, I'll request something smaller, maybe a chakra blade or something of the sort. He's always spouting all that nonsense about the will of fire, but watching him turn down a little kid twice would be pretty amusing. It's a pity, though. I've crafted a persona that's fairly mature and a bit anxious. So, even if he refuses me twice, I can't really throw a tantrum. But if he ignores all the years I've spent listening to his brainwashing lectures and says no to me twice, I'll definitely get back at him. If he rejects me, I'll sponsor Naruto's pranks in the future, supplying him with all kinds of sealing tools. Then I can just kick back and enjoy the chaos he brings to the Hidden Leaf Village. At that thought, an impish grin spread across his face. If Hiruzen could read what was going on in Kazemasa's mind, he'd probably be quaking in his boots. The next day marked the start of the 4th year at the academy. Since he hadn't paid much attention to the graduation exams and was curious about what had happened, he decided to head to school early. He arrived in class at 7:45 in the morning. When he got there, he saw 24 kids already present, along with 3 unfamiliar faces. He glanced around the classroom, but didn't spot Senju Hikaru, Uchiha Rai, or Shimura Shin among the students. He walked over to sit beside Hyuga Hodaka and greeted him. Good morning. How did the graduation exam go? At first, Hodaka's mood was down, since he hadn't passed the exam. But when he realized what Kazemasa was asking, he stared at him in disbelief. You didn't know? Kaze shook his head. Hinata Hataka continued speaking. Have you always lived up in the mountains? Kaze replied. No, I live at the foot of the mountain. Hinata Hataka gazed at him, his face expressionless. Kaze asked another question. So, are you planning to talk today? A look of sorrow crossed Hinata Hataka's face as he answered. I didn't pass. Only Senju Hui, Shimura Shin, and Uchiha Rai made it through. Kaze had expected as much and nodded in understanding. He then asked about the exam. Hinata Hataka gave a brief account of what had happened during the graduation test. Even though Kaze had already guessed how things would turn out, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that those 3 could perform C-rank ninja techniques. He thought to himself, it really does help to come from a prestigious clan or have some eccentric old man backing you up. Kaze then asked if the 3 had been assigned to the same genin squad. But Hinata Hataka replied, no, Senju Hui and Uchiha Rai were put on a team with someone a year older than them. As for Shimura Shin, I have no idea where he went. I haven't heard a thing about him since the exam. Kaze mused to himself. I see. My guess is that Danzo probably recruited him into the Foundation. Still, I'm surprised Danzo didn't take him away when Shimura Shin was just 3 or 4 years old. He continued his questioning. What about the 3 new classmates? What's their story? Hinata Hataka answered with a dismissive tone. No idea. Seeing how little Hinata Hataka cared about the new students, Kaze thought to himself. It doesn't seem right to ask him. Unless it's about taijutsu, he's usually pretty aloof. But I've gotten enough information for now. I wonder if I could use this knowledge to get some C-rank ninjutsu from Genshu. After the conversation, Kazemasa decided to remain seated where he was. Although his relationships with his classmates weren't particularly close, since they often engaged in sparring sessions, he did get along better with Hinata Hodaka and Senju Hui than with the others. To his surprise, Genshu didn't walk into the classroom alone today. Instead, he was accompanied by an elderly man. When they entered, Everyone stood up to greet him, for this man was the principal of the school. The principal began with a few casual remarks, then shifted the topic to the will of fire. In the end, he urged everyone to strive to graduate this year. Kazumasa was taken aback by this. Only one thought crossed his mind. Wow, they're really desperate this time. After the principal left, Kazumasa pondered to himself. It seems there's no way out of participating this year. Then again, I've already learned most of what the school has to offer. All that's left for me are jinjutsu, swordsmanship, and the second book on sealing techniques. But if they're all this eager, maybe I really should give the chakra blade a try. Next, the principal introduced 3 new students. He spoke. Since 3 of your classmates have already become genin, we've transferred 3 students from other classes to join yours. Please take care of them. The 3 children introduced themselves to the class. They were the top 3 among the 400 students who remained from that year. Some students were delighted to welcome new classmates, while others felt there was no need for anyone else to join, so their reactions varied. Fengjing's own thoughts were as follows. So that's how it is. By doing this, they can ensure that the other students won't feel overwhelming pressure just because a few students have already become junior ninjas. At the same time, these 3 children can help soften the absence of the graduates. They won't always be so keenly missed, yet those graduates remain as role models for everyone else. And for the new kids in this class, they'll have to work even harder. If they can keep up with the class, they'll also grow into something formidable in the future. What a brilliantly clever move. As Fengjing marveled at the ingenuity of this arrangement, there was one person in the class who was far from pleased. The homeroom teacher, Yuan Shu. His thoughts were quite different. Last year, I already taught everything I was supposed to teach these kids. All I had to do was wait for them to absorb the lessons and pass the graduation exam. But now I have to teach all this material again to these new students. Just as he was brooding over this, a chilling realization crept into his mind. Wait a minute. If more students graduate this year, does that mean even more new students will join this class, and I'll have to teach it all over again? At that thought, his shoulders slumped. He was truly disheartened. He let out a heavy sigh. This isn't what I signed up for. Once the new students had been introduced, the principal took his leave. After that, Yuan Shu announced this year's teaching syllabus, which took Fengjing by surprise once again. Yuan Shu said, "This year, your main focus is to master everything I've taught you over the past 2 years. That includes the 3 types of ninjutsu and the fundamental skills I've already shown you. In addition, I'll be teaching you 5 new E-rank jutsu. They are Fire Style, Basic Technique, Wind Style, Gale Technique, Lightning Style, Silent String Technique, Earth Style, Stone Shield Technique, and Water Style, Fish Bullet Technique. These jutsu aren't strictly required for graduation, but knowing how to use them will be extremely helpful to you in the future. Last year, I already explained the concept of elemental affinities. So later, I'll check each of your chakra natures. At the very least, you'll need to learn the jutsu that matches your own attribute. If you want to graduate early, mastering all 5 of these jutsu will also be beneficial. Your former classmate, Shin Shimura, was able to perform all 5 of these techniques. That's why he was able to graduate so early." The mention of Shin Shimura instantly sparked a competitive spirit among the whole class. Yuan Shu was quite pleased with their reaction. He thought to himself, it's really gratifying to see them so motivated. I owe Shin Shimura thanks for setting that example in last year's exam. Otherwise, I might not have decided to teach this way. Fengjing mused. This is truly unexpected. I didn't think Yuan Shu would go so far as to teach all 5 jutsu, but it's not a big deal for me. Out of these 5, I've already mastered 2. After class, Fengjing took a practice sword from the school and began swinging it in training. He had 2 basic ideas in mind, and these were the reasons he wanted to learn how to use a sword. The first idea is to infuse wind chakra into the sword, making its edge incredibly sharp. This way, even if an enemy tries to block with their own weapon, he can still cut them down. Such a technique would make him extremely lethal in close combat. The second idea is to unleash slashes or thrusts at mid-range, much like what Zoro and Mihawk do in One Piece. Between these 2 concepts, the first seems entirely realistic. Fengjing is confident he can master it soon, but he isn't so sure about the second. His memories of the fine details from Naruto have grown a little hazy, and as far as he can recall, there's only one ninja who could perform such devastating mid-range slashes with sheer brute force. That was Might Guy when using the Morning Peacock and Evening Elephant techniques. Still, even if he can't send sword strikes flying with pure strength, he can replicate the effect by channeling chakra into his sword, just like a samurai would. And by using wind nature chakra, he could push this ability even further. After an hour of practice, he found himself marveling at his own swordsmanship. He thought to himself, in my previous life, I watched countless sword techniques, but I never had a proper way to train. Sigh. Maybe I should seek out Master Yuan Shu. With that, he sheathed his sword and set off to find Yuan Shu. When he found Yuan Shu, the master was in conversation with another teacher. Feng Zheng waited patiently for a while. Upon seeing Feng Zheng, Yuan Shu broke off the conversation and asked what had brought him here. Feng Zheng replied, "Master, I want to learn swordsmanship. Will you teach me?" Yuan Shu nearly burst into tears inside, thinking to himself, "First, the principal wants me to teach those 3 new kids. And now this boy comes asking me to teach him swordsmanship, as if I don't have any other work to do. He hasn't even taken the graduation exam." He pulled himself together and let out a sigh. "Well, I can't turn him down. I didn't need to have a talk with him. I hope he'll take the graduation exam this year. If he stays another year or 2, and others start following his example by asking me to teach them more things, my life will turn into utter chaos." Feng Zheng was taken aback by Yuan Shu's sigh. He thought to himself, what's wrong with him? Shouldn't teachers always be enthusiastic when students want to learn more? Yuan Shu responded, "I'm not much of a swordsman myself, but I have a few friends who are. I'll arrange for you to practice with them." As he spoke, he thought, it's a blessing to have so many good friends. I can hand off some of the students' training to them. Feng Zheng nodded in gratitude. Yuan Shu asked him a few more questions. Then the conversation turned to the graduation exam. He asked, "Feng Zheng, what are your thoughts on graduation?" Feng Zheng sighed inwardly. "It seems there's really no way around it this year." Putting on a thoughtful look, he said, "I'll give it a try this year. Actually, I wanted to try last year too, but I got nervous when the notice came at the last minute, and I really didn't know what to do." A wistful, slightly sad expression crossed his face, and lowering his head, he spoke in a voice tinged with sorrow. "But I heard that Uchiha Rai, Senju Hui, and Shimura Shin can all perform searing techniques. So maybe it's actually a good thing I didn't take the exam. If I had, I would have embarrassed myself for sure." Feng Zheng kept this expression, silently hoping that Yuan Shu would sympathize with him and teach him a C-rank Win-style ninjutsu. Seeing the look on Feng Zheng's face, Yuan Shu did feel a pang of sympathy. He thought to himself, it's truly difficult for an orphan without a clan support to become a ninja. Without the resources provided by a family, they're at a huge disadvantage. I've faced many hardships myself, coming from a civilian background. He let out a quiet sigh and made up his mind. All right, I should encourage him a little and teach him a C-rank technique. Great Breakthrough is a very basic Win-style jutsu. I'm sure the Hokage would approve. But first, I need to check on his progress. Try to lift Feng Zheng's spirits, he asked. We checked your elemental affinity over a year ago. How far have you come since then? Feng Zheng replied. Sensei, I can split a leaf in 2 now. I learned the Gale technique from the library. I can also do the breakthrough technique, but I'm still working on perfecting it. Yuan Shu was a bit surprised by this answer and thought, I didn't expect him to have come this far and to have trained himself in ninjutsu. He really is diligent. Besides, E-rank and D-rank techniques aren't that hard to master. Since he already knows these 2, Great Breakthrough should be even easier for him to learn. Then he said, That's excellent. Can you show me? Feng Zheng nodded, and the 2 of them made their way to the training grounds. Feng Zheng began by skillfully performing the Gale technique. Although he could use the technique without forming hand seals, he still went through each gesture as he demonstrated for Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu nodded in approval. Very good. Show me the breakthrough technique. Try it on that tree over there. He pointed to a nearby tree. Feng Zheng formed the seals again. Only this time his movements were a bit slower. He also held back the jutsu's power, managing only to knock off a few leaves and small branches. After casting the jutsu, he thought to himself, that should be enough. If I really went all out and stripped that tree bare, leaving it covered with deep scars, I'm sure I'd attract a lot of attention. Yuan Shu was quite impressed by Feng Zheng's display, thinking, very good. He's a bit lacking in raw power, but considering he's only 9 and has had no real instruction, this is admirable. Still, when it comes to ninjutsu talent, he can't compare to those 3. Yuan Shu pondered whether there was any more he could do to help Feng Zheng, but nothing came to mind. At last, he concluded, well, even if he doesn't become a master of ninjutsu, he's still a sensory ninja. Besides, his taijutsu is solid. And while his ninjutsu might not be exceptional, wind nature can enhance fire techniques. With his sensory skills and wind release, he'll be a valuable asset to his team. So, becoming a special jonin within the next 10 years shouldn't be a problem for him. And if things go well, perhaps he might even become a full jonin. After summarizing his thoughts, he spoke. Feng Zheng, well done. You've mastered both of these jutsu quite well. However, you should keep working to increase their power. Feng Zheng nodded and replied, Yes, sensei. Yuan Shu continued. You don't need to worry about C-rank jutsu. Let me see if I can get one for you. Feng Zheng quickly expressed his thanks. The next day, after obtaining Hiruzen's permission, Yuan Shu handed Feng Zheng the scroll for the Great Breakthrough technique. he said. This jutsu is the next step after the breakthrough technique. Practice it diligently. It will help you at graduation. Feng Zheng thanked him once more. Starting the following day, Feng Zheng began leaving a shadow clone at home and resumed his training in sealing techniques. Over the past 2 months, he had been focusing on ninjutsu, so he hadn't left a shadow clone behind to continue his sealing practice. There were still some fundamental sealing methods he needed to learn. Feng Zheng estimated it would take another 2 to 3 months to finish studying these seals. After that, he would be able to move on to the next scroll. Right now, he was faced with a dilemma. Should he leave 1 shadow clone at home, or 2? Since he started training with shadow clones, his chakra had grown more than 3 times stronger. According to the scroll, a shadow clone is only considered a true clone if it can consume 2/3 of a user's chakra before being dispelled. By that logic, Feng Zheng could only create 1 true shadow clone. However, practicing the sealing technique for 7 hours didn't actually require that much chakra. So if he wanted, he could leave behind 2 shadow clones. After weighing his options, he made a decision. I'll just keep 1 shadow clone for now. I'll observe how the first week at school goes, and then decide what to do next. The following day, Yuan Shu handed the Great Breakthrough Technique Scroll to Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng began studying it immediately. This ninjutsu was quite similar to the regular breakthrough technique, only its power was significantly greater. He managed to learn it that very day, though there was still much room for improvement. The force needed to be greatly increased, and the hand signs had to be reduced to none at all. He recalled, I remember during the Chunin exams, Orochimaru used this technique to wreak havoc in the forest. There's still a lot I need to do to enhance its strength. But at least I've learned the basics for now. I'll keep the scroll for 3 weeks before returning it to Yuan Shu. Later that week, Yuan Shu checked everyone's chakra nature. As expected, most people had fire nature chakra. The rest were divided between earth and water. No one possessed lightning nature chakra. And as everyone knew, Feng Zheng was the only one with wind nature chakra. Yuan Shu also explained to the whole class the 5 types of ninjutsu they would be learning that year. The lightning-style ninjutsu simply produced a string of sparks, enough to startle anyone it touched, but lacking real power and essentially harmless. The water-style ninjutsu involved spitting out a small stream of water. The fire-style ninjutsu astonished everyone in the class. Although it was merely a simple technique that emitted a hot ray from a single finger, it was the most basic among a set of 6 ninjutsu. Each of these 6 techniques complemented the others, and the final one was an exceptionally powerful A-rank jutsu. This information piqued Kazimasa's curiosity about the technique. So far, he only knew of 1 A-rank jutsu. If he could learn just 1 more, his offensive power would increase significantly. However, for 2 reasons, he restrained his eagerness to master this ninjutsu. He had not yet trained in fire style, and besides, this technique didn't seem compatible with his wind-style ninjutsu for enhancement. All in all, these 5 jutsu could be combined with the basic skills taught by Master Genju. The fire release. First technique could start fires, while the water release. Fish bullet technique could extinguish them. Wind release. Gale technique could mask one's tracks. Earth release. Rock shield technique provided defense and created cover for concealment. Lightning release. Silent string technique could paralyze small animals for a minute or 2. These ninjutsu were undeniably practical. By the second week, Genju made an announcement to the class. Today, we begin our study of swordsmanship. I have invited a guest instructor to guide you. Genju had been considering this ever since Kazimasa had asked him for sword lessons. He concluded, swordsmanship training is something everyone can learn, so it wouldn't be fair to arrange it just for Kazimasa. If among these 30 students, there are any with a talent for swordsmanship, it would be a worthwhile discovery. Even if no one is interested in swordsmanship, simply learning how to handle a different weapon would still benefit them. So I spoke with the Hokage and arranged for someone to take on this task. Kazimasa was somewhat surprised to hear this, but upon reflection, he found it made perfect sense. Everyone made their way to the academy's training grounds. As soon as they entered, they saw Jintoki talking with a tall, muscular man who carried a sword at his side. Jintoki made the introduction. He'll be teaching you how to use a sword. His name is Nakaya Michi. Like me, he holds the rank of Chunin. Everyone greeted Nakaya Michi respectfully. Nakaya Michi began by giving some background on swordsmanship. His speech about the life of a swordsman was filled with passion. He spoke of how both the first and second Hokage had wielded swords. He also explained the philosophy of treating the sword as an extension of one's own body. From this man, Kazimasa sensed the same seriousness that surrounded Gai-sensei. After a 15-minute speech, Nakaya Michi moved on to demonstrate the basics of swordsmanship. He taught them how to grip a sword, what stances to take, how to swing, and more. Kazemasa paid close attention to his instruction. But not everyone shared his enthusiasm. The students from Inara, Akimichi, Inazuka, Aburame, and Hyuga clans showed absolutely no interest in this training. A week later, Nakaya Michi asked who wished to continue studying swordsmanship. Aside from Kazemasa, only one civilian child and a member of the Hitaki clan chose to keep training. Nakaya Michi spoke with the three of them, wanted to learn more about their motivations, why they wanted to pursue swordsmanship, and just how far they hoped to go. When Kazemasa was asked this question, he replied, "I want to develop my swordsmanship as much as possible and make it my main way of fighting at close range." Nakatani gave an approving nod. "That's an excellent attitude. Someday, you'll become a fine swordsman. But do you have any thoughts about how to continue practicing with the sword?" Kazemasa wasn't sure what options were available in Konoha, so he shook his head and said, "No, I don't know. Could you tell me what all the paths of training are?" Nakatani replied, "In Konoha, we have many sword-related dances. For example, I know the Crescent Moon Dance, which is one of Konoha's most powerful sword techniques. There are many basic styles, and you need to learn those before you can master this technique." Kazemasa blinked in surprise and asked, "Dances?" Nakatani burst out laughing, then explained, "Well, they're not exactly dances. They're movements that have to be performed in a specific pattern. This pattern lets you create effects that can be deadly in battle. For example, some moves can create afterimages, make you disappear, or make it look like you haven't even moved. But since these movements resemble elegant dances, that's what they're called." Kazemasa looked thoughtful, musing to himself, "I'm well aware of this. However, while dancing techniques have their merits, they're also quite limited. A skilled opponent can easily break the flow of these moves. Maki, for instance, could counter them directly with a stronger defense. That's exactly why Keed met his end so quickly. Although if someone were to master all of these styles, they could develop a supremely advanced form of swordsmanship that would take 10 years, or even longer." Kazemasa didn't have that much time. He wanted a sword style that was straightforward and direct. This style needed to deliver powerful attacks, skillfully defend with the blade, and allow for agile dodges or swift pursuits whenever necessary. Even just channeling wind chakra along the blade could be devastatingly lethal for any ordinary ninja. Now, how should he put this into words? Kazemasa couldn't just say, "Your style is too weak." Nor could he say, if Madara ever asks you to dance and you show him your crescent dance, he'd probably bash his head on the ground and crawl right back to his grave. Wait, no, that didn't sound like Madara at all. He'd probably just called down a few meteors. Yes, that was much more like him. He continued, "I don't want to learn a bunch of different dances right now. I just want to know how to use a sword for strong, direct attacks." He paused for a few seconds, then went on, I'm not sure if it's possible, but is there a way to make the sword even more lethal through chakra flow? Or maybe by sending slashing waves?" At this point, Kazemasa had to tread carefully. After all, the library hadn't mentioned anything about chakra flow. He had to present it as if it were his own idea. At first, Nakaya had felt a bit disappointed with Kazemasa, since he didn't want to study the various sword styles of Konoha. But hearing this question, Nakaya couldn't help but be surprised. Did this kid figure out chakra flow on his own? And aren't those ninja able to channel chakra through their blades for slashing attacks? This child's way of thinking is truly innovative. Unfortunately, I myself haven't fully mastered chakra flow or the flying slash technique, Nakatanado thought to himself with a hint of frustration. What should I do now? It'd be so embarrassing to admit I don't know. The Crescent Moon Dance doesn't require chakra flow, and learning it demands a huge amount of time and effort. That's why most of us never bother with it. He considered for a moment and finally let out a sigh before speaking. What you're talking about is chakra flow. We channel chakra through the sword to make our attacks more lethal. But it's an extremely complex technique, and very few people in the Leaf Village even know about it. So don't worry about it for now. It's nothing you need to be concerned with at this stage. As for the flying slash, all ninja can do it, but the technique itself is a closely guarded secret, and learning it is quite difficult." Kazemasa's face fell in disappointment. He thought to himself, "Oh, this guy's useless. Couldn't Genshin at least find someone who actually knows this stuff to teach me?" Seeing Kazemasa's crestfallen expression, Nakatanado offered some reassurance. "But you don't need to worry. These are all very advanced concepts. You'll have a chance to learn them in the future. For now, let me walk you through all the basic skills." Kazemasa nodded, thinking, "I guess I set my expectations a bit too high. This guy doesn't really owe me anything, after all. I suppose it's just that having such a helpful homeroom teacher raised the bar for me." He mulled it over a bit longer, and finally came to a conclusion. "All right, if Hiruzen won't give me a chakra weapon, I can at least ask him to arrange for someone to teach me ninja swordsmanship." Even though Nakatanado said those techniques are secrets, it's impossible that no one in the Hidden Leaf Village knows them. Besides, since Nakatanado already mentioned it, I have a legitimate explanation for how I found out. After the discussion ended, Nakatanado began teaching the three students the basics. Later that day, Kazumasa bought himself a short sword. The sword was quite ordinary, but its quality was noticeably better than a standard kunai. After some haggling, he managed to buy it for 22,500 ryo. The reason he bought it was simple. He couldn't practice chakra flow with the wooden training swords provided by the school. And so, the year passed by. Nakatanado truly imparted a wealth of foundational knowledge to Kazumasa, who absorbed it like a sponge. As for the 5 basic elemental jutsu, Kazumasa wasn't interested in learning them just yet. From his second week onward, Kazumasa started leaving 2 shadow clones at home to study sealing techniques, effectively doubling his learning speed. However, to avoid overloading his mind, both shadow clones practiced the same symbols and seals. A month and a half into the 4th year, Kazumasa completed the basics of sealing techniques. During this period, he also made a discovery. Because both shadow clones were working on the same sealing techniques, his learning speed didn't actually double. After dispelling them, he received the perspective of both clones. This only helped to reinforce his foundation, but it came at the cost of speed. In summary, Kazumasa estimated that his learning speed had increased by about 60%. He conducted further analysis and came to a conclusion, thinking to himself, the optimal way to use shadow clone jutsu is to have each clone study something different. However, when I do that, I end up with a splitting headache. So, even though this may not be the best use of shadow clones, it's the most suitable method for me. I believe having a solid foundation is more important than just learning quickly. After mastering the basics of sealing techniques, he decided to move on to the next level of advanced seals from Section D of the library. The sealing techniques described in this book could store elements. For example, fire could be sealed within them. This made him wonder, could the seal Jiraiya used to contain Amaterasu really be as simple as this kind of seal? The stored elements could be generated with ninjutsu, but that wasn't strictly necessary. Elements could also be drawn from the surroundings, like water, or even stored from a flowing river. As he read about this sealing technique in the book, he realized, it seems the sealing technique Shikamaru used on Kakuzu is right here on this scroll. But apparently, he didn't just use ordinary water, but water with higher conductivity. He must have added a lot of salt to it, or perhaps something else to make it more conductive. Still, these details don't make much difference in battle. To use them effectively requires a great deal of creativity. He then began to study these new sealing techniques. 3 months into his 4th year, Kazumasa could now perform the great breakthrough technique successfully without any hand seals. Over the following month, he managed to achieve the same results with the stone shield technique. However, he still needed to slam both hands onto the ground to complete the move. He thought to himself, I should learn to perform the stone shield technique using only one foot. That means I have to figure out how to channel earth nature chakra into the ground through my foot. He pondered this for a while and came to a conclusion. It was indeed quite difficult. The hand seals for the stone shield technique naturally gathered earth chakra in the hands before releasing it into the ground. To trigger it by stamping a foot, he would have to manipulate his chakra to flow out through his foot instead. But if Fengzheng could master this, it would become a particularly troublesome defensive maneuver. He mused, if I'm running away, every step I take could form a shield behind me. I think it's worth spending time to learn this, so I'll add it to my training list. At the same time, I should also try creating wind blasts through my feet. Another month passed, and Fengzheng decided to start training with 2 swords at once. He asked Nakaya to teach him the same fundamentals. He also made sure that plenty of people saw him practicing with twin blades. His old sword, worn down after 5 months of use, had become quite battered, so he bought 2 fresh ones. He trained diligently for another month, but still couldn't eliminate the hand seals for the earth movement technique. With only 4 months left until the final exam, he decided to pause his earth-style ninjutsu training and turn his focus to jinjutsu. He visited the library and began searching for jinjutsu scrolls. In Section 0, he found several scrolls. Some merely covered the basic principles of illusionary techniques already introduced in class. Others described ways to defend against such techniques, and one was about how to actually learn illusionary arts. He began reading the scroll that explained how to learn illusionary techniques, but the very first sentence took him by surprise. His first thought was, that's way too simple. The scroll began with these words. Illusionary techniques require extremely precise chakra control and a very high level of intelligence. If you lack either, don't bother trying. However, he quickly grew skeptical. Does it really take that much intelligence? After all, Kurenai Yuhi once used illusions on Itachi. He read on, analyzing as he went. So that's how it works. The ninja extends their chakra flow into the opponent's brain and nervous system, taking control of the target's mental chakra and thereby manipulating their five senses. That's how illusions are created. This allows the caster to feed false perceptions to their opponent, making them see things that aren't really there. Illusionary techniques themselves can be divided into two categories. The first type involves crafting an entirely new environment through illusion. In these cases, the target can often quickly realize they're caught in an illusion. Techniques like Itachi's Tsukuyomi or the illusions Kurenai used against Itachi and Kisame fall into this category. The second type is subtler, involving only a small change, a subtle hypnotic suggestion implanted in the target's mind. This kind is much harder to detect, though not as overpowering as the first. Still, if used at the right moment, it can be just as deadly. The scroll went on to describe in detail how to extend chakra into an opponent's nervous system, along with various stealthy tactics for doing so. It was filled with diagrams illustrating the neurological pathways of the brain. Then he headed to sections D and E of the library to see if he could find some basic jinjutsu to study. Soon, he stumbled upon a delightful surprise. In just these two sections, there were over 100 different jinjutsu techniques. He was utterly astonished and couldn't help but think to himself, did they put everything from the Uchiha clan and Kurama here? He let out a sigh. The sheer number of jinjutsu he now had to read and analyze weighed heavily on him. Determined not to waste too much time, he began opening scroll after scroll right there, reading each one before putting it back in its place. Even so, it took him more than 4 hours to finish going through them all. After reading every single scroll, he reached a conclusion. Most of the ninjutsu here have no real value in combat. The difference is only in the method and circumstances of using jinjutsu. I imagine someone like Itachi or even Kurenai could master them all after just a single read. In short, Kazemasa had no intention of becoming a true jinjutsu master. With the Uchiha clan around, such an endeavor would be meaningless anyway. All he really wanted was to learn how to defend against jinjutsu, as well as the shadow jinjutsu that Hashirama or Tobirama had created specifically to counter the Sharingan. However, he suspected those would be B rank or A rank jinjutsu. So, Kazemasa decided it was best to start with a few techniques. He would begin with the E rank double vision technique and the D rank Hell's Perception technique. The double vision technique made everything the opponent saw appear doubled. It was quite handy for putting psychological pressure on an enemy. As for Hell's Perception technique, that was the Jinjutsu Kakashi once used on Sakura. Kazemasa then read through the instructions for casting the double vision technique. He also took the time to study some scrolls on how to counter Jinjutsu. Then, as was his usual routine, he made his way into a small forest. Jinjutsu training could not be done alone. Someone had to cast the illusion. Otherwise, the results would be entirely unpredictable. So, he created a shadow clone to practice with. Fungjing's plan was simple. He would attempt to cast Jinjutsu on his own shadow clone. The moment the clone dispersed, he would gain all the memories and experiences the clone had, along with whatever skill he had developed in using Jinjutsu. Moreover, the shadow clone would try to resist the illusion, attempting to dispel it, allowing him to train both in casting Jinjutsu and in defending against it at the same time. There were generally two ways for a ninja to break free from Jinjutsu. The first method was to stop and disrupt the flow of one's own chakra. The second was to inflict pain upon oneself in order to break the illusion, stabbing oneself with a kunai, biting one's tongue, or anything else that would jolt the mind awake. Of course, a shadow clone could not use the second method. He began by attempting to manipulate the chakra flow, targeting the neural system of the shadow clone's brain. He recalled every diagram he had ever seen and every technique for using chakra to influence an opponent's neural pathways. This demanded an extraordinarily precise control of chakra. On the first day, he made no progress at all. He kept practicing, and it took him 16 days before he managed to succeed. Another 7 days later, he finally managed to use the double vision technique on his shadow clone. For the double vision technique, once his chakra invaded the clone's neural system, he had to distort its vision, doubling every image the clone perceived. The key to this ninjutsu was keeping his chakra output extremely subtle so that the enemy wouldn't sense it at all. What his shadow clone observed was this. Wow, I could see everything doubled. There are two of me. Every tree has become two, and even each pebble on the ground and every cloud in the sky has been multiplied. Only the earth and the sky seem unchanged, perhaps because they're so vast, I can't tell if there are one or two of them. As for all these double things, I really can't spot much difference between them. If I hadn't seen the environment before, I probably wouldn't even notice that most things have been duplicated. It just feels like there are more pebbles on the ground, the forest is denser, and there are more clouds than usual. Of course, I do notice the strange phenomenon of having two real bodies. So if I use this illusion and my enemy sees me, they'll immediately realize something's off. Likewise, if I'm facing multiple opponents, they'll quickly figure it out. Besides, even though my real body is doing its best to suppress his chakra, I can still sense his chakra trying to affect me, since I'm a sensory ninja. Then, the shadow clone closed his eyes and tried to sense his surroundings. I see. Since this illusion targets my vision, only my sight is affected. If I try to sense things, I can only detect one real body. That means this illusion has no effect on sensory ninjas. The shadow clone then stopped sensing and nodded at Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng caught the signal and threw 4 shuriken at the shadow clone. The shadow clone saw 8 shuriken flying toward him and thought to himself, I saw that each of the originals threw 4 shuriken at me. Then he swiftly dodged the flying shuriken with agile movements. Feng Zheng immediately used his wind-style projectile manipulation technique, making the shuriken home in on his shadow clone. Because the shadow clone could see all 8 shuriken, dodging them became quite difficult. Half a minute later, the shadow clone cast the Gale Surge technique, disrupting the original's control over the shuriken. Following that, he performed the wind seizure technique, pulling 2 shuriken toward himself and catching them with both hands. However, he managed to grab only one. The other vanished into thin air. The shadow clone then dissipated, transmitting all its memories back to Feng Zheng. After receiving the memories, Feng Zheng analyzed the situation. So that's how it is. Ninjutsu isn't as useful as I imagined. Its only real use is when my opponent is alone. I can hide nearby and target him with shuriken. But even then, this only works if I can lure the enemy to an unfamiliar place where he won't notice anything unusual about his surroundings. Moreover, this ninjutsu isn't effective against sensory ninja. Feng Zheng also gained a crucial piece of information. He could sense when an enemy was trying to affect him with genjutsu. However, he wasn't sure if this was because he was inexperienced with illusions or if every sensory ninja could passively detect this. If it was the latter, this would be an excellent way to counter genjutsu. All he would need to do is disrupt his own chakra flow before the enemy completed their illusion. Of course, there would be some limitations to this. However, Kazemasa believed that this method might not work against the Sharingan, since the Sharingan could cast illusions with nothing more than eye contact. But Kazemasa could easily detect when someone was casting a genjutsu and disrupt it midway. Then again, who could say for certain, perhaps with enough training, he could even resist the Sharingan itself? With this thought, he continued his training. This time, however, his shadow clone would disrupt its own chakra before the illusion was cast. Within just a day, the shadow clone managed to accomplish this task successfully. The very next day, whenever Kazemasa's chakra began to invade its nervous system, the shadow clone would immediately scramble its own chakra. To his surprise, it only took a few hours for the clone to master this. Pleased with his progress, Kazemasa decided to move on to the next ninjutsu. He began to study the Hell Viewing technique, a genjutsu more advanced than the one before. Its simplest form involved manipulating the opponent's vision, forcing them to see whatever the caster desired. Beyond that, the caster also had to affect the target's mind to evoke fear and despair. Kazemasa recalled that this technique could be made even more potent by influencing the opponent's sense of smell and hearing as well. Kakashi used genjutsu on Sakura to make her call out to Sasuke for help. So, I'm guessing he must have influenced her hearing too. But I'm not sure if he also manipulated her sense of smell. If he did, he might have added the scent of blood, Kazemasa mused. He began practicing this technique. He worked on triggering fear and despair in his shadow clone, then manipulating its hearing and sense of smell. It took him 7 days to master these 3 abilities. Then he began working hard to create an illusion, but soon he ran into an obstacle. What exactly am I afraid of? He pondered over it. The only thing I'm worried about now is Danzo forcibly pulling me in a route. But even so, that's not really something I fear. I suppose it's my good fortune. There are no inner demons haunting me. He thought about it even more, and at last he understood. He cast a genjutsu on his shadow clone, and the clone willingly allowed the illusion to take hold. For a few seconds, nothing happened. But then, the shadow clone saw something. On the horizon, there was a tiny black dot, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Soon, he realized what it was and thought to himself, "Holy crap, is it a tail beast bomb?" The moment he saw it, a wave of fear and utter despair washed over him. But thanks to the training he'd undergone over the past few days, he recognized that it was the illusion itself triggering his fear and hopelessness. The tailed beast bomb struck him, and the vision abruptly ended. Right after, the shadow clone dispelled itself, sending the memories back to Kazimasa. Kazimasa reflected to himself. Not bad progress. I suppose what I fear most right now is dying like cannon fodder, completely powerless to change my fate. He then mulled over the illusion he'd just experienced. The effect wasn't bad, either. Still, the shape of the tailed beast bomb was a little unstable. I'll need to refine that. And the ending was too abrupt. Sure, an opponent with weak mental fortitude, like Sakura, might faint on the spot, but a battle-hardened shinobi wouldn't just pass out the moment the illusion ends. Perhaps I could further expand the scope of my illusions, giving myself more time to deliver a fatal blow. Maybe, after an explosion, I could conjure the scent of earth and blood, or even show my opponent an image of my own corpse, making them believe for a few seconds that they're already dead, that they become a soul or a ghost. He continued to devote himself to perfecting the effects of his illusions. It took him about a week before he was finally satisfied with what he had created. By the time he had mastered these two illusion techniques, there were less than 3 months left before the final exams. In every aspect, Fong was making excellent progress. However, there was still one crucial area he hadn't yet addressed. He thought to himself, everything is going smoothly. My chakra reserves are now on par with the weaker teachers at the school. My ninjutsu and taijutsu have probably surpassed the level of a junior ninja. My training in sealing techniques is also going well. At this rate, I should finish my current scroll in another 6 months. As for swordsmanship, I've mastered the basics, and my chakra flows much more smoothly through the blade. I can easily cut through a tree with my sword, and I can even split a stone. Plus, I've started learning illusions. However, he was still seriously lacking in combat experience. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say he had no real combat experience at all. After all, taijutsu competitions posed no real danger to one's life, and there was never any risk of permanent injury. In those matches, not even the throwing of shuriken was permitted. Another vital element was the instinct for battle and survival. In battle, being able to act purely on instinct, or to sense whether one's life is in danger, is crucial for any ninja. Otherwise, even a simple shuriken thrown from the shadows could be deadly. Fortunately, Feng Zheng happened to be a sensory ninja, so his intuition was even sharper than most. Still, it wasn't enough. That's why, over the next 3 months, he would need to regularly spar with his shadow clones, simulating real combat situations. After some thought, he made up his mind. Let's start with wooden weapons first. Once I get used to them, I'll move on to the real thing. The following Saturday, he ventured into a small forest. After making sure he was alone, he created a shadow clone and prepared for a match. Both he and his clone were equipped with 24 wooden shuriken, 6 wooden kunai, and 2 wooden swords each. They stood face to face, 10 meters apart. Feng Zheng picked up a small stone and tossed it into the air. The moment it hit the ground would signal the start of their battle. Since the clone had been created after all the plans were set, there was no need for any discussion. As soon as the stone landed, both Feng Zheng and his shadow clone leapt backward, each unleashing the great breakthrough jutsu. Their jutsu collided, sending fierce gusts of wind through the forest and snapping several branches. After casting their techniques, the two quickly dodged to the side, keeping clear of the jutsu's range. As the winds gradually died down, Feng Zheng and his clone began to search the swirling air for an opening. Feng Zheng soon spotted his chance and thought to himself, "There!" Soon, he hurled 3 shuriken into the wind. Guided by the shifting currents, they changed direction and flew straight toward the shadow clone. The clone noticed this and flickered 50 meters to his left. Kazimasa, observing the clone's movement with keen eyes, thought to himself, "That direction." He flung another 3 shuriken. Next, he unleashed his projectile control technique, manipulating all 6 shuriken to home in on a shadow clone. As the 6th shuriken came hurtling toward him, the clone dodged again and again using his flicker technique, biding his time and waiting for the perfect opportunity. The moment came quickly. The clone conjured 2 wind spheres and, in an instant, unleashed a wind burst. 2 explosions shattered 3 of the shuriken, while the blast knocked 2 more out of Kazimasa's control. But Kazimasa didn't let up. He immediately directed the last remaining shuriken straight at his clone, giving him no time to breathe. The clone eyed the final shuriken and thought, if he suddenly changes its course, it'll be risky to try stopping it. I need to divert his attention. He sprang back and slammed both hands onto the ground, raising a shield of stone from the earth. Kazimasa redirected the shuriken, sending it in a wide arc around the boulder, only to find nothing behind it. He wondered, damn, did he use a substitution, or did he go underground? He flickered up onto the branch of a nearby tree. Activating his sensory mode, he focused his attention below and soon detected his shadow clone beneath the surface. He thought. All right then, I'll just wait for him to come up. With that, he readied a wind sphere in each hand. The shadow clone underground was racing straight toward Feng Zheng, preparing to launch a surprise attack. But he sensed that Feng Zheng had already detected him, as well as the chakra gathering for the wind burst technique. He thought to himself, no, I can't attack now. I need to get off the ground. My movement speed underground is much slower, but I might not be able to dodge his wind burst attack. This analysis flashed through his mind in less than a second, and the shadow clone decided to emerge directly from the ground. Feng Zheng sensed the presence of his shadow clone and instantly flickered to a spot near where the clone would surface. As soon as the shadow clone's head broke through the earth, Feng Zheng fired 2 orbs at him and began preparing even more. The shadow clone, barely poking his head out of the ground, thought, just as I expected. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured the rock shield he had prepared in advance. He infused the shield with even more chakra, making it larger and far sturdier. The wind orbs slammed into the stone shield, exploding on impact. Fierce gales battered the shield's surface, but they couldn't break through. When Feng Zheng saw the rock shield rise from the earth, he had already prepared 2 even larger wind orbs and flickered to a better firing position. The stone shield hadn't even finished forming when Feng Zheng closed the distance, getting within about 10 meters of the shadow clone. Because of the shield, the clone didn't realize that Feng Zheng had already appeared so close. But when he noticed just how near Feng Zheng was, he hurled several shuriken in his direction. Feng Zheng watched as 2 shurikens sped toward him, thinking, TC, I'd rather not take those head-on. He launched a wind orb to neutralize the incoming shurikens, then fired a second wind orb at the shadow clone. But the shadow clone vanished in a flash, and Feng Zheng immediately gave chase. For the next minute, both of them flickered at incredible speed, each trying to strike the other with wind bursts, shuriken, or kunai. However, neither side managed to land a hit. Soon, the shadow clone seized an opening, surrounding Feng Zheng with 6 shuriken, then unleashed several wind bursts in the only direction he could escape. Feng Zheng thought to himself, this is bad. Escaping the normal way is too risky. Guess I'll head underground. With that, he used the Earth Troop maneuver technique to slip beneath the ground. Remembering the shadow clone's earlier predicament, he made sure to keep his distance this time, sensing both the shadow clone and the wind orbs while moving in the opposite direction. He thought, I need to distract him if I want to make it out from underground. He prepared to unleash the great breakthrough technique. As soon as he poked his head above ground, he saw the shadow clone firing 2 wind orbs at him, while also controlling 6 shuriken. But Feng Zheng swept all these attacks away with his great breakthrough technique, dissolving them into nothing. The shadow clone, caught in the blast, quickly retreated underground. While tracking his shadow clone, Feng Zheng mused, I bet he's trying something just like me. I wonder if I can disrupt his movements underground. Then he moved directly above where the shadow clone was hiding, and with a fist charged full of chakra, he struck the ground with all his might. The ground cracked slightly, and the shadow clone below felt the tremor from the blow, but was otherwise unharmed. Feng Zheng was thinking to himself, damn it, this is useless. Sigh, it seems I'm still nowhere near Tsunade's level. Then, he flickered to a nearby tree, preparing 2 wind burst techniques, while also getting ready to flicker away at any moment. As he waited for his shadow clone to surface from underground, he mused, I really need to learn a technique that can force someone out of the ground. The only thing I can think of is that jutsu Inoki-san uses. Maybe I could even flood the ground with water to restrict the airflow. On the other hand, the shadow clone was making his own plans, thinking, that was close. If my original body were any stronger, that punch just now would have dispelled me. So what should I do now? I can sense that my real body has prepared the wind burst technique and is just waiting for me to show myself. I doubt my rock shield will be much help this time. As he continued to observe, he suddenly noticed something and wondered, wait, I can breathe? Oh, I see. Those cracks from the punch let some air seep in. That's a disadvantage for my original body. Also, I never realized that shadow clones need to breathe too. That's actually pretty surprising. I wonder if Tobarama could create a version of the shadow clone technique that doesn't require breathing, or maybe he just added this feature to make infiltration missions more effective. If it's the latter, then I really need to find a way to eliminate the breathing requirement for shadow clones. That way, they could stay underground for hours. Anyway, I'm not under any time pressure now, so I'll just wait here until I figure out a good solution. After all, when it comes to someone hiding underground, I really don't have a good way to deal with the real body. Meanwhile, Feng Zheng was still perched on the tree branch, waiting for his shadow clone to surface. After 5 minutes, he thought to himself, don't shadow clones need to breathe? Maybe these fissures can keep supplying air all the way down? Sigh, I really am at my wit's end. Only the quagmire technique might work, but its range is too small to make a difference. I wonder if my shadow clone has a plan, or if he's just wasting time down there. He kept sensing his clone for another 5 minutes, but finally ran out of patience and dispelled it. Once he received the memories of his shadow clone, he couldn't help but marvel at his clone's patience underground. Sigh, that's just how my shadow clones are. I remember in my previous life, I once played a game called Counter-Strike. My team and the enemy exchanged fire, and within 5 minutes, all my teammates were wiped out, leaving just 2 opponents alive. They thought they had won, but then realized there was still one more person to deal with. Poor guy spent 5 whole minutes trying to find me. In the end, when they finally entered the cave where I was hiding, I managed to take them both out. Feng Zheng began to analyze his own sparring performance, thinking to himself, well, putting the outcome aside, this sparring session actually went pretty well. But it was mainly a mid-range battle. For offense, I used the Grand Breakthrough technique and the Gale Burst technique. For controlling the battlefield, I relied on projectile control technique. For defense, I had the Rock Shield technique. And for dodging, I used the Instant Step and the Earth Soldier movement technique. The Wind Clone is another type of ninjutsu that we could have used, but we chose not to, as it would only create confusion. Other ninjutsu techniques proved ineffective in this battle as well. In truth, Wind wanted to close the distance, but his shadow clone strategy was to avoid close combat, since a single hit would dispel it. As a result, Wind was unable to use his taijutsu or sword techniques, nor did he have the opportunity to employ his Gale Push technique. Given his current skills, it was simply impossible to cast Jinjutsu in such a high-speed fight. What drew the most attention, of course, was the battle underground. To deal with underground enemies, Wind had no better solution than to dive beneath the surface himself. But fundamentally, Wind was not adept at underground combat, which put him at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, punching the ground to break it open was a foolish move. The enemy below would only gain greater access to fresh air. Beyond that, Wind needed to strengthen his offense. He believed that, ordinarily, he could pierce a rock shield with a kunai, but with a wooden one, it was impossible. In any case, none of his current ninjutsu could break through. Additionally, Wind needed to use the body flicker technique more judiciously. Both he and his shadow clones sometimes flickered too far away, which reset the rhythm of the fight. He needed to be able to judge the right distance for flickering, so he could continue his assault without pause. Wind realized this would take a great deal of sparring to truly master. After breaking down the situation, he drew his conclusions. In terms of mid-range combat, I think I've surpassed most of the genin who participated in the Chunin exams in Naruto. Probably only Gaara could defeat me with ease, while Temari and Shino might be able to put up a fight. My speed is definitely faster than Rock Lee when he's wearing his ankle weights. My body flicker technique might be on par with his speed after he removes them. However, the body flicker doesn't have the same agility, maneuverability, or stamina that his natural speed offers. As for my ninjutsu, both the Great Breakthrough and Wind Blast are progressing quite well. The Earth Release techniques have worked just as I expected. I'm genuinely amazed by how versatile the projectile control technique is. Right now, I can only control up to 8 shuriken at once, but even that has proven extremely useful. He then pondered what areas he should focus on improving next. If I want to strengthen my power, I'll need to start learning Fire Release ninjutsu. After all, I haven't yet had the chance to access more advanced techniques. But if I start using 3 elemental releases now, that will definitely draw a lot of attention. It's probably best to wait until my genin squad is fully formed before exploring that. Wind thought that if he had a teammate who could already use Fire Release, he could try learning from them. Besides that, he felt it was time to start practicing the Rasengan, and he would definitely need to stock up on a large number of explosive tags. Another idea crossed his mind. What if he could attach an explosive tag to a kunai charged with wind chakra? That way, he could hurl the kunai through any defense the enemy set up and detonate the tag just as the enemy tried to dodge. As for the range of his body flicker, he figured it would naturally improve with more combat training. As for underground combat, Feng Zheng decided to leave that for later, since at the moment he had no means or tools to help him fight beneath the surface. He realized he also needed to improve the way he carried his weapons. He considered engraving storage seals onto his weapon pouch. Perhaps he could take it a step further and craft a bracelet embedded with multiple storage seals, allowing him to retrieve whatever he needed instantly. Still, he wanted to further test his close combat abilities and see how effective they could be. At last, he stopped analyzing and created another shadow clone. This time, the goal was to simulate close quarters combat. The rules: the Grand Breakthrough and Breakthrough techniques were off limits, and staying underground for more than a few seconds was forbidden. Teleportation was limited to a range of 10 meters. Feng Zheng and his shadow clone stood 20 meters apart. He tossed a small stone into the air. The moment the stone hit the ground, Feng Zheng charged toward his shadow clone. But his clone was quick to react, unleashing a gale burst technique. Feng Zheng dodged the swirling wind sphere and kept pushing forward. Seeing Feng Zheng evade, the clone detonated the wind sphere. As Feng Zheng continued his advance, he wasn't harmed. He only felt a strong gust whip past his back. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at the clone's neck. The shadow clone didn't have time to grab its own sword. Instead, it surged chakra into its fist and blocked with the back of its hand, then darted backward to seize its twin blades. Feng Zheng had no intention of giving his clone another chance. In a flash, he lunged forward, his sword aimed straight at the shadow clone with lightning speed. Since the shadow clone was still in midair, he twisted his palm, turning to face the left. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, propelling him toward the right. Wind Zheng followed up immediately, launching 3 shuriken at the shadow clone. Then, using the wind seizure technique, he recalled his blades, closing in swiftly on the clone. The shadow clone quickly invoked the Raging Gale surge technique, forming a defense against the incoming shuriken, and then engaged Wind Zheng in a sword fight. Over the past few months, Wind Zheng had devoted himself to intensive swordsmanship training. He had developed a style that was both aggressive and ruthless, yet he also received proper instruction on using a sword for defense. Wind Zheng and his shadow clone clashed blades repeatedly. Wind Zheng favored relentless offense, while his clone leaned towards defense, often using the gust push or instant step techniques to evade attacks. In the next 30 seconds, the clone's sword narrowly grazed Wind Zheng's left arm and right cheek. However, Wind Zheng soon seized an opening. He combined the gust push with the instant step and struck the shadow clone, successfully dispersing it in a flicker. Wind Zheng let out a sigh. I fought for barely a minute, and the shadow clone was already dispelled. And even though I managed to dodge the clone's attacks twice, if it had been wielding a real sword, it would have sliced my skin. If the blade had been infused with wind chakra, it could have left a deep wound, maybe even cut to the bone. Worse still, if the sword had been laced with poison, I might have lost the ability to move altogether. Clearly, there is still much room for Wind Zheng to improve. In fact, his shadow clone had to avoid every single attack, because a single hit would send it vanishing in an instant. This was good. Kazemasa felt that he should do the same. He needed to figure out how to keep up a full assault while avoiding getting hit himself. There was another issue. His shadow clones had to use their fists to block sword strikes. Even though they were reinforced with chakra, if they were real blades, they would still suffer significant damage. So, he should try to get gloves with metal plates on the back. That would give him another way to defend himself. Kazemasa thought that his taijutsu skills needed an upgrade too. The school style was decent, but it just wasn't enough. Now, he barely spent any time on taijutsu, and his swordsmanship had completely overshadowed his hand-to-hand combat skills. Kazemasa also wondered which taijutsu style would suit him best. If he didn't find anything promising in the next year or two, he thought he might seek out Might Guy and ask for some taijutsu lessons. Even though many people thought Might Guy wasn't the brightest, Kazemasa figured there was nothing wrong with learning from him. Speaking of Might Guy, Kazemasa was surprised that he'd never seen him, not even once. Even though he mostly trained in just a small part of the village, it was still surprising that he hadn't run into him at all in over 4 years. Then again, Kazemasa hadn't seen many other classic characters either. Were they all gathering somewhere else? Or was the Hidden Leaf so short-staffed that everyone was out on missions? Either way, the results of this sparring session were excellent. Kazemasa decided he should keep training like this. So, he created another shadow clone and continued his mock battles. For the next 3 weeks, Kazemasa sparred with his shadow clones every single day. During this period, his combat abilities improved tremendously. 3 weeks later, he stopped using wooden weapons and began training with real ones. However, his shadow clones had to fight with extreme caution to ensure that Kazemasa wouldn't get hurt. Once Kazemasa started channeling chakra through his blade to enhance his swordsmanship, the sparring became truly dangerous. In just 2 months, Kazemasa destroyed 4 swords, 13 kunai, and 33 shuriken during these intense training sessions. He exhausted his stockpile of weapons gathered from a forest and had no choice but to buy more from the store. All in all, he had already spent more than 120,000 ryo on weapons alone. Still, he didn't mind the money lost. His outlook was simple. If I don't use my money to become stronger, what's the point of having it? At least I'm lucky to have learned the art of sealing. I still have over 225,000 ryo left. Around the same time he started sparring with real weapons, he also began learning the Rasengan. He had already mastered the first and second stages long ago. Now, he was finally ready to tackle the third stage. The greatest challenge in Rasengan training was making sure no one ever saw him practicing it. If someone interrupted his usual training or stumbled upon him in the forest and saw through his disguises, he could always come up with an excuse. Perhaps say he was working on transformation techniques for combat, or explain that a shinobi must keep his arsenal a secret, never revealing his skills unless absolutely necessary. Though such explanations might leave a bad impression, he wasn't particularly bothered by that. However, when it came to the Rasengan, if anyone discovered he was training in that technique, it would spell big trouble. The only excuse he could possibly use was to say, "I came up with this myself after reading the 4th Hokage's notes." But that would paint him as an extraordinary genius, an attention magnet for root ninjas and even Danzo, Shimura himself. Not to mention, it would mean even stricter surveillance from him. So, he decided to train the Rasengan in secret at home. His senses were now sharp enough to detect whether anyone was watching him. Because of this, whenever he sensed he was being observed, he would immediately abandon training the Rasengan and instead pretend to be working on the wind burst technique. To train for the Rasengan, he cleared out the living room. He left only his sofa in the room, moving all other furniture into the bedroom, and began his training. The compression and shaping stages were particularly difficult. He tried for hours without success. With a sigh, he thought to himself, maybe I should follow Naruto's method first. So, he used 20% of his chakra to create a shadow clone. The clone helped him with the compression and shaping of the Rasengan. With this method, he managed to master the Rasengan within a few hours. Yet he knew relying on shadow clones to create the Rasengan wasn't efficient, so he began training to form it without any clones at all. It took him a month and a half to fully grasp the technique and finally perform the Rasengan on his own. In the days that followed, he set out to refine and enhance his Rasengan even further. He wanted to reduce the time required to form it and increase the amount of chakra he could inject into it. Now, there was only 1 week left until the end-of-year exam for 4th grade. Following last year's procedure, Jinju arranged to meet with any students interested in taking the graduation exam after class. Kazemisa mused to himself, I think it's time to officially become a ninja. There's not much left for me to learn at school. At best, I could pick up another elemental jutsu or more illusions. If I don't take the exam this year, even the teachers, or maybe even Hiruzen, might start to get suspicious. And in the future, I certainly won't get much help from them. If I fail the disguise test, I don't believe my performance could fool people with decades of experience. Either way, I think I'm ready now, so I might as well do my best on the exam. After class, Kazemisa went to see Genju and confirmed his intention to participate. Genju smiled and wished him good luck. With just a week left until the exams, Kazemisa began to focus his attention on the written test syllabus. The scope of the written exam was surprisingly extensive. He recalled when Genju had first begun teaching these subjects at school. He was teaching trigonometry. Kazemisa's initial reaction was, trigonometry? For 9-year-old kids? What's next? Calculus and differential equations. Though he was annoyed by this, he was deeply surprised when Hinata Hyuga managed to solve all the problems perfectly. He marveled inwardly. How on earth do these 9-year-old kids learn trigonometry so easily? He couldn't help but sigh at how bright the children here were, and then went back to his studies. He also hoped to be thoroughly prepared while carrying out his missions. Instead of learning new sealing techniques, he let his shadow clones focus on crafting some important items for him. He purchased 2 ninja pouches for his waist, 2 for his legs, and several metal wristbands. Then, he had his shadow clones inscribe storage seals onto these items. The sealing scrolls in Section D of the library provided some extended explanations about storage seals. They described methods for increasing or decreasing the storage space, as well as ways to manipulate its shape. It wasn't especially difficult, since it mainly involved adding or subtracting the spatial symbols in the formula. So, the seals themselves remained fairly basic. Still, this was extremely useful for Fengzheng. Inside the ninja pouches strapped to his waist, Fengzheng managed to carve out 7 storage seals. For the leg pouches, he was able to draw 4 seals on each. The storage space in these seals was much smaller compared to those on scrolls, but since their purpose was only to expand the capacity of the pouches and bags, it worked out perfectly. Within the leg pouches, 2 of the seals could each hold 6 kunai, while the other 2 could each store 24 shuriken. After that, he set up various triggers to automatically refill the pouches with weapons from the storage seals. In this way, he could greatly increase his supply of weapons. As for the waist pouches, the seals could store a wider range of items. However, he hadn't yet decided how to fill them all. He did have some ideas such as first aid kits, ninja rope, scrolls, seals for storing elemental materials, more weapons, explosive tags, soldier pills, ration bars, and so on. For the wristbands, he inscribed a small seal onto each one. When he wore the wristbands, the seals were positioned directly beneath his palms. These seals formed a storage compartment in the shape of a rectangular prism, roughly 15 centimeters by 15 centimeters by 100 centimeters. Both seals were intended for storing swords, allowing him to draw his blade swiftly at any moment. In addition to these, he planned to inscribe 3 more seals on each wristband. On the backside of the wristbands, Feng was considering purchasing 2 large and sturdy shields to store there. If he ever found himself in a perilous situation where his stone shield couldn't protect him, he could rely on these shields for cover. However, since he wasn't sure about the exact dimensions of the shields he wanted to buy, he hadn't drawn that particular seal yet. Aside from those 2, he had originally intended to engrave 2 more storage seals on the wristbands, but since he hadn't yet decided what to keep in them, he chose to leave that for the future. On the day before the exam, Feng disguised himself and purchased a large number of weapons. He bought 96 shuriken and 24 kunai to fill the pouches on his legs. He also purchased 12 explosive tags, attaching them to 6 kunai in each pouch. Altogether, this cost him 65,000 ryo. After some haggling, he managed to buy them for 55,000 ryo, making a false promise to return for more purchases in the future. The next day, the final exam began. Since he intended not only to pass, but to claim the top spot, he performed exceptionally well on the written test. He was confident he would achieve a perfect score. In the absence of Senju Hui, Shimura Shin, and Uchiha Rai, he still achieved the best results in the shuriken throwing competition. When it came to taijutsu, he remained behind Hyuga Hodaka, ranking 2nd. During the ninjutsu exam, he made sure his performance matched that of Hyuga Hana, but this time, there was no test of chakra control. Kazumasa was not surprised, as almost everyone in his class had good chakra control and could climb trees and walk on water, thanks to the extensive training sessions Genju had conducted on these skills this year. The exam also assessed the students' mastery of all the basic techniques taught over the past year. Once again, Kazumasa ensured his ranking was among the top in this round of exams. When the results were announced, Kazumasa was ranked 1st, Hyuga Hana came in 2nd, and, to everyone's surprise, Hyuga Hodaka placed 5th. His written exam scores had improved greatly, which earned him such a high position. A week later, the graduation exam began. Kazumasa noticed that there were 3 different batches of students here. There were students from his own grade, those from the grades above, and some from the year below him. In his class, 23 students took part in the graduation exam. The graduation exam was overseen by Nara Takamasa. He glanced over the list of participants. There were 68 candidates from the 5th grade, 35 from the 4th grade, and 8 from the 3rd grade. He let out a weary sigh, thinking to himself how exhausting this exam would be, and then gave the order to begin. The first test was a written exam. Kazumasa looked at the test paper, expecting mostly theoretical questions. But as he read through the questions, he was genuinely surprised. The exam wasn't about theoretical questions. Instead, it presented a series of scenarios, and the students had to write down how they would respond. After reading through all the scenarios, Kazumasa let out a sigh. This is just the basic ninja protocol, intended to check whether the students have been thoroughly indoctrinated. Imagine, I was actually hoping for some good questions. He sighed again and continued to answer, writing the sort of responses any soon-to-graduate student might give. The exam lasted for an hour. When time was up, the test papers were collected and delivered to Nara Teisho. He assigned 6 school teachers to review the answers and judge whether the students were ready to graduate. It took half an hour to complete the thorough assessment, and then the results were given to Nara Teisho. One of the teachers spoke up. Mr. Teisho, we've finished grading. Out of 111 students, 79 provided satisfactory answers. The remaining students aren't ready yet. Nara Teisho nodded and said, send them home. These 32 students were instructed to return home and prepare for next year. Kazumasa was surprised. They just send the kids away like that. Won't this kill their motivation? Or are they just trying to reduce the number of applicants for the next exam? Kazumasa wasn't the only one with such thoughts. A teacher from the regular class approached Nara Teisho with a question. Senior Teisho, won't this dampen the students' enthusiasm? After all, everyone who takes the exam is among the school's best. Nara Teisho looked at the teacher. This teacher had entered the school 2 years after him, but his talent was mediocre, and he had only barely made it to Chunin rank during the war. Nara Takamasa shook his head and said, if they lose their motivation over such a minor setback, then there's no hope for them. They're better off staying in the Junior Ninja Reserve Squad, and we can focus our resources on those who truly deserve to advance to Chunin. Although the teacher wasn't entirely convinced by this answer, he didn't press the issue. After all, this wasn't the first time Nara Takamasa had supervised the graduation exam. After the written test, the candidates faced a series of assessments in shuriken throwing, stealth tactics, camping, and chakra control, much like the test held in Kazumasa's class a week earlier. Since the elite class had already completed these evaluations, their results from the previous week were carried over. The school instructors closely observed each student's performance, and 15 of them failed to meet the requirements in these exams. Upon receiving the report, Naruto thought to himself, "Wow, this makes things so much easier. The taijutsu matches will be much simpler to organize now." Shortly before the taijutsu matches began, the Hokage arrived to observe the exams. Right behind him was someone Kazemasa recognized instantly, Kakashi Hitaki. Kazemasa was taken aback at the sight of him. He thought, "Why is Kakashi here? Surely Hiruzen isn't planning to make him start training kids already? I really hope not. If Hiruzen assigns my squad to him, the timeline I know will be thrown off. I have no idea how strong I'll be in the next 6 or 7 years, so I desperately hope things won't change because of me." Next came the taijutsu competitions among the remaining 64 students. Naruto had organized a knockout tournament, so each student could fight up to 6 times at most. Kazemasa advanced to the semifinals with ease. In the semifinals, he found himself up against a member of the Hyuga clan who was a year older than him. Kazemasa fought him fiercely, but he was still at a significant disadvantage. Though he managed to land heavy blows to his opponent's right rib, nose, and just below the left rib, in the end he still lost the match. At first, Kazemasa was a little annoyed, grumbling inwardly. "Damn, how do these guys even train? I've made great strides over the past few months, but I still lost." He soon calmed himself, analyzing the fight in more detail. On the other hand, maybe this makes sense. I imagine the elders of the Hyuga clan often spar with them. But me? All I can do is fight against my own shadow clones. Besides, the Hyuga clan's fighting style is pure taijutsu. When I train, I rely more on wind push, body flicker, and earth movement techniques. Without those, my fighting ability drops sharply. If ninjutsu or swordsmanship were allowed, maybe I could have won this match. Not to mention, I didn't even use chakra to strengthen my punches or kicks during the fight. Afterward, he watched the final bout between Hyuga Hodaka and that same opponent. Due to the injuries he'd sustained while fighting Kazemasa, the opponent struggled and was quickly defeated. But since Kazemasa had faced both of them, he knew that even without those injuries, Hyuga Hodaka would have won the match. Hyuga Hodaka took first place, but Kazemasa wasn't too worried about it. My scores in the other exams are much higher than Hinata Hitaka's, so this difference shouldn't have much of an impact. I should still be first in the class. Kazemasa also noticed that, during the taijutsu tournament, no one had been eliminated. In the next round of testing, several school teachers led the children to this section of the training grounds. When they arrived, the students noticed a long white line drawn on the ground, with a heap of obstacles placed ahead. Kazemasa wondered to himself, "Is this an obstacle race?" But he quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. "No way, that's far too simple." All 64 students lined up behind the white line. Then Jinshu appeared and announced, "This is your next stage of the exam. It's an obstacle race. You must run 500 meters in a straight line, all the way to the white line drawn over there." This news sent a ripple of excitement through the students. They thought, finally, an easy test. Those who had taken the graduation exam in previous years might wonder why this test hadn't been included last year. Such a simple exam left Kazemasa utterly baffled. However, he noticed there was someone else standing behind Jinshu. When Jinshu finished his announcement, he glanced over and nodded at him. Naruto watched the excited children and let out a soft chuckle, thinking to himself, "This test should be quite entertaining." Sadly, the children had no idea that the man standing there belonged to the Kurama clan and was an experienced jonin. He was Kurama Mitsuru. In the previous war, hundreds of enemies had fallen victim to him and his cunning tricks. Jinshu then gave the command, "On your marks, get ready, go." Then, just as he made his announcement, Kurama Mitsu was already weaving hand signs. At the sound of begin, he unleashed his genjutsu, the demonic illusion, heaven and earth reversal technique. The moment his jutsu was activated, all 64 students were shaken to the core. It felt as if some unseen force had seized hold of both earth and sky and flipped them upside down. The sensation of gravity had suddenly reversed. Most of the students were struck with terror, clinging desperately to the ground beneath their feet. There were only 4 exceptions. One was the third-year girl from the Uchiha clan. The instant she sensed something was wrong, her Sharingan eyes spun to life. 2 others were 5th-year students from the Kurama clan, both already familiar with this particular jutsu. And then there was Kazemasa. He'd been watching Kurama Mitsu closely, noticing the precise sequence of his hand signs. He could feel someone attempting to tamper with his nervous system, which immediately told him he was under a genjutsu. He'd planned to disrupt the illusion, but when he saw that everyone else was being affected too, he held back, not wanting to draw attention to himself. Even though Kazemasa recognized the illusion, he was still deeply impressed by this man's ability to cast genjutsu on 64 students simultaneously. Kurama Mitsu watched the students' reactions, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He had used a B-rank Jinjutsu on them. During the Third Great Ninja War, he'd relied on this very technique to throw enemies into chaos, giving his allies the chance to strike them down. Nara Takamasa observed the students with a look of deep concentration. He thought to himself, this test is all about the students' strength of will. If they can't make it through, there's no way I can let them pass. While all the other students struggled desperately, Kazemasa was quietly working to regain his sense of balance. He quickly pondered the purpose of this test. In no time, he came up with 3 possible explanations. Either they're testing our ability to break through illusions, or they're challenging our willpower. Perhaps they're also evaluating how we react in unexpected situations. In any case, this is nothing more than a Jinjutsu. I should keep my eyes down and keep moving forward. If someone else breaks the illusion, then so will I. With this in mind, he took his first step. Aside from him, only 2 students from the Kurama clan were moving. Soon, a few others also took their first step. A young girl from the Uchiha clan resisted the illusion and broke free after just 15 seconds. She then breezed through the obstacle course with ease. Fengjing noticed someone moving swiftly and watched the girl. He was astonished. The Sharingan? At such a young age? He continued to make his way through the course. After the initial steps, he jogged along the track. The other students were too slow at first, but they soon caught on and picked up the pace. Fengjing finished 4th in this test. In total, only 41 students passed the exam. Of the remaining 23, some were left unconscious, while others didn't even dare to take the first step. Nara Guijiang dismissed them, asking them to leave. As soon as the test ended, the ninjutsu examination began. Nara Guijiang's reasoning was clear. These children have just been affected by the Jinjutsu, so they won't be able to perform at their full strength when demonstrating their ninjutsu. But that's exactly how it should be, because in real combat, they won't have perfect conditions for unleashing their techniques. 6 school teachers each observed a student individually. To improve the effectiveness of the previous test, Nara Takamasa made a new arrangement. The student who finished last in the last test would have to take the ninjutsu exam first. The requirements to pass the ninjutsu exam were quite lenient. The students only needed to demonstrate 3 basic ninjutsu techniques and any one other ninjutsu of their choice. Although the children struggled a bit at first, they had no trouble meeting the minimum requirements. What surprised Kazemasa, though, was that 16 students performed fire style, first technique, while another 7 students displayed fire style, second technique. Kazemasa thought to himself, as expected of a land of fire, it's likely that they all possess fire nature chakra. Judging by how they practice, I'd say most of Konoha's upper-level fire style users can perform the highest forms of these techniques. With that in mind, I imagine all the other villages have their own ninjutsu strategies as well. Still, since they continue to require children to focus on this ninjutsu, they must remain highly practical. Aside from that, most of the children showcased ninjutsu that reflected their own family specialties. When it was Kazemasa's turn, he performed the 3 basic ninjutsu, then used Shadow Clone Jutsu to create 8 clones. Afterward, he unleashed Wind Burst Jutsu, and finally, the Great Breakthrough. Of course, he only used a quarter of his strength, performed the hand seals deliberately, and slowed down his technique for the demonstration. Though not truly dazzling, his performance still stood out among his classmates. What astonished Kazemasa most was the performance of the young Uchiha girl. She declared that she would begin with fire style, third technique. When she announced the news, Kazemasa was quite intrigued, as he had no idea what this level of ninjutsu could do, or how powerful it might be. No sooner had she finished speaking than 2 school teachers stepped forward, each holding a metal wire in their hands. Kazemasa was a little confused. Wasn't this just like the fire release second art? The only difference was that now, instead of 1 teacher, there were 2. After completing the hand seals, she raised her arms, extending her index and middle fingers. Beams of searing heat shot forth from her fingertips, and within seconds, both metal wires were sliced clean through. Kazemasa thought to himself, that's it? It's just like the fire release second art ninjutsu. The only difference is they can now unleash the heat beams with just 1 hand. The actual power hasn't really increased. Only the number of beams has. For a C-rank ninjutsu, this is still pretty weak. Strange. Does this technique suddenly become stronger at higher levels? She then went on to perform the fireball technique and fire dragon technique to complete her exam. Her performance was outstanding. In Kazemasa's eyes, when it came to ninjutsu, she ranked just below a 5th-year student from the Hitaki clan. Once the exam ended, the teachers began tallying up the results. Nara Takamasa delegated this task to his subordinates. As far as he was concerned, his job was done the moment he decided these 41 students would pass. Nara Takamasa reported to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, all 41 of these children have passed my exam. There's 1 from 3rd year, 9 from 4th year, and 31 from 5th year. They all have the makings of excellent ninjas. And with the 94 who passed from the highest grade, this year's results are truly excellent for us. Rigian nodded and exchanged a few polite words with Nara Takamasa. Once the grades were tallied, the results were displayed for all the students to see. Kazumasa still held the top spot in the class. Close behind him was Hinata Hana, followed by Hinata Hodaka, whose ranking had risen thanks to his outstanding performance on the graduation exam. Afterward, all 41 students gathered in front of Rigian. Smiling, he began once again to deliver his speech about the will of fire. But this time, he spoke with even more passion, more fervor, more intensity than ever before. Even Kazumasa was a bit dumbfounded. How could someone so blatantly brainwash children and feel so incredibly proud of it? Yet, as soon as the speech ended, Kazumasa sneered inwardly. The will of fire, the will of fire, the will of fire? Let me see just how much will of fire you truly have. When the speech was over, Rigian spoke. Hataki Rai, Suzuki Kazumasa, Uchiha Mihoko stepped forward. The 3 children all walked up and stood before Rigian. He said, "You've all worked hard and performed exceptionally well. Tell me, what reward would you like?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Hataki Rai stepped forward. Many people, including Kazumasa and Mihoko, felt this was rather rude. Kazumasa didn't mind at all, but Mihoko pouted in displeasure. However, what Hataki Rai said next made it clear to everyone why he was in such a hurry. He spoke. Hokage-sama, my mother is gravely ill. None of the doctors we've seen have been able to cure her. Could you arrange for a skilled medical ninja to treat her? Although everyone now understood why he was so anxious and restless, another question surfaced in their minds. Feng Zheng pondered silently. Isn't he from the Hataki clan? It's true that Hataki Sakomo has been gone for a long time, but their situation shouldn't be that desperate, should it? And surely, they have enough money to afford treatment, right? Unless it's a really difficult illness that only someone like Tsunade can handle, then I'd understand. But even so, I don't think Hiruzen could actually get Tsunade to return. Kakashi was clearly confused as well. Only a handful of teachers and Hiruzen knew the truth. Hiruzen reflected quietly. Ever since Sakomo died, the Hataki family has been on a steady decline. It's a shame that Kakashi never paid much attention to the clan. This kid only started to stand out this year, which is why I looked into his background. His father died in the 3rd Great Ninja War, and his mother was just an ordinary civilian, not even a member of the Hataki clan by blood. That's why the family never truly accepted her. Half a year ago, she fell ill, and that became the driving force behind this young man's efforts. While I do want Kakashi to lead a team of young ninja, the real reason I brought him here today is to have him take over the Hataki clan and restore its former glory. Hiruzen nodded and said, I will arrange for the best medical ninja to treat your mother. He smiled as he continued, keep training hard and let the will of fire burn even brighter within you. Hataki Lei responded with excitement, promising to continue working hard in his training. Kakashi observed the young boy for a moment and made up his mind. I need to thoroughly understand what has been happening within my clan. Hiruzen kept a close eye on Kakashi's reaction, feeling quite satisfied with what he saw. He could already foresee the Hataki clan making a strong comeback very soon. After listening to the Hokage's instructions and receiving his promise to heal his mother, Hataki Lei took a step back. Mieko stepped forward and spoke. Hokage-sama, I don't want any reward. This startled everyone present. Even Hiruzen was caught off guard, though he quickly concealed his surprise and calmly analyzed the situation. Is this the Uchiha's way of pushing back after being subjected to constant surveillance? He tried several times to persuade her, but she firmly refused any reward. Hiruzen let out a quiet sigh, glancing over at Kazumasa, as he thought to himself. The Uchiha incident has truly made me feel my age. Well, at the very least, he ought to have a reasonable request. This day deserves a proper ending. On the other hand, Kazumasa was utterly stunned by the actions of his 2 star pupils. He thought to himself, what the hell is going on? One is begging for his mother's life, while the other refuses any reward at all. Why do their choices leave me at a complete loss for words? He took a deep breath and muttered under his breath. Whatever. The way of shamelessness must go on. Steeling himself, he stepped forward. A smile spread across his face, excitement flickering in his eyes as he thought. This is it, the moment I've been carrying these 2 swords for 5 whole months. Then he declared, Hokage-sama, as my reward, I would like 2 swords made from chakra metal. Then he looked at the Hokage with an excited, hopeful expression, wishing his eyes could sparkle like those of an anime character. Most students had never even heard of chakra metal. However, almost every teacher was familiar with it. They were utterly stunned by this request. Standing off to the side, Jinshu was so shocked by Kazumisa's words that his jaw nearly hit the floor. If Kazumisa had glanced his way, he could easily have slipped an egg into Gunshu's gaping mouth. Kakashi's eyebrow twitched ever so slightly. He thought to himself, how extravagant. Even my father's sword wasn't made entirely of chakra metal. But the one most taken aback was Hiruzen. Even with the Hokage's hat shading his face and his emotions carefully concealed, Kazumisa could still discern his shock. Of course, he paid it no mind. He thought, whether Hiruzen is delighted or so shocked he nearly has a heart attack, it really doesn't concern me. Well, wait. If he actually died right now, that'd be a disaster. But, no, I doubt a little surprise like this could finish off that old monster. After all, he survived 3 brutal wars without ever suffering a serious injury. For a moment, Hiruzen's mind went completely blank. Then he thought, completely made of chakra metal? Even the swords sold in Konoha only contain about 15% chakra metal. The rest is composed of ordinary materials. The last time someone made a sword entirely out of chakra metal was when the teacher commissioned that particular blade. And the cost of forging that sword exceeded 100 million ryo. Of course, this kid probably doesn't know about that. I could easily fool him. Still, even so, it's worth tens of millions. He then glanced at Jinshu, wanting to see if Jinshu had any inkling of what was happening, but it was clear he was just as stunned. In truth, Jinshu hadn't noticed the Hokage looking his way at all. Hiruzen thought to himself, what should I do now? I can't just refuse him outright. That would really dampen everyone's enthusiasm, and turning him down wouldn't be good for me either. If I did, I'm certain Danzo would immediately start spreading rumors about the Hokage lying to academy students. Hiruzen pondered seriously for a few more seconds before coming up with a reasonable excuse. As Hiruzen was about to speak, Kakashi noticed and silently chuckled to himself. Took the Hokage 13 seconds to answer. That kid really is something. At last, Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh and said, I'm sorry, but I can't give you what you're asking for. No one is able to make a sword crafted entirely from chakra metal. Fujing, not knowing that chakra swords aren't actually made entirely of chakra metal, assumed Hiruzen was just making excuses. Looking disappointed, he said, then, would it be possible to give me a few daggers made from chakra metal instead? Hearing Fujing's new request, Kakashi's eyebrows twitched again. Glancing at Hiruzen's expression, he struggled to hold back his laughter. Meanwhile, Jinshu was even more astonished. Hiruzen replied once again, regrettably, even those are not made entirely of chakra metal. Hearing this response, Kazumisa almost lost his temper, but he quickly regained his composure and considered what Hiruzen had just said. A phrase echoed in his mind, not made entirely of chakra metal. Suddenly, the realization dawned on him. Wait, back in my previous world, didn't manufacturing something like this always require a large amount of alloy or other materials? Even gold jewelry isn't made of pure gold. Is that what he means? He asked again, Lord Hokage, when you say not made entirely of chakra metal, do you mean they just add a small amount of chakra metal to the sword, and the rest is made of something else? Hiruzen nodded nervously, clearly uncomfortable with where the conversation was heading. Kazumisa's excitement grew. Lord Hokage then. But Hiruzen cut him off, asking, Kazumisa, can you tell me why you're so intent on having a sword made of chakra metal? As he asked this, he was desperately searching for a way to change the subject. I need to steer this conversation away. He can't be allowed to pursue this line of questioning further. Kazumisa, annoyed by the interruption, replied, I heard they help with chakra flow. I enjoy swordsmanship, and I hope to enhance my skills by channeling chakra through my blade. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and asked, how do you know about chakra flow? Kazumisa could sense Hiruzen's attempt to shift the conversation, but he paid it little mind. He always managed to innocently circle back to the topic at hand. Hiruzen's negotiation skills might be 100 times stronger, but being a 10-year-old child came with its own set of advantages. Without hesitation, he answered, Teacher Nakagudo. Hiruzen shot a displeased look at Nakagudo, who stood off to the side, thinking to himself, fine, so be it. I'll assign him to a weak genin squad, and for the next 6 months, he'll only be doing D-rank missions. We've already recovered from our losses, so losing one chunin won't have much impact. Then, putting on a kind face, he turned to explain to Kazumisa, you don't actually need a sword made of chakra metal to channel chakra. An ordinary sword can do the job too, though it will break after use. Kazumisa thought to himself, yes, I know that much. Get to the point. Hiruzen continued. In fact, There are special swords specifically crafted to help with chakra flow. In the Land of Iron, many samurai use such weapons. As for chakra metal, that's a different story. It can cause trouble for you. Naturally, Kazumasa was well aware of this. Owning a sword worth tens of millions of ryo would make him a target for everyone. That's precisely why he intended to leave this problem for Hiruzen to solve. He mused. That's a reasonable concern. Still, I doubt that's the real reason he won't give me a chakra sword. But this new piece of information is interesting. Why don't weapon shops carry these swords? He decided to set that question aside for now and instead asked, is it possible to make a sword that helps channel wind nature chakra? Today, for the first time, Kazumasa asked a question with genuine curiosity. Yet, even so, it made Hiruzen uneasy. He thought to himself, yes, it's possible. However, it must be crafted using wind chakra-infused metal. And even so, it will still cost several million ryo. Hiruzen replied, that's true, but right now, you're not suited to wield such a blade. How about this? When you're ready, I'll help you get in touch with the right people to forge such a sword. Kaze couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. I believe I could probably find them myself soon enough. Still, he nodded in agreement. Hiruzen finally relaxed, relieved to have saved several million ryo. He was just about to say something when Kaze spoke up again, asking, Lord Hokage, you said the sword you gave me is meant for samurai, didn't you? Hiruzen nodded, sincerely hoping there wouldn't be any more excessive requests. Kaze continued, then, could you have someone teach me the way of the samurai sword? Please. Hiruzen paused to consider. On the one hand, he was glad this request didn't involve tens of millions of ryo. On the other, he noticed Kaze's genuine interest in swordsmanship. He thought to himself, having a swordsman adept in wind release techniques could be incredibly useful as a sensory ninja. While we can't just hand out samurai swordsmanship to anyone, teaching a few basics to children should be fine. He nodded and said, all right, I'll assign a teacher for you. Only then did Kaze thank him politely and step back, thinking to himself, innocence has its advantages. There's a lot to gain from being a kid. Although I doubt I could out-negotiate Hiruzen again. That old monkey has been through 3 great ninja wars. He's dealt with far more unreasonable people than I ever could. Watching as Hizen retreated, Fengzheng finally let out a sigh of relief. He then offered his congratulations to everyone before making a swift exit. As he left, he resolved that this would be his final year presenting awards to the top students. After Hizen departed, many teachers glanced awkwardly at Fengzheng, but he simply ignored them, pretending not to notice their stares. Once Hizen was gone, the teachers from each class handed forehead protectors to their students and praised them for passing the early graduation exam. 3 days later, they were summoned to return to the school. As soon as he received his forehead protector, Fengzheng put it on. The very first words out of his mouth were, wow, I'm a real ninja now. Fengzheng sat cross-legged in the living room, entering meditation. He cleared his mind and began to plan his next steps, thinking to himself, school life is finally over. Even though I had to graduate 2 years early, it's not a big deal. The only major event looming on the horizon is the Uchiha clan massacre. But right now, I'm not strong enough to intervene. Even with 2 more years, at best, I'll just become a full-fledged chunin by then. He paused, weighing his options, and then decided, all right, I'll set that matter aside for now. It shouldn't affect me in any way. Next, I need to focus on my own strength. Although I still lack experience and don't have many C-rank jutsu in my arsenal, my skills are probably at the chunin level. For the past 3 months, daily sparring with shadow clones had helped Fengzheng iron out many issues with his jutsu. His chakra reserves had also grown rapidly. Fengzheng can now create 3 shadow clones that meet the requirements mentioned in the scroll. In other words, his chakra reserves are already approaching the level of a chunin. As for taijutsu, Fengzheng is confident that he is stronger than most of the participants in the chunin exams for Naruto. Yet, during the graduation exam, he still lost to that member of the Hyuga clan. If we assume that both he and Hyuga Hodaka have already reached the chunin level in taijutsu, that would mean Fengzheng may have reached that standard as well. In the worst-case scenario, Fengzheng's taijutsu has probably reached the very peak of a genin. But he truly needs a better taijutsu style. Currently, his only advantage in this area is that his physique is exceptionally good for his age. Fengzheng believes that his swordsmanship will improve once he learns the samurai sword techniques. Its destructive power should far surpass that of his taijutsu, but swordsmanship comes with its own weaknesses. Wielding 2 swords means Fengzheng can't form any hand seals. Ninjutsu, like the Rasengan and Wind Burst, which require both hands, would be impossible for him to use. However, Fengzheng hopes that achieving mid-range slashes with his sword techniques might compensate for this limitation to some extent. In any case, once he masters the samurai swordsmanship, he should give this issue more thought. Feng Zheng's abilities as a sensory ninja have also grown stronger. His chakra field can now extend beyond 750 meters. Feng Zheng feels that he is close to mastering everything expected of a sensory ninja, though it may take several years to fully grasp all these skills. Kazima's current combat abilities mainly revolve around 10 types of ninjutsu: body flicker, wind push, earth and troop movement, shadow clone, wind clone, great breakthrough, wind burst, gale surge, rock shield, and projectile control. In addition to these, he relies heavily on channeling chakra to enhance the power of his sword, kunai, and shuriken. Kazimasa can also perform the Rasengan, but he has yet to receive any training on how to use it in actual combat. While he does have some clever ideas about how it could be used, for now, he can't risk revealing to others that he has mastered this technique. All things considered, if Kazimasa is willing to make full use of every skill at his disposal, he would just about reach the level of a chunin, though only barely. At this stage, Kazimasa might be able to defeat people like Yurimoku or Mizuki, but when faced with stronger opponents such as Andajinju or even Nakatanado, all he could do is run for his life. Speaking of running away, with his wind clone and shadow clone techniques, combined with body flicker, earth and troop movement, and his ability to conceal chakra, there's a real chance he could escape even from elite chunin. Unless he's being pursued by a specialist tracker, it shouldn't be a problem. In fact, if you were to ask him what skill he excels at most right now, his answer would undoubtedly be the art of escape. As for what to do next, Kazimasa needs to browse the C section of the library. It's time for him to learn some C-rank wind release ninjutsu. And if there are any useful C-rank earth release techniques, he plans to pick those up as well. In addition, Feng Zheng needed to learn a C-rank illusion technique, complete the current ceiling scroll, and then move on to the next one. He summed it up for himself. Well, that should be enough for now. After this, I can focus on improving the ninjutsu I already know. I'd like to learn some medical ninjutsu too, but my task list is already full. I'll have to check on that later. He was quite satisfied with the plan in front of him and decided to start formulating a long-term strategy. He thought to himself, I've been here for almost 5 years now, and I've gained a much deeper understanding of this world. With my physique and the rate my chakra's growing, I'm confident I can reach Jonin level. And if the A section of the library has some really good ninjutsu, becoming an elite Jonin shouldn't be a problem either. But the real question is, how do I go beyond that? How do I become someone as powerful as a Kage? He pondered the question seriously. After half an hour, he concluded, maybe the simplest way for me is to master Sage Mode. The second way would be to learn my Guy's 8 Gates technique. But that would require building a good relationship with Guy and convincing him to teach it. Moreover, he wasn't sure if sheer hard work alone would be enough to master it. The third method would be to somehow obtain the reanimation jutsu and create his own army of an S-rank undead ninja. The fourth way was to obtain and master the Flying Thunder God technique. The fifth was to invent his own A-rank or higher ninjutsu. With greater speed, enhanced strength, and top-level swordsmanship, maybe that would be enough to reach that level. Another option might be to become a Jinchuriki. However, this would draw the attention of the Akatsuki, which was the last thing he wanted. But if he became strong enough, perhaps he could still take the risk. Gaining some powerful summons would also be a great help. Having reached this conclusion, he sighed. Even the simplest methods are so hard to accomplish. I really wish I could know if I'll ever reach that level. Just then, a wild idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He thought to himself, that's right, I could explore this option, but is it really possible? He spent a few more minutes analyzing the idea, pondering, I can't be certain, but if I manage to pull it off, I'll gain an incredibly powerful means. Not to mention, I know exactly when I'll have the right opportunity to obtain the resources I need. He continued to reflect, weighing every possible scenario, and finally made up his mind. All right, I have to give this my best shot. If I succeed, reaching Kage-level strength won't be out of the question. Even if I fail, all the effort I put in won't go to waste. This thought filled him with renewed energy. With little time left in the day, he decided to have dinner first, then meditate before bed. The next few days were extremely busy for Yuan Fei Hiruzen. He had to organize the new generation of ninja into squads and assign their instructors, which required a mountain of paperwork and analysis. This meant countless discussions with the academy teachers, as well as coordinating with the newly selected team leaders. He started by forming the 3-man squads. As he worked, he mused to himself. This year, a total of 135 students have become genin. More than 200 6th-year students failed and will be added to the Ninja Reserve Force. As for those who passed this year, the 94 6th-year students among them don't have much hope. We already graduated the outstanding talents from the previous year. Even if only a quarter of them become Chunin, that will be enough. So I'll assign Chunin to guide them. As for the 41 students who graduated early, each of them shows impressive potential. At the very least, they should all be able to reach Chunin, and about half of them are likely to become special Jonin. So I need to arrange 14 Jonin instructors for them. Although the number of people in Konoha has almost recovered in terms of top-tier strength, we are still weaker than we were before the Third Great Ninja War. That's why we need to train all 41 of them, with the goal of raising them to the Jonin level. Even if not all of them can become special Jonin, it's enough if they reach elite Chunin. As for actually becoming Jonin, that's hard to say. I believe Uchiha Mihoko will become a Jonin just like Senju Hui did last year. Like him, she also has the potential to become an elite Jonin. But I can't say the same for the others. Sigh. I hope at least 10 to 12 Jonin will emerge from this group. The Nine Tails attack cost us many of our Jonin. He then informed the school teachers to begin forming the squads and busied himself with the necessary paperwork. After the teachers drafted an initial list, as in previous years, some disagreements arose. They went to the Hokage to discuss the matter. Hiruzen spoke. So, which elite teams have you assembled? Yuan Shu replied immediately. Judging from their performance, the ones with the most potential are Kaminoki Rai, Uchiha Mihoko, Suzuki Kazumasa, Hyuga Hitaka, and Hyuga Hana. However, Kaminoki Rai's situation is a bit special. His mother has now received treatment, but we're not sure if he'll continue to train with the same enthusiasm. Also, the two Hyugas can't be on the same team. So, I suggest forming a squad with Uchiha Mihoko, Suzuki Kazumasa, and Hyuga Hitaka. But soon, another teacher, Kaminoki Rai's homeroom instructor, spoke up. I disagree. In just half a year, Kaminoki Rai has made tremendous progress. In fact, his talent could even surpass Mihoko's. He deserves to be on the very best team. I propose a squad consisting of Uchiha Mihoko, Kaminoki Rai, and Suzuki Kazumasa. Another teacher offered his view. To be honest, Suzuki Kazumasa is just a civilian orphan. His future won't be as smooth as the children from ninja clans. Even his breakthrough technique was given to him by Yuan Shu. So, I think a team of Kaminoki Rai, Uchiha Mihoko, and Hyuga Hitaka might be a better fit. Yuan Shu countered. I don't agree. Although Kazumasa is just a civilian with no background, his performance has been the steadiest in our class. He absolutely deserves a spot on that team. Besides, he's a sensory ninja and possesses wind nature chakra. As a sensory ninja, he can complement the abilities of the Byakugan, and his wind release ninjutsu can enhance Misako's fire release, making their attacks even more formidable. Besides, there's a bit of rivalry between him and Hoitaka when it comes to taijutsu, so their teamwork would be all the more fitting. He mused himself. What's more, he's so withdrawn, barely having any other friends, so I'm not sure if he can work well with others. The previous instructor was about to reprimand him again. But, however, Hiruzen interrupted him. That's enough. I've made my decision. This team will consist of Miho, Kazumasa, and Hoitaka. Kakashi's homeroom teacher was clearly displeased with this. Just as he was about to speak, Hiruzen continued. Their Jonin instructor will be Senju Renjiro. The teachers were visibly confused by this announcement. One of them asked, But, Lord Hokage, we didn't select him as any team's instructor. Hiruzen shook his head and replied, No, this change is because Kazumasa wishes to study samurai swordsmanship. Renjiro once trained under samurai, and he's an expert at countering the Sharingan. He's skilled in both water and earth release, which will give Miho the chance to learn how to defend against her own techniques and help her grow further. Hoitaka, in turn, can learn water release from him, and Renjiro's taijutsu is strong enough to keep up with Hoitaka's obsession with hand-to-hand combat. He then turned to Kakashi's homeroom teacher and said, It's a pity that Kakashi won't practice his family sword style. Otherwise, I would put him on this team instead of Hoitaka. Everyone was quite satisfied with this explanation. They then turned their attention to organizing the remaining students. It took them more than 13 hours to form all the squads and decide on their instructors. Once everything was settled, Hiruzen sent an ANBU member to deliver the news to all those selected to be teachers. If anyone had any questions, they could contact him the following day. The next day, many people came to meet with Hiruzen. Around noon, even Lianjiro came to pay him a visit. As soon as he entered, he greeted Hiruzen and said, Old man, I don't agree to be those brats' teacher. Besides, I've already led a genin squad before. Lianjiro had grown up fairly close to Hiruzen, so Hiruzen didn't take his words to heart. He looked at Lianjiro. Dressed casually, Lianjiro's face and arms bore the scars of his career for all to see. Hiruzen sighed and said, Ever since the war ended, you've barely taken a break from missions. There are a few reasons for this assignment. First, it's to give you a chance to rest. Second, one of the students wants to learn samurai swordsmanship. Lianjiro looked at Hiruzen in confusion and asked, You know I can't just teach that to anyone. So why should I agree to teach him? Hiruzen let out another sigh and answered. He's ranked first in his class. This is the reward he asked for. Lianjiro asked. What reward? Hiruzen replied. It's an incentive I came up with to encourage the students and push them to train harder. Hearing this, Renzaburo nodded. He was well aware of Konoha's shortage of ninjas. With a sigh, he spoke. Can't you get him to ask for something else? Hiruzen didn't reply, but just the thought of the other things Kazemasa might request made sweat trickle down his forehead. After chatting for a while longer and learning a bit about the students, Renzaburo took his leave. He wasn't surprised that his squad was considered the most promising team. After all, he had been an elite jonin for over 10 years. Later that day, Kazemasa went to a shop that sold ninja clothing to buy some new outfits. He picked out an all-black set. He noticed that the fabric used for these clothes was especially sturdy. The shop owner explained that the material was harder to cut, offered some resistance to fire and lightning, and was less likely to get damp or collect dust. Kazemasa tried on a set and checked himself in the mirror. From boots to trousers to shirt, everything was pitch black. The look suited his fair skin, dark eyes, and spiky black hair perfectly, he thought to himself. I should find time to get a black mask, too. Maybe then I can really play at lurking in the shadows, haha. He glanced at his reflection again. He wasn't tall, but his body was impressively muscular. There was hardly a trace of fat on him. He stood at about 1.4 meters tall, he estimated. All right, this outfit fits perfectly and looks great, he thought. He bought 3 sets of the clothes. He also picked up a pair of gloves with metal plates on the backs of the hands. He also inscribed the hardness seal inside the glove. Although it didn't make a significant difference, Fengzheng thought there was no harm in boosting his defenses, even just a little. He truly wished he could remove the metal plate, engrave the hardness seal directly onto it rather than the whole glove, and then put it back in. But he knew he wasn't capable of reinstalling the metal plate properly. The next morning at 7:30, the graduates arrived at school to report in. The classroom they used was not the one Fengzheng usually attended. A total of 42 students were present. After taking attendance, the teachers handed out a scroll to each student. Yuan Shu called up his students one by one, personally giving each their scroll. The other homeroom teachers did the same for their students. When it was Fengzheng's turn, he noticed how delighted Yuan Shu looked. He had no idea why and didn't particularly care, so he simply returned to his seat. Yuan Shu was so happy because Risen had permitted him to participate in the Jonin exams. After the scrolls had been distributed, one of the teachers made an announcement. Inside the storage scrolls you've received, you'll find a first aid kit, 24 shuriken, 6 kunai, 12 senbon needles, 1 ninja rope, and 100 meters of ninja wire. He then smiled warmly and said, This is the last gift from the school to all of you. Congratulations on your graduation. Now, I will announce your Jinin teams. When Fengzheng's team was announced, he let out a sigh and thought to himself, a cold, indifferent guy who cares about nothing but taijutsu, and a self-important girl who thinks she's as talented as Madara. What kind of teamwork could we possibly have? Sigh. It would have been better if I'd just graduated last year. Maybe I could have teamed up with Senju Hui. He's the only one mature enough. He mulled things over again, thinking to himself. But then again, it's not all bad. Sparring with Hyuga Hataka has always been really helpful. And Mihoko should give me some chances to practice with my Sharingan. She's still nowhere near Obito or Madara, but then, neither am I. He looked over at Mihoko, and another thought crossed his mind. Besides, since she's supposed to die in about 2 years, that means I won't be stuck with this squad for too long. Now I'm really curious who my Jonin instructor will be. I just hope it's not Kakashi. And what about my reward? Jinshur didn't mention it, and Hiruzen hasn't called for me either. After the Jonin squads were announced, the teacher told them that their Jonin instructor would come to the classroom to pick them up, and then everyone left. As he was about to go, Kazemasa paused, letting out a sigh. Looks like Naruto and the others should start school next year. I won't be around anymore. Sigh. Why have I met so few of the classic characters? Before long, the Jonin instructors began to enter the classroom and call out the teams they would be taking. A few minutes after the school teacher had left, a tall, muscular man strode in and called out, Team 3, follow me. Kazemasa, Suzuki, Hataka Hyuga, and Mihoko Uchiha fell in behind him. Renjiro led them to the school's rooftop. A few seconds later, all 3 new genin had arrived. When he arrived, Fengzheng carefully observed his new teacher. The man stood about 2 meters tall, with a powerful, muscular build. He was middle-aged, and 3 scars marked his face. One of them ran across his right eye, though the eye itself remained unscathed. His hair was long and black, reminiscent of a wildcat's, and he wore 2 swords at his waist. From the emblem on his clothes, Fengzheng recognized that he was a member of the Senju clan. In truth, there was another reason Fengzheng knew he belonged to the Senju. his chakra reserves were immense. For obvious reasons, Feng Zheng had never tried to sense Hiruzen's chakra before, making this the highest chakra level he had ever measured. It was about 7 times greater than Yuanshu's. As Feng Zheng attempted to gauge his chakra, Liandru took notice. He fixed his gaze on Feng Zheng, watching him intently. Feng Zheng simply responded with a smile. Liandru mused to himself. So this is the boy who wants to learn samurai swordsmanship, the one who requested a chakra-forged blade. Not bad. He seems to have a keen sense for chakra. Even as I stare at him, he just smiles back. I wonder if that's foolishness, bravery, or sheer shamelessness. His eyes then shifted to the other 2 genin, and he thought. The Hyuga child wears the same cold expression as everyone from her clan, and just one look at the Uchiha's face is enough to see how proud she is of herself. He sighed inwardly. This is going to take a while. Liandru spoke up. I am Senju Liandru. I will be your Jonin instructor. Let's get to know each other. Tell me a little about yourselves. Miko asked. What should we say? On the other hand, Kazemasa was reminded of the tell us about yourself question that often came up in interviews in his previous life. Renjiro answered. Tell me about your likes, dislikes, dreams, hobbies, things like that. Kazemasa continued. My name is Suzuki Kazemasa. I like swords and cool ninjutsu techniques. My hobbies are training and reading about ninja history and wars. I dislike the killing that comes with war. As for my dream, I want to become a powerful ninja one day, so I can bring peace to the world. Renjiro stared at Kazemasa, clearly impressed by his dream. Of course, if he knew what Kazemasa was really thinking, he might have coughed up blood on the spot. Noticing that Renjiro was moved, Kazemasa thought to himself, yes, this is exactly what the higher-ups in Konoha want to hear. I couldn't care less about world peace, but saying this give me a good impression in their eyes, might get me a chance to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, and might even make Hiruzen protect me if Danzo tries to recruit me. Either way, there's nothing I could do about world peace right now. So why not just say it, huh? Renjiro turned to Mahiko. She spoke up. I'm Achiha Miheiko. I like cats. I don't like anyone treating me like a little kid. My hobbies are practicing ninjutsu and playing with cats. My dream is to become the strongest Uchiha in history. Kazemasa glanced at her, stifling a laugh as he thought. Well, you've got 2 years left to surpass Madara. Rest in peace. Renjiro nodded, then looked to Hitaka. He said, I'm Hitaka Hyuga. I like taijutsu. I don't enjoy studying. My favorite thing is sparring with others. And my dream is to become the strongest hand-to-hand fighter. Renzura nodded and said, all right, congratulations on graduating early. But this doesn't mean you're officially Leaf Village ninjas yet. You'll have a 3-month probation period. After that, I'll decide if you're truly ready to become full-fledged ninja. This announcement triggered different reactions from the 3 newly minted genin. Kazemasa asked in confusion. Huh? There's not going to be another test. Thinking it through, he realized, oh, maybe their staff are still recovering. That's probably why there's a probation period instead of final test to see if we're ready. However, the other 2 kids didn't take the news so lightly. Mahiko asked impatiently, why? Didn't we already pass the graduation exam? Hitaka chimed in, yeah, I beat everyone in the taijutsu tournament. Renzuru replied, the graduation exam is only the minimum requirement for becoming a ninja. Your attitude, character, courage, and values matter even more. And I'm the one who gets to judge those. Mahiko and Hitaka still weren't satisfied and looked ready to argue further, but Renzuru gave them no chance. He announced, tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, we meet at Training Ground 17. I'll be checking your skills then. Be on time. I don't like people who are late. With that, he disappeared in a flash. As he left, Kazemasa's thoughts lingered. Other than his name, he didn't say a single thing about himself. Honestly, I think even Kakashi would share more with his team than that. After he left, Miho huffed, said nothing, and got ready to go. Hitaka also said his farewells to Kazemasa and prepared to leave. Kazemasa let out a sigh and spoke up. Hey, wait a second. That caught both of their attention. Hitaka looked at him in silence, while Miho, clearly annoyed, asked, what is it? Kazemasa explained, tomorrow, we'll probably have to team up and face our teacher, so we need to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses and come up with a plan to fight together. Hitaka nodded in agreement. Miho, on the other hand, replied haughtily, you two don't need to worry. Tomorrow, I'll take him down all by myself. Kazemasa gave her a blank look, which only made her more irritated. She demanded, what? You don't think I can beat him? Kazemasa resisted the urge to bury his face in his hands and said, then tell us how you plan to take down a Jonin on your own. She grinned mischievously and answered, I'll catch him off guard and hit him with my fire dragon technique. Kazemasa responded, he's from the Senju clan. He's skilled in earth and water style jutsu. Even if you take him by surprise, he'll still have ways to defend himself. That reply took her aback. She thought for a moment, then smiled again and said, I'll use my Sharingan's Jinjutsu. As soon as he sees my eyes, I'll trap him in an illusion. Kazemasa scoffed inwardly, as if he'd fall for something so basic. Whatever, there's no point arguing with her. He spoke. Well, let's call this Plan A for now, and that's where we'll begin. Now let's talk about Plan B. Mihoko replied. Why do we need a Plan B? Kazemasa answered. He knows you possess the Sharingan. So what if he never looks you in the eyes, because he's aware of just how formidable your eyes are? We can't just stand there and do nothing, right? Even worse, he might simply dismiss you as a mere child. That finally caught her attention. Seeing this, Kazemasa breathed a quiet sigh of relief and thought to himself, at last. So, to get her invested, I either need to praise her, hint someone might underestimate her, or a mix of both. She continued, so what if Plan A fails? Kazemasa said, first, let's talk about what each of us can do, what our strengths are. I'll go first. I'm a sensory ninja. I can sense what's happening within a 500-meter radius. I'm skilled in taijutsu and swordsmanship. I also use wind release techniques, which you saw during the exam, and I can perform shadow clone jutsu and the body flicker technique. What about you? Mihoko replied next. I'm also good at taijutsu, and I use the Uchiha style. My Sharingan lets me see chakra and cast Jinjutsu. I'm quite skilled with shuriken as well. Besides basic ninjutsu, I can use some fire release techniques. You saw those in the exam too. I can perform the body flicker jutsu, and in fact, I learned it from the very best teacher. Kazemasa was surprised by this revelation and thought to himself, did Shui teach her this ninjutsu? Sui Gao continued, I specialize in gentle fist, which allows me to seal my opponent's chakra points, and I can see things up to 800 meters away. Besides that, I also know fish bullet technique and rock shield technique. Feng Zheng nodded and said, if possible, you should learn the body flicker technique. If all three of you can use it, that would be a huge help. We could pull off a lot of different tactics. Sui Gao let out a grunt and replied, but I don't want to learn any more ninjutsu. Feng Zheng answered, well, this one's just a movement technique. It lets you move at incredible speed. That would make your taijutsu even more deadly. Picture your usual piercing punch, then imagine appearing right in front of your enemy and striking them before they can even react. As Feng Zheng expected, that caught Sui Gao's interest, and he agreed to give it a try. Feng Zheng then started discussing some tactics they could use. He said, we need to decide who will fight the teacher up close and who will provide support from a distance. But before he could finish, Sui Gao interrupted. I want to fight up close. Feng Zheng was about to nod, but Mei Huizi suddenly spoke up. No, I want to fight up close. Sui Gao shot back at her, and the two of them started arguing. With a sigh, Feng Zheng thought to himself, kids, honestly, then he stepped in and put a stop to their bickering, saying, out of all of us, Sui Gao ranks first in taijutsu, so he should be the one to go toe-to-toe with the teacher. Just as Mei Huizi was about to protest, Feng Zheng continued, but he can't deal with the teacher alone. That's why you and I will step in from time to time to support him. Besides, both of us have mid-range ninjutsu. If we don't use them, it'd really be a waste. Hodaka wanted to fight up close, so he quickly backed Kazemasa, and Mihoko could only reluctantly agree. Kazemasa thought to himself, I had planned to talk more like about wind-fire combos, or even suggesting Hodaka learn more advanced water-style ninjutsu, since those actually pair quite well with wind techniques. Too bad, I just don't have the patience for that. It'll take them forever to be ready for these strategies. Honestly, I hope Renjiro gives those two a good lesson tomorrow. Maybe then they'll learn not to be so full of themselves. But if he really does that, I'm worried he'll end up beating me up too. And without using the Earth Army movement technique or the wind push jutsu, it's nearly impossible to dodge for long. Sigh, who knows when I'll be able to use all my ninjutsu openly. Hiding half my skills, faking hand seals, holding back my strength, it's so frustrating. Kazemasa's thoughts continued. Sadly, it's necessary. I just hope I can reach Jonin level as soon as possible. Then I won't have to worry about Danzo trying to recruit me anymore. By that point, it'll be too late for him to try and brainwash me. He had planned to invite them for ramen at Ichiraku, but he'd had enough for today. Soon, they all said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Kazemasa headed to the library. Now that he was a genin, he could finally enter Section C of the library. However, this was not the reason he had come here. Now that he was a ninja, he could finally consult a particular book. He walked up to the librarian, showed his identification, and asked, May I take a look at the wanted records? The question, coming from a 10-year-old, left her quite astonished. But since he was indeed a ninja, she nodded and replied, Would you like the pocket edition, or the full volume? Now, it was Wynn's turn to be surprised. He asked, What's the difference? She explained, The pocket edition only lists names, bounties, affiliations, and some basic information. The full volume, on the other hand, contains much more detailed records. Upon hearing this, Wind immediately asked for the full volume. She nodded again and handed him the hefty book. The moment Wind laid eyes on it, he was stunned. His first thought was, "This thing is enormous." He opened it up. Clearly, each page was devoted to a single ninja's information. The book contained 2,197 pages. Wind did a quick calculation and thought, well, that makes sense. There are over 100,000 ninjas in this world. He silently thanked those who had created such a well-organized index. Everything was neatly arranged, first by village, then by the alphabetical order of names. There were also lists ranking ninjas by their standing within the village and in descending order of bounty. After searching for a few minutes, he finally found the name he was looking for, Senju Renjiro. He started flipping through the pages, but as he did, a sudden thought struck him. How interesting. I always thought my greatest advantage in this world was information. Yet considering how vast this world is, I probably don't even have knowledge of 1% of all the ninjas. To be honest, aside from Tsunade, I don't even know any other living members of the Senju clan. In any case, this information is incredibly detailed. I'm amazed we can read it for free, but I suppose it makes sense. The data has been compiled by the creators of the Wanted Handbook, and since it's already public, why not let all ninjas have free access to it? He flipped open the pages and began to read, growing more and more astonished by what he found. His bounty was 45 million ryo. That's even higher than Asuma's during the Shippuden era, and the bounty was issued by Kirigakure. He mused to himself. Not bad at all. It seems Hiruzen really did appoint a very capable person as my teacher. He continued reading. The information Feng Zheng obtained was as follows. Senju Lianjiru, ranked A class, 39 years old. Became a genin at age 8, a chunin at 10, and a jonin at 16. He achieved the rank of elite jonin at 28. He specializes in water release and earth release ninjutsu, but is also adept with other elemental techniques. An accomplished swordsman, he has received formal training from samurai and swordplay. He participated in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. During the Third War, he served as Orochimaru's deputy on the Kirigakure front. Later, when Orochimaru had to move to a different battlefield, Lianjiru became Konoha's commanding officer on the Kirigakure front. Thanks to his swordsmanship, mastery of water release techniques, and his summoned beast, a sloth, he proved highly effective against the ninja of Kirigakure. During the war, he killed 13 Mist Village Jonin and more than 50 Mist Village Shunin. His greatest accomplishment was slaying one of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist during that conflict. Although his troops suffered defeat in a surprise attack by the Mist, he managed to lead the majority of his forces to retreat, holding the Mist at bay outside the gates until the yellow flash of the leaf arrived to reinforce him and drove the enemy back into the sea. Feng Zheng finished reading and thought to himself, goodness, he's incredibly strong. Not quite on the level of the legendary Sannin, but close. It says here, he once received samurai training. So, I guess Lord Hiruzen arranged him as my mentor on purpose. I'm really curious about his summoning beast. I've never heard of sloth being summoned before. Isn't that kind of a crime against nature? But it sounds a bit too powerful, and not something from this world either. Well, I'll look into it later. Then he went over the profiles of the ninjas he remembered from Naruto. He felt a sense of relief, seeing that things were quite similar to what he knew. He also gained a deeper understanding of the shinobi world. He mused. In reality, the Hidden Leaf is far stronger than what was shown in Naruto. The fathers of Shikaka Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Shibi Aburame are all still alive, leading their clans. Every one of them is an elite jonin, each very close to S rank. However, I suspect their strength will wane as they age. Right now, there are only 3 S-rank ninja left in the Hidden Leaf village. But Jiraiya is almost never in the village, and Tsunade is barely able to fight. Surprisingly, or perhaps not, Danzo isn't mentioned at all in the bingo book, and it's very likely that Fugaku Uchiha has kept his Mangekyo hidden, just like Shursui Uchiha. I have no idea how many gates my guy can open, but if necessary, he might be able to force himself to a level where he could go toe-to-toe with an S-rank ninja. Also, seeing Koharu and Hamura listed as A-rank ninja is rather surprising. I don't recall them ever fighting in the Naruto series. The bingo book mentions a total of 22 elite jonin from the Hidden Leaf. It's quite possible there are others not listed here, like Danzo or other members of the Root. There are also some A-rank ninja who haven't yet become elite jonin, such as Kakashi and Might Guy. He let out a sigh. I never expected the Hidden Leaf to have so many elite jonin. Even so, Hiruzen still chose to sacrifice Hayashi. It makes me wonder just how heavy the village's losses have been among the lower-ranked ninja because of the war. As for the other villages, both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone are strong, but at least in terms of Kaga level and elite Jonin level fighting power, they don't quite measure up to the Hidden Leaf. The Hidden Mist is actually quite formidable. If many of their top-tier ninja hadn't been branded as rogue, I think Obito would have already destroyed the Mist completely. On the other hand, the Sand's performance has been rather poor. Their Kazekage is the weakest among the 5 Kage, though they still have 2 S-rank ninja. Both are retired and quite elderly. They also have very few A-rank ninja left. He closed the book, thinking to himself, well, that's enough information for now. I'll look for more when I need it. He returned the wanted handbook to the librarian and went home. The next morning at 6 o'clock, the entire squad 3 gathered at Training Ground 17. It was a small clearing at the heart of a little forest. Rinziro was the last one to arrive. Seeing that his team of genin was already there, he greeted them with a good morning and said, as I mentioned yesterday, before we begin your training, I want to get a sense of your abilities. So, we'll have a sparring match, the 3 of you against me. He paused for a few seconds, then continued. We'll start right now. With that, he sprang forward, aiming a punch, catching all 3 by surprise. Mihiko hastily leapt back, while Hodaka darted to his left. Kazemasa, on the other hand, used the body flicker technique to vanish from sight. Rinziro's fist struck the ground where the 3 genin had just been standing. The earth cracked open, sending up a cloud of dust that quickly enveloped him. Inwardly, Rinziro thought to himself, not bad. I was planning to punch the ground right in front of them, but I didn't expect the 3 of them to react so quickly. Especially Kazemasa. Did he just use the body flicker technique without any hand signs? Even as Kazemasa used the body flicker, thoughts raced through his mind. Damn, his attack was so sudden, I dodged purely on instinct. A cloud of dust rose, shrouding Renzaburo, and both Hataka and Mawako disappeared into the haze as well. Kazemasa immediately began to sense Renzaburo's location. Mawako activated her Sharingan, while Hataka unleashed his Byakugan. As soon as Kazemasa sensed Renzaburo's presence, he thought to himself, now that I've been exposed, there's no point in hiding anymore. I might as well use a few more techniques. I never imagined it would be so difficult to conceal my strength. I really need to be more careful in case he tries something like this again. I only hope I can keep my secret for another year or 2. Just as Kazemasa's thoughts trailed off, Hataka and Mawako rushed toward Renzaburo, preparing to engage him in combat. Renzaburo stood his ground, calmly awaiting their attack. Hataka was the first to reach him, while Mawako hurled several shuriken at Renzaburo. He dodged their assault and closed in for hand-to-hand combat with Hataka. With ease, he neutralized Hataka's gentle fist techniques. Even after Mawako joined the fray, he maintained the upper hand against them both. However, a frown soon appeared on his face. He tried to sense Kazemasa's presence, but Kazemasa seemed to have vanished entirely. Taking advantage of his teammate's distraction, Kazemasa slipped from view, suppressing his chakra and disappearing from Renzaburo's senses. Although Renzaburo couldn't sense Kazemasa's presence, Kazemasa was closely observing their fight, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Soon enough, when Renzaburo was trading blows with Hodaka, Kazemasa spotted an opening. Kazemasa hurled his shuriken with all his might. But Renzaburo let out a cold chuckle, thinking to himself, a fake opening. That always works on kids. He stepped back to dodge the shuriken, but to his surprise, the shuriken curved back towards him. Just as he was about to dodge again, he suddenly felt, something's off. This isn't right. So instead of avoiding it, he reached out and caught the shuriken right along its path. The moment he grabbed it, he sensed 2 faint traces of chakra behind him. Turning quickly, he saw 2 wind orbs rushing towards him. He stepped aside to avoid them, but at the same time, Mawako launched a fireball jutsu in the very direction he was trying to move. Seeing this, he adjusted his course, dodged both jutsu, and widened the distance between himself and the students. Hodaka seized the moment and charged in for close combat. As Hodaka rushed towards him, Renzaburo thought, not bad. Still, this doesn't feel like something they planned ahead of time. Their teamwork could use some work. But the way they create and seize opportunities for each other is impressive. And I sensed wind chakra on that shuriken, which means Kazemasa was using projectile control. He didn't waste time on pointless attacks, but immediately struck again when the fireball jutsu faded. He and Sataka, along with Mihoko, plunged into another round of fierce combat. Watching from the shadows, Kazemasa pondered to himself. As expected of an elite jonin, that opening was just bait. He was trying to pinpoint my location. On top of that, he caught a shuriken with his bare hands. Still, I wonder what he'd do if I infused wind chakra into the shuriken. Anyway, I want to see if a shadow clone could fool him. Kazemasa stayed hidden, quietly weaving the hand signs to create a shadow clone. A minute later, Sutaka and Mihoko both looked like they were on the verge of defeat. Just then, the shadow clone fired off 2 wind blast techniques at Renzaburo, breaking his momentum. Kazemasa followed up with a volley of shuriken. Renzaburo dodged every attack and closed in on Kazemasa, preparing for close-quarters combat. But in an instant, the shadow clone flickered away, reappearing behind Mihoko and Sutaka. Seeing Renzaburo approach, Sutaka stepped forward to engage him. At the same time, Kazemasa sensed a surge of chakra welling up within Mihoko, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sutaka, get out of the way!" The warning startled Sutaka. He glanced back to see Mihoko weaving hand signs, her chakra nearly at its peak. He quickly darted to the left, putting some distance between them. In truth, Mihoko was deeply frustrated by this fight. The poor girl had wanted to cast a Sharingan Jinjutsu on her teacher from the very start, but he hadn't looked her in the eyes even once. Left with no choice, she unleashed the Fire Dragon technique, pouring nearly all her chakra into the attack. Sensing this, Kazemasa's shadow clone responded immediately, countering with the Great Breakthrough technique. His jutsu was unleashed right after Miko launched hers, and he tried to limit the range of his technique just enough to envelop her Fire Dragon. As a result, the power and reach of the Fire Dragon increased dramatically. Renjiro didn't want to take the attack head-on, so he dodged aside. The force of this technique truly amazed both Hataka and Miko. Miko, in particular, was utterly stunned. Kazemasa continued to watch Renjiro intently. He noticed that Renjiro had managed to dodge in the blink of an eye without making any hand signs, and the distance he covered was just enough to escape the jutsu's range. Kazemasa thought to himself, "Sigh, this is his first time using a jutsu. No matter what, it seems this battle is coming to an end. Hataka has already been beaten badly. Miko's in the same state. Her chakra is depleted. I'm the only one still alright. Unfortunately, neither I nor my shadow clone can do much. Not having a good long-range technique is truly a disadvantage. Even though I'm well hidden, there's not much I can actually do." Just then, Kazemasa suddenly used the body flicker technique on instinct. However, the moment his feet left the ground, a hand shot out from beneath the earth and grabbed his right leg. This yanked him forward at breakneck speed, sending him sprawling. Fortunately, he managed to catch himself with both hands just in time, saving his face from serious injury. Almost immediately, another hand clamped down on the back of his neck, pinning him firmly to the ground. He realized from the chakra signature that it was Renjiro, and thought, "What the heck? I didn't sense him at all." Soon, the memories of his shadow clone flooded back to him. His clone had been dispelled, and both Hataka and Miko had been defeated. He thought to himself, "Shadow clone? But when did he do it?" He thought for a moment, then realized, was it when the dust gave him cover? But I started sensing him almost immediately. Was that fleeting moment really enough for him to create a shadow clone and hide his true self? And why didn't I sense him? I should be able to sense anyone who's aware of me. In fact, even if someone just glances my way, I can usually feel it. Renjiro pondered to himself. Could he have predicted the attack was coming? No, that can't be. My chakra control is flawless. It seems he simply moved on pure instinct. He then removed his hand from Kazemasa's neck and said, "All right, come with me." Kazemasa followed Renjiro to where Hataka and Mawako were. Both were lying on the ground. He thought to himself, "Poor kids. They really got beaten. Their faces are swollen, and there are bruises on their arms and legs as well." Renjiro had defeated the two, dispersed Kazemasa's shadow clone, and dismissed his own as well. Kazemasa glanced at Renjiro again, his thoughts swirling. Did he hit them just to rein in their arrogance? Well, whatever the reason, I hope the two of them take some time to reflect now. Now that he'd absorbed his clone's memories, Renjiro regarded Kazemasa with newfound respect, thinking to himself, "Very good. Not only once, but twice he managed to successfully evade my shadow clone. If his own clone hadn't had only half the chakra, my shadow clone might not even have realized he was a clone. He has a remarkably steady mindset. Unfortunately, though, he doesn't have any strong long-range attacks. In other words, hiding so far away actually puts him at a disadvantage. Also, after I caught him, he gave up a bit too quickly. I think that's something we'll need to work on, even though it did save him from getting beaten up. It's a pity. While he doesn't seem as arrogant as the other two, a little bruising would have been good for his development." Fortunately, Kazemasa was completely oblivious to Renzuru's plans and thoughts. Then Renzuru glanced at Hataka and Mihiko, thinking to himself, "But even so, he's still much better than these two. Sigh, What genin could possibly go head-to-head with a jonin? Aside from that, though, their skills are impressive. Hataka is especially skilled in taijutsu, and his speed is remarkable. And Mihiko's fire-style ninjutsu is quite powerful for a genin. The way Kazemasa and she combined their attacks genuinely surprised me. Just as these thoughts crossed Renzaru's mind, both Hataka and Mihiko struggled to their feet. Though they were still groaning in pain, they shot resentful looks at their teacher. Mihiko, too, glared in irritation at Kazemasa, who looked much better off. Renzaru, of course, paid no mind to their glares and said, "You have 10 minutes. Sit quietly here and think about our little sparring match. After 10 minutes, I'll ask you some questions, and I hope you'll be able to answer them." Kazemasa sat down, beginning to analyze the battle. Suida and Mawako did the same, but they still glared at Renshiro with lingering anger. The three genin started reflecting, and their first thought was unanimous. The strength of an elite jonin is overwhelming. Kazemasa had to put in considerable effort to learn anything about Renshiro, while Suida and Mawako could easily get such information from their parents. Renshiro's achievements during the Third Great Ninja War were well known among the ninja of that era. This made the three of them regard him with a deepened respect. 10 minutes later, Renshiro spoke. "First question, when did I create my shadow clone?" Kazemasa raised his hand and answered. "Most likely, it was when you punched the ground and stirred up dust to cover your movements." Mawako, after thinking hard, replied, "Yes, I don't think you had any other opportunity to make a shadow clone." Kazemasa could hear the anger in her voice, an echo of the beating she'd endured. But Suida still looked bewildered. He asked, "But sensei, why couldn't my Byakugan see you?" Renshiro replied, "There are ways to hide from, or even evade the Byakugan sight. Take this as a lesson. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean you can let down your guard." Suida nodded, his expression complex. Realizing the pride of his clan was not infallible was a heavy blow. Kazemasa continued with another question. "But sensei, how were you able to approach me from underground and hide your chakra at the same time? And how did you know where I was without letting me sense your presence?" Renjaru replied, "There are many ways to evade sensory ninja, and plenty of techniques to secretly approach someone with keen perception. You can't let your guard down just because you didn't sense anyone nearby." Mieko was the next to ask a question. She said, "Sensei, how did you fight me without looking into my eyes?" Renjaru let out a sly chuckle and answered, "The Uchiha clan has been using the Sharingan for centuries. There are all sorts of methods to counter it, and what I showed you was just the most basic approach." This answer left the three of them deep in thought. Kazemasa was especially unsettled. He worried to himself, "Does this mean that if someone was watching me, I wouldn't even know?" The thought made him uneasy, but he calmed himself with reason. Well, he's an elite jonin, someone who can command a battlefield. There's no way Konoha would assign an elite jonin to keep tabs on a nobody like me. I should be safe. Renjaru broke into the student's thoughts and said, "Now, I want each of you to reflect and tell me why you lost. Then, tell me what you could do better next time. Hataka, you go first, then Mieko, and finally Kazemasa." Hataka considered for a moment before speaking. "You broke through my gentle fist, and I couldn't land a single blow. Even my Byakugan couldn't see through your shadow clones. And you're much faster than me or anyone else here." Rensaburo looked at Mihoko, and Mihoko spoke up. "Your martial arts skills are far superior to ours. No matter how carefully we coordinate our attacks, you always manage to evade them all, and you know exactly how to counter each of us." He then turned to Kazemasa, who added, "Our teamwork isn't good enough. We barely communicate at all. I saw Hataka and Mihoko attack you together, but they weren't in sync. And as for me, even though I was well hidden, I was too far away to be much help. We didn't have any real plan to defeat you, let alone—" Kazemasa paused, then went on, "You're simply too strong for us. We can't handle you." Rensaburo nodded, thinking to himself, "That's true. Hataka still needs to improve his tactical thinking, but the other two are doing much better." He spoke up, "All right, that's it for today. Go home and tend to your injuries. We'll meet here again tomorrow at 5 in the morning. You have an assignment for tomorrow. Write down your daily routine and bring it with you. Kazemasa, you stay here. Hataka, Mihoko, you two are dismissed." Once they had permission to leave, they said their goodbyes and departed. Kazemasa had to stifle the urge to laugh. Both of them were walking in such a strange way. But that urge vanished quickly, replaced by a dreadful thought. Wait a minute, I'm the only one who didn't get beaten up. So he's keeping me here because... He quickly pushed that thought aside. No way. He was a famous commander in the Great Ninja War. He can't possibly be that stingy, can he? He screamed inwardly. Where the hell are those human rights activists? And why has that old monkey sat in the Hokage's seat for decades without ever passing a law to prevent child abuse? Kazemasa kept watching his teammates leave in that strange manner, desperately hoping that his suspicions weren't true. Now, only Kazemasa and his new teacher remained on training ground 17. Renzairo asked, "Why didn't you use a sword in the match earlier?" Kazemasa replied, "Because I don't have one. I checked the prices at the weapon shop. The cheapest is 12,000 Ryo. I simply can't afford it." Renzairo had expected this answer. He nodded and said, "From now on, I'll teach you how to use a sword. Don't worry about the sword itself. I have several you can use. First, let's test your swordsmanship and figure out which size suits you best. After that, the third Hokage will have 2 custom-made samurai swords crafted for you." Kazemasa nodded his thanks. Renzairo took out a scroll, spread it flat on the ground, and unfurled it. Kazemasa noticed it was a storage scroll, and judging by the number of seals on it, it was likely one Renzairo had made himself. With a swift gesture, 12 swords appeared on the scroll. Kazemasa picked up 2 of them. Both were about the size he'd used back in school, and he said, "Sensei, these are the same size I used at school." Renzairo responded, "All right, let's begin here. Let's have a little sparring match first. I'm curious to see just how formidable your swordsmanship truly is." With that, Feng Zheng and Lien Jiru began to test their skills against each other. As they faced off, their thoughts were far from the same. Feng Zheng felt a rush of relief. His teacher was no longer that terrifying monster from moments before. Lien Jiru, on the other hand, regarded Feng Zheng's swordplay with mixed emotions. He thought to himself, "This child's fundamentals are remarkably solid, especially considering he's been practicing swordsmanship for less than a year. But aside from that foundation, he has nothing else. His technique is without any particular style, just straightforward attacks and defenses. He executes both offense and defense well, but only because he relies on speed and strength. If I were to match him in speed and power, he likely wouldn't last even 5 seconds." Their duel dragged on for several more minutes before Lien Jiru finally called halt. He summed up his thoughts. "He's like an uncut gem. The lack of a distinct style means he hasn't picked up any bad habits yet. In the long run, that could actually be a disadvantage, but for someone focused on mastering a single school of swordsmanship, it's an advantage. Of course, since he hasn't studied any particular style yet, I can't say how quickly or slowly he'll take to the path of a true samurai." Suddenly, Lien Jiru accelerated, matching Feng Zheng's speed. With a series of deft movements, he struck both of Feng Zheng's swords, creating an opening, and brought his own blade to hover near Feng Zheng's throat. He spoke, "That's enough. Now, let me teach you some new techniques." He then demonstrated a few moves for Feng Zheng, guiding him to imitate and practice each one. The training lasted for 3 hours, after which Renzaburo dismissed Kazemasa. Once Kazemasa was dismissed, Renzaburo needed to report to Hiruzen. After entering the office, Hiruzen asked him, "How are the kids doing?" Renzaburo replied, "They show great promise, old man, far better than your average genin. Hodaka's taijutsu is already at Chunin level, and Miwako's ninjutsu is just as impressive, though she still needs to build up her chakra reserves. Kazemasa's ninjutsu isn't bad either. While his jutsu isn't as strong as Miwako's, he has more chakra than she does. What's most surprising is that his tactical thinking is already on par with someone who's been through multiple missions. And even when they weren't actively strategizing, they were sharp enough to make use of openings created by their teammates. Even if I were to test them all over again, they'd have no trouble passing the genin exam." Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, just as their test results indicated. Still, Kazemasa's tactical sense is remarkable. That must be why he had no trouble taking first place in the written exam. Then he asked, "And what about Kazemasa's swordsmanship?" Renzaburo shook his head. "It's too early to say. His fundamentals are solid, but whether he can advance further depends on both talent and hard work." Hiruzen replied, "All right, I'll leave it in your hands." With that, he dismissed him. The next day, Kazemasa woke up at 4:20 in the morning, thinking to himself, "I used to think that getting up at 5 a.m. was already early enough. Now that guy wants us to gather there by 5 a.m. What's more, that training ground is 15 kilometers away from my house. Oh well, it can't be helped. At least I'll get in a morning run. I wonder if his training will be as intense as my usual morning routine. If not, I can always increase the pressure of my body seal while running." Around 5 in the morning, Kazemasa arrived at the training ground and found his teammates were already there. He greeted them with a "good morning" and waited for Renzaburo. Right on the dot at 5, Renzaburo appeared and said, "Good morning." The children returned the greeting, and Renzaburo began. "Starting today, we'll meet here every morning at 5 a.m. sharp. We'll begin each day with rigorous physical training." Then he turned to Miwako and said, "Kazemasa and Hodaka are both in excellent physical condition. But Miwako, you don't have any seals on you that enhance your ability to carry weight, do you?" Mawako shook her head. Rin Sabaru continued. When you go home today, ask your parents to get you a seal. You need to have it before the week is out. Mawako nodded. Yes, sensei. He then looked at Hodaka and Kazumasa and asked, how much pressure can your seals withstand at maximum? Hodaka replied, mine can handle up to 125 kilograms. Kazumasa answered, mine can handle up to 250 kilograms. Hodaka glanced at Kazumasa with a hint of envy, knowing his teammate's seal scroll was superior. Rin Sabaru continued with another question. All right, then what percentage of your maximum pressure do you usually use? Suigao responded. 30%. Fengzheng replied. 13.5%. Hearing Suigao's answer, Fengzheng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder he can keep up with me so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Suigao felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking to himself, his seal might be better, but I push my body harder than he does. Mei Hui, on the other hand, was restless and vexed, her thoughts churning. No wonder these two move so fast. Why hasn't anyone told me about this way to get stronger? Even Lien Jiru was reflecting to himself. Impressive, truly impressive. Looks like I can make their physical training even tougher than I'd originally planned. He announced, all right, let's begin our training. Under their new teacher's guidance, Squad 3 started their first session. Everyone was enthusiastic. Receiving direct training from an elite jonin would be a tremendous boost for their future growth. No matter what dreams they held for the future, becoming an elite jonin was the minimum goal they all had to reach. Only after that could they start to think about making their dreams a reality. For the first 30 minutes, all three were full of energy. But in the next half hour, their enthusiasm gradually began to fade. After an hour, Mei Hui could barely keep up with the training. Even the stoic Sui Gao could clearly see her struggling to hold back tears. Sui Gao was still able to keep up, and was, in fact, the only one looking forward to the next 3 hours. Fengzheng was also managing, but a sense of dread crept into his heart. After 2 hours, Fengzheng bitterly regretted his decision from that morning. He thought to himself, who the hell was the bastard who decided to crank the seal pressure up to 25% just so we could jog to this training ground in the morning? By the time the training finally ended at 9 a.m., Kazumasa and Hodaka were sprawled out on the ground, barely able to move a muscle. Mieko had already fainted earlier. Neither Kazumasa nor Hodaka could quite recall when exactly Jiru had picked her up and placed her under the tree. Kazumasa wanted to call out and demand the creation of a child protection law, but he was so exhausted he didn't even dare to think about it. He noticed that Mieko woke up just a few minutes after training ended, which, for some reason, made him feel suspicious. Seeing all of this, Jiru chuckled to himself. He said, no need for such a dramatic reaction. This was just a bit of light morning exercise. Now, get up and move over there under that tree. The two of them managed to get to their feet and, swaying unsteadily, made their way to the trees, where they sat down with their backs against the trunks. Next, Jiru tossed a few ration bars and a water bottle to the three of them and said, for the next hour, you can rest here. Eat those ration bars and rehydrate, preferably after half an hour. I'll be back to see you at 10 o'clock. With that, he vanished in a blur. The moment he left, Kazumasa and Hodaka slumped down and fell asleep. This infuriated Mieko, who shouted, wake up, you two. We can't just sleep the whole day away. That was enough to rouse the two boys. Hodaka replied dismissively, it's not like we gotta sleep for more than an hour during training. Kazumasa chimed in, echoing the same tone. Yes, wake us up in 30 to 40 minutes. With that, the two of them lay back down and drifted off to sleep again. Mei Hui was annoyed and made some noise to disturb them, but they were both far too exhausted to pay her antics any attention. About half an hour later, Mei Hui woke them up. As soon as they were awake, they devoured their ration bars and finished off the water in their bottles. The short nap had restored some of their energy, but it did little to ease the aching in their muscles. Fengzheng let out a sigh and said, I feel like every muscle in my body is sore. Sui Gao replied, yeah, same here, and I don't think this pain is going away anytime soon. Fengzheng answered, especially if we have to do this every morning. That remark startled both Sui Gao and Mei Hui. Mei Hui asked, no way, right? Unlike you two, I didn't even make it through the whole training. How are we supposed to do this every day? Fengzheng chuckled inwardly, thinking, poor girl, she's completely spooked. Ha! Still, this teacher. Back then, I was disappointed I never got to meet my guy and learn from him. But now, maybe it wasn't such a bad thing. This training is already insane. If my guy's routines were even tougher, no wonder he mastered all 8 gates. Sui Gao tried to reassure Mei Hui. Don't worry, I've been doing this kind of physical training for years. After a while, our bodies will get used to it, and the results are absolutely worth it. This helped Mihoko calm down a little. Still, Kazumasa was thinking to himself. Now that I think about it, this is actually a good opportunity to rein in a bit of her Uchiha pride. He retorted, I don't think Sensei Renjiro would let something like that happen. If he thinks we're too comfortable with the training, he'll just make it harder for us. Even if that's not the case, he could always increase the physical demands. That frightened Mihoko all over again. She hurriedly asked, but can't we just lie about how much pressure we're putting on ourselves and fool the teacher? Hodaka replied, yes, we could do that. There's no way for anyone else to check. Kazumasa gave a faint smile and said, even if he can't directly check, he can still gauge how exhausted we are after training. So, sure, we could fake the pressure, but I don't believe we could ever fool a jonin of his caliber when it comes to training intensity. After being contradicted yet again, Hodaka began to wonder what exactly Kazumasa was thinking. He thought to himself, I'm trying my best to make her feel better, but Kazumasa is just making her more and more anxious. He mulled it over, but couldn't come up with anything. So he simply said, forget it, I don't care anymore. But if a single round of physical training can wear me out this much, then I've really got to get stronger. Mihoko tried to think of more solutions, but nothing came to mind. A thought lingered in her heart. She wanted to ask her teammates, could we ask Sensei to make the training a bit easier? But her pride just wouldn't let her say something like that aloud. She made up her mind. All right, I'll work even harder to build up my strength. I'm the only one in our class who graduated. This proves I'm much better than the others. No training in the world can keep me from reaching my dream. Kazumasa didn't notice the resolute expressions on his teammates' faces. His body still ached so much that he couldn't spare much attention for them. But someone else did notice. Rinsaburo was hiding nearby, watching his young students. When he saw Hataka and Miwako's determined looks, he smiled to himself. Excellent. With this kind of resolve, their skills will improve rapidly. It's a pity, though, Kazumasa doesn't seem as fired up. He pondered a bit longer and came to a conclusion. Still, just because he doesn't look determined doesn't mean he's discouraged. Even though he did mention the challenges ahead, he doesn't seem to be backing down. In any case, I'll keep an eye on him for a while longer. If he really lacks determination, I have a few tricks up my sleeve to light a fire in him. If Kazumasa had known what his teacher was plotting, he would have felt a chill down his spine. With 5 minutes of break remaining, Kazumasa and Hataka stood up and started stretching. Miwako joined them as well. None of them knew what kind of intense training awaited, so they decided to loosen up their muscles just in case. Soon, Rinsaburo appeared before them and spoke up. Before we start the next lesson, let's talk about your daily schedule. He proceeded to go over everyone's routines in detail. His plan was to train from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m., and then again from 10 a.m. until noon. For Kazumasa, this meant an extra 3 hours of training from 2 to 5 in the afternoon. He adjusted everyone's daily schedule to fit his own training plan. He even recommended a specific diet for the group, which involved a lot of ration bars. Rinsaburo suggested they eat 1 bar at 4:15 in the morning, 2 more at 9:30, and then have another 1 or 2 with lunch. He explained that ration bars were designed for ninja who had to be away from the hidden leaf village on extended missions, so each one contained all the nutrients a shinobi needed. On top of that, he recommended foods high in protein. Kazumasa had some complaints about his new schedule. He thought to himself, this isn't right. Since when do jonin teachers spend so much time training genin? Seriously, aside from Kakashi teaching Sasuke the Chidori and Might Guy training Lee, I don't think any of the other 10 ever learned anything important from their teachers. He's taking up almost my entire day. I have no time left to keep practicing wind style or learn new jutsu. I really don't know if this exchange is worth it. He considered it for a moment and sighed. But I don't really have a say in this. I just hope it turns out to be worth it. Rinsaburo was ready to begin the next training session. Taking into account how tired the students were, he decided to give them something lighter. The focus of this class was teamwork and group formations. Nothing fancy, just putting into practice what they'd learned at the academy. Around noon, Rinsaburo called an end to the training and gathered everyone together. Then he spoke. Fengzheng, I won't have you practice swordsmanship today. I have another task for you all. The 3 of you should visit the library and decide what you want to study for the coming year. We'll discuss your choices tomorrow. And remember, every morning at 5 o'clock, we'll continue training here. Fengzheng, Sui Gao, and Mihoko nodded their thanks. Sui Gao and Mihoko headed home, while Fengzheng made his way to Barbecue Q for lunch. For the past 5 years, Fengzheng had indeed trained with great dedication. Yet today's training session had pushed him far beyond anything he'd experienced before. Despite the pain, he actually looked forward to how these rigorous drills might make him stronger. After finishing his meal, he went straight to the library. He made his way to Section C, where he began searching for wind release ninjutsu. He also wanted to check out the C-rank earth release techniques, but another thought crossed his mind. That monster managed to ambush me completely undetected. Considering he assigned us this task, I wouldn't be surprised if he were still watching us. I'll inspect the other sections later. To his surprise, there were actually more C-rank wind release techniques than D and E-rank ones combined. After carefully reviewing them all, he made a list. His C-rank wind release techniques list included Galpaden technique, Great Breakthrough, Wind Spiral Escape, Wind Wolf technique, Wind Dragon technique, Wind Slash, Trusty Wind Blade, Wind Body Flicker, Wild Air Dance. He had already mastered the Great Breakthrough, so he continued to sift through the remaining scrolls, wanting to gain a deeper understanding of them. Having finished reading, he came to a conclusion. The Gale Palm technique is, at its core, simply an advanced form of the Gale Surge technique. While it does provide 360-degree coverage, its power still leaves much to be desired. Not to mention, the Whirlwind Escape technique is a far more defensive ninjutsu. It not only protects the user, but can even reflect all attacks directed at it. The Wind Body Flicker technique is similar to the standard body flicker. The user moves with the rush of a wild gale. This is an escape technique, enabling the practitioner to travel over a kilometer in an instant. Wind Severing and Trusted Wind Blade techniques are both offensive ninjutsu. The Wind Severing technique essentially uses the wind to slice through enemies. The Trusted Wind Blade technique requires a sword, a kunai, or any blade as its base. With it, one can create wind blades several meters long. Because these blades are made of wind, they are nearly weightless, incredibly sharp, and extremely difficult to block. Kazuma speculated that the technique Maki used must be a more advanced version of this very ninjutsu. The Wild Dance of Air Currents is a battlefield control technique, used to restrict the movements of the enemy. Wind Wolf and Wind Dragon techniques both sound particularly intriguing. First, a ball of wind must be formed, and then the caster uses it to create either a wolf or a dragon. Yet the two techniques follow different paths. With the Wind Wolf technique, greater strength allows the user to create even more wolves. By contrast, the Wind Dragon technique allows the dragon to spew out wind burst attacks. He began to analyze. These ninjutsu are truly fascinating. Most of them aren't limited by rank. If the caster is powerful enough and masters these techniques to their limits, their performance can rival even S-rank ninjutsu. In fact, Wind Spiral Escape, Wind Wolf technique, and Wind Dragon technique all range from C-rank to S-rank, depending on the user's strength. At the C-rank level, Wind Spiral Escape can only deflect weapons. However, as one's power increases, even low-level ninjutsu can be reflected, and at its peak, it's said to be able to reflect even A-rank jutsu. As for the Wind Wolf technique, its power lies in the number of wolves that can be summoned. At C-rank, only one wolf can be created. But at S-rank, the caster can summon hundreds of such wolves, which would be extremely useful for an army. For the Wind Dragon technique, the focus is on the dragon size and how many wind blasts it can unleash. According to the scroll, those with vast chakra reserves and exceptional chakra control can create a dragon over a kilometer long, capable of firing off hundreds of wind blasts. Although no other ninjutsu are described as reaching quite this level, Feng Zheng could easily imagine that their full potential would be far greater. For example, with the trusty wind blade technique, the blade's length could be extended even further or it could become even sharper. Similarly, the wind instant body technique might even allow the user to travel dozens of kilometers in a flash. Then, calming himself, he reflected, "The only question is, why have I never heard of anyone using these techniques? Even if they have such potential, if no one has ever managed to realize it, there must be an issue." He analyzed the matter for several minutes and came to a conclusion. "My memories about Naruto are quite unreliable. Besides, it's entirely possible that the wind release ninjas of Konoha have practiced these techniques too. I just don't know about it. Still, that wouldn't be surprising. But I'm truly curious whether there was ever a character in the past who fully realized the potential of these jutsu." At that moment, he became aware of something. "I've been paying attention to too many things and lost sight of my main objective. I should decide which jutsu to start learning first." After careful analysis, he made his decision. "I'll begin by learning Wind Spiral Jutsu, Wind Wolf Jutsu, Wind Dragon Jutsu, Trusted Wind Blade Jutsu, and Swift Wind Step Jutsu. For now, I don't need the battlefield control that Gale Dance Jutsu offers. When it comes to defense, Earth Escape and Wind Spiral Jutsu are better options than Fierce Wind Palm Jutsu. Wind Slash Jutsu might be useful, but I have another idea in mind." As he examined the ninjutsu, Feng Zheng also noticed two particular features. He mused to himself, "Isn't Trusted Wind Blade Jutsu superior to Chakra Flow? I wonder, in samurai swordsmanship, could I use it to unleash slashing winds instead of chakra-based strikes? Also, is it possible to combine it with Chakra Flow?" The other two were Wind Dragon Jutsu and Wind Wolf Jutsu. Both jutsu originated from the same concept. Could Feng Zheng create wolves capable of casting wind burst jutsu, or perhaps summon multiple dragons? These possibilities fascinated him. He decided that once he became strong enough, he would experiment with them. Having chosen the jutsu he wanted to learn, Feng Zheng thought to himself, "All right, I've settled on the jutsu I want to master. Now, it's time to scour the entire library and see if anyone has ever pushed these techniques to their absolute limits." He stood up and carefully put away the scroll. As he rose, he noticed someone nearby. "Huh, Mihoko's here. I didn't even realize." He focused his senses and soon picked up on another presence. Oh, and Hitaka's here too. He's in Section D. Both Hitaka and Mihoko had arrived at the library after Kazumasa. Unlike Kazumasa, however, they had the guidance of ninja parents. Gifted as they were, they'd always received instruction directly from the elders of their clans, never needing to visit the village library before. Every jutsu they learned had been passed down within their own families. But this time, the elders respected Renziro's wishes and allowed these children to come and do their own research at the library. Of course, before letting them speak with Renziro, the elders would first discuss Mihoko and Hitaka's training plans with them. Hitaka was reading a scroll about the body flicker technique in Section D. He thought to himself, all these scrolls in the library are about ninjutsu. I looked at some on taijutsu, but honestly, they're rubbish compared to our clan's gentle fist. What a waste of time studying ninjutsu like this. I'll just tell the instructor I want to learn the body flicker technique. Watching Kazumasa dart around like that was seriously cool. And if my opponent can use that move, I won't even be able to touch him. Not that father would approve. He's bound to scold me again. Don't they get that I only want to focus on taijutsu? Meanwhile, Mihoko had gone straight to Section C, searching for more fire-style jutsu. She wondered, why does father want me to search for ninjutsu here? Why can't they just teach me stronger techniques themselves? However, during her search, she stumbled upon something that took her by surprise. She thought to herself, fire release. For techniques? Why is this jutsu in Section C? Shouldn't it be classified as a B-rank jutsu? And the fire release. 5 techniques ought to be an A-rank, shouldn't it? She took the scroll and began to read through it. After finishing, she felt quite satisfied, thinking, finally, this jutsu finally packs some real power. The fire release. 4 techniques was similar to the fire release, 2 techniques. It involved pointing 2 fingers forward and releasing a searing beam of heat. However, at this stage, its power was much greater. It was akin to wielding an extremely hot kunai. Mihoko reflected, with this, I can finally hold my own against Hitaka and Kazumasa in close combat. If they get hit by this, it's going to hurt a lot. It's almost impossible to dodge at close range. Though I hate to admit it, both of them are physically stronger than I am. Even with my Sharingan, Hitaka's gentle fist is really tough to deal with. With this new jutsu, I can be as formidable as they are in close quarters combat, and at long range, I already have the upper hand. She then continued her search for other jutsu and decided to learn the fire release, flame, orb technique, and fire protection technique. She mused, I don't have any defensive techniques. These might actually come in handy. Kazumasa paid no attention to his teammates and started researching the Kazekage. He knew very little about the Kazekage and thought, the course syllabus barely mentions the previous Kazekage, and the books don't really detail what jutsu the leaders from other villages used. I remember Gaara, his father, and the 3rd Kazekage, but there isn't much information to go on. Gaara manipulates sand, Raza manipulates gold, and their predecessor manipulated iron. All of their battles revolved around this point. I hope that the 1st and 2nd Kazekage weren't like that. Besides, it's impossible that the 3rd and 4th Kazekage didn't know any other jutsu. It took him a while to gather all the information on the 3 Kazekage. He had already read about Raza in the Wanted Handbook. Unfortunately, the handbook didn't preserve any information on the deceased. After nearly 2 hours of poring over various scrolls and piecing things together, Kazumasa understood, and he thought to himself, I see. The 1st Kazekage was a user of the magnet release, Kekei Genkai. He was the founder of Sunagakure. Unlike Hashirama, he built his village with an iron fist. Many neighboring clans and families were either forced to join or driven out. It seems he wanted to secure the Kazekage's position within his own clan, so he named his 2nd son as his successor. But sadly for him, during the First War, Tobarama killed all 3 of his sons in the conflict. Later, the 1st Kazekage himself was killed by the 2nd Tsuchikage particle style in that same war. Since there was no one strong enough left in the family, they had to appoint one of the 1st Kazekage students as the 2nd Kazekage. At the same time, they began grooming the 1st Kazekage's grandson to compete for the position of the 3rd Kazekage. Though all the Kazekage were skilled wind release users, the second Kazekage, was the true master of wind style. The legends found on these scrolls about wind release jutsu must have all originated from him. To defend a crucial location, he conjured a wind dragon so massive that even its tail was lost from sight. He could also summon hundreds of wind wolves to attack enemy forces. He possessed the ability to fly, and had crossed blades with the second Tsuchikage on several occasions. Moreover, all of Danzo's vacuum-style jutsu appeared to have originated from the hand of the second Kazekage. As the first Great Ninja War neared its end, Tobirama killed the second Kazekage. Yet, even then, the sand did not surrender. Instead, they retreated back into the desert, and no one dared pursue them further. How, then, did Konoha come to possess these jutsu? The likelihood that both Konoha and Tsunagakure developed these techniques independently is very slim. Therefore, the jutsu either belonged to the sand, or, far more likely, had been stolen by Konoha. After pondering for a moment, Kazama arrived at three possible conclusions. Perhaps Tobirama had a member of the Uchiha clan shadow the Kazekage and copy his techniques. Or perhaps Tobirama used the impure world reincarnation to draw those jutsu from him. Or perhaps, after Tsunagakure's catastrophic defeat in the Second War, they were forced to hand over these techniques as a condition of surrender. Given what Kazama knew of Tobirama, he believed it likely that Tobirama used both of the first two methods, while Hiruzen would have capitalized on the outcome of the Second War to claim Konoha had acquired these jutsu through legitimate means. Of course, Kazama could not be certain of the truth. Still, the potential of these wind-style jutsu was undeniable. In any case, the First Great Ninja War was a brutal affair. By the time the conflict drew to a close, each village was compelled to elect its own third Kage. Only Tobirama and the second Reikage survived, but during the peace negotiations, they were killed in the uprising led by the Gold and Silver Brothers. Perhaps this is why the subsequent wars were not as intense. No Kage died in the Second Great Ninja War, while the Third Reikage was the only Kage to fall in the Third Great Ninja War. Kazemasa truly felt that, by this point, people had learned some restraint. This also made Kazemasa wonder if the First War was the reason Hiruzen put so much emphasis on peace, and why Inoki was seen as sitting on the fence for choosing standby, rather than taking a more active role. After confirming the potential of these jutsu, Kazemasa decided to thoroughly read through a scroll to understand how to properly learn them. After some analysis, he chose to begin with the wind blade technique. This should help him train in samurai swordsmanship alongside Renzaburo. However, on this point, Kazemasa knew he needed to confirm things with Renzaburo first. While Kazemasa was searching for information about the Kazekage, both Mihoko and Hataka had already left the library. When Hataka returned home, his father asked, "What have you decided to study?" With a serious expression, Hataka replied, "Father, I plan to learn the body flicker technique." Then he fell silent. His father waited for him to elaborate, but Hataka said nothing more. So his father pressed on, and then Hataka looked puzzled and asked, "And then what?" Impatiently, his father continued, "Besides the body flicker technique, what else are you planning to learn?" Hataka once again donned a grave expression and said, "I'll study more taijutsu." These words finally shattered the calm expression on his father's face, delivering a heavy blow to Sui Gao. Without another word, his father dragged him to the family library to select even more ninjutsu techniques for him. A similar scene unfolded in Mihoko's home. Her parents were quite pleased with her decision to study the four fire techniques. However, her mother had something more to add. Those two ninjutsu don't offer much in the way of defense. The flame sphere can only block a single attack at most, and fireproofing only grants immunity to fire-style ninjutsu. In truth, fire techniques aren't strong defensively. Why not study earth or water-style techniques for better protection? Mihoko considered her parents' advice and agreed. She said, "All right, but I still want to learn flame sphere and fireproofing." Knowing their daughter's talent, her parents consented. After that, they headed to the Uchiha library to select even more ninjutsu together. The next day, the grueling morning training resumed. At 10 in the morning, Renzuru asked, "Have you made up your minds about which techniques to study?" Mihoko spoke up first, eager to answer. "Sensei, I've decided to study the four fire techniques: flame sphere, fireproofing, earth style, troop movement, and earth style, underground concealment." Renzuru nodded and asked, "Tell me your reasons." Mihoko replied, "I've already mastered the three fire techniques, so my next step is naturally the four fire techniques. It's also a powerful choice in close combat. The earth force mobility technique and the subterranean hiding technique are meant to help me evade enemy attacks. Once I move underground, this becomes a powerful form of defense. If I leap into the air and can't land in time, I can use fireball technique to protect myself, while fire resistance technique can grant me immunity against fire-style ninjutsu. Hearing her reasoning, Kazumasa reflected to himself. She's memorized the whole answer word for word. Still, I should really learn that earth-style, subterranean hiding technique myself. I just hope that jutsu allows you to breathe underground. Although I've already devised a few ways to ensure there are cracks on the surface, so air can reach below, none of them are particularly reliable. Renzaburo also noticed her recited response and let out a quiet sigh in his heart. They're still making decisions for her. But all in all, this plan isn't bad. He continued aloud. That should be sufficient. However, you need to train to perform all 4 fire-style techniques without using any hand seals. Miko was completely bewildered and asked, "No hand seals at all? How is that even possible? And why would I need to do that?" Renzaburo replied, "Do you really think, when you're fighting up close, your enemy will wait for you to finish weaving your hand signs? As for how to pull it off, don't worry, I'll teach you." Miko's interest was piqued, and she nodded enthusiastically. Then Renzaburo turned to Kazumasa, who announced, "I've decided to learn the wind shield technique, wind wolf technique, wind dragon technique, faithful wind blade technique, and wind step technique." This caught Renzaburo by surprise. He thought to himself, this was somewhat unexpected. He wants to learn all 5 C-rank wind release jutsu? I had actually planned to suggest a few other techniques if he only chose 1 or 2. But this works as well. I can always teach him those others later. Although Lianjiro quickly masked his surprise, Fengzheng still caught it. He let out a quiet sigh in his heart and thought to himself, I would have preferred to practice these jutsu in secret, but he barely gives me any free time. If I only requested 1 or 2, I might end up stuck endlessly in the training he assigns. Lianjiro nodded and asked, "What?" Fengzheng replied, "The Wind Whirl Shield can help me block frontal attacks, maybe even counterattack. The Wind Wolf and Wind Dragon techniques let me strike from a distance and control the battlefield. I can attack from both the ground and the air. The Wind Body Flicker is for escaping, and as for the Trusting Wind Blade, I think it complements swordsmanship well, so I'd like to start with it." Lianjiro thought to himself, very good. Considering he has no one to guide him, it's impressive he's thought this through. 2 long-range techniques, 1 defensive, 1 melee, 1 for escape, and he already has 2 usable mid-range jutsu. He then continued, "Good thinking. Still, you'll eventually need to learn a 2nd elemental type. Wind is great for offense, but not as much for defense. Also, don't start with the Trusting Wind Blade just yet. While it does enhance swordsmanship, that's only when you've mastered it fully. Right now, it could actually hold you back. Begin with the Wind Dragon technique." Fengzheng nodded and asked, "Why start with the Wind Dragon technique? Isn't the Wind Wolf technique supposed to be easier to learn?" Renzaburo was surprised that he would even ask such a question. He was genuinely impressed by Fuzai's ability to think critically and analyze the situation. He replied, "I have some other plans for your Wind Dragon technique, so you don't need to worry about it. As for the learning order, once you master the Wind Dragon technique, picking up the Wind Wolf technique will be much easier." Fuzai nodded, though he couldn't help but think to himself, that may be true, but it doesn't mean the Wind Dragon technique itself is any easier. Renzaburo then turned his attention to Hataka. Hataka spoke up, "I've decided to learn the instant body technique, stone shuriken technique, bed of stone spikes technique, stone spike projectile technique, and the water shuriken technique." Both Fuzai and Mihoko picked up on the sadness in Hataka's tone. Renzaburo thought to himself, "I know you're not fond of ninjutsu, but do you have to look at me like I owe you 1,000,000 ryo?" He chose to ignore it, and instead focused his mind on the subject of ninjutsu. Just like us, the Hyuga clan places a strong emphasis on earth and water elements. Gentle Fist combines the steadfastness of earth with the adaptability of water. So even if they don't naturally possess those affinities, they still train with them. Fortunately for him, he does have the earth element. Still, he only chose 1 C-rank technique. The rest are all D rank. Looks like I'll need to take things step by step. Renzaburo asked again, "Why is that?" Hataka answered with the response his father had made him memorize. "The body flicker technique is meant to boost my speed. My gentle fist is limited by its attack range, so I can use the body flicker to force my enemies into close combat. If they stay out of reach, I can attack with the stone shuriken technique. And if we're fighting on water, I can use the water shuriken technique against them. The bed of stone spikes is for stopping enemies from escaping, and the stone spike launcher is for when they try to jump over the spikes to avoid them." Renzaburo nodded thoughtfully. The Hyuga clan is known for using the bed of stone spikes in reverse as a tactical feint. Still, I need to have him learn more C-rank earth and water-style jutsu, he thought to himself. Renzaburo turned to his 3 students and spoke. "Now, let me explain why I had you do this exercise. But first, tell me, what rank of jutsu do you want to learn?" Mieko answered immediately. "I want to study and use S-rank jutsu." She looked at Rinzaru with eyes full of hope. Rinzaru smiled quietly to himself, then glanced at the other two children. Kazumasa was lost in thought, while Hodaka looked anxious. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered. I think Dirang Jutsu is enough for me. Mieko shot Hodaka an angry glare. Rinzaru looked to Kazumasa and asked, "What about you, Kazumasa?" Kazumasa met his teacher's gaze and replied, "I'd like to use A rank or even S rank jutsu as well, but I don't know how much chakra they require. If casting just one S rank jutsu completely drains my chakra, then it wouldn't be worth it, would it?" Hearing this answer, Rinzaru smiled, musing to himself. "Perfect. This kid's analytical skills are excellent." Rinzaru said, "You're absolutely right. This exercise is designed to help you discover the ninjutsu that suits you best. No matter what rank you reach in the future, the techniques you'll use most often will still be C rank jutsu. The reason is simple. Anything B rank or higher consumes a tremendous amount of chakra, which makes it hard to sustain in long battles." He paused for a moment, giving the young ninjas time to let this sink in. Then he continued, "That's why the kind of ninja you'll become ultimately depends on your mastery of C-rank techniques." He then turned to Mahiko and said, "It's not about how many C-rank jutsu you know, but how skillfully you can wield the ones you've mastered." Next, he looked at Kazumasa. "Kazumasa, show us your great breakthrough technique on those trees." Kazumasa nodded, formed the hand seals, and unleashed the great breakthrough. A powerful gust erupted, sending the branches whipping violently, and a shower of leaves and twigs cascaded down. The wind carved deep gouges into most of the tree trunks. After a minute, the storm subsided. Kazumasa thought to himself, "That was about 25% of my full power with this jutsu." Rinzaru spoke. "Very good. Now watch this." Rinzaru also formed the hand seals and performed the great breakthrough himself. The force of his ninjutsu was more than 10 times stronger than Kazumasa's. The wind tore through several trees, and 3 of them were ripped from the ground, roots and all. Even though the jutsu wasn't aimed directly at them, Kazumasa, Hodaka, and Mahiko could all feel the overwhelming force of the wind. They had to brace themselves to keep from being swept away. Swadaka and Mihoko were stunned by what they saw. Meanwhile, Kazumasa had only one thought running through his mind. "Isn't this illegal logging? Has anyone called the police or the media? Old man, Hashirama is long gone. No one can conjure up more trees out of thin air anymore." Mihoko asked excitedly, her curiosity brimming. "But how did you do it? Why is your ninjutsu so much stronger than Kazumasa's?" Rinzaru replied calmly, "Because I've mastered this ninjutsu to a higher degree than Kazumasa has." Kazumasa grumbled inwardly. "That's not it, old man. You played another card. You just poured way more chakra into this jutsu than I did. But I bet you're also a lot more efficient with your chakra." Rinzaru went on, "And this isn't even the full extent of my power. I haven't completely mastered this ninjutsu yet. If it were Lord Hokage himself, he could flatten the entire forest with just this one technique." Upon hearing this, Mihoko, Kazumasa, and Swadaka were all shocked and exhilarated. Well, at least the other two were. Kazumasa sighed inwardly. "Hiruzen here is far scarier than the one in the original Naruto. I really want to know if Orochimaru could actually kill him." Seeing his students' reactions, Rinzaru nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's why you must focus on learning and mastering C-rank ninjutsu. Later on, these will become your most frequently used techniques. Of course, that's not to say you shouldn't learn higher-level ninjutsu. They offer invaluable power. But if you don't have a solid foundation in C-rank ninjutsu, you'll never become truly strong." Mei and Kazumasa nodded in agreement, but Sui Gao still seemed somewhat reluctant. Rinzaru looked at Sui Gao and spoke. "Sui Gao, no matter how strong your taijutsu is, if you don't master some good C-ranked ninjutsu, you'll never become a truly powerful ninja." Sui Gao lowered his head and murmured softly, "Even without ninjutsu, I can still become a strong ninja." Rinzaru let out a sigh and said, "All right, I'll arrange a match between you and Kazumasa right now." Mei pouted, displeased that she wasn't included in the match. Rinzaru had Sui Gao and Kazumasa take their positions. As they walked to their designated spots, Rinzaru quietly whispered something to Kazumasa. Sui Gao and Kazumasa faced each other 10 meters apart, as Rinzaru announced, "In this match, you can use anything you know, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, or swordsmanship, but do not inflict any fatal injuries on each other." Both children nodded in understanding. Rinzaru declared, "Begin." The moment his words fell, Sui Gao activated his Byakugan and charged forward at top speed, aiming to engage Kazumasa in close combat. However, Kazumasa vanished in a flash, putting ample distance between them. With both hands, he prepared a wind burst jutsu. Seeing this, Sui Gao halted abruptly and quickly began forming the hand seals for the rock shield jutsu. Recognizing the hand signs, Kazemasa hurled a wind sphere at Sui Gao. This put immense pressure on Sui Gao, but he managed to conjure a protective barrier of stone just in time. The wind sphere struck the rock shield and exploded, blasting out a powerful gust of wind. Seeing that his ninjutsu had worked, Sui Gao breathed a sigh of relief and let down his guard for a moment. But this proved to be a mistake, because his Byakugan immediately caught sight of a sphere of wind hurtling toward him from the left. He tried to leap away quickly, but the wind sphere exploded right next to him. The blast sent out more gusts, and while Sui Gao was still in midair, a powerful wind howled toward him. The force blew him off course, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Sui Gao scrambled to his feet, only to see another wind sphere flying straight at him. This time, instead of jumping, he chose to run. However, more and more wind spheres came at him in relentless succession. For the next 15 seconds, Sui Gao was constantly dodging. The winds from the explosions left fine scratches on his body, and his clothes were now in tatters. At last, Sui Gao managed to steady himself and began to evade the wind spheres properly. Using his Byakugan, he could see the spheres the instant they were launched and dodge in the right direction. Feng Zheng took note of this. Not bad, but the speed at which I'm creating these spheres is only 1/5 of my true power, and their strength is just 1/3 of their maximum. Yet he's still struggling this much. Well, I suppose it's time to end this little farce. Feng Zheng had the number of wind spheres he threw. This allowed Sui Gao to close the distance between them. He thought to himself. Finally, he slowed down. Now's my chance to finish this with my gentle fist. When only 10 meters separated them, Feng Zheng began to retreat. Sui Gao worried. If he widens the gap again, I'll be in trouble. So he picked up his pace. But before he could get closer, Feng Zheng swiftly formed several hand seals. Seeing Kazemasa forming hand seals, Suidaka wanted to quicken his pace even more, but he soon realized the situation and began to panic. He hurriedly formed his own hand seals, preparing to summon a rock shield, but he was already too late. Kazemasa, just a few meters away, unleashed a sudden gale. The wind howled and swept Suidaka violently backward. Renzuru was about to leap in and intervene, but something caught his eye. So that's it. Kazemasa was channeling only a small amount of chakra into his ninjutsu, and his movements were gentle and controlled. If he had used as much force as before, this technique might have seriously injured Suidaka. The wind hurled Suidaka back nearly 50 meters. Though Kazemasa tried to restrain the force of his jutsu, Suidaka was still pressed hard against the ground by the fierce wind, dragged along and left with many scrapes and bleeding wounds. As the wind died down, Kazemasa picked up a small stone nearby and tossed it towards Suidaka. Just as Kazemasa expected, Suidaka stood back up, determined to continue the fight. Noticing the stone flying toward him, Suidaka dodged to the side. He was about to charge at Kazemasa once more, when suddenly the stone veered sharply in midair, aiming straight for his chest. Before Suidaka could react, the stone struck him squarely in the chest. Though the attack didn't actually hurt Suidaka, Renzuru announced, "That's enough. Kazemasa is the winner." At these words, Suidaka dropped to his knees, his head hanging in defeat. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he knew that if Kazemasa had thrown a shuriken instead of stone, he would have been seriously injured. This loss hit him hard. Kazemasa had anticipated this reaction, and so had Renzuru. During his 4 years at school, Sui Gao had never lost to any of his classmates. In the second graduation exam, he had even managed to defeat an upperclassman. But this time, he was utterly defeated, without the slightest chance of winning. Seeing the look of dejection on Sui Gao's face, Lien Jiru let out a quiet sigh and thought to himself, "I expected this outcome, but I never imagined the gap would be so wide." He didn't even have a single opportunity. Then, turning his gaze to Feng Zheng, he mused inwardly. I told him to keep his distance during the fight, but I didn't expect him to handle it so skillfully. He controlled the entire rhythm of the battle, guiding Sui Gao exactly where he wanted him. He even deliberately lobbed a ball towards Sui Gao's defense, just to lure him into lowering his guard. This kid is far more talented than I gave him credit for. Now I'm genuinely intrigued by his future. Perhaps, in the next great battle, he'll prove to be a crucial player. Afterward, he turned to Sui Gao and said, "Do you now understand why ninjutsu is so important?" Sui Gao looked up at his teacher. Lien Jiru went on, "Your opponent used 2 D-rank ninjutsu techniques and 1 C-rank ninjutsu. One was a movement technique, and the other 2 were mid-range attacks. You, on the other hand, only used a single E-rank defensive ninjutsu. Even though you're skilled in taijutsu, You never even got the chance to engage your opponent up close. Suigao nodded sadly. With a gentle smile, Lien Jiru offered him some comfort. I know you're very fond of taijutsu, and I fully support your passion for it. But you also need to learn and master ninjutsu if you want to make the best use of your physical skills. There has never been a ninja who became truly strong by focusing only on taijutsu and ignoring everything else. As Lien Jiru spoke, a thought flickered through his mind. Well, perhaps there is one exception. Might Due. He defeated 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and forced the remaining 3 to flee. Just as we credit Minato for our victory over the Hidden Stone Village, we owe our triumph against the Hidden Mist Village to Might Due. Ever since that incident, they have never dared to challenge us again. Even so, I still stand by what I told Sui Gao. Despite Might Due's immense strength, he still struggled with the most basic missions. Relying only on taijutsu, without any skill in jinjutsu or ninjutsu, is not a wise path. His son, while certainly favoring taijutsu and using it most of the time, has still mastered a fair number of ninjutsu. But if his taijutsu keeps advancing at this rate, maybe I'll have to eat my words after all. Sui Gao nodded firmly and declared, Yes, sensei. I will work hard to train in ninjutsu as well. Lien Jiru kept his gentle smile, a feeling of relief washing over him as he thought. At last, another child has found the right path. I have to admit, the old man really does have a knack for handling kids. No wonder he was able to train the legendary Sannin. In any case, my team is finally coming together. Then, turning to face his 3 students, he spoke. I hope you all now understand the importance of C-rank ninjutsu. Kazemasa, Suidaka, and Mihoko nodded in agreement. Renjiro continued speaking. As far as ninjutsu is concerned, your main focus from now on will be to learn and master C-rank techniques. Unless I say otherwise, none of you are allowed to study ninjutsu above B rank. He then offered the children a few more words of advice, and finally concluded, That's your task for today. Kazemasa, you and Mihoko take Suidaka to the village hospital. Let the doctor treat his wounds. And Kazemasa, meet me back here at 2 this afternoon. With that, he disappeared in a flash. On the way to the hospital, Suidaka walked with a bit of an awkward gait. The morning's training, combined with several wounds on his body, had left him utterly exhausted. Seeing him stumble, Kazemasa spoke up. I am sorry. Suidaka replied. It's fine, don't worry about it. Mihoko chimed in. Yeah, it's just a few cuts and scrapes. Stop wobbling around and pick up the pace. But Suidaka answered calmly. If I could have gotten over 2 hours of sleep during training this morning, maybe I'd be walking straight too. Kazemasa couldn't help but laugh at that, but Mihoko looked a little embarrassed. Together, Kazemasa and Mihoko accompanied Suidaka to the hospital, where Suidaka was assigned a room. First, a civilian doctor hurried in to clean all his wounds. 5 minutes after the doctor left, a medical ninja arrived. With practiced hands, the ninja healed every injury on Suidaka's body and then advised him to rest for the day. Kazemasa watched the entire process, then cast a slightly envious glance at Mihoko. With a sigh, he thought to himself, if only I had the Sharingan, then I could just copy the mystical palm technique. With that, the two said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. That afternoon, Kazemasa arrived at the training ground, where Renzaburo began teaching him the basics of samurai swordsmanship. The next day, their training resumed as before. At 10 in the morning, Renzaburo announced, Today, we'll begin learning new ninja techniques. Hataka, you'll start with the stone spikes, jutsu. Kazemasa, you'll begin with the wind dragon technique. Mahiko, you'll start with fire style, the 4 techniques. The children nodded in understanding. Renzaburo formed a hand seal, summoning 3 shadow clones. Each clone took a scroll from the original and then led one of the young ninjas away. Hataka remained where she was, while Kazemasa and Mahiko were led to different parts of the training ground. The shadow clones handed the scrolls to the young ninjas, instructing them to read through the contents and begin practicing the techniques. As the children began their studies, the clones watched over them, ready to offer guidance or suggestions whenever needed. Thus, Renzaburo's training continued day by day. Their morning exercises remained the same. From 10 o'clock until noon, Renzaburo would alternate between team formation drills and ninjutsu practice. In the afternoons, he would teach Kazemasa swordsmanship. Then from 6 to 8:30 in the evening, Kazemasa would train on his own. He would either practice the ninjutsu he was learning or spar with a shadow clone. Kazemasa found Renzaburo's training to be extremely helpful. Although Kazemasa had already mastered performing some jutsu without the need for hand seals, the advice he received from Renjiro helped him further refine these techniques. Thanks to Renjiro's guidance, learning new jutsu also became much easier for him. He learned Wind Dragon technique in just a week, Wind Wolf Technique in 2 days, Wind Vortex Shield in 9 days, and Wind Instant Step in 3 days. These C-rank techniques still posed quite a challenge for Kazemasa. Wind Dragon Technique and Wind Vortex Shield were particularly difficult to master. However, once he had learned Wind Dragon Technique, picking up Wind Wolf Technique became much easier. Wind Instant Step was also very similar to the standard Instant Step. The difference was that the user couldn't rely solely on their own strength, but had to conjure a gust of wind to move. The Wind Instant Step allowed for an even greater blink distance than the ordinary Instant Step. With this technique, Kazemasa could instantly move to a spot 300 meters away. Another advantage was that it left no trace for any pursuer to follow. Though Kazemasa could already use Instant Step to escape if needed, he knew that this wind-based technique would be far more effective for evasion. His swordsmanship had also improved tremendously. Together with Renjiro, he researched and settled on a sword length that best suited Kazemasa, 57 centimeters. 3 weeks after becoming a genin, Kazemasa received the 2 samurai swords promised to him by Hiruzen. He and Renjiro were summoned to the Hokage's office, where he was presented with the swords. Kazemasa also noticed that Hiruzen seized every opportunity to indoctrinate the children, urging them to be ever more loyal to Konoha. On the training grounds, he held 2 swords in his hands. Although he was no sword master, he could clearly sense that the quality of these 2 blades was far superior. From that day on, Rinsaburo began teaching Kazemasa the art of chakra flow. Kazemasa was already familiar with this technique, but he maintained a calm composure, acting as though he was seeing it for the first time. In his heart, he mused, "I don't know if I can hide my skills from him. I suppose I shouldn't do anything I already know, better to follow his instructions step by step." As luck would have it for Kazemasa, Rinsaburo's method for channeling chakra was quite different from what he had trained in before, and in fact, it suited him even better. So he obediently gave this new method a try. Because the approach was unfamiliar, he struggled at first. However, once he grasped the trick, everything else became remarkably easy for him. In just 3 days, he had managed to channel his chakra through the new sword. He noticed the difference and marveled inwardly. Amazing. Using this sword feels effortless. Rinsaburo, on the other hand, was utterly astonished. He thought to himself, what on earth? He mastered chakra flow in just 3 days? Even if I assume he practiced at home, he couldn't have spent more than 15 hours on this. He wanted to get to the bottom of it and wondered, did he already know how to do this before? He considered the matter carefully and reached a conclusion. No, his early struggles were genuine. But once he got the hang of it, everything else seemed to come naturally, almost as if it was second nature to him. This analysis left him even more astounded. At last, he broke into a smile and thought to himself, Master Mitsufian, it seems I've picked up a student even more gifted than any in the Land of Iron. Thinking this, he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. His laughter caught Kazemasa's attention. Kazemasa wondered to himself, did he discover something? No, probably not. Maybe this is just my natural talent. Well, there's no other choice. Still, does he have to laugh like an idiot? Renjiro noticed Kazemasa looking at him with concern, as if wondering whether his teacher needed some sort of mental treatment. Renjiro spoke up. Don't worry, kid. I just remembered an old guy who always bragged about the talent in his village. Anyway, now that you've learned how to control your chakra flow, work hard to master it. The training's about to get a lot tougher. Kazemasa nodded. From that day on, Renjiro became even more passionate in teaching Kazemasa the way of the samurai sword. This also meant that the training became much more grueling. Its intensity was nearly half that of their morning exercises. Meanwhile, Mihiko and Hataka were making great strides as well. Mihiko managed to master all her ninjutsu within the first 2 weeks, while it took Hataka a month to learn all of his techniques. Learning the body flicker technique made Hataka a much better ninja. By the end of the month, Mihiko was finally able to complete the entire morning workout. The moment she achieved this, Renjiro had her begin activating her pressure seal to 1% of its maximum. The poor girl's joy of finishing the training quickly turned to dread. He also increased the pressure on Hataka and Kazemasa, raising their seal's stress levels to 32% and 15%, respectively. Apart from individual progress, the overall strength of the squad also improved. Within the first week, the trio successfully mastered all the basic team formations through practice. After that, Renjiro began guiding them in team coordination and combination attacks, running numerous drills and mock battles to foster their spirit of cooperation. For combination attacks, Kazemasa and Miho were assigned to merge their Wind Dragon Jutsu and Fire Dragon Jutsu. Although it took them several days to master this technique, the results were remarkable. Empowered by the Wind Dragon, the Fire Dragon grew nearly twice its original size, and its destructive force was about 4 times greater than what the 2 individual jutsus could achieve alone. The colossal dragon could unleash a blast of wind from its mouth. Not ordinary wind, but a searing, scorching gale. During their first experiment, they almost set the forest ablaze. Fortunately, Renjiro kept a close watch on the training and quickly used the waterfall jutsu to extinguish the flames. Kazemasa thought to himself, "This feels a lot like Scorch Release, just not as powerful." He turned to Renjiro and asked, "Sensei, can only one ninja perform this kind of combination technique? I mean, without using shadow clones?" Miho was equally intrigued and attentive to the answer. Renjiro replied, "Yes, it's possible. You need to manipulate 2 different chakra natures at the same time, releasing them simultaneously. One way is to form the fire dragon hand seals with one hand and the wind dragon seals with the other. But don't worry about that for now. It's a very advanced skill, and you're not ready for it yet." This answer left Kazemasa stunned. He hurriedly asked, "But teacher, isn't using 2 elements at the same time considered a Kekkai Genkai? How can someone without a special bloodline manage that?" Note: Kekkai Genkai refers to unique abilities inherited through bloodlines, typically accessible only to members of specific families or clans. These powers are often extremely potent and distinctive, granting those who possess them a significant advantage in battle. Renzaru replied, "This is not Kekkai Genkai. This is simply about using 2 elements to complement each other. For example, the Yuki clan possesses the Ice Release Kekkai Genkai. Ice Release is a fusion of water and wind. However, if you combine a wind dragon and a water dragon, what you get is a water dragon with an exceptionally sharp cutting edge. There's no hint of freezing at all. Combination jutsu serve to enhance each other, while Kekkai Genkai brings about a fundamental transformation, creating something entirely new." Hearing this explanation, Kazemasa fell deep into thought. "I understand now. So it's possible to combine jutsu in this way. I never realized this could be done. This really opens up a lot of possibilities for me. Looks like I'll need to start training with other elements. Wind pairs well with both fire and water. I wonder if lightning could be used together too. It's a pity, though, I don't see much potential in combining wind and earth. I wonder when I'll be able to start learning this. Should I lay all my cards on the table to get him to teach me? But in a world as dangerous as this, it's never wise to reveal all your secrets." He asked, "Teacher, when do you think I can start learning? If I begin studying a second element now, would I be able to perform this combination technique on my own?" Renzaru shook his head and replied, "Don't think about that just yet. Wait until you become a jonin before considering it. Your chakra control and chakra shaping still need a lot of improvement before you can even begin to practice. Your chakra reserves also need to increase significantly. As I mentioned before, for now, you can only master C-rank techniques." Kazemasa hung his head in disappointment. Hearing this, Mihoko, too, lowered her head in dismay. One day, as the lesson began at 10 a.m., Renzaru addressed the class. "I've already taught you one combination technique, and you've witnessed its power. I want you to think about other ninjutsu that can be combined in creative ways. It doesn't have to be as overwhelming as the fire dragon or wind dragon techniques, but it should enhance your abilities in some way. Give it some thought, but don't try anything just yet. I'll meet with you again at 11. With those words, he vanished in a flash, leaving no room for discussion. Hataka spoke up. "So what should we do?" Over the past few weeks, Kazemasa had already been pondering some ideas. He said, "Let's each think on our own for a bit, then share and discuss them. Maybe we'll find something we all agree on." Mihoko nodded. "All right." About 15 minutes later, Mihoko asked, "Hataka, do you think your water element could combine with my fire element?" Hataka replied, puzzled, "But how would that work? Wouldn't my water just put out your fire?" Mieko grinned mischievously and said, "That won't happen. The fish bullet jutsu is the only water technique you can use to create a small stream, and it's much weaker than my jutsu. So my fire style will evaporate all your water, producing a huge cloud of steam." Hodaka fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Kazemasa was quite surprised by the suggestion and thought to himself, "I never expected this girl to come up with something like that." He said, "Yes, it will produce a lot of steam, but can you two actually control it?" Both of them shook their heads. Kazemasa continued, "If that's the case, then we can only use it as cover to hide ourselves." Mieko let out a discouraged sigh and began pondering again. A few minutes later, Kazemasa spoke up. "I have an idea. We could set up a double-layer defense. My wind vortex shield can block and deflect all thrown weapons and some weaker jutsu, but if the enemy uses a powerful technique, it could break through. So my thought is, I'll create a wind shield first, and then, Hodaka, you create a stone shield behind it for extra protection." Hodaka considered this for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, that should work." But Mieko protested. Hey, don't leave me out of this. Kazemasa chuckled and said, Actually, I've got another idea. Hodaka, can you use your rock shield jutsu? Hodaka asked uncertainly. But didn't our teacher tell us not to test anything? Kazemasa replied. He's saying this to prevent any accidents. There's no problem if we only use the rock shield jutsu. Also, after casting the technique, you need to quickly jump back a few meters. Hodaka nodded, stood up, performed the hand signs, and then swiftly leapt backward. Kazemasa thought to himself, Still not fast enough. Then he spoke aloud. All right, let's try again. But this time, I'll throw a small stone at you as soon as you finish, so you'll have to dodge backwards. Hodaka formed the hand seals, then placed both hands on the ground. Kazemasa waited for the jutsu to be completed. The instant it was done, he tossed a pebble toward Hodaka. Hodaka dodged backward in a flash. Kazemasa nodded approvingly and said, Good, that's fast enough now. Mieko asked, So what exactly is this big plan? Kazemasa replied, I'm thinking the two of us should learn this jutsu as well. If we can master it, then when Hodaka uses the jutsu and jumps away, one of us can immediately create another rock shield behind him, repeating the process. Another idea is that if all three of us can channel chakra into the same rock shield, it should become sturdier and larger. If this works, it could be incredibly useful. Both Hodaka and Mieko nodded in agreement. They began brainstorming again, coming up with even more ideas. At 11 a.m., Renzairo appeared once more. He asked, So, have you come up with anything? Kazemasa began to explain. We came up with an idea for a multi-layer defense. The basic concept is that I'll use the whirlwind shield technique, and then Swadaka will create a rock shield right behind my wind barrier. After that, by having Swadaka step back immediately after casting his ninjutsu, we can add more layers. Then Mahiko can create another rock shield and repeat the same process. Renzaru was genuinely surprised by this idea, and he asked, What exactly are you trying to defend against? Mahiko and Swadaka looked at Kazemasa, and Kazemasa replied, Really powerful ninjutsu, I suppose. Renzaru rebuked them. If the enemy's ninjutsu is so strong that you need to go to such lengths, you're already operating beyond your capabilities. You should retreat. Besides, having every member of the team focus on defense is never a good strategy. Also, Rock Shield isn't the best defensive ninjutsu out there. There are many others that do a better job. For now, combining the Whirlwind Shield technique with a single Rock Shield should be sufficient. But if you and Mahiko want to learn the Rock Shield technique, go ahead. It's still quite useful in battle. Kazemasa nodded, sighing inwardly. Looks like relying too much on defense isn't such a good thing after all. He added, Another combination we thought of was having Swadaka use the stone shuriken technique, while I use projectile control to guide them. Renzaru nodded in approval and said, That should work. Anything else? This time, Mahiko answered, Teacher, I come up with an idea to combine wind burst with my fireball jutsu. That way, the explosion radius of my fireball will be much larger. The gust from wind burst will also scatter the flames from the fireball in every direction, making it even harder to dodge. Renzaburo nodded approvingly and said, That's a good idea. However, Kazemasa, if you want to help Mahiko succeed, your wind burst technique needs to become even stronger. Kazemasa nodded in understanding. Yes, sensei. Suddenly, Hitaka spoke up. Teacher, I've also thought of something. My idea is to throw stone shuriken into either Kazemasa's grand breakthrough or Mahiko's fireball jutsu. That way, we can create even more chaos, and the enemy will have to watch out for stone shuriken hidden within the ninjutsu. Renzaburo replied, I see what you mean. However, I wouldn't recommend throwing stone shuriken into the fireball jutsu. If the enemy dodges the fireball, they'll dodge the shuriken as well. And if the fireball hits, it's already powerful enough on its own. Hitaka nodded in agreement. Seeing that the children had no more ideas to share, Renzaburo asked, Anyone else have something to add? All of the children shook their heads. Renzaburo said, All right, these combination techniques are enough for now. Let's start practicing them. Kazemasa, create a shadow clone and have it work with Hitaka to practice combining stone shuriken jutsu with projectile control. You, meanwhile, will train together with Mahiko. The junior ninjas spread out as instructed by their teacher. Renzaburo, too, summoned several shadow clones to keep a close eye on their progress. There shouldn't be any issues with the shadow clones of Sataka and Kazemasa, but when it comes to Kazemasa and Mihoko, there's no doubt in Renshiro's mind that they'll end up causing some fires. Sataka and Kazemasa's shadow clone had already moved to another location. The clone marked a large X on various trees. They exchanged glances and nodded to each other, both forming hand seals as they prepared. Sataka launched his stone shuriken at each of the X marks made by Kazemasa, while the shadow clone tried to guide the stone shuriken to hit their targets. But just as Kazemasa had anticipated, the first problem soon appeared. Sataka turned to him and said, "So, you're only able to control 9 shuriken at once." Kazemasa nodded and replied, "That's right, just as I mentioned before. Since these shuriken are made of stone, the craftsmanship isn't as refined as regular ones, so they're a bit harder to control. Let's try the second method." Sataka gave a nod and cast the stone shuriken technique again. This time, Kazemasa used his projectile control technique to manipulate all the shuriken at once. He directed them to veer to the left, and Sataka observed before commenting. This time, all of the shuriken changed direction. However, only 3 of them hit their targets, compared to 16 last time. Kazemasa nodded and said, "Yes, if I want to control all of them at once, I can only send them in the same direction. That makes it hard to precisely guide each one, and it ends up disrupting your targeting as well." Suddenly, Renzaburo's shadow clone appeared behind Kazemasa and Hodaka. Over the past month, Renzaburo had startled them like this so many times that they'd grown used to it by now. He asked, "So, in what situations would you choose which method?" "Hodaka, you answer first." Hodaka began to think. After a few minutes, he replied, "If there are only a few enemies, the first method would be more effective. The enemies would have to dodge my initial attack, and on top of that, they'd have to worry about the shuriken Kazemasa controls. The second method works better when we're facing a large number of enemies. When all the shuriken suddenly change direction, it'll definitely cause some casualties, and even if the enemies manage to avoid them, they'll need to pay extra attention, which buys us more time." Renzaburo nodded and turned to Kazemasa. Kazemasa answered, "My answer is the same as Hodaka's, but I think I need to improve my control further. In the first scenario, the result would probably be satisfactory. However, there's still a lot of room for improvement in the second scenario. For example, if I could manipulate some of the shuriken even after changing their direction, I'd definitely be able to hit a few targets. That way, it wouldn't be left up to chance." Renzaburo said, "Very good. Keep practicing." Meanwhile, Mawako and Kazemasa began their own training. Their method was quite straightforward. Mawako cast fireballs, while Kazemasa threw 2 wind spheres at them from behind. The wind spheres caused the flames to twist slightly, but that was no real problem. However, just before the fireballs exploded, the wind spheres shot out from the front of the fireballs. The fireballs then exploded as they always did. Next, as the air was heated, the power of the wind sphere's explosion grew even stronger, setting off a miniature heat wave. Mihoko complained angrily, "Hey, your ninjutsu is way too fast." Kazemasa shot back, "No, you're just too slow." The little girl glared at him in response. Kazemasa merely shrugged and said, "Let's give it another shot." This time, Kazemasa timed it perfectly, and both ninjutsu exploded together, just as the wind sphere was still inside the fireball. The outcome, however, was a bit unexpected. Mihoko remarked, "The explosion wasn't as powerful." Kazemasa nodded, adding, "But the blast radius increased, and it expanded in completely random directions. In some spots, the flames spread twice as far as usual, and in others, 7 times further." Suddenly, a rush of water was unleashed, dousing the fires left by the explosion. Renzaru's shadow clone looked at them and said, "We need to move. Follow me." Kazemasa and Mihoko dashed after Renzaru's shadow clone. On the way, the clone asked, "What do you two think of this combination technique?" Kazemasa replied, "It's unpredictable. The enemy can't tell where the flames will strike next, so if they make even the slightest mistake, they'll get burned. Even if they're lucky or skillful enough to dodge every flame, the pressure will be overwhelming." Mihoko agreed. "That's right. The moment he gets burned, we'll have the upper hand." Renzaru asked, "Is there anything we can improve?" Kazemasa and Mihoko fell silent, thinking. After a few seconds, Kazemasa spoke up. "I wonder if the direction of the explosion can be controlled. I think the position of the wind sphere inside the fireball determines the direction of the blast. For example, if the wind sphere is at the front of the fireball, the flames might surge forward more. If I know which way the enemy will dodge, I can place the wind sphere accordingly, so the flames move toward their new position." As Kazemasa was speaking, Rensabaru came to a halt. They had reached the riverbank. Rensabaru thought to himself, "As I suspected." He spoke aloud, "Very good. But don't forget, even your own wine burst technique is rather unpredictable, so you can't truly control the direction yourself." Then he turned to Mawako and said, "If you two want to further refine this combination technique, it will depend on how well you, Mawako, can analyze the explosion with your Sharingan." Mawako nodded and replied, "Yes, sensei. I'll improve it to the very limit." Rensaber nodded, gazing at the flowing river. Kazemasa and Mawako followed his gaze. Rensabaru said, "From now on, all your explosions must take place over the river. We can't risk another fire." The two nodded sheepishly and resumed their training. It had been a full month since Rinsebaru took on the role of instructor for this Jinin squad. After the morning's exercises and a brief rest, Rinsebaru made an announcement. Today, as a team, we will carry out our first mission. The team members reacted instantly. Hataka exclaimed, "It's finally here." Mawako chimed in excitedly as well. "Great. Now, I finally get to show off the power of the Uchiha clan. Sensei, what's our first mission? Who are we going to fight? Could it be enemies from the Cloud Village or the Stone Village?" Suidaka immediately asked. "Yes, Sensei, what's our mission? I want to show our enemies how strong the Leaf Village is with my taijutsu." Miko added eagerly. Kazumasa looked at them, thinking to himself, "Wow, their eyes are really sparkling with excitement. I need to learn how to do that." Kazumasa simply kept up his enthusiastic expression, though he didn't say anything. His teammates' reactions left him feeling a bit awkward. He thought, if only they knew what our first mission actually is. I wonder if all adults have some sort of unspoken truce. Don't tell the kids the truth. Is it because they don't want us to lose heart, or is it just that age-old human instinct? I've been through this, so you have to go through it too? Probably the second one. You only have to look at Rinjiru's smug face to know. Rinjiru thought, seeing brand new Genins so excited about their first mission never gets old. Right now, I'm just wondering if that cat's gone missing again. He said, "The mission comes directly from the Hokage, so we'll only find out what it is when we get there." They set off toward the Hokage's office. Suidaka and Miko ran ahead, faster than usual. On the way, Kazumasa was deep in thought. I didn't expect we'd have to wait a whole month before carrying out our first mission. An entire month of intensive training. I guess I really transmigrated at the perfect time, just missed the Third Great War and the Nine Tails attack, and grew up in Konoha when they were short on people. I hope Rinjiro's training can continue for a long time. Even though it leaves me with little free time, it's incredibly helpful for improving my strength. The group arrived at the Hokage's building and waited a few minutes before being allowed into the Hokage's office. Once inside, everyone respectfully greeted Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage." As usual, Hiruzen's desk was piled high with paperwork. He looked at Team 3 and said, "Well, you're finally about to undertake your first mission." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Rinjiro. But Rinjiro simply shrugged, unfazed by the attention. Hiruzen sighed inwardly, thinking, he's disrupted all the usual rules. His team has gone an entire month without a single mission. The only similar case was when Orochimaru kept his squad off missions for 6 months. Still, at least he's agreed to take on some D-rank tasks, unlike my own student. Then he turned to his assistant and asked, "What other missions do we have?" The assistant pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to him. Hiruzen glanced at it and said, "Madam Ishimura is requesting a team to weed her garden. That's your assignment." He then gave them a gentle, encouraging smile and said, "Do a good job. Make sure she gives us a glowing review. Let's make Konoha proud." Hiruzen's words took Mawako and Hodaka by surprise. Hodaka murmured quietly under his breath, "We're going to weed the garden?" Mihoko mumbled something similar under her breath. Kazumasa was equally stunned. But his reason was different. At this moment, he genuinely admired Hiruzen. He thought to himself, unbelievable. When he said those words, his expression was so serious, and his smile so kind. Forget Danzo. This old man is the true embodiment of evil. No wonder, for all of Danzo's cunning and power, he's never been able to do anything against Hiruzen. The poor guy never even stood a chance. I'm actually starting to feel sorry for him. Rinjiru caught the bewildered looks of the genin and burst out laughing. He mused, "What a shame that cat isn't lost right now." He picked up the slip of paper, glanced at the address, and said, "Follow me." The genin trailed after him, though this time, Mihoko and Hataka moved at a snail's pace. When they arrived at the manor, Rinjiru instructed the guard to fetch Lady Seigu. Kazumasa took in his surroundings, noting just how enormous the estate was. Mihoko and Hataka, on the other hand, showed little reaction. Their own family estates were even grander. A few minutes later, a lady appeared. She looked to be in her early to mid-40s, stood about 1.7 meters tall, and had long golden hair. She exuded a mature, graceful air and impeccable manners. She greeted them warmly. "Welcome, Lord Rinjiru. It's an honor to have you here." Rinjiru nodded and handed her the slip of paper. Then she turned to the children and said, "So, these powerful ninja will be completing my task. I'm very fortunate to have found such capable shinobi as you." Hearing the praise, Mihoko and Hataka couldn't help but brighten a little. However, Kazumasa knew all too well that she was simply making fun of them. He sighed inwardly. There's really no need to assign this job to ninjas. The only reason she's doing it must be for her own amusement. Sigh, these wealthy old ladies need to find themselves a better hobby. She continued speaking. "Come with me. I'll take you to the garden." Team Rinjaru followed her. They arrived at the back of the enormous mansion. In no time, all three of them were stunned. Lady Seigu said, kindly, "This is the garden you'll be weeding." Kazimasa was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, a garden? This is supposed to be a garden? Whose garden covers several acres of land. Hodaka muttered under his breath. This is a garden? Mieko nearly lost her composure and was about to shout. How can you call this a garden? This is... But Rinjaru quickly stopped her. Lady Seigu immediately looked heartbroken and said, in fact, I was hoping for at least a few dozen acres, but unfortunately, there's just not that much land left in Konoha. The young ninjas were left speechless yet again. Mieko grew even angrier. Rinjaru just chuckled and said, all right, enough talk. Let's get to work. The genin began walking forward. Mieko quietly asked Kazimasa, hey, can we use Fire Dragon Jutsu or Wind Dragon Jutsu for this? That question instantly perked Hodaka up. Kazimasa found the idea rather tempting as well, though he knew he'd never actually do it. But Rinjaru overheard them and announced loudly, you're not allowed to use any ninjutsu, nor any tools. Also, increase the training seal pressure. Mihoko, increase yours by 1%, Kazimasa by 2.5%, and Hodaka by 5%. Mihoko lowered her head and stepped forward. Kazimasa spoke up. We'll divide the garden into 3 sections and each clean up one. Hodaka and Mihoko nodded in resignation and began their work. Their muscles were still aching from the morning's training, but now, under even greater pressure, there was more work to do. As they toiled, Lady Nishigo returned to the estate. She stepped onto the veranda, overlooking the garden, and instructed the servants to bring her and Rinzaburo a chair, an umbrella, and some snacks. Seated there, she supervised the children's chores. This only made the genin even more frustrated. Under his breath, Kazimasa muttered, first it was Hizen, and now this lady. The shamelessness in this world is truly unmatched. The weeding carried on. Kazimasa finished his section in an hour and a half. He was about to return to Rinzaburo. As he turned back, Hodaka and Mihoko both shot furious looks at him. He thought to himself, should I give them a hand? A few seconds later, he dismissed the idea. No, there's no need. He ignored them and left the garden. He found a clean spot to sit down. Unfortunately, Rinzaburo suddenly appeared behind him and said, until they're finished, keep running laps around the estate. No less than 1 lap per minute. That almost broke him. Inwardly, he thought, what the heck? It's not my fault I finished so quickly. Still, he held his tongue, lowered his head, and started running. Each lap was more than a kilometer long. 15 minutes later, Hataka joined him. Meanwhile, Mihoko kept working for another half hour. Kaze and Spark were both convinced she was deliberately dragging things out, and shot her a few annoyed glares. When she finally finished, Kaze and Hataka stopped after completing their lap and glared at Mihoko. Mihoko giggled to herself, thinking, that's what you get for finishing before me. That smirk irritated Hataka, but Kaze just let out a sigh and said, who would have thought? The mighty Uchiha clan. Just weeding a garden takes us 2 hours and 15 minutes. Hataka nodded quickly in agreement, adding, yeah, it's really surprising. Is this what you meant by I'll show you the power of the Uchiha? Mihoko's face turned beet red at that, equal parts embarrassed and angry. She was about to snap back, but Rinzaburo stopped her. Madame Seigo stepped forward and said warmly, thank you for clearing the weeds from my garden, little ninjas. You did a wonderful job. The 3 of them rolled their eyes at her, but she kept smiling. Then she handed a slip of paper to Rinzaburo, and they left her estate. They made their way back to the Hokage's office building. Rinzaburo led his young team to a room on the 1st floor. He handed the slip of paper to one of the staff members there. The staff checked it over, stamped it, and filed it away. Then he gave Rinzaburo a white envelope, and with that, they left the room. Rinzaburo led them into another room, where a few more staff members were busy at work. One of them was a chunin, while the rest were ordinary civilians. Rinzaburo explained, remember this room. In the future, if you want to take on any missions, you can come here and ask the chunin in charge. He'll assign tasks based on your preferences, past performance, and rank. The genin nodded in understanding. Then, they returned to the main hall on the 1st floor. Rinzaburo said, that's all for today. From now on, we'll carry out 1 mission each week, and regular training will continue as usual. Kazimasa, on mission days, you won't need to attend the samurai swordsmanship training. Kazimasa nodded. At that moment, Rinzaburo took out the white envelope he'd received earlier. He said, this is our mission payment. We'll split it 40-20-20-20. I get 40%, and each of you gets 20%. Remember, when you take on missions as a team, this is usually how the reward is divided. The captain receives a larger share than the rest. The genin nodded again, but all 3 had the same thought. But sensei, you hardly did any work. Of course, no one voiced this out loud. After dividing the payment, the team dispersed. On his way to Barbecue Q, Kazimasa pondered to himself. 2 hours of work earned me 10,000 Rio. If I use shadow clones and work with them instead of my teammates, I could finish even faster. That's not bad, but selling scrolls is still more profitable. Either way, getting 2,000 Rio a week is much better than just 1,000 a month like before, even if it's not enough for those big purchases I used to make. Maybe I should take on more D-rank missions in the next couple of days, just to show I'm making money through official means. Or should I just come clean about my ability to make storage scrolls? He thought it over, then made up his mind. No, that won't work. Right now, Renjiro barely leaves me any free time. If I say I need the evenings to study sealing techniques, it'll seem suspicious. It's better to wait until the training under Renjiro is over, or at least until the training schedule eases up. After all, he's an elite jonin. I doubt Konoha would keep him training 3 genin for too long. Lost in thought, he found himself at the restaurant. He went in and placed his order. While waiting for his food, he reflected to himself. This world is truly dangerous. At first, I was just being extra careful, but now I'm glad I've kept most of my abilities hidden. Even setting aside how many powerful and talented people there are here, just the shamelessness of some folks is astonishing. Suinjan can say those things with a straight face, and Lianjiro took 40% of the payment without lifting a finger. Today's client is still sitting on the balcony, enjoying the children's suffering. The shamelessness in this world is truly overwhelming. Their faces are thicker than the Hokage rock. The enemies must be like this, too. Sigh. I just hope Obito and Nagato stick to the script. If they don't, things could get chaotic. The food arrived. Kazama picked up some meat with tongs and placed it on the charcoal grill. As he waited for the meat to cook, he thought to himself, well, there's no point worrying about these things. In any case, there's nothing I can do. I can only hope everything goes smoothly. With that, he turned his attention to lunch. The next day, after morning training, Lianjiro gathered his team for another discussion. He said, you've all made good progress over the past month. Now, I'd like to talk about how you can take your skills to the next level. The genin nodded, listening attentively. Lianjiro looked at Mihoko and said, you already have enough ninjutsu at your disposal, so there's no need to learn any new techniques for now. Focus instead on mastering the ones you know, especially the 4 fire techniques. In addition to ninjutsu, you also need to study jinjutsu. In your free time, ask your parents or elders in your clan to teach you more jinjutsu based on your Sharingan. Keep working on your physical training as well. You should be able to handle your morning exercises while enduring 10% of the ceiling pressure. Mihoko nodded and replied, yes, sensei, I'll do my best. Then he turned to Feng Zheng and asked, have you decided on the second elemental nature you want to cultivate? Feng Zheng nodded and replied, yes, teacher, I've decided to choose the earth element as my second nature. Lien Xilong nodded as well and continued, which ninjutsu do you want to learn? Do you have anything in mind? Feng Zheng answered, I've decided to study stone shield technique, earth body flicker technique, and earth prison technique. Lien Xilong asked, why those? Feng Zheng explained, stone shield technique offers excellent defense. Earth body flicker is a movement technique, and earth prison can be used to trap enemies or help me and my teammates hold our ground. Lien Xilong thought for a moment, then said, stone shield definitely benefits you. But why do you want to learn earth body flicker? You already have 2 movement techniques, and earth prison is just too slow to actually restrain a capable opponent, so it's not particularly effective. Why are you still interested in it? Feng Zheng replied, I understand, but there's no harm in having more movement techniques. Besides, escaping underground offers good defense and stealth. If the enemy lacks sensory abilities, it also lets me launch surprise attacks. As for earth prison, my main goal is to distract the enemy and force them to keep watching the ground, especially if I can use it without forming hand signs. I also want to see if I can suppress its chakra signature, so I can deploy it with absolute secrecy. If I can trap an enemy, even temporarily, that could be enough to subdue them. Lien Xilong pondered silently. That's another good idea. Still, even if his explanation is reasonable, learning a third mobility technique seems a bit wasteful. Renjiro nodded as he spoke. All right, you can teach yourself the rock shield technique. The other 2, you'll study under my supervision. Besides that, you should also work hard to master the ninjutsu you already know. Finally, Renjiro turned to Hitaka and said, Hitaka, your ninjutsu has improved a lot compared to when we first started training, but it's still not enough. Hitaka nodded, listening intently as Renjiro continued. You still need to learn 4 earth-style ninjutsu: giant boulder throw, quicksand technique, stone spear, and earth flicker. Giant boulder throw is a mid-range offensive technique. Quicksand is for trapping, stone spear is also for mid-range attacks, and earth flicker is a movement technique. Hataka let out a quiet sigh and nodded, reluctantly agreeing. Renjiro smiled and added, "Don't worry, these are the only C-rank ninjutsu I'll insist you master. I'll recommend you learn more in the future, but the choice is yours. Mastering C-rank ninjutsu will be very helpful for your future. In addition, once you've got the hang of these Earth-style techniques, you should immediately learn 2 B-rank Earth-style ninjutsu. The first is Earth Dragon, which will boost your long-range combat abilities. The other is Earth Flow Wall, one of the best defensive techniques out there. Together, these will perfectly complement your gentle fist, and after that, you'll be able to focus entirely on your taijutsu." A determined look appeared on Hataka's face as he replied, "Yes, sensei. I'll do my best to master these techniques." Renzaburo continued speaking. "In addition to your ninjutsu and taijutsu training, I will also place special emphasis on developing your jinjutsu abilities." He was about to say more, but Hodaka's reaction after hearing this was rather amusing. Renzaburo chuckled softly and went on, "Well, whether you learn jinjutsu or not can wait until later. For now, let me teach you how to defend against it." Renzaburo's laughter and gaze caught the student's attention. Kazumasa and Mahiko looked at Hodaka and couldn't help but laugh as well. Renzaburo's training pressed on. Over the next 6 weeks, Kazumasa and Hodaka had already mastered all the ninjutsu techniques and were now working on perfecting them. Now, with just a single hand sign, Kazumasa could unleash any of the newly learned C-rank ninjutsu. Renzaburo's guidance in earth release techniques was far superior to his instruction in wind release. He also gained a much deeper understanding of how chakra should be shaped and how to mold it more swiftly. Because of this, Kazumasa's progress in learning earth release C-rank ninjutsu was nearly on par with his mastery of wind release techniques. Their training in combination jutsu continued as well, and the speed at which they could perform these collaborative techniques increased significantly. As for jinjutsu, Renzaburo's shadow clones initially cast D-rank illusions on Hodaka and Kazumasa. Within just a few days, Kazumasa was able to break free from these illusions. Renzaburo's shadow clones then challenged him with C-rank jinjutsu, which he managed to overcome within a few weeks. He was now striving to dispel B-rank illusions. Hodaka, on the other hand, took a month just to break the D-rank jinjutsu. Kazumasa's swordsmanship also made remarkable progress. All the fundamental techniques of samurai swordsmanship had been thoroughly drilled into him by Renzaburo. Now, they were beginning to learn more advanced sword techniques. Renzaburo told him that once he mastered these advanced moves, he would then teach him the art of the flying slash. Over the past few weeks, they had completed 6 more D-rank missions. The first was giving baths to the dogs at the Inuzuka kennel. Renzaburo joked that they would have to clean up all the waste in the kennel, which sent Miko fleeing in a flash, only to be caught by the scruff of her neck and brought back by Renzaburo. When the children heard what the real mission was, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The next task was to track down that dreadful cat, the one that had left Mihoko's face covered in scratches and had bitten Hodaka several times. Kazumasa finally understood why everyone had been so desperate to catch this cat. It was a truly troublesome ninja cat, a master of stealth and deception. Still, even so, this mission wouldn't have been much of a challenge, except Renzaburo added a special condition. The genin were not allowed to walk or run on the ground. They could only move along the walls. If there were no walls, they had to create rock shields to serve as surfaces. The following mission involved cleaning all the emergency shelters. Kazumasa figured this was the village's way of making sure they memorized the locations of every shelter around Konoha. After that, they delivered letters to families and nobles all over Konoha. Next came the task of caring for several children from the Yamanaka clan. Finally, they had to work the fields on a local farm. Kazumasa observed his teammates and could tell they were at their breaking point, ready to stir up some chaos at any moment. One difference that Kazumasa noticed was that after their first mission, the rest of their assignments were not handed down to them by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Instead, they received them from the mission room on the first floor of the Hokage Tower. Kazumasa wondered to himself, in the world of Naruto, weren't all missions assigned personally by Hiruzen Sarutobi? Why isn't that the case for us? Or why is it them instead? He thought it over a bit more and came to a conclusion. Maybe he only assigns the very first mission, or perhaps he chooses missions based on how important they are. After all, Naruto is a Jinchuriki, and Sasuke is the last of the Uchiha clan, as well as its heir. Meanwhile, teams 8 and 10 are made up entirely of heirs from Konoha's most prominent families. I suppose he feels directly responsible for their safety. One day, after their morning training, Mihoko turned to Kazumasa and Hodaka and said, "Hey, I just spotted a few ninja from other villages. Looks like the Chunin exams are about to begin. Do you guys think we'll be able to participate?" Her words immediately caught the attention of her two teammates. Hodaka responded eagerly. I hope so. I'd love to test myself against ninja from other villages. Kazimasa thought to himself. If I remember correctly, a team has to complete 8 missions before they're eligible. I wonder if Rinzaburo set things up this way on purpose, so our team wouldn't qualify for the exams. That way, no one would be pressuring him. Noticing Kazimasa deep in thought, Mihoko asked, What are you thinking about? Kazimasa replied, I've heard the Chunin exams can be extremely dangerous, so I doubt they'd let us take part so soon. Mei replied angrily, Hey, we're ready to take the risk. Suigao nodded in agreement. I agree. We're ninjas. How could we back down just because of a little danger? Kazimasa shook his head at his teammates' naivety. He answered, Yes, but for now, our mission is still just to look after the kids and sweep up the dust. His words sank their spirits. A round of complaints soon followed. When Leandrew appeared, they shot him resentful looks, which made him frown and ask, What's wrong? Mei Wei and Sui Gao simply grunted and turned away in silence. Days had passed, and still, Leandrew hadn't given them any news about the exam. The next day, Sui Gao brought news to his teammates. I heard that Senju Hui and Uchiha Lai are going to take the exam this time. Kazimasa asked, Wait, didn't they already take it before? This time, Mei Wei replied, No, Uchiha Lai didn't participate in the previous exam. Kazimasa nodded. I see. Looks like we'll have to wait until next year before we get our chance. At that moment, Leandrew arrived, and Mei Wei hurried to ask, Sensei, can we take the Chunin exams? Leandrew shook his head. No, you're not ready yet. Mei Wei protested. Why not? Sensei, we're ready. Leandrew denied them once again. Whether you're ready or not is for me to decide. Don't ask again. The next day, when they arrived at the assignment office, the Chunin in charge of finding missions spoke up. Team Rinzaru, your next mission is to take care of a newborn baby. However, he was interrupted. Mahiko had had enough and shouted loudly. Hey, why do you always give us such brainless tasks? What kind of ninja spends their days babysitting? Just hire a nanny for this. The Chunin's expression turned serious. You little brat, you're just. Yet again, he was cut off, this time by Hodaka, who spoke firmly. I agree with Mahiko. This is an insult to our abilities. Kazimasa watched Rinzaru's reaction and noticed he was trying to hide a smile. Kazimasa thought to himself, It looks like we might finally get to take on a C-rank mission. In that case, maybe I should chime in too. The Chunin, having been interrupted twice, was now fuming. He snapped angrily. Listen here, you little punks, The poor guy was interrupted yet again. Kazimasa added, Sir, during our last mission, we were genuinely worried Mahiko might burn down the entire farm. Even though Sensei can use water release techniques, it would still cause a lot of damage. Honestly, I'm really concerned about what might happen if you put us in charge of a baby today. Realizing what Kazimasa meant, the Chunin shuddered all over. Rinzaru also found it amusing and thought to himself, Well, I was planning to have them take on a few more D-rank missions. But if they can out-argue a Chunin official, I don't mind letting them start with a C-rank mission. If Fengzheng had known that Leandrew had not yet planned to take on a C-rank mission, he would surely have blamed himself for speaking out of turn. D-rank missions, though tedious, demanded little time, leaving plenty of hours for training, and they posed no danger at all. The Chunin was left speechless, uncertain how to respond. He opened his mouth several times, but nothing came out. Glancing at Leandrew, he saw him give a slight nod. The Chunin let out a sigh of relief and said, All right, I'll find you a C-rank mission. As he went to retrieve the C-rank mission files, Leandrew spoke up, Just pick a few elimination missions near the village. If the bandit hideouts are all close by, that would be even better. The Chunin nodded and began to sift through his files. Soon enough, he pulled out 4 documents and handed them to Leandrew. Leandrew read through them, then turned to his team and said, Today, we'll carry out our first C-rank mission. Meet me at the main gate in a few hours. Pack your things. We're heading out on a week-long journey. The genin nodded, then dispersed. After leaving, Fengzheng returned home and sat in quiet meditation. He thought to himself, At last, I'm finally leaving this village. What should I prepare? According to the rules, the captain arranges the ration bars, so food shouldn't be a problem. Still, I think I'll bring along my own ration bars, just in case. As for weapons, I still have the school-issued supply, and though some are a bit worn, they'll do for now. Weapons are still not enough. I should buy another 12 shuriken and 3 kunai. That'll cost me 7,000 ryo. Maybe I should pick up a few explosive tags as well. That would spend most of the money I've earned from missions. Right, money. I'd better take all my cash with me, stored in a spare pouch on my belt. Of course, I'll also need to carry the supplies I bought earlier. As for my swords, I'll hang them at my waist. Oh, and the wristbands, they'd be difficult to explain if someone asked where I got them. so I'd better tuck them into my spare pouch as well. He then spent half an hour meditating before packing his things and leaving home. Strapped to his right thigh was a pouch holding 6 shuriken and 2 kunai. Within the hidden seals inside that pouch, there were another 48 shuriken, 6 regular kunai, and 6 kunai fitted with explosive tags. At his waist hung another pouch containing 8 shuriken, 3 kunai, and a small scroll. The scroll held basic supplies, rope, tape, metal wire, and a first aid kit. On the pouch were 7 storage seals, one on the spare belt pouch and thigh pouch. Another seal contained his ration bars, along with an extra first aid kit. The 4th seal was filled with several bottles of drinking water, while the remaining seals were empty for now. After that, he went to a weapon shop and bought everything on his list. Once he finished shopping, he stopped by Ichiraka Ramen for a late breakfast. Then he walked to the main gate and climbed up to sit on a tree branch nearby. About 15 minutes before the appointed time, Sataka and Mihoko arrived. Once there, they both spotted Kazumasa and walked over to him. Kazumasa thought to himself, "Wow, this is so exciting." Renshiro arrived 5 minutes after them. He asked, "Are you all ready?" Everyone replied in unison, "We're ready, sensei." Renshiro reached into his bag and tossed each of them scroll. They wondered, what could be inside these scrolls? Renshiro explained, "This is my gift to you. Each scroll contains 100 shuriken, 24 kunai, 6 giant shuriken, 12 explosive tags, and 60 packs of ration bars. The ration bars have a shelf life of 12 months. Kazumasa, your scroll also has a few spare swords. They aren't as good as the one you use now, but I'm not sure what rules they've taught you. Regardless, these are the bare essentials you should always carry when leaving the village." The children were a bit taken aback by this gift, especially Kazumasa. His mind went blank for a moment as he did a rapid calculation. 800, 300, 100,000, 24, 72, 72,000, 6, 18, 54,000, 12, 36, 27,000. Altogether, that's worth over 250,000 ryo. And that's not even counting the swords and ration bars. Was I wrong to call him shameless? They quickly thanked Renshiro for his generous gift. Renshiro went on, "Although I'm giving these to you now, from this point on, you'll be responsible for replenishing your own supplies. So don't waste anything. Refill them after each mission. Of course, don't be stingy either. Your lives and your missions are far more important than these items." All 3 children nodded in understanding. With that, they set off from the village. Renzuru spoke as they walked. "Our mission is to clear out a few bandit hideouts near Sakura Town, northwest of the Leaf." He then asked, "Have you all activated the pressure seals you used during training?" The 3 children nodded again. Renzuru instructed, "Deactivate them. Never activate your training pressure seals outside the Leaf Village. Out here, you never know who might be trying to kill you. The seals could end up being the reason you die." Kazumasa and Mahiko nodded, but Hitaka raised a question. "But sensei, can't you protect us from dangers like that? It seems like a waste not to train our bodies during this journey." Renzuru shook his head and replied, "There are many shinobi in this world stronger than me, and countless secret jutsu techniques. Even I can't protect you from every ambush. You'll have to dodge or block attacks on your own." Hitaka nodded, deactivating his seal. Renzuru continued, "In that case, let's run. We'll move in a kite formation. Kazumasa, you lead. Mahiko, you're on the right. Hitaka, you're on the left. I'll take the rear. Move quickly. Let's try to reach our destination within a few hours." Upon receiving the order, they immediately entered the formation. Kazumasa stood at the front. Mihiko positioned herself 2 meters behind him to the left. Swadaka did the same, but on the right side. Rinsaburo stood about 6 meters behind Kazumasa. Then the squad began moving forward at high speed, all the while maintaining these precise distances. At 3 p.m., the team arrived at Sakura Town. Once inside, Rinsaburo spoke up. "We'll carry out the mission tomorrow. For now, let's find an inn and get some rest." The youngsters nodded in agreement and followed him. Along the way, Kazumasa couldn't help but notice something, thinking to himself, "This town feels strangely familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen it before. Did it appear in Naruto? Ugh, I can barely remember any scenes from that show anymore." Rinsaburo led the squad deeper into the town. Kazumasa, Swadaka, and Mihiko all noticed that there were many inns around. They also spotted several gambling houses, and an area filled with games where winners could earn prizes. However, Kazumasa picked up on something unusual. He observed, "Every single game here is based purely on luck. Not one of them requires any skill." That actually makes sense. Creating skill-based games in a world of ninjas would just be asking for trouble. Finally, Rinsaburo walked into one of the inns. Mihiko thought to herself, "At last, after skipping 13 inns, we're finally going in." As Rinsaburo began chatting with the innkeeper, Kazimasa noticed something. Huh, he seems pretty familiar with the owner here. Is that why we passed by so many other inns? After discussing with the innkeeper, Rinsaburo approached the three of them. He handed each of them a key and said, "This is your room. Stay here at the inn while I go out to gather some information. I'll be back in a few hours." After Rinsaburo left, Mawako asked, "So what should we do now?" Fusei let out a sigh and said, "I was hoping to explore this little town too, but he told us to stay inside the inn." Hodaka added, "That's right. We can't even do our physical training." Fusei went on, "Let's just head back to our rooms and get some rest. Tomorrow is our first real battle." Everyone nodded in agreement and returned to their own rooms to meditate and rest. That evening, Rinsaburo came back and took everyone out for dinner. The next morning at 8, the team gathered outside Rinsaburo's room, ready to set out. Their first target was about 25 kilometers west of the town. When they arrived, Fusei sensed something and spoke up. "Sensei, I can feel about 6 ordinary people roughly 400 meters ahead." Rinsaburo nodded and replied, "There's a village in that direction, so they're most likely villagers. Our real objective is to deal with the bandits who have been harassing this village." He continued, leading them forward. Soon enough, Fusei realized that the 6 people he sensed were busy working in the fields. They pressed on and soon reached the village. Upon entering, Rinsaburo asked around and found his way to the village chief's house. The house was old and worn, and the person who opened the door appeared even more aged and frail. The moment the village chief saw their forehead protectors, he respectfully invited them in and said, "Welcome to our village." Rinsaburo nodded in response and said, "Just call me Rinsaburo," he said. Then he handed a sheet of paper to the village chief. After reading it, the chief's face lit up with joy. Bowing deeply to Rinsaburo, he said, "Thank you, Lord Rinsaburo, for being willing to save us from these bandits. Once they are dealt with, we can finally return to peaceful lives." Rinsaburo replied, "I'll need more details about the bandits." The village chief nodded. "Ask me anything. I'll help in any way I can." Rinsaburo asked, "When did the bandits first start harassing your village?" The village chief answered, "It began about 9 months ago, right during last year's harvest. But these past few months, they've grown far more vicious." Rinsaburo pressed on. "I see. What crimes have they committed?" The chief's voice trembled as he replied, "At first, they only stole our crops and money. But lately they've—" At this point, Fujing noticed tears streaming down the old man's face. The chief went on, "They have killed 9 villagers and kidnapped 6 young girls. They even—" His voice broke as he sobbed. "They even killed my own son." He could no longer hold back his grief and began to weep openly. Rinsaburo was about to comfort the old man, but the chief quickly regained his composure, determination hardening his features. Fujing was deeply moved and thought to himself, "How admirable, not a ninja, yet with such unyielding resolve." Seeing that look of resolve on the old man's face, even Rinsaburo felt a surge of respect. He asked, "How many bandits were there, and from which direction did they attack you?" The village chief replied, "During the attack 5 days ago, there were more than 15 bandits, and they always come from the north." Rinsaburo nodded and said, "All right, thank you for sharing this information with us. Don't worry, we'll take care of them." The village chief quickly expressed his gratitude. Rinsaburo and the junior ninja left the chief's house. Mahiko turned to Rinsaburo. "Sensei, what should we do now? Should we start searching from the north?" Rinsaburo nodded and replied, "Yes." Kazimasa asked, "But Sensei, why do they always attack from the direction of their base? Is it possible they're trying to mislead us and will attack from somewhere else?" Rinsaburo shook his head and said, "These are just ordinary bandits. I doubt they have the brains to come up with such tactics. If they were that clever, they wouldn't be killing villagers or kidnapping girls." With that, they made their way to the northern edge of the village. They noticed several houses had been burned down. Rinsaburo gave his orders. "Mihiko, use your Sharingan and see if you can find any traces they left behind." Mihiko activated her Sharingan and began her investigation. Before long, she discovered some footprints. She called out, "Sensei, I found something." Rinsaburo nodded and said, "Well done. Lead the way. We'll use the kite formation. Mahiko up front, I'll take the rear. Kazimasa and Hodaka, keep an eye on our surroundings and look for any sign of the bandits." The team followed Mihoko. Along the way, Kazimasa noticed knife marks on several trees. After traveling about 3.5 kilometers north, Kazimasa spoke up. "Hataka, check about 500 meters to the northwest." Hataka activated his Byakugan and quickly replied, "Sensei, I've found them." Rinsaburo nodded, and the group headed in that direction. When they arrived, they saw a small hill with a cave in its side. At the entrance, 2 bandits stood guard, each wielding a sword. Hidden behind the trees, The group remained unseen by the bandits. Rinsaburo focused his senses on everything inside the cave and said, "Who want to take care of this?" Kazimasa immediately volunteered. Ido, Sensei, Mihoko, and Hataka, who had been about to answer, shot Kazimasa a glare. Rinsaburo nodded and said, "No clones. Our task is to eliminate all of them." Kazimasa began to sense the area again. Including the 2 guards, he could detect 23 people inside the cave. He then turned to Hataka and asked, "Hataka, can you check for any traps? Also, what's the layout of the cave?" Hataka nodded, activating his Byakugan once more. After a careful look, he replied, "I can see 3 traps in total. 2 are just past the first and second entrances, simple arrow traps that activate if you trip the wires. The third is a small pit dug before the second entrance, lined with spikes. As for the layout, there's an outer entrance, then another entrance inside. Beyond that is a large room, and within it, 3 smaller chambers." Kazimasa spoke. "All right, thank you. Is there anyone trying to hide there, Chakra?" Swadaka shook his head as Kazimasa thanked him. Kazimasa closed his eyes, willing himself to calm down. He thought to himself, "So, the moment has finally come for me to take a life." Then he drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Forming several hand seals, he sank into the earth, vanishing from sight. At the entrance, 2 bored bandits stood guard. One grumbled to the other, "Why do we have a stand guard here? I'd much rather be out raiding that village again, grabbing a few more girls." The second bandit snickered lecherously. "Yeah, those girls we caught the other day were a real treat. I can't wait to—" But his words were cut short. In that instant, a sword shot up from below, stabbing straight for his waist, a blade sharpened and strengthened by chakra. Before either bandit could react, the sword sliced clean through one bandit's midsection, splitting him in 2. He died without ever knowing what happened. The remaining bandit panicked, instinctively reaching for his sword, desperate to draw it. But before his hand could even grasp the hilt, his head was severed from his body. After dispatching the 2, Kazimasa slipped back into the earth and entered the cave. Further inside, 2 more bandits were stationed between the hillside entrance and another tunnel deeper within a mountain. They stood with their backs to the wall, facing each other. Kazimasa moved through the hillside, driving his blade straight through one bandit's heart. The other, seeing a sword burst out from his companion's chest, opened his mouth to shout. However, before he could shout to alert the others, a shuriken flew straight at him, piercing his throat and killing him on the spot. Feng Zheng once again burrowed underground, skillfully avoiding the tunnels dug by the bandits. He had now entered the main hideout of the bandits. Peering through the walls, he stealthily observed the scene and spotted the 3 small caves that Sui Gao had mentioned. At this moment, there were 12 bandits in his immediate vicinity. The remaining 7 were inside those 3 small caves, which made him wonder, are they the leaders? He then carefully studied these 12 bandits. 4 of them were sleeping in a corner. 2 seemed busy with something. 1 was poring intently over an object, while the other was sharpening a blade. The remaining 6 were drinking and playing cards. Feng Zheng drifted beneath the ground, making his way to the bandit honing his blade. He appeared behind him in an instant and severed his head with a swift strike. Before the head even hit the ground, Feng Zheng was already moving toward the bandit who was studying the map. With a single thrust, he drove his sword through the man's heart and quickly withdrew it. At that moment, the severed head and blade from before crashed to the ground with a loud, jarring thud. This startled the 6 who had been drinking. When they saw their comrade's decapitated head, terror and shock overtook them. But before they could react, Feng Zheng had already flashed behind them. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched 2 more, their heads falling cleanly to the ground. Before the others could grasp what was happening, he struck again, ending 2 more lives. Only the last 2 bandits caught a glimpse of Feng Zheng, but even they had no time to act before they too were slain. Of the 6 bandits, 2 were holding wine bottles, which shattered on the ground. The crash startled 2 of the 4 robbers who had been sleeping soundly. One of them paid no mind to the noise and simply shifted his sleeping position. The other, however, stood up to see what was happening. Yet before he could fully open his eyes, Feng Zheng's blade swept down and severed his head. Without pause, Feng Zheng drove his sword into the throat of the man who turned toward him, then swiftly plunged it into the hearts of the remaining 2. Then, just as quickly, he vanished into the earth again, slipping into one of 3 small caves. In the first cave, 2 more bandits were present, and both quickly fell, their hearts pierced. In the second cave, Feng Zheng sensed the presence of 3 people. He darted inside, and with a single stroke, ran his sword through the heart of the man resting against the wall. He moved again in a blur, poised to kill the second person lying on the ground. But his sword stopped, hovering just inches from her chest. Lying there was a teenage girl, naked and battered, her body marked by wounds and bleeding in several places. Instantly, his attention shifted to the room's third occupant. The appearance of the girl unsettled Feng Zheng, and for half a second, he froze. That hesitation gave the bandit just enough time to seize his sword and lunge at Feng Zheng. With a simple motion, Feng Zheng raised his left sword to block the attack, while his right drove into the bandit's heart. He was about to head for the last small cave when a loud shout echoed through the air. The final bandit yelled, "Damn it! Who wasted my good wine? I swear." But as he caught sight of the bloodstains in his hiding place, the rest of his words died in his throat. All he could see were the severed heads and lifeless bodies of the bandits. He noticed the blood pooling on the ground, and a chill ran through his heart. His voice trembled as he tried to speak. But before he could finish his sentence, a sword pierced through his heart from behind. Kazemasa calmly withdrew his blade from the corpse and summoned a shadow clone. The clone slipped away to report to Renzaburo, beckoning the others to come inside. Meanwhile, Kazemasa began wiping the blood from his sword. At last, as he cleaned the blade, he glanced up at the corpses around him, 12 bodies scattered in the hideout. The gruesome sight and the stench hit him all at once, and he retched violently. His thoughts raced. Damn it, killing someone for the first time really is a big deal. I felt nothing while I was doing it, but now... He vomited again and again, his whole body trembling at what he had done. Just as he started to retch, Renzaburo's shadow clone emerged from the ground and asked, "Are you all right?" Kazemasa nodded weakly after he finished vomiting, then slumped into a corner to sit. Renzaburo spoke gently. "It's okay. The first time is always the hardest. There'll be more to come." Kazemasa nodded again. Renzaburo went on. "Close your eyes. Calm your mind." Taking his advice, Kazemasa shut his eyes and tried to collect himself. At that moment, the shadow clone reached Renzaburo and reported the mission success. Soon after, Renzaburo arrived at the cave with Hitaka and Mawako in tow. As they reached the entrance, Mawako and Hitaka finally saw the corpses for themselves and were struck by the overpowering stench. Sataka fought hard to suppress his urge to vomit, but Mawako couldn't manage it. She threw up on the spot. Renshiro saw what happened, but said nothing. Dispelling all the traps with an earthen spear technique, Renshiro said, "Follow me." They followed him deeper into the cave. Mawako and Sataka did their best to ignore the 2 corpses they encountered there. However, when they entered the main hideout and saw 12 bodies and several severed heads, neither could bear it any longer. Mawako retched again, and this time, Sataka also lost control and vomited. Renshiro waited patiently for them, then spoke. "These are just corpses, people killed by others. If you can't even stop yourselves from vomiting, how can you hope to become ninja? If a sight like this brings you to your knees, how will you ever make it as ninja?" His words shook Mawako and Sataka back to their senses, and they forced themselves to stand. Kazemasa, seeing that Renshiro had calmed Mawako and Sataka, dismissed his shadow clone. Renshiro then led Mawako and Sataka to the small cavern where Kazemasa was waiting. Sensing their arrival, Kazemasa stood up to face them. Renshiro was impressed by Kazemasa's composure and thought to himself, "Remarkable. After his first kill, he's already able to focus and regain his calm so quickly." He then looked at Mawako and Sataka, whose faces were set with new determination, and thought, "These 2 should be able to handle themselves well too." Kazemasa reported, "Sensei, aside from these people, there's also a little girl in the cave." Renshiro nodded and led his team in that direction. The horrific scene made even the most seasoned genin wrinkle their faces in discomfort. The girl was completely naked, without a single piece of clothing on her body. Blood was flowing from between her legs. Her body was covered in sword cuts, many of which were still bleeding. 2 fingers on her left hand and 3 toes on her right foot had been slashed. There were even some burn marks scattered across her skin. Even Renziro let out a sigh. In his heart, he thought, "I can't let them witness something like this so soon." Renziro spoke aloud. "Kazemasa, Hodaka, wait outside the cave. Mihiko, see to her wounds." Kazemasa and Hodaka silently left the cave, while Mihiko took out a first aid kit and began to clean and dress the girl's injuries. Outside the cave, Hodaka turned to Kazemasa and asked, "Are you all right?" Kazemasa nodded, replying softly, "I didn't expect my first time taking a life would be so hard to accept." Hodaka released a heavy sigh and said, "My parents warned me many times, some ninja, after their first kill, can't even go on living as ninja anymore." He glanced over at the body and added, "You're truly strong, Kazemasa." Kazemasa managed a faint smile. "Thank you, but you should be ready too. Tomorrow, or the day after, it might be your turn." Hodaka nodded solemnly, the weight of the moment settling in. It took Mihiko about 25 minutes to tend to the girl's wounds. When she was finished, Renziro lifted the girl in his arms and carried her out. Looking back at his students, he spoke. You must become strong. Only then can you prevent tragedies like this from happening to you. There was a sorrow in Renziro's voice that felt different from usual, and the young ninja sensed it. In unison, they replied with firm resolve. Yes, sensei. After leaving the cave, Renziro conjured a shadow clone of himself. The shadow clone grabbed the two bodies lying outside the cave and threw them inside. Then, using an earth-release jutsu, he sealed the entrance to the cave. Kazumasa spoke up with a question. Sensei, don't we need to provide any proof to the village chief that we've completed our mission? Renjiro shook his head. For a C-rank mission like eliminating bandits, there's no need for proof. Proof is only required for assassination missions. If we brought back the bandits' heads to the village, it might actually attract more bandits targeting this place in the future. Renjiro continued. Let's head back to the village. On the way, Kazumasa asked again. Sensei, have we truly wiped out all the bandits? What if there are some who weren't at the hideout? Renjiro shook his head and replied. That's highly unlikely. You can sense anything within half a kilometer, and you didn't detect anyone else. Even if there are one or two outside, once they see all their comrades dead, they won't dare cause trouble anymore. Besides, we were told there were more than 15 bandits, but we've eliminated 22. That's more than enough for the mission. However, Mawako objected. But sensei, doesn't this mean some of the criminals might still be at large? What if they were the ones who tortured that girl? What if they join another group of bandits and keep doing the same things? Renjiro answered. Our mission was to wipe out the group of bandits harassing the village. Anything beyond that is not our responsibility. But Mawako was unconvinced. She glared stubbornly at her teacher. Renjiro let out a sigh and said, wiping out an entire group of bandits doesn't mean there won't be more bandit gangs in the future. In a few years, a new bandit group might emerge. This isn't something you or I can change. That's why searching for any bandits who aren't at the hideout is pointless. If they join another gang, when we're tasked with eliminating that group, they'll end up dead all the same. Although Mihoko was still dissatisfied, she stopped arguing. Kaze let out a silent sigh in his heart. No matter how the world changes, the cruelty of human nature never fades. This world is far harsher than the one I came from. To think they tortured and harmed this girl simply for fun and amusement. I can't even imagine what they might have done to the other kidnapped girls. He then glanced at Renzaburo, thinking to himself. Konoha, the village known for its devotion to peace, led by a Hokage who preaches harmony. But honestly, anyone with a shred of sense can see that Konoha is nothing like the peaceful place it claims to be. The very existence of the Root Division makes a mockery of that claim. Still, it's undeniable that Konoha is more peace-loving than the other four great villages. Yet even here, things like this happen. Searching for the remaining bandits might be troublesome, but it's not impossible. These bandits will eventually regroup, form a new gang, and one of them will become its leader. Sooner or later, they'll target this village again, and the village will once more send an envoy to Konoha, asking for help. This kind of cycle will ensure that this village will forever need the help of the Hidden Leaf, and will always be grateful to them. Likewise, every village in the Land of Fire will feel indebted to the Hidden Leaf. In this way, pressure on the daimyo is maintained, forcing him to continue supporting and even funding the Hidden Leaf. It's such a simple way to preserve influence. For the Hidden Leaf, it's effortless, but for each village, it costs dozens of lives. Alas, if even the most peace-loving village can be so ruthless, I can hardly imagine what a truly cruel village would be like. With a sigh, he exhaled, thinking to himself, well, in the end, none of this really concerns me. They soon returned to the village. As soon as they entered, the girl on Lien Xilong's back drew several curious glances. The team went straight to the village chief's house again, laying the girl on the bed in his home. Lien Xilong spoke up. She needs immediate medical attention. The village chief nodded and hurried out to summon the village doctor. Just then, a middle-aged man came running toward the chief's house. Seeing the village chief, he choked back tears and anxiously asked, "CH Chief, my daughter, is she here with you?" The village chief quickly reassured him. "Yes, she's safe now. Kumain." The man rushed inside and hurried to his daughter's side. Lien Xilong stepped in to stop him. "She's injured, don't pick her up, and be careful not to hold her too tightly." Seeing the bandages on his daughter, the man finally stopped and sat down by the bed, sobbing quietly. Very soon, a doctor arrived and began treating her wounds. Both the father and the village chief repeatedly expressed their heartfelt thanks to Lien Xilong and the young ninja. A few minutes later, the village chief handed a sheet of paper to Rensaburo, and the team left the village, making their way back to town. Once they arrived in town, Rinsaburo spoke up. Let's take the rest of the day off. You can explore the town for a bit, but make sure you all stay together. We'll meet at the same restaurant as yesterday at 1 p.m. After he walked away, Hataka said, with everything that happened, I didn't even realize it. We finished the mission and made it back to town in just 2 hours. Mihoko nodded in agreement. Kazumasa let out a sigh and said, yeah, and the real fight lasted barely a few minutes. Taking a life is hard to get used to, but honestly, the battle itself wasn't much of a challenge. Hearing this, Mihoko asked for more details about the fight. Hataka had already seen everything with his Byakugan, so he didn't ask. After they finished recounting what had happened, Mihoko felt the C-rank mission had ended rather abruptly. Kazumasa smiled and said, next time, if you get mad at that guy again, make him give us a B-rank mission. At this, Mihoko raised her voice. Hey, who says I was mad? Her outburst caught the attention of people nearby, turning Mihoko's face bright red with embarrassment. After a moment, she admitted, but, yes, I think we should ask for a B-rank mission next time. After that, the kids wandered around the town. They sampled some local dishes and played a few games. At 1 o'clock, they met Rinsaburo at the restaurant. Once everyone was seated, Rinsaburo looked at Kazumasa and asked, how are you feeling now? Kazumasa replied, teacher, I'm fine now. Everything's okay, the student said. Rinsaburo nodded with satisfaction. Very good. You handled your first kill well. I'm proud of you. He then turned to Mawako and Hodaka. Now it's your turn. You both need to be prepared. The two young ninjas nodded nervously. Lunch arrived, and the team began to eat. While they were eating, Mawako suddenly asked, Sensei, when can we take on B-rank missions? Rinsaburo narrowed his eyes. Oh, what brought this up? Mawako answered. We want to fight enemy ninja. There's not much excitement in just fighting bandits. Rinsaburo snorted dismissively. You're not ready yet. But when he saw the determined look on Mawako's face, knowing she would be trouble, he quickly added, if you ask me about this again, or keep pestering me for B-rank missions, I'll assign you D-rank missions for an entire year. The threat made Mawako fall silent immediately. For the rest of the day, Rinsaburo's team didn't do much of anything. The next morning, they took on a similar mission. They hid in a bamboo grove, watching the bandits' hideout. The bandits had cleared a small area and built 3 small thatch huts and 1 medium-sized hut to serve as their base. The medium hut stood in the center, with the other 3 positioned around it. Kaze was able to sense that there were 12 people inside the huts. Rinsaburo asked, this time who wants to go? Before Hodaka could answer, Mawako spoke up. I will. Rinsaburo nodded firmly and replied, all right, I'll leave this bandit's hideout to you. Mieko began to creep forward quietly, but soon she paused and turned back. She looked at Hodaka and asked, Hodaka, do they have any hostages? Hodaka checked carefully and replied, no, it looks like all 12 people are bandits. Mieko continued, how many are in each hut? Hodaka answered, there are 9 in the central hut, 2 in that one in the hut on the right, and the last one is empty. Mieko nodded and advanced silently, using the Earth Army's mobility art. She stopped 5 meters away from the hut with 2 bandits and emerged from the ground. From her vantage point, the larger hut stood directly behind the smaller one. Without delay, she formed a series of hand seals and unleashed a fireball spell. The fireball streaked swiftly through the smaller hut. The moment it passed, 2 men cried out in piercing agony. Since the fireball hadn't exploded, it only burned them. It didn't kill them outright. It continued through the smaller hut and into the larger one, where it exploded in the very center. The blast utterly demolished the structure. Case watched as 4 bodies were hurled out by the explosion. 7 bandits died instantly in the blast. 2 of those flung from the hut were still alive, writhing and shrieking in flames. The other 2 in the little hut shared the same fate. The huts, hastily built from bamboo and leaves, stood no chance against the fireball. Hearing the horrible screams, the last bandit dashed out from his own hut, only to find both other huts engulfed in flames. He glanced around and saw one of his fellow bandits engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. The sight filled him with terror. Before he could decide what to do, Mihoko appeared behind him in a flash, unleashing a fire release technique, a searing beam of heat that pierced his heart, ending his life instantaneously. Now, with all the bandits either dead or incapacitated, Mihoko surveyed the area. She gazed at the burning corpses, the acrid scent of scorched flesh heavy in the air, and the dying screams of 3 bandits still echoing in her ears. The grisly scene made her stomach churn, and she fought the urge to vomit. Renshiro quickly appeared behind her, offering comfort. For Kase, who had killed before, the carnage left him unfazed. Hataka, however, struggled to endure the stench of charred bodies and the lingering cries. Soon, The screams faded, and every last bandit lay dead. After giving Mihoko a few minutes to collect herself, Renshiro's squad withdrew from the site. Before leaving, Renshiro used an earth-release jutsu to bury the entire area beneath the ground. The next day, Renshiro's team was sent on a similar mission, this time to capture bandits. Hataka subdued all the bandits and tied them up, bringing the task to completion. However, Renshiro instructed Hataka to execute 2 of the captured bandits, allowing him to experience his first kill. On the 4th day, Renshiro granted the squad a day off. The morning of the 5th day, Renshiro announced, "Today is our final mission. The 3 of you have performed admirably so far. Let's head out." As they made their way, he added, "The bandits' hideout today is larger than before. You'll need to work closely together." The Genin nodded in agreement. After 2.5 months of continuous training, their teamwork had become seamless. When they killed for the first time, sharing that experience brought them closer together. So, working as a team was never an issue for them. Upon reaching the hideout, the Genin discovered that the entire base was actually underground. Kazemasa swept his gaze over the whole underground stronghold. He spoke up, "I can sense 63 people inside." Then he turned to Renjiro and added, 5 of them have stronger chakra, though still only at the Genin level." Renjiro nodded, while Mawako exclaimed with excitement, "Yes, we're finally going to fight other ninja." Kazemasa asked, "But, Sensei, aren't missions involving ninja supposed to be B rank?" Renjiro nodded again and explained, "That's true, but these are only Genin. There are plenty of cases where people outside the village unlock their chakra and reach Genin level on their own, and it's not rare for Genin to defect from the village. In any case, they don't really count as true ninja. Many times, even C-rank missions involve dealing with them. After all, there are over 100,000 ninja in the world. Who knows where they'll show up?" The Genin nodded in understanding. Kazemasa thought to himself, that's a little unexpected, but I suppose it makes sense. If the village started classifying any mission that might involve a rogue Genin as B rank, then there probably wouldn't be any C-rank missions left at all. The team's first step was to draw a map of the base. The hideout was quite large. At its center was a vast chamber. Kazemasa suggested, "Let's call this the main room." The main room had 3 exits, spaced almost evenly apart. Each of these led to a broad corridor that circled around the entire central chamber. On the other side of the corridor, there were many smaller rooms. Sataka commented, "I suppose they use the main room as a common area for planning, celebrations, and so on, while the smaller rooms are their private quarters." The base was riddled with traps, and Sataka had discovered several of them. Of the 5 ninjas, 3 were gathered together in the main room, while the other 2 occupied smaller rooms. Mihoko spoke up, "Both of the ninjas in the small rooms have quarters quite close to the main exit of the base." Kazemasa nodded in agreement. "Yes, we need to be careful when we go after them. If they make too much noise, everyone else in the rooms will be alerted." The base was crawling with bandits. There were 4 exits leading from their hiding place up to the surface. 1 was in the main room, and the other 3 were outside the main room at the end of the corridor. Kazemasa reflected to himself, "This base is really well constructed. I wonder if it started out small and expanded as the gang grew, or if it was a natural formation that these bandits simply occupied. And if we don't take out these gangs, would they eventually grow into something like this too?" Kazemasa turned to his companions and said, "First, we need to decide where we'll launch our attack." Mihoko replied, "Let's start with the main room. Most of the bandits are gathered there, after all." Sataka nodded in agreement and added, "Yes, that way we can take out the majority in one strike, and then hunt down the stragglers one by one." Kazemasa agreed. "That's a good idea. But if we do that, the scattered bandits might find a way to escape," said Suigao in response. "Yes, but we can hunt them down," Kazemasa continued. "But chasing them down one by one will be troublesome, especially if they all run off in different directions. Besides, if we destroy the main chamber, the thieves in the other rooms will be alarmed as well, and the ninja inside will also be alerted." Suigao considered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Mihoko asked, "So, what do you think we should do?" Kazemasa pointed in one direction and said, "This room is tucked away in a corner of the hideout, and one of the 5 ninja is inside. Let's start with that room. Ambush that ninja and take him out first. Then we can clear out the nearby rooms and gradually sneak our way toward the main chamber. That way, when we destroy the main chamber, this whole direction will already be cleared. It'll make it much easier to eliminate the rest." Mihoko and Suigao thought it over for a few seconds and agreed to the plan. Afterward, the junior ninja discussed the details of the plan further. Once everything was ready, they checked their weapons and prepared to launch the attack. But suddenly Mihoko asked, "Wait, who's going to kill that ninja?" Suigao quickly volunteered, "I can do it." Mihoko scolded him. Why you? I can kill him too. They both turned to Kazemasa, who said, My sword has a longer reach. I think I'd be better suited to kill him. However, neither Suigao nor Mihoko agreed with his reasoning. The debate over who would kill the ninja dragged on for a full minute. Rinziro looked at his subordinates and sighed. Kazemasa spoke up. All right, since any one of us could do it, let's settle this with rock, paper, scissors. At his words, Hodaka and Mihoko both turned to Kazemasa, their faces expressionless. Mihoko protested. That's so childish. We're ninja. Kazemasa let out a cold chuckle. Do either of you have a better idea? Hodaka and Mihoko exchanged glances. They had nothing better, so they reluctantly agreed. Soon enough, they assumed their positions for the game and began to play. Rinziro watched, intrigued. The first 3 rounds ended in ties. Kazemasa thought to himself, this is actually fun. Maybe this is why Goku and Vegeta do it all the time. Mihoko meanwhile wondered, I'm not sure if I'll win. Wait. As they started the 4th round, Mihoko's eyes suddenly flashed crimson. She caught a glimpse of both Kazemasa and Hodaka going for rock, so she threw out paper and declared, I win. Hodaka immediately protested. Hey, no using the Sharingan. That's cheating. Mihoko retorted. There's no rule against using the Sharingan. Kazemasa, about to head out for the mission, just laughed. Well, she won this time. Next time, make sure to set the rules. Seeing that Kazemasa wasn't backing him up, Hodaka grudgingly conceded. Then, the 3 exchanged glances and nodded. They formed a hand seal together and vanished into the earth. The bandit base, once meticulously hidden and heavily fortified underground, was about to experience the terror of being hunted by a squad whose every member could move freely beneath the earth. In his subterranean hideout, Masaru Hirota was lounging in a state of utter relaxation. He had joined the bandit gang 3 years ago. Even before becoming one of them, he had already unlocked his chakra. Once the bandit leader noticed his potential, Hirota was quickly recruited and trained. By now, he had risen to become one of the gang's leaders, commanding 2 subordinates of his own. Just as Hirota was enjoying his moment of leisure, a hand with 2 fingers extended silently emerged from the ground. It struck from behind, reaching for his chest. A searing beam flashed out, piercing his heart and ending his life instantly. At the same time, Kazemasa beheaded another bandit in a single stroke, while Hodaka drove 2 fingers deep into the chest of the last remaining foe. The assault had begun. All 3 bandits fell without a sound. Kazemasa, Hodaka, and Mihoko exchanged glances and nodded in silent understanding. Splitting up, they each slipped off to search the other rooms. In less than a minute, every room on this side had been cleared. They had assassinated a bandit, including one who was a ninja. Regrouping, they turned their attention toward the main chamber. The bandits inside remained oblivious to the disaster about to befall them. As planned, Kazemasa and Mihoko parted ways, heading in opposite directions to sweep the remaining rooms. Meanwhile, Hodaka stayed behind, rigging the entrance to the main chamber with traps to ensure no bandit could escape that way. He created quicksand at the entrance and surrounded the quicksand trap with numerous sharp rocky spikes. The second ninja bandit was closer to Mihoko's position than to Kazemasa's. So, after she had dispatched another 6 bandits, she was the first to reach him. Although Mihoko moved as stealthily as possible, the ninja sensed something was amiss and alerted 2 of his subordinates to be ready. When he saw Mihoko hurtling toward him at incredible speed, he threw several shuriken to disrupt her advance. Seeing the enemy hurling shuriken her way, Mihoko thought to herself, this isn't good, they've noticed me. Using her Sharingan, Mihoko deftly dodged the shuriken, thinking, well, I suppose this just makes things a bit more interesting. She closed the distance swiftly. To avoid alerting the others, she couldn't use any destructive fire-style techniques. Instead, she had to get closer to employ fire-style for arts. Soon, she was at the perfect range, ready to unleash her ninjutsu. Her right hand shot forward, middle and index fingers pointed straight toward the bandit ninja's heart, and a radiant light flared from them. Although the bandit ninja had no idea what kind of technique Mihoko was about to use, the sight of her outstretched fingers was warning enough. He quickly leapt back. Mihoko pursued him, but the ninja ducked behind one of his subordinates. Mihoko cursed inwardly. Coward! She shifted her target, focusing the searing beam on the subordinate instead, instantly killing him. But the bandit ninja seized the opportunity to fling 3 shuriken at Mihoko. With the distance between them so short, Mihoko was forced to dodge with lightning speed, barely managing to evade them at the very last moment. She snapped back to attention, ready to continue her attack, when suddenly a sword pierced the ninja's heart from behind. This infuriated Mihoko. Kazumasa had stolen her prey right out from under her. She responded angrily. I could have killed him myself. But a sharp scream cut her off. Seeing their leader run through the heart, the remaining bandit was terrified. He let out a panicked cry. Realizing her mistake, Mihoko quickly flung a kunai at the bandit and killed him. Kazumasa paid her no heed. His eyes were fixed on the main chamber. The fight had already created quite a commotion, drawing some attention. Now, that chilling scream alerted every bandit in the hideout. Kazumasa let out a sigh and said, You're still not subtle enough. Mihoko snorted in response. Fine, but it doesn't matter anymore. She began weaving hand seals. Kazumasa flickered to her side, forming seals as well. In the same instant, they unleashed their ninjutsu, fire dragon technique, and wind dragon technique. Inside the main chamber, the bandits were busy sorting through their latest haul. Some had heard the ruckus from Mihoko's direction, but most paid it little mind. That changed quickly when a blood-curdling scream drew everyone's attention. The three remaining bandit ninjas tensed, instantly on guard. One of them barked an order for two of the bandits to go check it out. The pair crept cautiously toward the exit in that direction. But just before they reached it, a wave of searing heat suddenly rushed over them. Before they had time to react, a dragon's head made entirely of flames burst into the room and swallowed them whole. Immediately, their screams of agony filled the air. The fire dragon quickly entered the room in full. At the sight of this blazing creature, the bandits froze in terror, their bodies stiff with fear. The fire dragon unleashed a barrage of wind burst techniques across the room. Noticing this, one of the bandit ninjas hastily formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground, conjuring a shield of rock before him. Several nearby bandits rushed behind the protective barrier. The wind burst struck 7 bandits head-on. The explosion's violent gust sliced through the throats of 2, killing them instantly. Yet, in a grim twist of fate, they were luckier than the ones who survived. The remaining 5 were left with countless shallow wounds carved by the razor-sharp wind. Because this was a combination technique, the wind was searingly hot. So, as it cut through flesh, it also inflicted minor burns on the bandits. When their wounds were exposed to the scorching wind, the pain was unbearable. One of the 5 was particularly unfortunate. He hadn't even managed to close his eyes. The blast of hot air struck him directly, burning his eyes badly. Though the ninjutsu hadn't killed them, they were left battered and writhing in misery. Even the bandits nearby weren't spared, suffering cuts from the heated wind. Still, they retained enough strength to fight or flee. This assault threw the entire group into panic. 3 bandits made a desperate dash to escape the base. They sprinted toward the ladder and began to climb. Unfortunately for them, at the top of the exit stood Hodaka, waiting. Swadaka and the other 2 bandits climbed up the ladder, then formed a series of hand seals and cast the stone spear technique. Dozens of spears began to jut out from the walls surrounding the ladder. The 3 bandits on the ladder were all impaled, dying instantly on the spot. The spears also blocked the passage, preventing the remaining bandits from reaching the ladder. 2 bandits dashed toward the area that Kazumasa had cleared earlier. Sensing their approach, Kazumasa made a hand gesture and waited for them. As soon as the bandits left the main room, Kazumasa triggered the explosive talisman he had planted there. With a rumble, rocks from the ceiling crashed down, crushing the bandits and sealing off that exit as well. 5 more bandits ran toward the room where Masahara Hirota had been. Yet as soon as they left the main residence, they fell straight into a quicksand trap. The quicksand, conjured by Swadaka, was 4 meters deep and covered the entire entrance. All 5 bandits became trapped, slowly sinking deeper and deeper. 11 bandits took cover behind a stone shield created by their leader, while 8 others were still trying to flee toward their comrades. However, after witnessing what had happened to their companions, they halted in their tracks. Kazumasa seized the moment, commanding the fire dragon to unleash 3 bursts of wind blast, injuring all 8 to varying degrees. The fire dragon then soared in a wide arc, securing a clear line of sight to the bandits hiding behind the stone shield. Their ninja leader quickly conjured another stone shield. But, unfortunately for them, Kazumasa and Mihoko had already anticipated this move. Instead of attacking directly, the fire dragon circled even wider, casting 2 more wind blasts, cutting off any hope of escape from their rocky shelter. Both sides were shielded by rocky barriers, while the remaining sides were encircled by swirling gusts conjured by a wind burst technique. Only 3 ninja managed to leap and move to the other side of the stone shields. The rest of the bandits were trapped within, suffering minor injuries. At that moment, the fire dragon surged forward, engulfing all the bandits in its path. 8 bandits were set ablaze, and with that, the fire dragon dissipated into the air. This assault left every bandit in the hideout incapacitated, save for the 3 ninja. Of these, 2 were newcomers. Aside from their past banditry, they had no real combat experience as ninja. Only their leader possessed some skill. He had once been a junior ninja from the Hidden Grass Village. Realizing the ninjutsu barrier was about to vanish, he spoke up. "Quickly, follow me." He led the remaining 2 to the entrance where the fire dragon had burst in. But upon entering, they found no one else alive, just the bodies of their fellow bandits and 1 ninja. Seeing their fallen comrades, panic gripped their leader, making him instantly more cautious. He whispered, "Stay alert. They might still be nearby. Let's search together." Suddenly, he leapt up, glancing downward. The ground was shifting, trying to trap his feet in its grasp. Though he managed to evade it, Kazimus's voice echoed from beneath the earth, a cold chuckle in his tone. "I caught you." He had already ensnared the other 2 bandits. Mieko witnessed this from the doorway, swiftly forming hand seals to cast a fireball jutsu. The trapped bandits had no chance to escape, and the explosion consumed them entirely. Only the leader barely managed to dodge. Watching his last 2 companions burn in the flames, he was struck with disbelief. "It's all over. I have to get out of here." Without hesitation, he turned and fled. However, Kazimusa quietly launched a shuriken, its chakra flow greatly enhanced, straight at the bandit leader's left leg. Driven by fear and the urge to escape, the bandit leader failed to notice this attack. The shuriken struck his left leg from behind, slicing through it as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Suddenly deprived of his leg, he crashed to the ground, howling in agony. Kazimusa then used the body flicker technique to appear right above him, plunging his sword into the man's heart. The bandit leader died, his face twisted in utter despair. Kazimusa turned to Mihoko and said, "It seems this business has come to an end." Mihoko asked, "Aren't there still people alive in the main room?" Kazimusa chuckled and replied, "Not anymore." With that, he walked toward the main room, Mihoko following close behind. Inside, Hataka had already finished off all the bandits who survived the earlier onslaught of fire and wind dragons. Just then, Rinzaburo entered the main room as well. He thought to himself, "Not bad. They've eliminated everyone. Looks like they've gotten used to killing." He said, "Well done. This mission is a complete success." He then looked at his team and added, "I'm glad to see you're all able to handle killing so well now." The children nodded. Though the bloodshed around them still made them queasy, they could now keep themselves from retching. Renzaburo then led his team out of the bandits' hideout. He began preparing to perform an earth release technique. Kazimusa hurriedly stopped him and asked, "Sensei, isn't it a waste to destroy such a good base?" The sudden question halted Rensaburo's intention to destroy the underground base. He asked, "What do you mean?" Kazimusa replied, "Can't we keep this base for our own ninja to use?" Rensaburo followed up, "How exactly would our ninja make use of this base?" Kazimusa thought for a moment before answering. "Well, it could serve as a base during wartime, or as a temporary resting place. We could even turn it into an underground supply station." Rensaburo shook his head and said, "The nearest hidden village from here is Kusagakur, the village hidden in the grass. They're our allies. Even if they weren't, they wouldn't be able to penetrate this deep into the land of fire. If there's any real threat, it would come from Owagakure, which lies beyond Kusagakur. But if they could reach so far into the land of fire, this base would be useless anyway, since most of their ninjas specialize in earth release techniques. They could simply bury our forces underground. As for supply stations and rest spots, we already have plenty, so there's really no need for another one." Kazimusa seemed to ponder this, then realization dawned on him. "You're right, that makes sense. Konoha has been around for decades now. Their infrastructure is top tier. They've surely already identified every base within the land of fire." He nodded to Rensaburo, who proceeded to use earth release ninjutsu to destroy the entire bandits' hideout. On the way back to town, Mihiko asked, "Sensei, were they really ninja?" Only one of them could use ninjutsu, and even then, it was just a basic E-rank technique. They didn't stand a chance against us. Rensaburo replied, "They're just ordinary bandits who happen to unlock chakra by chance or luck. Only their leader is likely to have once been a ninja bandit, but even he has hardly received any formal training. So it's no surprise he's not a match for any of you, who have all trained under me." Hidaka asked excitedly, "Sensei, do ninja bandits have bounties on their heads?" Renjiro shook his head and replied, "Unless someone's truly famous or barely meets the standards of a genin, there's no bounty for them at all." Hidaka's excitement vanished in an instant. His shoulders slumped as he continued to trail behind the group. Mieko was still caught up in her own disappointment at having such weak opponents. She asked, "Sensei, When will we get to fight real ninjas? Renjiro turned to look at her, thinking to himself, that's certainly a roundabout way to ask me for a B-rank mission. Realizing that Renjiro had seen through her intentions, Mieko felt a bit embarrassed. Still, she refused to let it show on her face. Kazumasa noticed this and thought, damn, these ninjas are shameless by nature. Renjiro grinned and replied, when you caught that cat 100 times. Mieko's face fell immediately at his answer. Hidaka shot her a glare. Kazumasa, on the other hand, chuckled to himself and thought, looks like no one can outdo the shamelessness of the older generation. Mieko soon began apologizing to Renjiro and tried to lighten the mood with a few playful jokes. But, unfortunately for her, she was no match for Renjiro at all. Renjiro's squad took a day to rest in town. The following morning, they left the small town and headed back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon their return, they went straight to the Hokage's office to turn in their mission report. Renjiro handed the report to the Chunin in charge of reviewing them. After a quick check, the Chunin handed 4 pouches over to Renjiro. The total reward for the 4 missions amounted to 280,000 ryo. After dividing it up, each of the 3 kids ended up with 56,000 ryo. Kazumasa was quietly mulling things over. These missions paid out 280,000? I'm sure I could have completed all these on my own in just a single day. This is much faster than making money by creating storage scrolls with sealing techniques. Of course, there's some risk. After all, there's always a chance a powerful ninja might be hiding among the bandits. Still, if I take on enough missions, I should be able to save up for a chakra-forged sword before long. Unlike Kazumasa, Mawako and Hodaka weren't particularly concerned about money. With wealthy families supporting them, they never had to worry or even think about financial matters. After distributing the money, Renjiro dismissed them, saying, no training tomorrow. The day after, we'll resume our regular training schedule. The kids nodded and went their separate ways. Since it was already lunchtime, Kazumasa decided to head to Ichiraka Ramen. On the way, he thought to himself, 7 D-rank missions for C-rank missions. Isn't the requirement for the Chunin exams just 8 missions in total? I wonder when Renjiro will have us take the exam. Will it be next round, or will it be like Senju Hikaru's squad? Thinking of Senju Hikaru, a new thought began to form in Kazumasa's mind. Yes, isn't Senju Hui's team participating in the Chunin exams? I'd like to know how things are going over there. Has the Chunin exam started already, or is there still some time before it begins? This question made Kazumasa realize something crucial. He thought to himself, now that I think about it, I really don't know anything about what's happening around me. Aside from what I remember about future events, I have no idea what's going on right now. I need to find some way to gather information. But how should I do that? He pondered for a moment and made a decision. Well, at the very least, I should start subscribing to the newspaper and have it delivered to my home. Even though the paper probably won't contain anything truly critical, it'll at least keep me up to date with the latest happenings. Besides that, I might also need to build my own information network. I don't think it has to be as elaborate as Jiraiya's, but I don't need it to be that good, either. As long as I can get unfiltered, timely information, that should be enough. Alright, I'll put that off for now. Actually, setting something like that up would take a lot of energy, time, and money. Right now, I got barely any cash and hardly any free time. His train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a loud shout. He heard, hey, old man, 3 bowls of miso ramen. Kazumasa turned his right and noticed, Naruto? I didn't even realize we'd already arrived at Ichiraka Ramen. But, considering Naruto's here, Kazumasa then focused his senses on his surroundings. After sensing for a moment, he thought, just as I thought, there are 2 EMBU agents hiding nearby. Or rather, 1 EMBU and 1 from the Foundation. I doubt Danzo would ever leave the village's lone Jinchuriki out of his sight. He let out a sigh and thought to himself, well, as much as I'd like to meet him right now, doing so could introduce too many variables into the future. Not to mention, it would surely attract the attention of Danzo and Hiruzen. It's better to postpone this meeting for now, at least until I can calculate and manage these risks myself, and until I'm strong enough to confront those 2 Umbu if they start plotting anything untoward. Looks like I'll have to find somewhere else to eat today. With that, Fengjun turned and headed toward a nearby sushi restaurant. After lunch, he wandered around his neighborhood looking for a newsstand and ended up subscribing to a newspaper. After completing the C-rank mission, Lianzalang's squad returned to their training routine. A week without exercise made the morning drills feel much more grueling than usual. When the team's break ended and Lianzalang returned, Mahiko raised a question. Sensei, when will we be able to go on our next mission? Hodaka looked over with keen interest. Lianzalang replied offhandedly. C-rank missions take a lot longer than D-rank ones, so we only do one a month. The rest of the time, we'll focus on your training. Hearing this, Mahiko's shoulders slumped. This meant there would be no escape from the grueling training sessions. While Fengzheng and his teammates were busy with their training, 2 squads of genin were locked in a standoff deep within the forest. Each team was made up of 3 boys. However, one squad consisted of genin barely 10 or 11 years old, while the other was a group of 3 nearly 17-year-old genin. The younger team hailed from the Hidden Leaf Village, the older from the village hidden in the grass. Uchiha Arai stared at his opponents. They were much older than him, but he wasn't worried. After all, they weren't members of the Uchiha clan. One of the genin from the hidden grass village, Yokota Minoru, boasted loudly. Looks like luck's on our side. The Leaf Village sent a bunch of little babies to take the exam. Yokota, Yoshiaki added with a grin. Why don't you kids just hand over your scrolls and run back home to your mothers? Those words infuriated Uchiha Arai. He shot back, his voice brimming with anger. What did you say? I'll show you just what I can do. But before he could finish, his teammate interrupted him. Hitaki Keion spoke up. Calm down. They're just trying to get under your skin. Futani Takahiko chuckled and replied. That's not it. We're just stating the facts. Senju Hui let out a sigh and said, they really are full of themselves. Hitaki Keion gave a dry laugh and added, especially considering they're still just genin at their age. Futani Takahiko retorted, old are we? Then let me show you what I can do. He swiftly began to form hand seals. But before he could finish, Senju Hui slammed both hands onto the ground and shouted. Too late. As Senju Hui's hands hit the earth, stone spears erupted from the ground, completely encircling the hidden grass team. Seeing the sudden danger, the grass village ninja abandoned their hand seals and leapt quickly, soaring up into the nearby trees. Meanwhile, Uchiha Arai was already forming hand signs, his mind racing. We got them now. With that, he unleashed his fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Seeing the fireball hurtling toward them, Minoru Yokota and Yoshiaki Yokota hurriedly formed hand seals, casting water style, water wall. As their hands completed the seals, a shimmering shield of water began to rise between the grass village ninja and the incoming fireball. The water shield took shape at the very last moment, completely protecting them from the searing flames. Yet, just as they caught their breath, Hikaru Senju seized the opportunity and launched stone spears at the grass village ninja hovering in midair. The stone spears pierced the water shield with ease, forcing the grass ninja to deflect them with their kunai. The spears thudded into the nearby trees. The moment they landed on the branches, they began forming hand seals once more. But before they could finish their jutsu, a short blade appeared behind Yoshiaki Yoko, piercing straight through his heart. Standing behind him, Keion Hitaki murmured softly, the game is over. He drew his blade free, and the lifeless body tumbled from the tree. Witnessing the death of their comrade left the grass ninja in utter shock, none more so than his cousin, Minoru Yokoto. He shouted, I'll kill you. Seeing Minoru lose his composure, Takahiko Futaya panicked, crying out, Minoru, wait. But his shout fell on deaf ears. Minoru completed his hand seals and unleashed a water bullet jutsu, sending a jet of water hurtling toward Keion Hitaki. Keion, however, simply moved behind the tree, slipping out of harm's way with ease. Realizing his attack had missed, Minoru's fury only grew. He leaped toward Keion, intent on a direct assault. Sensing this opening, Hikaru Senju quickly formed his own hand seals. Seeing that Senju Hui was preparing to use a jutsu, Takahiko quickly formed the necessary hand seals and launched a water bullet directly at Senju Hui. But Uchiha Rai noticed this immediately and thought to himself, you think you could get away with that right under my nose? He hurriedly performed the fireball jutsu, intercepting the water bullet mid-air. At the same time, Senju Hui fired another water bullet straight at Yokota Minoru. The jutsu struck Yokota Minoru's left rib, knocking him off balance. Seeing his teammate at a disadvantage, Furatani Takahiko tried to rush over to help. However, he was blocked by Uchiha Rai and Senju Hui. The two engaged him in combat, refusing to let him get close to Yokota Minoru. The water bullet had caused significant damage to Yokota Minoru, but gritting his teeth, he endured the pain and continued to fight. He grabbed a kunai and pressed on toward Hitaki Keion. Once he closed the distance, he attacked with the kunai. Hitaki Keion raised her short sword to block the strike. Although Yokota Minoru's attack was forceful, the moment kunai and short sword collided, a surge of electricity coursed through the kunai and shocked him. It wasn't fatal, but the pain was intense, so much so that Yokota Minoru was forced to let go of the kunai. Hitaki Keion let out a cold chuckle and thought to herself, lightning transfer technique. It never fails. She then stepped forward, swinging her short sword at Yokota Minoru's neck. Blinded by rage, his ribs battered and racked with pain, and now weakened by the electric shock, Yokota Minoru stood no chance of dodging. The blade slashed straight across his throat. His neck split open, and blood gushed forth. He stared at Hitaki Keion, eyes filled with unwillingness and regret. But sadly, his body could no longer obey his will. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Takehiko Furutani was locked in battle with Hui Senju and Rai Uchiha. After several exchanges, Rai Uchiha closed the distance and unleashed a fireball jutsu. Hui Senju, knowing Takehiko would try to dodge, threw a shuriken to block his escape, leaving Takehiko no way to avoid the fireball. With no other choice, Takehiko was forced to use a water-release jutsu to defend himself. As Takehiko conjured a water shield, Hui Senju thought to himself, "These three all have the same elemental nature, don't they? That actually puts them at a disadvantage." He quickly formed a series of hand signs, then pressed both palms firmly against the ground. Just then, the fireball engulfed the water shield, but thanks to the shield, Takehiko was safe for the moment. Tragically, at that instant, a stone spear erupted from beneath the ground. It pierced the water shield with ease and shot straight towards Takehiko. Caught off guard, Takehiko desperately grabbed a kunai, trying to block the spear. But the stone spear shoved him backward, forcing him out of his watery shield and straight into the path of the fireball, where he was burned alive. Seeing Takehiko fall, Hui Senju let out a sigh of relief. He said, "That's all of them taken care of." Rai Uchiha nodded. "Yes, it was easier than I expected." Yu Senju chuckled. "Indeed. Let's just hope he wasn't holding the scroll." Rai Uchiha looked at Hui Senju in confusion, but realization soon dawned on him, and he cursed. Damn it, if he had the scroll, it's turned to ashes by now. Just then, Keion Hitaki appeared from behind. He said, "No need to worry. That lunatic didn't have the scroll." With that, he tossed the scroll lightly into the air, saying, "We're quite lucky. A team this week happened to have a scroll we needed," Senju Hui remarked. "That's great. We got the Earth Scroll now. Let's head to the tower," suggested Uchiha Lai. But Lai's idea was met with opposition. "That sounds so boring. Why not take this chance to wipe out some of the weaker teams still in the forest? That way, we'll have less competition later," said Hitaki Xianjin, shaking her head. "No need for that. The forest itself will take care of eliminating the weaker teams." Senju Hui nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Besides, the longer we spend in the forest, the more teams will be setting traps around the tower. If a team is weak enough for us to eliminate at this stage, we can probably do the same to them in the next round as well." Seeing both of his teammates disagree, Uchiha Lai relented and followed his squad toward the tower. After the mission was over, Lianjiro continued to train his students. One day, as a training session was coming to an end, Lianjiro observed his three students. A hint of pride tugged at his lips as he watched them, and he thought to himself, "These three are truly outstanding. If any of them haven't made Jonin by the age of 16, I'll be surprised. I suppose they do deserve some words of praise from their teacher." Training soon ended, and as the genin were about to leave, Lianjiro called out to them. He said, 3 months ago, I agreed to become your Jonin instructor. Do you remember what I said to you back then?" All three, Kazumasa, Hodaka, and Mihiko, shook their heads in unison. Hodaka asked, "Sensei, what did you say back then?" Rinsaburo let out a sigh and spoke. "You're all still in your probationary period, remember?" Kazumasa understood that Rinsaburo was really just looking for an excuse to make an official announcement, so he tilted his head and asked, "Sensei, what probationary period?" "Mihoko, do you remember?" Mihoko, catching on to his intent, tilted her head as well and replied, "No, I don't remember." "Hataka, do you know?" Hataka also tilted his head, playing along. "I don't recall Sensei saying anything about that either." Seeing his three students maintain their perfect poker faces, Rinsaburo's expression turned completely dark. Watching his reaction, the three couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out giggling. In the end, Rinsaburo gave up trying to play tricks on his students. He steadied himself and said, "You've all passed." But Hataka cut him off. "Sensei, we already know." Then, in a flash, the three genin vanished, leaving their teacher standing there utterly bewildered. Rinsaburo could only give a wry smile and mutter to himself, "I really need to have a serious talk with whoever suggested putting the top team of the year on probation." It had already been 4 weeks since they officially became genin. One day, after finishing their morning training, Kazumasa, Hataka, and Mihoko rested under a tree. Mihoko spoke first. "Tomorrow is the final round of the Chunin exams." Hataka nodded. "Yeah, too. Well, my classmates will be competing tomorrow, too." Mihoko continued. "Right, I want to see Uchiha Rai's match. I wonder if Sensei will let us go watch." Kazumasa smiled and said, "Good luck. Just ask Sensei for leave." At those words, Mihoko shot Feng Zheng an angry glare. Feng Zheng ignored her, thinking to himself. Still, watching how Senju Hui and Uchiha Lai have improved isn't necessarily a bad thing. They've been Jinin for a year longer than I have. After all, after their break, Renzairo appeared and called his team together. The moment Mihoko saw him, she wanted to ask if they could watch the next day's matches. But Renzairo refused her, saying, "We have another mission. We set out tomorrow morning at 9. Mihoko quickly asked, "Sensei, can't we take the assignment a few days later?" Renzairo narrowed his eyes and questioned. "Why?" She replied, "Sensei, we'd like to watch the Chunin exams being held tomorrow." Wearing the same look, Renzairo repeated his question. "Why?" Mihoko put on a serious expression and answered earnestly. "We want to observe the tactics, strategies, and jutsu used by ninjas from neighboring villages, so we'll be better prepared when we face them in battle." Hearing this, Feng Zheng chuckled inwardly. Renzairo never outright forbade their ideas. He just needed a solid reason before he'd agree. So Mihoko had come up with this answer. But Renzairo waved a hand dismissively and said, "These are just Jinin fights. There's nothing worth learning." Then he looked at his team and said, "Let's get back to training." Shoulders slumping in disappointment, Mihoko let out a sigh. Feng Zheng thought to himself, "This is a little surprising. I thought he would agree to that reason. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. It's not important." The next day, Renjiro's team accepted a mission to escort a merchant caravan to the Land of Rivers. The mission went smoothly. Only a small band of bandits attempted to attack the caravan. It took them 9 days to reach the Land of Rivers, and just 1 day to return. The team arrived back in Konoha around midnight. After completing the formalities, Renjiro dismissed the team. When Kazumasa returned home, he found a stack of newspapers left outside his door. He picked up the newspapers and walked inside. He created several shadow clones to go through the papers while he took a bath. After quickly skimming the newspapers, the shadow clones dispelled themselves. Once all the information had flowed back to him, Kazumasa mused to himself. So that's how it is. Senju Hui and Uchiha Rai have both become Chunin. It's a bit unexpected, but I suppose Konoha is still working hard to increase the number of Chunin and Genin. I imagine my own promotion will probably come during the first exam. With the rest of the day free, Kazumasa didn't have much to do, so he decided to review his ninjutsu. He created 3 shadow clones, and the 4 of them practiced every sealing technique they knew together. As he reviewed his knowledge of sealing, Kazumasa reflected on the progress he'd made over the past few months, analyzing to himself. It's been 4 months since graduation. Honestly, the progress has been amazing. I really underestimated how effective it would be to have a dedicated elite jonin as our instructor. Then again, I never imagined we'd be taught so well. My chakra reserve have almost doubled. I've trained my seals to withstand up to 18% more pressure. Although I haven't trained my perception skills in a long time, I can still sense things happening up to a kilometer away. My taijutsu has also improved greatly thanks to constant sparring. Without a doubt, my ninjutsu and swordsmanship have seen the greatest progress. Now, I can easily channel chakra through my blade. I'm itching for an all-out battle to test my strength. I wonder if I'll get that chance soon. At 4:45 the next morning, Kazumasa arrived at the training field. Both Mihoko and Hodaka were already there. Seeing them, Kazumasa called out, "Hey, are you ready for another 3 to 4 weeks of hardcore training?" Mihoko's shoulders slumped as she replied, "I'd rather be sent on a mission." Kazumasa and Hodaka exchanged glances at her reaction and chuckled. For months of training together and 2 long missions outside the village had brought the 3 of them much closer. Their teamwork had also become quite strong. Still, it would need to be tested in real ninja team battles. At 5 o'clock sharp, Renzaburo appeared in a flash in front of the team. Seeing his students already prepared for morning practice, he nodded in quiet approval. Yet, knowing what was about to unfold, he couldn't help but smile. That smile instantly made his genin anxious. Kazumasa thought to himself, "All right, what's in store for us this time?" Renzaburo began. "Over these past 4 months, I've taught you all the basic formations. Even now that you become genin, you'll find these formations are essential." Upon hearing this, the team finally settled down. Kazumasa reflected inwardly. Finally, no more boring formation drills. But why is he smiling? He's not going to suddenly become friendly, is he? Renzaburo continued speaking. "So, from now on, I'm going to focus entirely on pushing your abilities further. That means the training is about to get a few levels tougher." At these words, all 3 of them were momentarily stunned. Mawako was frightened, thinking to herself, "A few levels tougher?" Kazumasa began to sweat a little, wondering, wasn't he already making us give it everything we've got? Sotaka was also curious just how much harder the training could get. Seeing their expressions, Rinsaburo merely smiled and said, "First, we're going to increase the pressure on your training seals. What pressure levels are you all using right now?" Mawako replied, 3%. Sotaka answered, 38%. Kazimasa responded, 18.5%. Rinsaburo nodded and said, "All right, Mawako, raise yours to 5%. Sotaka, take yours up to 45%. Kazimasa, increase yours to 22%. The genin followed their teacher's instructions. With the pressure increased, Rinsaburo launched into the morning training. Not only was the seal pressure heightened, but the exercises themselves became even more grueling. The session didn't end at 9 as usual, but stretched on until 10 o'clock. When training finally wrapped up, all 3 genin collapsed under a tree, completely spent and drained of energy. Seeing this, Rinsaburo burst out laughing and called out loudly, "If you let a simple training like this defeat you, how will you ever reach your dreams? You have 1 hour to rest." Afternoon, training resumes at 11 and goes until 2. With those words, he slipped away. Half an hour later, Kazimasa and Swadaka had somewhat recovered their strength. Meanwhile, Mihoko was still asleep. Swadaka asked, "Do you know why he suddenly ramped up the intensity of our training?" Kazimasa replied, "Who knows? Maybe he's planning to have us take the next Shunin exam, or maybe it's just because we just graduated, so he was going easy on us before." He took a deep breath, then continued, "Whatever the reason, it's definitely good for us in the long run." Swadaka let out a sigh and said, "I always thought I was the one who looked forward to training the most. But it turns out you're even crazier about it than I am." As he finished, he let out a soft chuckle. Kazimasa glanced back at him, then gave a little laugh himself. "Well, let's just hope we make it out of this training alive." With that, he picked up a ration bar and started eating, stretching his body at the same time. Swadaka quickly followed suit. At 11 o'clock, Renziro appeared again. He created 2 shadow clones and said, "Today we're going to talk about how to accelerate your growth. Follow one of my clones." Mihoko and Swadaka followed one of the clones into the forest, while Kazimasa stayed behind. Renziro looked at Kazimasa and asked, "Which of you 3 do you think is growing the fastest?" Kazimasa thought for a moment and replied, "Probably me." Renziro nodded, responding, "That's right. Your progress has outpaced even what your teachers at the academy predicted, and even surpassed my own expectations. But compared to your 2 teammates, you have a significant disadvantage. Do you know what that is?" Fengzheng fell into deep thought upon hearing the question. After a while, he replied, "Kekei Genkai." Renziro nodded and said, "Yes, but it's not just that. In addition to their Kekei Genkai, they come from powerful clans that have developed jutsu specifically to complement their unique abilities. This synergy gives them an even greater advantage." Upon hearing this, Fengzheng grew thoughtful once more. Renziro continued, "Both Hodaka and Mahiko are exceptionally talented. Very soon, their clans will start investing heavily in them, fostering their rapid growth in a systematic way. How will you respond to that? Or will you simply let them leave you behind?" Fengzheng answered with sincerity, "That's why I've spent time becoming a sensory ninja and studying swordsmanship. I don't have any Kekei Genkai, so my power won't suddenly leap ahead. But I believe that by relentlessly honing my skills to their peak, I can surpass those who depend on inherited bloodlines." Renziru's expression grew stern as he asked, "What makes you think those with Kekei Genkai won't push themselves to their limits as well? Do you really believe you can overtake them, even with all the advantages they possess?" Fengzheng smiled, resting his hand lightly on the hilt of his sword, and said, "I've heard that the strongest samurai in the Land of Iron can face off against the Kage head-on, using nothing but a sword. Even in Konoha, where there are so many people with Kekei Genkai, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokage were all ninja, without any inherited bloodline abilities. Likewise, not one of the legendary Sannin possessed a Kekei Genkai. So as long as I keep training hard, I don't believe I'll lose to anyone just because they have a special bloodline." Hearing this, Lianjiro was truly surprised. What struck him even more was the confidence he heard in Kazimasa's voice. With a wry smile, he thought to himself, "Well, it seems this guy doesn't need any encouragement or a boost in confidence. What he might need is a reality check instead." At the same time, Kazimasa was thinking, was he trying to cheer me up or something? Either way, while Kekei Genkai are nice to have, they're not what makes someone an S-rank ninja. Other than the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and maybe the Tensigan, the rest aren't that overwhelmingly powerful. I know the Senju clan holds Wood Release in the highest regard, but honestly, it was Hashirama who made Wood Release so formidable, not the technique itself. Besides, one is already a death's door, and the other carries a cursed seal. There's nothing there for me to envy. After a short pause, Lianjiro spoke up again. "That's a solid perspective. But don't forget, whether it's the second, third, or fourth Hokage, or even the Sannin, they were all not just gifted, they worked incredibly hard too. So it's great to draw inspiration from them. But remember, you'll have to train relentlessly if you want to reach that level. Kazemasa nodded and replied, "Yes, sensei." Rinziro smiled, then added, "There's one more thing I'd like to tell you. Something about Kekkei Genkai. But you're not ready yet. When you complete your first B-rank mission as a Chunin, I'll share it with you." Kazemasa was quite curious about what Rinziro wanted to reveal. He answered, "All right, sensei." Rinziro went on to ask, "How would you assess your current abilities? And how do you plan to continue your training?" Kazemasa thought for a moment before replying, "First, my skills as a sensory ninja have developed pretty well, though that's my secondary specialty. In combat, wind-style ninjutsu and swordsmanship seem to be my main strengths. Swordsmanship is my go-to for close-quarters fighting, and wind-style techniques let me handle mid-range battles. Of course, both need a lot more work. I can also use some earth-style jutsu for defense. Besides that, I have the body flicker technique to boost my mobility. My stamina, speed, and chakra reserves are decent too, at least for a genin." Kazemasa's self-assessment left a strong impression on Rinziro. Kazemasa continued, "As for what I lack or need to improve, I need a few more powerful jutsu in my arsenal, techniques that can deal decisive blows or cause real destruction on the battlefield. And my taijutsu still needs work. Right now, I only know the academy's basic style." Having finished, he looked up at his teacher. Rinziro responded, "That's a very insightful analysis. But you don't need to worry about learning more powerful jutsu just yet. Once you become a jonin, you'll be able to study the A-rank techniques available in our village. For now, it's best to focus on C-rank jutsu. Ideally, you should wait a few more years, at least until your chakra has grown substantially, before considering higher-level techniques. However, your thoughts on taijutsu are spot on. Even though you rank high at the academy, this basic style of taijutsu won't truly help you much. So I'll teach you the taijutsu style I've mastered, the Senju Taijutsu style." This revelation genuinely surprised Kazemasa. He quickly bowed to his teacher in gratitude. "Thank you, sensei. But isn't it forbidden to teach this to those outside the Senju clan?" Rinziro raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean, outside the Senju clan? You're my student, aren't you?" Then he smiled and continued, "Don't worry. Our techniques are meant for the whole village. Anyone who can learn them is free to use them. The real question is whether you're capable." Kazemasa asked, "Sensei, what exactly do you mean by capable?" Rinziro explained, "Members of the Senju clan are born with naturally high chakra reserves. You've probably noticed this yourself." Kazemasa nodded in agreement. Rinziro went on, "That's why our clan's techniques usually require a lot of chakra. If someone from outside the clan tries to learn them, they'll run out of chakra very quickly. But you, compared to most people, have far more chakra. In fact, you have more chakra than both Hitaka and Mawako combined. That makes you particularly well-suited to learning the Senju Taijutsu style." Fengzheng quickly understood and nodded. "All right, teacher, when can we start? Also, could you explain what the Thousand Hands Taijutsu style is?" "I haven't read any material about it yet," Lin Xilong asked. "We'll begin right after I explain the basics. The Thousand Hands Taijutsu style is actually quite straightforward. In fact, the standard taijutsu taught at the academy was created by referencing our clan style. The true power of the Thousand Hands Taijutsu lies in the use of chakra," the teacher replied. "Most taijutsu styles rely on fighting with fists, feet, or other parts of the body. Of course, there are some exceptions. For example, the Hyuga clan's taijutsu uses small bursts of chakra released through their fingers or palms, and there's even a family in the Hidden Mist village that fights using their bones. In the Thousand Hands Taijutsu style, every move you make is strengthened by chakra. If you want to throw a punch, you first gather chakra in your fist and release it at the moment of impact. The same goes for kicking. If you want to defend, you channel chakra into the part of your body you want to protect, or that's about to be struck. This ensures your defense is as solid as a fortress, and your attacks become far more destructive. Of course, using this style means you not only need a vast amount of chakra, but you must also have excellent chakra control. Otherwise, even with a massive reserve, you'll burn through it quickly." Lin Xilong's explanation left Feng Zheng a bit stunned. He began to analyze the information carefully. "That's not unlike Tsunade's fighting style, is it? In fact, I've already tried channeling chakra into my fists, so this is the Senju Taijutsu technique. Tsunade's way of fighting might represent the pinnacle of chakra control within the Senju style. Either way, this is truly excellent. At last, I have a taijutsu technique that allows me to compete with others, or even surpass them." After analyzing the situation, he spoke up. "Sensei, shall we begin?" Rinjiro nodded and began the training. He said, "First, You need to infuse chakra throughout your entire body. Once you can do that, we'll focus on channeling chakra into specific parts of your body. He continued, let me see your full chakra reserves first. Obeying the instructions, Fusei released his chakra, letting it flow throughout his whole body. Renjiro watched him closely. He saw a shimmering blue aura of chakra enveloping Fusei completely. His first thought was, amazing. Fusei, too, was quietly reflective. To be honest, I already have a basic grasp of this. Although for obvious reasons, I've never shown this ability before. But now's the perfect opportunity to use it and demonstrate my talent. Just as Fusei expected, Renjiro gave his next command. Now try to keep that chakra inside your body. Let it flow through every inch of you, just as you would focus chakra into your sword, but this time, circulate it within yourself. Following the guidance, Fusei gradually drew the chakra back, controlling its flow inside his body. About 2 minutes later, the blue aura that had enveloped him slowly faded away. But if you looked closely, you could see that from time to time, blue flames of chakra would still erupt from within his body. Renjiro, standing in front of him, was taken aback. He thought to himself, so fast? This. He swallowed hard, marveling inwardly. This is unbelievable. His control isn't perfect yet, but in just a few minutes, he's already able to handle chakra. It's as if this ability was made just for him. Kazemasa glanced up at Renjiro and asked, is that so, sensei? Renjiro nodded and replied, yes, very good. However, you lost a lot of chakra while maintaining this form. Your next stage of training is to perfect this state. You need to activate it, then meditate, until you can sustain it correctly without losing chakra. And until then, you're not to practice ninjutsu or swordsmanship. Also, even during your morning exercises, you'll have to keep yourself in this state throughout your training. Hearing that he wasn't allowed to practice ninjutsu or swordsmanship, Kazemasa felt a pang of disappointment. But seeing how much emphasis Renjiro placed on this skill, he couldn't help but suspect that it might be the key to his future for a long time to come. Perhaps this very ability could be what sets him apart. What makes him an elite ninja? Renjiro was thinking the same thing. Now that I've seen your potential in this area, I won't allow you to stop until you've taken this skill to its absolute peak. Except for a brief midday break, Kazemasa and Rensaburo trained together until 8 o'clock in the evening. At last, the training ended at 8, and only then was Kazemasa allowed to leave. But just before he left, Rensaburo said something that left Kazemasa utterly speechless. He declared, tomorrow morning, when you train, increase the seal's pressure to 30%. Kazemasa looked at his teacher in confusion, but seeing the stern look on his face, could only nod reluctantly. When he got home, Kazemasa ate a few ration bars and then immediately collapsed onto his bed, thinking to himself, damn, my whole body aches. It's like every single cell is screaming in pain. This is too much. No wonder Rensaburo told me to double my intake of ration bars. But still, the progress I've made today is astonishing. If I can keep up this level of training for a few months, I can't even imagine how strong I'll become. He was so exhausted he couldn't do anything else, and soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, something happened that left Kazemasa deeply shocked. His body felt no pain whatsoever. He wondered to himself, could it be that this kind of training somehow heals the body? Or is there something else at work here? More importantly, is this even safe? I need to ask him about it as soon as possible. At 5 in the morning, Rensaburo appeared at the training ground as usual, instructing the genin to begin their exercises. But today, Kazemasa spoke up. Sensei, I have some questions. Rensaburo knew exactly what he was wondering, and answered, all right, Suigao, Mihoko, you two go ahead and start your training. Kazemasa will join you shortly. As Suigao left, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of problem Kazemasa might have. Mihoko, on the other hand, left rather reluctantly, clearly wishing she could skip out on some of the exercise like Kazemasa. Renchiro turned to Kazemasa and asked, is this about your rapid recovery? Kazemasa nodded. Renchiro replied, that's actually a side effect of this type of training. By channeling chakra into your body, you activate every cell. This boosts your natural healing ability and shortens the time it takes to recover from fatigue or exhaustion. He offered a gentle smile and continued, this kind of training comes with some other benefits, too. It can increase your stamina, and more importantly, it can expand your chakra reserves. Kazemasa's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly asked, isn't that a little too good to be true? Renchiro let out a chuckle and said, not exactly. Passive healing is nice, but it isn't some miraculous breakthrough. As for the chakra increase, it's most noticeable when you're just starting out and your reserves aren't that high yet. So, while you'll probably see a big jump in your chakra and stamina over the next few weeks, after that, the improvements won't be as dramatic. This tempered Kazimasa's excitement a bit, and he fell silent, lost in thought. Well, that's not exactly a huge advantage, but still pretty good. After all, the prerequisite for learning this style is having a large chakra reserve. If mastering it can further boost your chakra reserves, then that just makes this advantage even stronger. He turned to look at Renjiro and asked, "Are there any negative side effects to using this technique?" Renjiro was a little surprised by the question. After all, any other 10-year-old genin would be thrilled to have such a massive benefit. He remembered that when he first learned this technique himself, he had been overjoyed. He replied, "Don't worry. This is a very old Senju clan technique. There are no harmful side effects. Besides, considering the long lifespans of my clansmen, it might even be good for your health." Hearing this, Kazimasa let out a sigh of relief. Renjiro looked at him and said, "If you don't have any more questions, hurry up and get training. Your teammates have already left you in the dust." Kazimasa thanked him and began his workout. Although the pressure from the seal had increased considerably, once he infused chakra, training actually became easier for him. Of course, it wasn't without risks. After all, the moment his chakra ran dry, Kazimasa would be plunged into a hellish torment. Later that day, Kazimasa discussed the issue of running out of chakra during morning practice with Renjiro. But Renjiro just smiled innocently and said, "Your chakra reserves are already plentiful enough to sustain a whole morning of training without running dry. The problem lies in your lack of control. So, if you don't want to exhaust your chakra during practice, you need to work on refining your chakra control." Feng Zheng stared blankly at his teacher's innocent smile. He would bet anything that, deep down, his teacher was secretly laughing at his misery. Feng Zheng's training continued in much the same way. 3 days passed, and at last, he managed to get through an entire morning's practice without depleting his chakra. By the 7th day, he had finally gained full command over the chakra within his body. Although he hadn't quite achieved zero loss, the amount of chakra leaking out was now so small it hardly mattered. These 7 days of training left Feng Zheng thoroughly astonished. The results were nothing short of remarkable. He muttered to himself in disbelief. "Just a week of training, and my chakra reserves have increased by 50%. Beyond the growth in his chakra, Lien Jiru had begun, starting from the 3rd day, to raise the difficulty of the sealing techniques Feng Zheng was practicing. Now, the intensity had reached 40%. For the following month, Feng Zheng devoted himself to mastering chakra control in the unique style of the Senju Taijutsu. When the training cycle ended, he was finally able to manipulate his chakra freely and even sparred with Lien Jiru. This round of training saw his chakra swell by another 35 to 40%. In just over 5 months since graduation, Feng Zheng's chakra reserves had skyrocketed to 4 times their original amount. The thought left him in awe. "This is unbelievable. I have more chakra now than the source tree." And he's been an elite chunin for at least 4 years. "Oh, I really want to test the power of my ninjutsu right now." Unfortunately, he still hadn't been granted permission to train in ninjutsu. As all 3 students were deep in intensive training, Team Renjiro hadn't accepted any new missions for several months. Renjiro spent a few more weeks teaching Kazimasa all the fundamental techniques of the Thousand Hands Taijutsu style. During this period, the pressure from the training seal continued to mount. By now, it had reached 55%. Whenever Kazimasa was in the midst of intense training or sparring, he had to continuously infuse chakra into his body. Otherwise, the pressure would drastically slow him down. If he was simply engaged in everyday activities, walking, running, or resting, the seal's pressure didn't bother him much. Because of this, Renjiro insisted that Kazimasa remain under that strain at all times. At last, on a clear night, Renjiro saw the exhausted Kazimasa gasping for breath on the ground. They had just finished a sparring session. Smiling, Renjiro spoke. "Well done, kid. You finally mastered all the basics." Kazimasa only nodded. Clearly, he was too tired to respond. Renjiro's smile widened. "That's all for today. Take a break and rest up. You have a day off tomorrow." Hearing this, Kazimasa jerked his head up. Tears nearly welled in his eyes. He thought, "Finally, I could get to rest." Renjiro chuckled at his reaction, then disappeared in a flash. Feng Zheng rested for a while, then dragged himself through the streets of Konoha and finally made his way home, lost in thought. At last, 2 months, 2 whole months without a single day off. Swadaka and Mihoko took a few days off, saying they needed to study their clan's secret techniques. But what about me? I haven't had a single break. Not even one class canceled. Grumbling to himself about the unfairness of it all, he fell asleep before he knew it. The next day, for the first time in years, Feng Zheng slept all the way until noon. When he finally got out of bed, all the aches and pains from the day before had vanished. He thought to himself, "I have to admit, I actually like this kind of training. Every time, I wake up feeling completely healthy and full of energy. Haha, no ration bars for me today. After freshening up, he left home. As he walked, he mused. I really missed the advanced technology from my old world. In my previous life, I could never have imagined living so many years without a smartphone. If this were my old world, I'd probably spend the day online, lounging lazily on the sofa and ordering all kind of takeout to eat. Ha! Before long, he arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Taking a seat, he called out, "Old man, give me 2 bowls of miso ramen." Tucci was surprised by the order. After all, it wasn't every day a customer asked for so much ramen. With a smile, he said, "Feng Zheng, good to see you. It's been a while." Feng Zheng let out a sigh and replied, "Yeah, the other old man keeps making me train all the time, so I never have any free time." Tucci smiled encouragingly at him and said, "Young man, hang in there." Then he began to make ramen. Ever since graduating, Kazumasa had been visiting the Ichiraku ramen shop and yakiniku queue more frequently. His usual meals consisted mostly of ration bars, so whenever he got the chance, he would treat himself at these 2 restaurants. As a result, he had developed a good relationship with Tucci. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed in front of Kazumasa. Tucci, wearing his trademark smile, said, "Eat up. You need to finish your meal to gain strength." Wasting no time, Kazumasa quickly polished off both bowls of Ichiraku's ramen. When he finished, he said, "Old man, this ramen was delicious. Give me 2 more, 1 miso, 1 tonkatsu, please." Tucci laughed and called out, "Coming right up." After lunch, Kazumasa walked into the forest where he'd previously trained. He gave a wry smile. "Finally, a moment to myself. Now I can test out my ninjutsu." Reaching the deepest part of the woods, he stopped in front of a tree. This one looks perfect. Let's give it a try." He performed his great breakthrough technique. The jutsu tore the tree from the ground, roots and all, uprooting several more trees behind and around it as well. Moreover, the wind generated by the technique scarred many nearby trees with deep gouges, stripping them of all their leaves and most of their branches. Kazumasa looked at the scene and laughed. "Fantastic! This is at least 40 to 50% stronger than it was 2 months ago." And now, his grin grew even brighter. Suddenly, he released his chakra, and a blue aura shimmered into existence around him. He began preparing another great breakthrough jutsu. But this time, instead of releasing it right away, he started pouring even more chakra into the technique. In just 30 seconds, he had already infused 10% of his chakra into the jutsu. Another 30 seconds passed, and it reached 15%. Great breakthrough jutsu. He unleashed the technique. But this time, it wasn't an ordinary jutsu. It was a jutsu empowered by chakra. The jutsu struck the trees before him, utterly destroying them. In less than a second, hundreds of nearby trees were either ripped out by their roots or shattered into splinters. Thousands more were stripped of all their branches, deep scars gouged into their trunks. Seeing this, Feng Zheng was utterly stunned, but his shock quickly melted into a wide, irrepressible grin that seemed to light up his whole face. Amazing! Incredible! This is the true power that this jutsu should have. But then again, the time it takes to strengthen a jutsu is still far too long. If I stay in one spot for a whole minute, any skilled ninja could kill me a dozen times over. I have to speed up how fast I infuse chakra into a jutsu. Ideally, I should get it under 2 seconds. And I need to be able to do it while moving, or even better, while flickering. This must be why Lin Xilong told us to focus on C-rank jutsu. Now let me test out some other techniques. Feng Zheng quickly formed another hand seal. In an instant, the wind gathered around him. He began channeling chakra into the jutsu, sustaining it for 30 seconds. Then, the wind rapidly formed a dome around him. The wind kept swirling around Feng Zheng for several minutes. Before the wind dome had even dispersed, Feng Zheng made another hand seal. The wind transformed into 2 wolves. Each stood 3 meters tall and stretched nearly 7 meters long, appearing utterly ferocious. They charged toward the nearby trees, shredding trunks with their claws and teeth before vanishing without a trace. Next, Feng Zheng gathered his chakra once more and injected it into the wind dragon technique. This time, he managed to pour in over 20% of his maximum chakra. As a result, a colossal dragon, 50 meters long, materialized in the heart of the forest. The giant dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a tremendous blast of wind that surged toward the trees. The storm sphere shot forward in a straight line, slamming into a tree and exploding, snapping the trunk clean in 2. Then, the dragon's immense body snaked through the forest, its passage sending gales roaring and toppling countless trees. It tore through 200 meters of dense woodland canopy before finally dissipating. Immediately after, two swirling spheres of wind appeared in Feng Zheng's hands. Their size rapidly increased, each reaching a radius of nearly 50 centimeters. Feng Zheng launched both wind spheres simultaneously at a massive boulder. The spheres exploded on impact, leaving several deep scars across the rock surface. Feng Zheng reflected to himself. Boosting the damage seems unnecessary. After all, it's just wind. Even a casual slash could be fatal to an ordinary ninja. And if someone's put up a strong defense, they can easily block these enhanced wind blasts. Yes, it's redundant. I should focus on increasing the firing speed instead. Immediately after, Feng Zheng began rapidly casting wind burst jutsu. In just 1 minute, he unleashed the technique 84 times. Feng Zheng grinned. This is fantastic, and it only consumed about 7% of my chakra. This could be a truly troublesome mid-range tactic, haha. Next, Feng Zheng looked around, searching for a suitable rock. At last, he spotted one several dozen meters away, estimating it to weigh about 15 kilograms. He focused all his attention on the stone. Soon, strong winds began to swirl around it, attempting to lift it off the ground. A few seconds later, the rock started to rise. After about half a minute, Feng Zheng had elevated it to a height of 1.2 meters. Then, he raised both arms towards the stone. He cast the seize the wind technique. The rock slowly began to move toward him. He guided it to his front and caught it with his hands. He thought to himself, I wonder if, with the help of these two jutsu, I could actually fly, though that might require a much larger chakra reserve and even greater chakra control. Even then, it probably wouldn't be practical for long-distance travel. After tossing aside the rock, Feng Zheng reached into his pouch and threw 12 shuriken one by one into the air. He continued with his projectile control technique. Using ninjutsu, Feng Zheng guided the shuriken through the forest, weaving them skillfully past every tree. The shuriken darted through the woods, all striking the same tree about 500 meters away from Feng Zheng. In the next instant, Feng Zheng employed the wind flash step and appeared right beside that tree. As he retrieved the shuriken, he summarized his thoughts. Wow, I never expected that just 2 months of Senju-style taijutsu training could boost my ninjutsu this much. With the great breakthrough technique, I can now channel up to 15% of my chakra into a single use. It takes a full minute, but the results are impressive. As for the wind whirl shield technique, I can only infuse about 2.5% of my chakra before it maxes out. Any more simply won't flow in. It's the same with the wind wolf technique. Each wind wolf can only hold about 2% of my chakra. On the other hand, the wind dragon technique can handle a full 20% of my chakra. And to reach my current limit of 500 meters with the wind instant movement technique, it cost me just 1.5% of my chakra. Now, the projectile control technique requires barely any chakra at all. Each wind burst technique uses less than 0.1%. The wind levitation technique isn't particularly useful in battle at the moment. Still, the stealing wind technique can help create some chaos when needed. All in all, the techniques I just demonstrated have used up about half of my chakra. I wonder if Lien Jiru has any other ways to help me increase my chakra reserves. Not that it's a pressing issue right now, since I can't realistically push all these ninjutsu to their limits in the heat of combat. Feng Zheng began to gather his chakra once again, slamming his hands forcefully onto the ground. A sturdy stone shield rose up before him. Seeing the shield, Feng Zheng let out a sigh. No wonder it's only an E-rank ninjutsu. I've already hit the ceiling with this one. There's just no room left for improvement. The stone shield was no larger than the ones Feng Zheng had conjured 2 months earlier. He analyzed the situation thoughtfully. Even so, I still want to discuss it with Rinsaburo and see if he can come up with a solution, not by slamming his hand forcefully on the ground, but by channeling his technique through his feet. I'll ask him again when he resumes his ninjutsu training. With that, Kazimasa formed a hand sign and vanished into the earth. As he moved beneath the surface, he sighed to himself. I've been so preoccupied with other matters that, ever since graduation, I've never really practiced this ninjutsu properly. He continued gliding through the ground for a while, then suppressed his chakra signature and performed several more hand signs. In an instant, he disappeared again, reappearing about 150 meters ahead in the direction he'd been heading. The earth flicker and wind flicker techniques are perfect for escaping without leaving a trace. Earth flicker, in particular, is well suited for infiltrating enemy territory. I wonder if anyone has developed a countermeasure specifically for this technique. Emerging from the ground, he formed another hand sign before placing his palm on the earth. Instantly, the ground before him transformed into a muddy moat, 6 meters in radius and 10 meters deep. He moved to a new spot, performed a series of hand signs, and pressed both hands to the ground once more. This time, the earth slowly rose up, as if trying to trap an invisible intruder. Kazimasa analyzed the results. Earth Prison is just too slow. The Mud Swamp technique is similar in that respect. Still, these are the only ninjutsu I have that can restrain an enemy. For now, they'll have to do. Having reviewed the state of most of his techniques, Kazimasa decided it was time to head home and rest. As he was leaving, he stared at the ground and muttered to himself, "My ninjutsu should be sufficient for now, but I still need to master the Earth-style wall technique. That would further strengthen my defenses, and my chakra reserve should be enough at this point. But Renjiro probably won't allow me to do that. No matter what, I hope we'll be able to take part in the next Shunin exams. I really want to test myself in real combat. It should be quite interesting." He broke into a wide grin and lifted his head. The sight before him made him feel a bit awkward. The winds had ravaged the forest as he tested his ninjutsu, leaving a wide area utterly destroyed. He thought to himself, if someone were to come here and see this, I wonder what they'd think. Luckily, this place is rather secluded. People aren't likely to wander out here. Still, I need to cover my tracks in case anyone does show up. Besides, it's probably best not to come back here again anytime soon. With that, Kazimasa leapt onto a tree that still had some branches left. He performed the gale technique. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, erasing every footprint and dispersing any lingering scent. With the task done, Kazimasa formed a sign with his hands, and in a blink, vanished from where he stood, reappearing on a branch 500 meters away. He used the wind body flicker technique several more times before finally leaving the forest behind. Once outside the woods, he hurried toward his house, his mind preoccupied with worries that someone might stumble upon the scene of destruction he'd left behind. A few months later, 2 special jonin from the Hyuga clan happened to pass through this forest and inadvertently entered the area Wind was responsible for destroying. When they saw so many trees uprooted and chopped down, they were utterly stunned. By coincidence, an AMBU squad also happened to be passing through the same area at that very moment. Seeing the 2 Hyuga clan members present, they immediately questioned them about why they had damaged the forest and asked if there had been a battle there. The Hyuga ninja denied the accusation, explaining that the forest had already been devastated before they arrived. The AMBU looked around carefully and realized the destruction had occurred quite some time ago. They conducted a search of the area and asked the Hyuga for assistance, but found no clues at all. They wondered if someone had been training there, but couldn't understand why anyone would do so in this spot, given there were already so many training grounds around Konoha. The unusual nature of the destruction led them to report the incident directly to the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was just as puzzled. He dispatched a special ANBU reconnaissance team to investigate and track down any leads. Unfortunately, 2 months had already passed, and with the help of Wind's jutsu and several heavy rainstorms, all traces that might have served as clues had been completely washed away. The ANBU investigation team returned empty-handed, and Hiruzen decided to close the case, reasoning there were no leads and it wasn't worth allocating further resources. Of course, Wind was completely unaware of any of these events. After testing his jutsu, he returned home for a nap. Later, he reviewed his sealing techniques and then went out to a barbecue restaurant for dinner. The next day began once again with an intense morning training session. In the afternoon, the team members split up, each practicing with one of Renzaburo's shadow clones. Renzaburo turned to Kazimasa and said, "I've already taught you everything I know about the Senju-style taijutsu. How much you can truly master now depends on your own efforts." Kazimasa gave a slight bow and replied, "Thank you, sensei." Seeing his humility, Renzaburo's expression softened. He continued, "You once mentioned that even the legendary Sannin don't possess Kekkei Genkai. Lady Tsunade, one of the Sannin, employs an advanced version of the Senju-style taijutsu. She refined this style to complement her flawless chakra control, making it far more lethal. You have a natural talent in this area as well, so devote yourself to learning and improving." Kazimasa nodded and said, "Yes, sensei. I'll keep working to perfect it." Renzaburo went on, "That said, it's time to refocus on your ninjutsu and swordsmanship. Let's start by going over all the ninjutsu you know, and then we'll work on increasing their power." At this, Kazimasa perked up with excitement. Renzaburo noticed and narrowed his eyes. He asked, "Have you tried them out already?" Kazimasa gave a nervous chuckle before admitting he had. Renzaburo sighed and said, "I hope you didn't destroy anything." Kazimasa obediently shook his head and said, "Don't worry, sensei. I fired every attack straight up into the sky." Renzaburo asked, "All right then, what did you observe?" Kazimasa answered, "The enhancement of ninjutsu takes a long time, so unless I can greatly shorten the process, it won't be usable in combat." Renzaru nodded in understanding. Kazimasa continued, "Apart from that, none of my other jutsu can be strengthened, especially the rock shield jutsu. there's been no improvement at all. The Great Breakthrough and Wind Dragon techniques, on the other hand, respond best to enhancement. Rinzuru replied, yes, that's the underlying principle of enhancement. While you can pour a lot of chakra into any jutsu, not every technique can be empowered by this. The amount you can inject also depends on your chakra reserves, your ability to control chakra, your mastery of the elemental nature involved, your familiarity with the jutsu itself, and the inherent qualities of that jutsu. Although the Leaf Village is short on wind-style techniques, you're fortunate to have a natural affinity for wind. Nearly all C-rank wind-style jutsu can be enhanced. As for the Rock Shield jutsu, its defensive power is inherently low, so you don't need to worry about it too much. In the coming months, I'll teach the three of you how to quickly enhance your jutsu in battle. Since you have the largest chakra reserves, you'll have to put in the most effort on this front. Before we begin, do you have any questions? Kazemasa nodded and spoke up. Yes, sensei. I do have a few. The first is about the Rock Shield jutsu. I'm able to perform jutsu now without any hand seals, but I still need to strike the ground with both hands. Do you know if there's a way to trigger a jutsu by stomping the ground with my foot instead? Rinzuru raised an eyebrow and asked, why do you want to do that? Fengzheng asked, it would make casting ninjutsu much more efficient. When I have a sword in my hand, if I have to press my hand to the ground, I need to set the sword down for a moment, which doesn't seem like a good idea. But if I could use my foot to perform ninjutsu, then I could keep fighting with my sword and still use the technique. And if the enemy launches a large-scale attack against me, I could retreat while stamping my foot on the ground, creating multiple stone shields as I go. Lien Xilong was genuinely surprised by Feng Zhang's tactical thinking. He replied, that's a great idea. I've never thought of using the Rock Shield jutsu like that. I suppose your ultimate goal is to apply this method to all Earth-style ninjutsu, isn't it? Feng Zheng nodded and said, exactly. It would be very convenient. Lien Xilong continued, unfortunately, it's impossible, or at least not that easy. The hand signs for that ninjutsu gather earth chakra into your palms. While you can perform the jutsu without any hand signs, that's just imitating the way chakra is molded when the signs are made. The method you're describing would be no different than inventing an entirely new kind of ninjutsu. Feng Zheng quickly responded, if that's the case, teacher, can't we create such a new earth-style ninjutsu? Lien Xilong shook his head and said, that's far too difficult. While it's always possible to invent minor jutsu, what you're proposing would completely revolutionize Earth-style ninjutsu. At least, I'm not capable of that. Besides, even though your idea is quite creative, it's unlikely that you're the only one who's thought of it. As far as I know, there isn't any such ninjutsu, so it's safe to say that no one has actually managed to create it. Hearing this, Kazemasa felt a bit downhearted. Sigh, there goes my plan for endlessly annoying my enemies. Seeing his crestfallen expression, Rinzaburo chuckled. Kazemasa turned back to look at him and asked, since I can't further improve my Earth Shield jutsu, can I start learning the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall? Once again, Rinzaburo shook his head and replied, no, that's a B-rank ninjutsu. Although your chakra reserves are impressive, you shouldn't rely on B-rank or higher techniques before advancing to Chunin. That answer was exactly what Kazemasa had expected. So, he posed one final question. Sensei, when I'm practicing enhancement jutsu, my chakra gets used up really quickly. Do you have any tips for rapidly increasing my chakra reserves? After all, the basic chakra infusion exercises barely help anymore. A look of disbelief appeared on Renzaburo's face. He hadn't expected Kazemasa to ask that. He said, kid, do you think you could buy chakra at a general store? Your chakra reserves are already 4 times greater than your teammates. Be content with what you have, and don't be greedy. Also, don't waste your time searching for ways to further increase your chakra. Aside from diligent training and natural growth, almost every other method comes with some form of drawback that will severely limit you. As for battles, you can always take a soldier pill to boost your stamina, so there's no need to worry about it anymore. Kazemasa was taken aback by Renzaburo's dismissive attitude. He couldn't help but think to himself, is there really nothing else I can do? Perhaps I was expecting too much. After all, my current abilities have already improved a great deal. He sighed inwardly. Well, let's leave this question for another time. If I ever find myself in desperate need of chakra, maybe I could try stealing a tailed beast. At the thought of the tailed beasts, Kazemasa let out a silent sigh. If only I could throw out a few pokeballs and capture them. Wouldn't that be something? Renzaburo asked. Any other questions? Kazemasa shook his head and replied, no, sensei. Let's begin. Renzaburo continued training his 3 students for another month. During this month, Kazemasa devoted himself to enhancing the power of his ninjutsu. Now he could channel 20% of his chakra into the Great Breakthrough technique within 15 seconds. Even more impressively, he could infuse 5% of his chakra into it in just over 2 seconds. This meant that as long as he kept a safe distance, he could use this jutsu effectively in battle. He also kept training the Wind Wolf and Wind Dragon techniques, eventually mastering them to the point where he could perform them without any hand signs. Renzaburo was astonished that Kazemasa could so effortlessly unleash these techniques without the need for seals. Kazemasa's swordsmanship had also improved considerably. Renzaburo had taught him all the foundational knowledge of samurai sword techniques. He could now freely control the flow of chakra within his samurai sword. He was even able to infuse wind chakra into it with a natural, effortless flow. Renjiro couldn't offer much help in this area, since his expertise lay in earth and water-style ninjutsu, neither of which lent themselves well to being channeled through a weapon. He himself had never tried infusing elemental chakra into a chakra flow. However, for Kazemasa, mastering it came almost effortlessly. In fact, as he practiced, he even learned a technique he had dreamed of mastering for over a decade. The team was granted another full day of rest, and all 3 of them took the opportunity to truly relax. The next morning, the squad gathered once again. When Hataka saw Kazemasa arrive at the training ground, he called out, "Hey, how's your training coming along?" Kazemasa replied, "Not bad at all. How about you two?" Hataka grinned mischievously and said, "Going great. I want to spar with you again." Kazemasa smiled back. "All right then, let's see if you can even land a hit on me this time." That remark left Hataka fuming. He grumbled, "It's all your fault the teacher's been drilling ninjutsu into me for 3 months straight." Kazemasa couldn't help but laugh at that. Feeling left out of the conversation, Mihoko huffed and interjected, "Oomph, I could take both of you down at once in a spar." Hataka and Kazemasa turned to her. Kazemasa replied, "All right, we'll see if you've got any energy left after your morning training." At those words, Mihoko's shoulders instantly drooped, while Kazemasa and Hataka couldn't help but chuckle at her expense. The poor girl complained that this was unfair to her. "It's not like I've been slacking off during training. It's just that every time I'm about to reach Sensei's goal, he makes it even harder." Just as Mihoko was wallowing in frustration, Rinchiru appeared. He made an announcement. "We've been training nonstop for 3 months. Next, we'll be taking on C-rank missions one after another." This news instantly revived Mihoko's spirits. After all, going on missions meant she wouldn't have to endure such grueling training anymore. Hataka and Kazemasa also breathed a sigh of relief. Their bodies desperately needed a break. Unlike Mihoko, who often bowed out of training early, both Hataka and Kazemasa had stuck it out and completed every session. Rinchiru continued, "There will be no training today. Instead, we'll have a little competition." This immediately piqued the trio's interest. Rinchiru went on, "The 3 of you will face off in a free-for-all. Unless absolutely necessary, you're not allowed to team up. If any of you deliberately cooperate to take down a third, I'll disqualify you. The entire training ground is your battlefield. From now until 6 p.m., you have time to determine the winner. You can win by knocking your opponents unconscious or making them surrender. Of course, I may intervene and declare someone defeated. Also, you're not allowed to inflict serious injuries. No soldiers' food pills. And Kazemasa, you may not use your sword." Mihoko suddenly asked, "Why isn't Kazemasa allowed to use his sword? Isn't that his main weapon?" Hataka nodded in agreement. He had the same question. Neither of them wanted to win unless their opponent could fight at full strength. Rinsaburo shook his head and said, "The way Kazemasa uses his sword is purely for killing. If he wins using his blade, you two will be seriously injured. No matter what, he must not use his sword in a spar with his comrades. Do you understand?" They understood this reasoning, but still felt a bit dissatisfied. Kazemasa interjected, "Aren't you two underestimating me? With or without a sword, neither of you can even touch me." With that, he flashed a self-satisfied grin. Hataka and Mihoko glared at him in irritation. Among the 3, Kazemasa was the fastest and specialized in long-range combat. In the handful of times they had sparred, they had never managed to get close to him. Before the argument could escalate, Rinsaburo cut them off. "No more questions. My rules are final. Besides, you haven't even heard the best part yet. The winner will get a reward." This immediately piqued the trio's interest. Mihoko asked, "What kind of reward?" Rinsaburo replied, "The winner will be taught an A-rank ninjutsu by me." All 3 of them were taken aback. The same thought crossed their minds. Would he really let us learn a ninjutsu above C rank? Rinsaburo could read his students' thoughts. He put on an innocent smile and said, "Of course, but only after you've been promoted to Chunin. That's when I'll teach you." At this, the 3 Genins' faces turned blank. Not wanting to hear any complaints, he shouted, "Begin!" He had barely finished the word when the three genin darted off in different directions, not even bothering with any hand seals. Now, the three of them stood more than 100 meters apart, each quietly watching the other two while pondering their next move. The ideal strategy would have been to team up with one of the others, eliminate the third, and then settle the final victory between themselves. Unfortunately, that option was off the table. Suddenly, both Sui Gao and Mihoko noticed Kaze was grinning foolishly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Both Mihoko and Sui Gao cursed him and his infuriating wind step technique under their breath. Activating his Byakugan, Sui Gao spotted Kaze reappearing 600 meters away. But just as swiftly, Kaze disappeared again, this time slipping beyond even the Byakugan's range. Mihoko let out an exasperated curse. Kaze is the same coward he's always been. Sui Gao and Mihoko exchanged glances, silently weighing their options. About a kilometer away from the original starting point, Kaze kept his senses trained on the positions of the other two, who remained where they were. He let out a quiet chuckle. We have 13 hours to fight. I'm sure Jiraiya has already figured it out. There's no way we'll decide the winner in just a handful of matches. So, victory will come down to whoever has the most chakra left. My best strategy is to force as many rounds as possible, so all of us lose chakra at an equal rate. Since my reserves are the largest, I should have no trouble claiming the win, especially given how much chakra the Byakugan and Sharingan consume just to stay active. But knowing those two, they'll fight tooth and nail. No doubt about it, he laughed softly. Back at the starting point, Mihoko and Sui Gao studied each other in silence. Sui Gao's mind was busy, analyzing the situation. So what should I do? Should I hide until Kazumasa makes his move? Or should I track him down first before fighting? Or maybe I should defeat her first, and then deal with Kazumasa afterward. No, that would be too difficult. Besides, Kazumasa loves to launch surprise attacks. If we start fighting, he won't miss the chance to strike. On the other hand, Mihoko faced similar doubts. Yet compared to Hodaka, she was far more arrogant. She cast aside all hesitation and made up her mind. I just need to defeat Hodaka quickly before Kazumasa takes action. In a one-on-one fight, I can easily take down both of them. Having decided, Mihoko activated her Sharingan and charged straight at Hodaka. The sudden move jolted Hodaka from his thoughts, and he braced himself for battle. He reminded himself silently, I must avoid looking directly into her eyes. Although I can break her illusions, it's not something I can do quickly. Mihoko flickered into view just a few meters in front of Hodaka, swiftly weaving hand signs before launching a fireball jutsu at him. Hodaka dodged nimbly to the side, then rushed at Mihoko, aiming to seal off her chakra points with gentle fist. Mihoko, however, slipped out of his range in a flash and hurled a handful of shuriken his way. Knowing she had strung thin wires to her shuriken, Hodaka threw his own shuriken to intercept, knocking hers aside with a metallic clash. Mihoko seized the opening and closed the distance, unleashing her fire release for techniques on Hodaka. Hodaka barely managed to evade, but the edge of the jutsu grazed his shirt, burning it away. The flames also scorched a patch of skin along his side. He endured the pain and closed the distance between them. This time, Mihoko did not retreat. Instead, she met him head-on with Uchiha Taijutsu. She activated her Sharingan, making sure she would never be struck by his gentle fist technique. On the contrary, she attempted several times to unleash her fire style for techniques against Sui Gao. Yet, every time, Sui Gao noticed her intentions and evaded without fail. During this exchange, Mihoko also tried repeatedly to ensnare Sui Gao in a Jinjutsu, but it never worked on him. With his Byakugan, Sui Gao could always tell when Mihoko was about to cast an illusion. So, whenever she prepared to use Jinjutsu, Sui Gao would avert his gaze from her eyes and subtly disrupt his own chakra flow. This made it impossible for Mihoko to cast her illusions on him. However, doing so also divided his attention, allowing Mihoko to hold her own against him in close combat. But after a few minutes, Mihoko found herself in several dangerous situations, with Sui Gao nearly landing a hit on her more than once. She flickered backward to gain some distance. Sui Gao pursued her, but she flickered away again, initiating a game of hide-and-seek. Mihoko's mastery and control over the body flicker technique far surpassed that of Sui Gao. With this skill, she regained the upper hand. Unable to keep up with Mihoko's flickering movements, Sui Gao abandoned the chase and stood his ground, thinking to himself, with her arrogance, she'll come to fight me no matter what. There's no need for me to give chase. Seeing that Sui Gao had stopped pursuing her, Mihoko began forming hand seals as she moved closer to him. However, contrary to Sui Gao's expectations, she kept her distance at mid-range, and unleashed fire style, fire dragon technique. With nothing to shield himself, Suigao instantly flickered out of the fire dragon's path. Sataka finally grew tired of trying to force a close-quarters fight with her, so he switched to his stone shuriken technique. This jutsu caught Mihoko completely off guard, but thanks to her Sharingan, she managed to dodge or deflect every single stone shuriken hurled her way. Unfortunately, she paid no attention to Sataka himself, who had already closed the distance and was standing right in front of her, thrusting 2 fingers straight at her. The sight made Mihoko jump in alarm. Damn it, I have to block this. In a split-second reaction, she threw her arm up to shield herself, and Sataka struck a chakra point on her forearm. The instant her arm was hit, she flickered away in a burst of speed. Sataka had expected her to come back for more, but instead, she bolted, much to his surprise. He thought to himself, I never imagined she'd actually run away. He waited there for a few seconds, pondering. Both of my opponents have fled. Doesn't that make me the winner by default? He let out a sigh, muttering to himself, well, I guess it's all up to Kazumasa now. Mihoko and I are both exhausted and wounded, and we've been forced apart. The real question is, who will he choose to attack next? About a kilometer away from the battlefield, Kazumasa had been quietly tracking their chakra signatures throughout the entire skirmish. As the fight heated up, he couldn't help but wish he had some popcorn and a TV to watch the match unfold. Unfortunately, he had to keep his distance. The battle had raged for over 7 minutes, and now he sensed Mihoko's chakra signature pulling away from Sataka's. Kazumasa summed it up in his mind. So, Mihoko lost and ran off? Who's the coward now? Well, time to decide who to go after next. Since Mihoko has run away, it's certain that she's been injured. Hodaka most likely managed to seal off some of her chakra points. Maybe 1, maybe 2. Any more than that, and Hodaka wouldn't have given her any chance to escape. At the same time, Hodaka was thinking, Kazumasa will probably go after Mihoko, since she's the one who ran. After they've fought for a while, I should be ready to attack him. After retreating to the far end of the training ground, Mihoko perched in a tree to rest. She was furious with herself. I let my guard down, and that's why I got hit. Otherwise, I could have beaten him. Throughout the whole fight, I've been holding the upper hand. She glanced at her swollen left arm. He sealed my chakra point in my left arm. I can't form hand signs now. Even just moving this arm hurts like hell. She began to tend to her injured arm, not bothering to hide. She knew both Kazumasa and Hodaka would have no trouble tracking her down. As she performed first aid, she thought to herself, Kazumasa will probably attack me soon. I need to be ready. Hodaka's Byakugan remained activated. He watched Mihoko closely, waiting for Kazumasa to make his move. Before long, he noticed something moving at incredible speed. A second later, he saw Kazumasa rushing toward him. So fast. Why is he coming at me? He's already here. Hodaka stared straight ahead as Kazumasa landed on a branch before him, adopting a combat stance. Unfortunately, the moment he arrived, Kazumasa unleashed a wind release. Great breakthrough, this time with its power boosted by 5%. Sataka quickly raised a shield of stone to protect himself. He was stunned by the power of the great breakthrough technique. Why is it so strong? Did he learn some kind of B rank? Ninjutsu? Damn, this is bad. The stone shield was clearly not enough to offer Sataka complete protection. At this moment, using body flicker technique was also not a good option. So, he dived underground, using the earth body flicker technique to successfully move 125 meters south. He used it twice more, completely escaping the deadly range of the ninjutsu attack, while wondering to himself, why is he attacking me? Let's rewind to 2 minutes earlier. Kazumasa thought for a few seconds and reached a conclusion. Under normal circumstances, attacking Mawako would be the best choice, unless there's some hidden risk. Mawako might be tactically smarter than Sataka, but she's still too overconfident. On the other hand, Sataka would most likely help her if she got hurt and prevent me from defeating her. Even if he doesn't, his Byakugan would give him all the information he needs, letting him choose whether to attack or simply watch. So that means my real target should be... With that conclusion, he hurriedly used the wind body flicker technique to close in on Sataka. Even though Sataka had gone underground, Kazumasa sensed him effortlessly. He vanished and appeared right behind him. Sataka realized at once that Kazumasa was indeed tracking him. As I thought, he can easily follow me. I need to get above ground and fight him in close quarters. In close combat, he shouldn't be able to use such powerful ninjutsu. But before Sataka could surface, Kazumasa had already landed right where Sataka was hiding, and with a fist brimming with chakra, he smashed it down onto the earth. Ever since Suidaka sensed that Kazumasa was gathering chakra, he had not completely left the ground. Still, How could he have predicted that Kazumasa would strike the earth with his fist? The impact unleashed a shockwave that rippled through the ground, spreading toward Suidaka's position. Though the shockwave itself was not harmful, it threw the entire underground into chaos. While Suidaka was below ground, the erratic movements of the earth struck him repeatedly, even causing him injury. He tried to use the earth flicker technique again, but the turmoil underground made it impossible to perform. In the end, he reinforced the wall beside him with a stone shield. This gave him some cover, but he was already hurt. His right elbow and shoulder had been battered. Many stones struck his chest, abdomen, and back. Later, despite the shield's protection, his left ankle was injured, and the damage was significant. Finally, when the tremor subsided, Suidaka managed to leave the ground. He emerged right where Kazumasa was waiting, but, unfortunately, he had no other choice. No sooner had he surfaced than a kunai was pressed against the back of his neck. He saw Kazumasa standing before him. Kazumasa spoke. "Give up. You've lost." With reluctance, Suidaka accepted his defeat and said, "I lost." As soon as these words left his mouth, Kazumasa's shadow clone vanished. This entire fight had consisted of only 2 attacks, the Great Breakthrough Wind style, and a single punch. Mieko noticed a gust of wind and heard the tremendous sound of Kazumasa's fist slamming into the earth. Unfortunately, she was too far away to know exactly what had happened. Her curiosity was burning. Are Kazumasa and Sudo still fighting? Should I go and check? No, I'm injured. I'd better wait a little longer. The chakra points will open soon. As soon as Sudo admitted defeat, Kazumasa darted toward Mihoko. He noticed that Mihoko was now standing in an open area, away from any trees, and thought to himself, "Not bad. She knows there's no point in hiding. So she's chosen to stay out in the open, leaving no chance for a sneak attack. I could still try to ambush her from behind, but I'm pretty sure she's left that opening on purpose. There must be traps all around her." Having settled on his strategy, Kazumasa began creating wind clones. 20 swirling wind clones appeared around him. Suppressing his chakra, Kazumasa hid behind a tree. His wind clones scattered through the forest, silently surrounding Mihoko from all directions, while his true self remained out of sight. One wind clone found a path that allowed it to approach her quietly. Along the way, it noticed many thin strings stretched across the ground. The clone smiled. He guessed correctly. Kazumasa's wind clone tried to flash behind her, skillfully avoiding every trap, but Mihoko sensed the movement and spun around quickly. As she turned, the wind clone noticed that Mihoko was holding 2 thin strings in her right hand. Seeing Kazumasa moving toward her, Mihoko smiled and said, "I knew it." With that, she released the strings and flickered backward. As the strings loosened, dozens of shuriken rained down on Kazumasa's wind clone like a sudden storm. Meanwhile, Mihoko activated her Sharingan, watching Kazumasa closely. She frowned as she noticed his chakra levels were very low. "It's a wind clone. This guy never fights head-on." Kazumasa's wind clone effortlessly dodged the shuriken, all the while pursuing Mihoko and unleashing wind burst technique at her. He fired off 7 wind bursts in quick succession. Mihoko dodged each one, but her anxiety grew with every attack. "I have to stay alert for any ambush. He's probably got even more wind clones hidden nearby." Rinziro observed the ongoing battle, thinking to himself, his mastery over wind nature is truly remarkable. Wind clones are the weakest of all elemental clones. Because of their instability, any capable sensory ninja can instantly tell a wind clone apart from the real body. But the fragility of wind clones allows anyone to create them in large numbers. What's more, the instability of their chakra makes them immune to Jinjutsu. Since they're made of wind, they're usually even more agile than the user. He glanced over at the real Kazumasa, who was hiding, and chuckled. So full of himself, thinking he's already won. He probably will win, but if he believes victory will come this easily, he could use a lesson. After all, both Hodaka and Mihoko have made huge strides over the past 3 months. At last, the chakra sustaining the wind clones began to dwindle. Kazumasa analyzed the situation. I'll need to infuse 2 or 3 of the wind clones with extra chakra, so they last longer. The others I can make with the bare minimum, since I really just need the numbers." Seeing that the technique was about to disperse, the wind clone channeled most of its chakra into another wind burst jutsu. Then, in a flash, he moved closer to Miko. Miko instantly dodged, but the wind clone quickly pursued her, hurling the wind burst jutsu at her. Having completed its task, the clone dissipated into thin air. In a panic, Mei threw a kunai adorned with an explosive tag at the approaching sphere of wind. The explosion from the tag easily overpowered the jutsu and scattered it, but Mei had to leap backward to avoid being caught in the blast. Unfortunately, as she jumped back, the explosion, together with the earlier wind burst, triggered or destroyed most of the traps she had painstakingly set up. To make matters worse, just as she landed, 2 more wind clones appeared behind her, launching wind burst jutsu her way. Caught in midair, she was unable to use her teleportation technique to escape. In her panic, she threw a shuriken tied to a thin cord at a nearby tree, then used it to pull herself out of harm's way. Even so, the gust from the explosion still grazed her, leaving several small wounds across her body that began to bleed immediately. The 2 wind clones wasted no time and pressed their attack, giving Mei not a moment to think. As she fought them off, 3 more wind clones appeared, attempting a surprise assault. Though none of them succeeded, they managed to inflict even more injuries on her. Meanwhile, Kazemasa continued to watch the fight from the sidelines, thinking to himself, "Not bad, she's grown much stronger. But my wind clones are tough opponents. Is it all she's got? This fight feels a little too easy." On the battlefield, Mei was bleeding profusely. Frustration welled up inside her. Why can't he fight me out in the open? I'll show him what I'm really capable of. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to endure the pain, and formed several hand seals. Making hand seals while her chakra points were partially sealed was agonizing. Kazemasa saw her grimace in pain, but he could also sense her chakra steadily growing stronger. One of his wind clones, using up the last of its chakra, unleashed the great breakthrough technique. Because its chakra was nearly depleted, the attack wasn't very powerful. Still, it was enough to knock Mihoko off balance, dragging her down to the ground. That wind clone then vanished, dispersing as its chakra was spent. Seeing that she was completely defenseless, another wind clone appeared, preparing to unleash the wind burst technique on her. However, before the jutsu could reach her, she managed to push herself to her feet and leapt upward, landing nimbly on a tree branch above. She called out, "Fire style, air burst technique." At the word burst, Kazemasa's wind clone tensed, on high alert. But the explosion never came. Where's the explosion? Only a faint breeze wafted through the area. Sensing something was wrong, they immediately began to search for Mihoko's presence. Soon, both the wind clone and Kazemasa himself noticed that Mihoko seemed to have released some kind of gas, which was spreading rapidly through the entire forest. Kazemasa's wind clone hadn't detected the gas before because it was colorless and odorless. Kazemasa wondered aloud, "What kind of jutsu is this?" But he had no answer, thinking to himself, "Well, whatever it is, I'll find out soon enough." And with that, he vanished beneath the earth. About 10 seconds later, the gas had spread within a 60-meter radius around Mihoko. All of Kazemasa's wind clones were inside this area. The 5 or 6 clones already exposed were at a loss, but they continued their attacks nonetheless. Seeing the wind clones charging toward her, Mihoko let out a sly chuckle and said, "Let's see where you're really hiding." No sooner had she spoken than she expelled a small burst of flame. The fire ignited the gas, causing it to rapidly expand and unleash a powerful outward gust. The wind carried the gas out to 100 meters around Mihoko, and in the next instant, the entire area erupted in a massive explosion. Flames devoured all 18 of Kazemasa's wind clones, erasing them from existence. Every tree in the area caught fire, and the blaze seemed to be spreading even further. Kazemasa and Hodaka were both left speechless by the sheer scale of the devastation. Kazemasa gaped at the scene before him, stunned. "What the hell? All my clones were wiped out. What kind of jutsu is this?" Hodaka, equally shocked by the magnitude of the destruction, thought to himself, "When did Mihoko become this powerful?" He quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. "Still, this technique shouldn't work on me. Even if the gas is colorless, my Byakugan will spot its release, and I can move out of range." Kazemasa, too, forced himself to calm down and observe the jutsu more closely. The heat from the explosion seems to have dissipated already. Only the trees around here are still burning. So if I took a direct hit, I wouldn't be killed, but I'd suffer some serious burns. My wind clones are just too fragile. That's why they all got wiped out by the jutsu. Kazemasa, still hiding underground, analyzed the situation once more inside. "I've never seen or even heard of this jutsu before. It must be something the Uchiha clan taught her. I really shouldn't underestimate any technique that hasn't been used in the Naruto series. There are so many jutsu in this world, and if used skillfully, they can be extremely lethal, especially when I know nothing about them. Although the destructive power of this particular jutsu is quite impressive, all it would take is a great breakthrough to blow away the gas and easily neutralize it. But precisely because I was completely unfamiliar with this technique, all my shadow clones ended up destroyed. I wonder if she announced the name of her jutsu on purpose. Rinjuru nodded with a smile, clearly delighted to see Mahiko manage such a successful counterattack despite being at a disadvantage. She did exceptionally well this time. I anticipated she'd fight back, but I never expected her to succeed to this extent. Kazemasa had thought the battle was too easy, so he let his guard down and started to play around, rather than finishing her off swiftly. That lapse gave Mahiko the chance to pull off her move. Then Rinjuru looked toward the spot where Kazemasa was hiding underground, a complicated expression on his face. He really is too cautious. Even though he relaxed a little, he's always extremely careful about his own safety. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It keeps him alive. But it also means he's missing out on valuable experience. After all, if he's never truly been in danger during a fight, then the moment he faces a crisis during a real mission, survival will be much harder. Unfortunately, I can't make him more assertive in battle. I just hope this doesn't result in any serious injuries for him. After using her ninja art, Mihoko collapsed to her knees. The technique had drained most of her chakra. On top of that, she still had to use fire resistance techniques to avoid being burned. As a result, her chakra reserves had dropped significantly. Kazemasa was fully aware of her condition. He used about 60% of his remaining chakra to create a shadow clone. The shadow clone emerged from underground, making sure the gas had fully dispersed. The clone then created 5 wind clones. They spread out, approaching Mihoko from all directions, while the shadow clone slipped back beneath the earth. The first wind clone reached Mihoko's position and fixed its gaze on her. She was running on fumes, her chakra nearly depleted, her body covered in minor wounds, many of them still bleeding. Using her Sharingan, she glanced back, only to find yet another wind clone before her. Kazemasa's wind clone spoke. "Surrender. Your injuries are too severe for you to continue fighting." Mihoko snorted and retorted loudly, as if I'd ever yield to someone too afraid to show themselves. Kazemasa's wind clone let out a soft, mocking chuckle. "Even if I keep my distance and don't attack you, you'll collapse before long, whether from exhaustion or blood loss." Mihoko grinned with a defiant gleam in her eye and shot back. "I've already wiped out all your wind clones once. I'll do it again and again, until you have the guts to face me yourself." As she spoke, she began forming hand seals once again. But suddenly, 4 wind clones appeared around her, all attacking at once, disrupting her ninjutsu. Earlier, only Kazemasa's wind clone had seen her hand seals. That meant he wasn't sure what hand sign she used for this jutsu. But it didn't matter anymore. He had no intention of giving her another chance. Miho desperately dodged, but was struck multiple times by the fierce winds unleashed by the wind burst technique. Then, taking a powerful great breakthrough head-on, she was hurled dozens of meters back and crashed to the ground. As she was slashed and sent flying, she cried out in agony. The forest was still burning, making Kazemasa's wind attacks scorchingly hot. Even with her high resistance to fire, the searing heat only worsened her injuries. She struggled to get up. "Ow, that hurts, but I've finally put some distance between us. I have to make the most of it." She was about to pour all her remaining chakra into a single air explosion jutsu when her Sharingan caught a chakra signature underground. Is he trying to ambush me again? Wait, a huge surge of chakra. He's finally using his real body to attack. I just need one chance, and victory will be mine. Kazemasa's arm suddenly burst from the ground, snapping her out of her thoughts. As he emerged, he grabbed her by the neck, slammed her to the earth, and pinned her down with his right hand, squeezing her throat. He looked into her eyes and said, "You've lost. Give up." Even the grip of pain, Miho managed to smile. Kazemasa let his guard down for a moment and looked directly into her eyes. The Sharingan. In the next instant, the scene before Kazemasa's eyes shifted. The Mayuko he was gripping transformed into fire and slipped through his grasp. The burning trees surrounding him began to move, drawing closer. Suspended in midair, Mayuko regained her balance, a haughty smile on her lips. "You looked into my eyes." Her laughter grew even more triumphant as she spoke. "Kazemasa, I've won. In a fair fight, no one can match the Uchiha clan." The flaming trees turned into tree spirits, spewing fire at Kazemasa. But he ignored the pain. He simply looked at Mayuko and sighed. "You really need to learn when to give up." Meanwhile, in the real world, Kazemasa's wind clone watched as Mayuko cast a Jinjutsu on the shadow clone, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. One of the wind clones whispered, "Sensei, keep her safe." Using up the last of his chakra, he conjured a wind wolf, which lunged at the shadow clone and dispersed it. As Rinzuru flashed forward and dispelled the wind wolf, its claws continued their arc, swiping toward Mayuko's stomach. Back in the world of illusions, as soon as Kazima's shadow clone uttered those words, it vanished in the real world, destroyed. Not understanding what had happened, Mayuko released her genjutsu and saw her teacher standing by her side, with 3 of Kazima's wind clones still watching her. Renzuru declared, "Kazimasa is the victor." Mayuko, confused, asked, "What happened?" But unfortunately, the Sharingan Jinjutsu had drained the last of her chakra. Before she could finish her question, she fainted. As he checked on her, Renzuru called out loudly, "How long do you plan on hiding?" Upon hearing this, Kazimasa emerged from underground, a cheerful smile lighting up his face as he flickered to Renzaburo's side. His wind clone dissolved on its own. Renzaburo looked at Kazimasa and said, "Well done. Now, pick her up and take her to where Hataka is. I need to put out the fire before it devours the entire training ground." Kazimasa nodded. He gently lifted Mihiko, then disappeared in a flash, reappearing beside Hataka. He carefully laid Mihiko down next to him. Hataka had already witnessed the outcome of the battle. Seeing Kazimasa unharmed, he let out a sigh and thought to himself, "What else can I possibly do to win this fight?" He knew Renzaburo would most likely use a water-style jutsu to extinguish the flames, so he kept his senses focused on tracking Renzaburo's presence. Renzaburo turned to Hataka and said, "You should also keep an eye on where Sensei is." Hataka nodded and activated his Byakugan once more. Renzaburo had already leapt high into the air, soaring nearly 100 meters above the ground. In midair, he began to channel his chakra, amplifying it to the extreme. Both Kazimasa and Hataka were taken aback by the sheer amount of chakra Renzaburo was gathering. Kazimasa swallowed hard and said, "That's incredible chakra. No wonder he's an elite jonin. This is the first time I've seen him get serious with a jutsu." From 100 meters up, Renzaburo formed a series of hand seals. He unleashed water-style waterfall jutsu. A torrent of water gushed from his mouth, cascading down like a waterfall beneath him, then surging outward in all directions, flooding an area nearly 500 meters across. Once again, Kazimasa and Hataka were stunned. Hataka asked, "Hey, Kazimasa, there wasn't any water nearby. How did he manage to create so much?" Kazimasa replied, "I don't know. I'll have to ask him about it later." Hearing this answer, Suigao let out a chuckle and said, "If we could summon that much water, all our opponents would be swept away." Fengzheng nodded in agreement and added, "Not all of them, but most, yes." He thought to himself, "This is just like the technique Tobarama used against the Sunstrike. No wonder Lianlang's water release is so powerful." Tobarama probably left all the details of his water techniques in the Senju clan's archives. The flood extinguished every last flame, releasing dense clouds of steam into the air. Lianlang checked to make sure there were no more fires. Once he was sure, he flashed over to his students. When Sui Gao saw Lianlang, it was the first time he truly felt a sense of admiration for his teacher. Although Lianlang's training had always been excellent, witnessing a display like this left a much deeper impression on a 10-year-old child. Lianlang walked over to Mei Huizi, picked her up, and settled her onto his right shoulder. Just as Sui Gao was still in shock, Lianlang stepped behind him, grabbed the back of his neck with his left hand, and hoisted him up. Sui Gao was utterly stunned. Realizing just how he'd been lifted, he immediately began flailing his arms and legs in the air, losing all the trademark composure of the Hyuga clan. He called out, "Put me down, sensei. What are you doing?" Fengzheng was treated to an amusing sight. A burly Senju giant, with a proud and haughty Uchiha girl draped over his right shoulder, and a solitary Hyuga boy dangling from his left hand, flailing desperately. The next second, he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Oh man, this reminds me of Might Guy carrying Kakashi all the way back to Konoha from the Sand Village. Ha ha ha." The laughter made Suidaka furious. He flailed his arms and legs even harder, only to get smacked by Renzaburo, who said, "What are you struggling for? I'm taking you both to the hospital." Suidaka retorted, "Sensei, I can walk there myself." Renzaburo pressed, "On one foot, I don't have an hour to waste on you hobbling along." Suidaka grumbled, "But sensei." Unfortunately, Renzaburo paid him no mind at all. Renzaburo turned to Kazimasa and said, "Once your injuries are healed, we'll go on the mission. Until then, no intense training. Take this time to really rest." Kazimasa nodded, still chuckling at the scene unfolding before him. Just as Renzaburo was about to leave, a memory popped into his mind. He looked over at Kazimasa and said, "The reward for the A-rank jutsu comes from me, not the village or the Senju clan. So you can only ask for techniques I know or can easily get my hands on." Kazimasa's laughter stopped short, but before he could voice a complaint, Renzaburo had already vanished in a flash. Kazimasa muttered to himself, Clever bastard. On the way to the hospital, Renzaburo let out a quiet sigh of relief and thought to himself, "It's a good thing I made everything clear. Now he can't pester me anymore. That kid managed to get a sword worth tens of millions from the third Hokage. If I hadn't explained things properly, who knows what kind of jutsu he'd end up asking me for." Renjiro arrived at the hospital and gently set Hataka down. They walked inside, and Renjiro asked a nearby nurse to arrange 2 beds for his students. Renjiro was a household name, so the nurse made the arrangements without hesitation. Noticing Hataka struggling to walk, the nurse asked, "Would you like to use a wheelchair? We can take you to your room." Hataka immediately refused, saying, "No need, I can walk on my own." The nurse looked a bit lost. At that moment, Renjiro chimed in, "Want me to carry you again?" The question sent a chill down Hataka's spine. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "On second thought, I'll take the wheelchair." Once they reached the room, Renjiro helped Mihoko onto one of the beds. Hataka sat on the bed beside hers. Renjiro turned to the nurse and asked, "Is there a medical ninja available? Please send someone skilled in healing techniques." The nurse nodded and answered, "Certainly, sir." She then left to find help. While they waited for the medical ninja, Renjiro looked at Hataka and asked, "What's your take on this battle?" Hataka let out a sigh and replied, "The moment we chose to fight instead of chasing Masaru, we'd already lost. At the very least, we should have stopped before anyone got hurt. Then we might have still had a chance to keep fighting. Another issue is the lack of information. I was utterly caught off guard and overwhelmed by Fujing's 2 attacks. If I had known about this in advance, I could have faced him on equal footing." Renzaburo nodded and said, "For someone as obsessed with taijutsu as you, this should serve as a lesson. Both Fujing and Mihoko have studied ninjutsu capable of causing widespread destruction. If they get the chance to use ninjutsu while their opponent is off guard, it's easy for them to win. But for you, you have to close the distance first and land a hit before you can gain the upper hand. This approach is fine, but it puts you at a huge disadvantage against ninja who can fight from a distance. I understand your passion for taijutsu, but if you want to use your skills effectively, you'll need to learn other abilities as well." Hodaka nodded, reflecting on his teacher's advice. Before long, a medical ninja arrived. She healed both Mihoko and Hodaka. Mihoko had many small cuts and bruises, but none of them were serious. All of them healed quickly and with ease. However, Mihoko, having exhausted her chakra, remained fast asleep. On the other hand, Hodaka had a minor injury on his left ankle. The medic completely healed it, but still advised him to rest for 2 days and not put any weight on that ankle. Once all the procedures were complete, Renzaburo took his leave. He passed a message along to the families of Hodaka and Mihoko, informing them of their children's condition, and told Fujing that he could rest for at least 3 days. A few hours later, Mihoko woke up. She was surprised to find herself in a hospital, with her mother sitting beside her, and Swadaka lying on the adjacent bed. Their families had fussed over them for quite a while, before finally leaving them in peace. Once they were alone in the room, Swadaka asked, "Mihoko, what ninjutsu did you use back there?" The question brought back memories of her crushing defeat, causing her spirits to sink once again. She replied, "This is a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Fire style, air burst jutsu. It releases a large amount of colorless, odorless gas, so it's very hard to notice. And it ignites very easily." Swadaka understood and said, "Oh, no wonder Kazumasa was caught completely off guard." Mihoko let out a small laugh and responded, "Exactly. The downside to this technique is that it takes a few seconds for the gas to spread and reach full effect. That's why I shouted out the name of the jutsu, to make his clones stay alert and not attack recklessly. That bought me the time I needed." Swadaka nodded and said, "Smart tactic. It's just a shame you only hit his clone." Upon hearing this, a look of frustration returned to her face. She said, "My plan was to use the jutsu secretly while the 3 of us were fighting at close range. That way, both of you would be caught in it, and I could win easily." She paused, clenching her teeth, then continued, "I never expected Kazumasa to fight so shamelessly. He never even showed himself in front of me. Even when I taunted him, he just kept hiding. Damn it, it's so infuriating." Seeing her reaction, Hodaka chuckled and said, "Yes, I agree. Next time, let's not rush into too many battles. Let's wait until we're ready to take on Kazumasa." Mieko sighed and nodded in agreement. Her pride made this hard for her to accept, but unfortunately, there was no other way. At Barbecue Q Restaurant, unlike his 2 teammates, Kazumasa spent the entire day dining at his favorite restaurant, thoroughly enjoying a well-deserved break. Earlier, Renziro had come to find him and shared the situation with their teammates, catching sight of Kazumasa at Ichiraku Ramen, eating without a care in the world. Watching Kazumasa so relaxed after defeating his teammates, even Renziro felt a little embarrassed. but he chose not to say anything. The next morning, Kazimasa thought to himself, should I go check on those two? He mulled it over and came to a decision. All right, they're my teammates. Besides, I was the one who hurt them, so I should at least pay them a visit. After freshening up and doing a few light stretches, he began his walk toward the hospital. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped and thought, wait a minute, isn't it customary to bring something when visiting someone in the hospital? Yes, that was a tradition in my previous life. Even in the Naruto series, I remember people often brought flowers or fruit when visiting patients. That's right, I should bring gifts for both of them. But then he faced another dilemma. What should I bring them as a gift? Flowers seem a bit wasteful. Fruit is just too cliché. I'm sure their families have already brought them loads of fruit. What should I get? Suddenly, an idea struck him. I know, I should get each of them a bottle of burn ointment. Haha, just kidding. With that, he vanished to buy a few presents for his teammates, then reappeared at the hospital and asked for their room. He quickly found their room and stepped inside. Both of them sat up when they saw him enter. Soaring's left leg was in a cast, and several bandages were wrapped around his body. On the other hand, Mihoko was almost entirely covered in bandages. She looked as if she had been transformed into a mummy. As soon as Kazimasa walked in, both of them shot him a glare. Amused by their childish reactions, Kazimasa couldn't help but laugh to himself. I really should have brought them some burn ointment, huh? Since neither seemed willing to speak first, he broke the silence with a greeting. Hey, how are you guys doing? They both responded with a huff and turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Kazimasa sighed and said, I went to all this trouble to bring you something, but never mind. I'll just eat it myself. That got their attention. They saw that he was holding out a pack of cookies and a skewer of rice dumplings. In less than a second, Soaring snatched the cookies while Mihoko grabbed the dumplings. The two of them immediately began eating. As they ate, Kazimasa tilted his head and looked at Mihoko, asking, shouldn't you check first if these are real or just copies? This pushed Mihoko over the edge. She sprang to her feet and shouted, you idiot, next time I see you, I'm going to give you a good beating. Actually, why wait until next time? I'll do it right now. With that, she climbed out of bed. Kazimasa, now keeping a safe distance, asked, are you sure I'm not just an illusion? Just as she was about to make her move, a middle-aged woman, drawn by the commotion, entered the room. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Mihoko's, only more mature and composed. Upon seeing Mihoko standing, she narrowed her eyes and asked, what are you doing out of bed? Mihoko instantly apologized. Sorry, Mom. Then, with a comical leap, she dove back under the covers. Watching her ridiculous antics, Kazimasa couldn't help but think, oh, she's clearly afraid of her mother. Mihoko grabbed a second skewer of dumplings, ready to take a bite, but the treats vanished from her hand in an instant. She turned to see her mother standing beside her bed, holding both her skewer and the remaining dumplings. Her mother fixed her with a stern gaze and said, young lady, you're still recovering. Why are you eating dumplings instead of the fruit I brought? Nervously, Mihoko replied, I'm sorry, Mom, but I'm already better now, so just a few dumplings should be fine, right? Her mother didn't answer, simply holding her gaze in silence. The standoff lasted about 30 seconds, before Mihoko broke, stepping back and apologizing once more. I'm sorry, Mom. I was wrong. With a sigh, her mother began a lengthy lecture. Seeing this exchange, Fengzheng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. The interaction completely amused him, and he thought to himself, she said it 3 times already. Every single time, she started with I'm sorry, Mom. That's just hilarious. The day before, Sui Gao had already witnessed just how strict Mihoko's mother could be. But instead of finding the scene funny and chuckling to himself, he simply stuffed all the cookies in his mouth and swallowed them as fast as he could. Mihoko's mother noticed this and fixed her gaze on him as well. However, Sui Gao never even glanced her way, keeping his eyes firmly on the view outside the window. She went on with her lecture, reasoning with Mihoko for 5 straight minutes. During those 5 minutes, Sui Gao stared awkwardly off in another direction, while Fengzheng stood beside him, equally uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Mihoko kept her head bowed, eyes on the bed, doing her best not to let the unfairness of it all drive her to tears. First, that annoying guy shows up and teases me. Even though he tried to make up for it by bringing me my favorite dumplings, he mocked me again. And then, my mom took the dumplings away. To top it off, she scolded me in front of my teammates. How humiliating. When the lecture finally ended, Mihoko's mother turned to Fengzheng, fixing him with a steely look as she spoke sternly. Fengzheng, you first hit my youngest daughter, and then you bring her dumplings to eat? This immediately put Fengzheng on high alert. He thought nervously, is she going to lecture me too? He hurried to respond. I am sorry, Auntie. The teacher said she had already recovered yesterday, so I thought there wouldn't be any problem. Before Mihoko's mother could answer, Kazumasa looked at Hodaka and Mihoko and spoke. I have some business with the teacher. See you later. Without waiting for anyone's response, he slipped out the window in a flash. Hodaka watched the window enviously. At least he can get away. I'm stuck here. Mihoko, on the other hand, was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to think about anything at all. Mihoko's mother was quite surprised. She turned to Mihoko and said, Your teammate can lie without so much as a change in expression, not the least bit embarrassed. You were right about him. Hearing this, Hodaka glanced at Mihoko's mother and noticed she was staring at the empty package that had once held his cookies. A wave of panic shot through him. Oh no! Meanwhile, as Kazumasa walked along the street, he was deep in thought. This is all so awkward. No wonder she always acts so prideful. Maybe her rebelliousness comes from what she's been through at home. But still, both of them have pretty much recovered from their injuries. That means we'll probably start our missions the day after tomorrow. Now, how am I going to spend these next 2 days? He pondered for a moment and sighed. Other than training, I really don't have any hobbies in this world. Maybe sealing techniques count, but those are still part of training. After mulling it over a bit more, an amusing idea popped into his head. Maybe I should try recreating some of the famous comics or novels from my old world here. Given all the ongoing wars and the lack of a safe environment, literature here is pretty underdeveloped. Those stories would probably be a huge hit. He continued to analyze the feasibility of this plan. But soon he shook his head. Although I remember the general stories and plots, I don't recall all the details. And it's been far too long. Not to mention, it would take a huge amount of time. I'm certainly not that free these days. With nothing else to do, Kazumasa explored other restaurants around Konoha and later visited the village's famous hot springs to relax and ease his mind. A few days later, Team Renzuru gathered outside the Hokage's office building. Together, Team Renzuru entered the Hokage Tower and headed for the mission room. Seeing the Chunin in charge of assigning missions, Renzuru spoke up. Give us all the C-rank bandit elimination missions in the area between Konoha and Tanzaku. The Chunin nodded and handed over 7 missions to Renzuru. As he looked through the assignments, Renzuru thought to himself, It's been 7 months since I last took on a mission. I know the old man wanted me to rest for a while, but I've been on break for a long time now. He still refuses to give me any S-rank missions. So, at the very least, I should take care of some basic work. These bandits are a good starting point. Hopefully, some of these C-rank missions will get bumped up to B-rank. That would give the kids some valuable training too. All 3 of them are ready to be promoted to Chunin. He put away the mission request forms, then looked at his team and said, Let's go. The Genin nodded, and together they set out toward the gates of Konoha. Over the next week, 7 bandit strongholds were completely destroyed. That month, Team Renzuru wiped out a total of 18 bandit bases across the Land of Fire. At first, the team had been excited to take on these missions, but now, they were growing thoroughly tired of them. Outside the Hokage building, Sataka, Kazumasa, and Mihoko waited, while Renziro was inside, applying for more missions. Mihoko complained, Why does our country have so many bandits? And why aren't they stronger? Sataka let out a sigh and said, Exactly, 18 bandit camps, and not a single one has anyone stronger than us. Kazumasa chimed in, I get the feeling our missions are handpicked, so we never run into any real threats. Mihoko remarked, That just makes it all the more disappointing. Kazumasa sighed, nodded, and added, Yeah, but I've heard a lot of C-rank missions go sideways. Sometimes they get bumped up to B, or even A rank. I always thought that was pretty common, but now I'm not so sure. Sataka replied, It's actually not that common. But when it does happen, it usually means serious injuries or even death. That's why you hear about them so much. Kazumasa said, That makes sense. I never thought of it that way. Mihoko cut in, You're getting off track. Let's focus on how we can get better missions. Should I go yell at the mission desk guy again? Last time I did, he gave us a C-rank mission. Maybe this time he'll give us a B rank. Kazumasa looked at her and, in a bored tone, asked, Last time I threatened him by saying you'd burn a baby alive. I guess he wouldn't mind if we torched a few bandits. That made Mihoko's face flush with embarrassment. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, Renziro emerged from the building and made an announcement. Today, we won't be carrying out any bandit suppression missions. Upon hearing this, the team members were all delighted. Miho eagerly asked, full of anticipation, Sensei, does that mean we can take on a B-rank mission now? Renjiro was amused by her question. Shaking his head, he replied, No, we'll be escorting a group of merchants to the port of Outwind in the Land of Tea. Her hopes were dashed in an instant. After hearing this, the 3 genin fixed their eyes on Renjiro. Kazumasa asked, Sensei, what exactly are we protecting them from? Renjiro answered with a smile. Of course, we'll be guarding them against bandit attacks. He took a few moments to enjoy the rebellious expressions on his students' faces before continuing. This will be a long journey. It will take us about 2 weeks to get there and about 3 days to return. So pack your things. We'll be leaving at noon. The genin replied with a dejected yes, then shuffled away. As they were leaving, Miho leaned over to Kazumasa and whispered, Kazumasa, do you think threatening the mission client by using the merchants' lives as leverage would work? The group hadn't gone far. Renjiro, overhearing, broke into a cold sweat. He raised his voice so the whole team could hear. No, it won't. If you try that, I'll just make you do more bandit suppression missions. His students didn't want to hear any more of their teacher's threats. Instead, they simply laughed and slipped away. Watching his students' sly antics, Renjiro could only sigh and mutter, looks like I'm getting too old for this nonsense. At the main gate of Konoha, by noon, Renjiro's team had assembled there. As usual, Kazumasa was the last to arrive. Rinchu, Odaka, and Mahiko were already there, accompanied by 8 merchants and 2 wagons loaded with goods. The reins of the 2 wagons were tied to a pair of sturdy oxen. Kazumasa made his way over to Hodaka and Mahiko, who stood behind Renchuru. At that moment, Renchuru was engaged in conversation with the best-dressed merchant of the group. Upon seeing Kazumasa arrive, Renchuru called out, Mr. Toshio, this is Kazumasa, the last member of our team. Kazumasa looked at the man and greeted him. Hello. The merchant smiled, bowed politely to Kazumasa, and said, My name is Iba Toshio, a merchant from the land of tea. Kazumasa-kun, I look forward to working with you. Kazumasa nodded, thinking to himself, this guy is certainly very courteous. Did he say that line to all 3 of us? Honestly, he seems calm on the outside, but deep down he's quite nervous. Kazumasa cast a questioning glance at Renchuru, his eyes searching for answers. Could this mission be more complicated than he let on? Now that I think about it, why did he suddenly take on such a long assignment? Not long ago, he seemed obsessed with keeping bandits away from the land of fire's borders. Renchuru noticed Kazumasa's gaze and thought to himself, his senses have grown so keen that he can pick up on even a hint of anxiety. I know he can detect lies through chakra fluctuations, but has his perception really reached this level? Aside from members of the Yamanaka clan, very few can sense worry like this, and most of them are seasoned, veteran shinobi. Not wanting Kazumasa to notice anything unusual, Renjiro spoke up. There are many bandit hideouts along our route. We've already wiped out most of the bandit bases between Konoha and the Land of Rivers, as well as the Land of Rain. With this mission, we'll be clearing out the bandits lying in wait on the road from Konoha to the Land of Tea. So everyone, stay alert. There are at least 17 known bandit bases ahead. Upon hearing this, the genin all nodded. Mawako and Hodaka both sighed inwardly. Kazumasa, however, looked puzzled. Is he really only worried about the bandits? Or is there something else on his mind? Well, we'll find out soon enough. Still, I'd better stay on my guard. After that, Renjiro did an inventory check, while Ibo Junfu made sure all the cargo was securely packed. 15 minutes later, Renjiro's team set out together with the merchants from the Land of Tea. 2 wagons, 8 merchants, and 4 shinobi traveled along the road, steadily leaving Konoha further and further behind. They pressed on until dusk without stopping, then finally made camp for the night. There were no encounters with bandits along the way, since all of the local bandit gangs had recently been wiped out by 3 of the 4 shinobi traveling with them. During dinner, Hodaka let out a weary sigh and said, Their pace is just too slow. Kazumasa agreed. Yeah, for the past 4 months, we've either been training or taking out bandits ourselves. We've gotten used to moving as fast as possible. Mawako joined in as well and added her thoughts. That's true, but at least this time, the carriage is a bit faster than last time. Remember when we escorted the river country? There were 12 carriages, and the wheels kept breaking. Hataka said with a laugh. Yeah, we still remember how frustrated you looked back then, Kazumasa added. Honestly, I suspect the real reason Sensei stood next to the carriage the whole time was because he was worried you'd set it on fire. Ha! Hataka joined in the laughter, while Jiro ignored their teasing. Mihoko just let out a dismissive snort and paid them no mind. After dinner, Jiro spoke up. We'll be setting off at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. We need to move faster than we did today. Tonight, we'll take turns keeping watch. Kazumasa, you go first, then wake Hataka in 2 hours. After Hataka, Mihoko, and then finally me. The junior shinobi nodded in agreement. Jiro chatted quietly with Toshio for a while. Before long, Hataka, Mihoko, Jiro, and the merchants had all drifted off to sleep. Kazumasa perched himself on a tree branch and began to meditate. Soon, he could sense every chakra signature within a radius of 1.2 kilometers. Kazumasa thought to himself, it's been months since I last trained my sensory skills. Still, just by increasing my chakra reserves, refining my control, and getting into regular sparring, I've made some decent progress. I should try to maintain this state for the full 2 hours. This will be good training. My chakra reserves are at their peak right now. Let's see how long I can hold out. Feng Zheng sat in meditation like this for a full 2 hours. During that time, he used every bit of his sensory ability to check the merchants and the cargo, but found nothing unusual. He also had to constantly adjust his sensing range between 600 meters and 1.2 kilometers to achieve the best chakra management. He managed to persist for the entire 2 hours without any issues. By the end, he still had about 60% of his chakra left. He woke up Sui Gao and then promptly fell asleep himself. In this way, the group traveled safely for 4 days without encountering any trouble. On the morning of the 5th day, around 9 o'clock, they were suddenly surrounded by a band of robbers who hid behind trees or perched in the branches. All 4 ninjas noticed the ambush, but none of them reacted immediately. Feng Zheng asked in a low voice, "Who wants to deal with them?" Sui Gao responded at once, "I'll handle it. I haven't fought or trained for 4 days straight." But Mei Wei argued, "I haven't either. And, ladies usually go first." Sui Gao retorted, "You're just a little girl. Wait until you're a real lady, then we'll talk." That remark infuriated her. She spun around and shouted, "What did you just say?" But Rinzuru cut her off. "Quiet." Mei Wei fell silent, glaring furiously at Sui Gao. Rinzuru said, "The 3 of you deal with them together. I won't step in. But remember, you must also protect the cargo." Feng Zheng asked, "Should we simply take them out, or find their base and destroy it?" Rinsaburo spoke, "Of course, all of them, but only for this group of bandits. Whenever a bandit gang attacks, you must get my approval before striking their base." The 3 nodded in agreement. Hodaka turned to Kazumasa and asked, "Where should I look?" Kazumasa answered, 700 meters to the northwest and 900 meters to the east. Hodaka activated the Byakugan, surveyed the area, and reported, 900 meters to the east, there are some ordinary houses. The base is 700 meters to the northwest. Kazumasa turned to Rinsaburo. "Sensei, when we attack the base, will you protect the cargo, or should we guard it as well?" Rinsaburo replied, "Once you've wiped out these bandits, the 3 of you are free to go." Kazumasa said, "All right, let's get started." The 3 of them moved with such speed, it seemed they vanished in an instant. Both the merchants and the bandits, secretly observing them, were left utterly stunned. In less than a minute, all the bandits nearby were dead. Some corpses even tumbled from the trees beside the merchants, heads rolling to the ground. Whether by shock or by expectation, the merchants did not panic. They had witnessed scenes like this many times before. What truly amazed them, though, was that the killers were 3 innocent-looking children, only 9 or 10 years old. Next, the genin flickered into the bandit base and eliminated everyone there. In another part of the forest, they hunted down and killed 2 more bandits. The side mission to clear out the bandits was completed in under 5 minutes. The group pressed on with their journey. Over the next 8 days, they wiped out 14 more bandit bases. The 3 of them were quite curious whether they would be given the nickname Bandit Eradicators upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. What they didn't realize was that, among the Chunin who assigned missions, their squad was already well known by that very name. By now, tales of Rinjuro's squad and their swift, ruthless month-long campaign to wipe out bandits around the village had spread far and wide. Many bandit gangs had already fled the vicinity of the Hidden Leaf. Some even went as far as to leave the Land of Fire entirely, drifting into neighboring, weaker countries like the Land of Rivers, the Land of Grass, the Land of Rain, or the Land of Fields to continue their banditry. This time, it was the bandits along those routes who would suffer misfortune. In less than a month, word of the slaughter would reach the surrounding bandit circles. Some would come to see with their own eyes whether such carnage was truly possible. They would be confronted with grisly scenes, and in the end, they would either abandon their life of crime or move away, allowing trade around the Hidden Leaf to flow more smoothly. Soon enough, Hiruzen would take note of these developments and launch even harsher attacks against the remaining bandits. Not only would this boost the economy of the Land of Fire through increased trade, but it would also raise the reputation of the Hidden Leaf Shinobi, earning them more and easier missions. As a result, the Hidden Leaf would receive greater funding from the lore of the Land of Fire. This would prove a tremendous help in recovering from the losses suffered during the Third Great Ninja War, especially in the coming 3 years, when over 1,000 genin would join the reserve forces, and hundreds more would begin training under the guidance of their teachers. Of course, the losses among the Jonin caused by the Nine-Tails attack would be hard to make up for the next 10 years. More importantly, during the process of recovery, Konoha would ultimately lose its most powerful clan due to internal strife. The journey of Renjuro's team, alongside the merchants from the Land of Tea, had now reached its 13th day. Ibo Toshio spoke up. We should reach the land of tea by dusk, but it will take another 2 days to arrive at the port. Renjiro nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Stay on alert." The genin obeyed his orders. The group continued on their way until midday, when they arrived at a broad plain. They decided to take a break there and have lunch. This plain was about the size of a football field. On one side, there was a thick forest. On the other, a small hill. Kazemasa and Hodaka checked the area to ensure it was safe, but they found no sign of anyone. While they were eating, Renjiro seemed to notice something, but he kept quiet. Neither his students nor the merchants picked up on the subtle change in his expression. Still, he was closely observing his students. As Kazemasa ate his lunch, he habitually activated his chakra field. The moment he did, he was stunned. Roughly 200 people had entered the forest, now only 600 to 900 meters away. They were rapidly closing in on their location. Unlike Renjiro, the change in Kazemasa's expression was immediately noticed by Hodaka and Mahiko. They became alert, turning their attention to him. Kazemasa spoke. "About 200 bandits are surrounding us and closing in fast. Around 150 are hidden in the forest, and 50 more are on the hill." Mahiko frowned and asked, "Bandits again?" Kazemasa looked at Renzaburo and spoke. "It's not just bandits. There are about 50 people with considerable chakra. Around a dozen of them have the chakra levels of Chunin, and there are even 2 with Jonin-level chakra." This revelation shocked both Hodaka and Mihoko. The 2 of them turned to look at Renzaburo in unison. Kazemasa's vigilance made a strong impression on Renzaburo. He smiled and said, "This is your B-rank mission, or at least it was supposed to be." It started to look more like an A-rank mission now. Then his expression grew serious as he issued his orders. "Prepare yourselves to handle the bandits and any attackers at the genin level. I'll deal with the stronger ones. Don't worry about the cargo. Your top priority is your own safety and that of your teammates. The merchants' lives come next." The 3 of them nodded and got to their feet. Seeing them rise, the merchants realized something was amiss and quickly became alert. Jun Ebo, in particular, was deeply worried. Everyone immediately got up and took cover behind the wagons. 2 days earlier, 2 figures stood, surveying an empty, desolate clearing. Both of them were Jonin. One was Tomio Garen, from a clan hostile to the Wasabi family. The other was Norio Gyokaha, a rogue ninja from the land of rivers, with a bounty of 5 million ryo on his head. Tomio Garen spoke. "According to the reports from our scouts, 5 escort teams are heading from Konoha to Port Kazkaz. One of them will pass through here, and they're bound to stop and rest at this spot." Norio Gyokaha asked, "Who's assigned to guard them?" Tomio Garen replied, "The weakest group? A squad of genin." Jifu Tamaba was taken aback for a moment, then gave a haughty laugh. "They're just genin? They'll be dead soon enough." Fumio Kalin was deeply irritated by his arrogance. He warned him, "Don't underestimate them. Their leader is Senju Renjiro, an elite jonin. The Senju clan has strong ties to the Wasabi family, so it's very likely they're using this mission as a cover to slip him in. Also, their genin squad includes a Byakugan user. We must proceed with extreme caution." Hearing this, Jifu Tamaba frowned. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Elite jonin are tough to kill. The only way is to relentlessly target the genin and keep them on the defensive. As for the Byakugan, I have a solution. One of my subordinates has a mouse summoning beast. He can use it to keep watch from a distance. Once they let their guard down and take a rest, that's when we strike." Fumio Kalin nodded in agreement. It was a sound plan. They might not be able to kill Renjiro, but taking out those merchants shouldn't be a problem. Just as the genin were about to enter battle, Renjiro's mind drifted back to his meeting with the Hokage before he accepted this mission. Hokage's office, 2 weeks earlier. Renjiro stepped into the Hokage's office, where he found the Hokage and another elderly man. Hiruzen spoke. "Renjiro, come and meet Daichi Wasabi." Renjiro looked at the old man and asked, "Wasabi? From the land of tea?" The old man nodded and replied, "Yes, from the land of tea." Hiruzen continued, "In the shadows of the land of tea, a power struggle is taking place. There seems to be a conspiracy against the Wasabi clan, and perhaps even against the daimyo himself." Renzaru weighed this information before asking. The Wasabi clan has maintained a good relationship with Konoha and the Senju clan for decades. Is that why you want to help them? Hiruzen nodded, replying, "Yes. Unfortunately, we can't intervene directly. This is merely a scheme. If we get involved, it would damage our relationship with the daimyo of the land of tea." Renzaru nodded in understanding. He had already arrived at the same conclusion. Hiruzen continued, "This man, Daichi, holds a significant position within the Wasabi clan. He manages their finances and oversees many crucial transactions, which is why their enemies want him eliminated. I want you and your squad to escort him." This surprised Renzaru. He asked. This seems like a rather important mission. Why assign it to a squad of genin? Hiruzen responded. The enemy has several hundred ninja at their command. Even if I send an ANBU team, they wouldn't be able to protect him. The only way to ensure his safety would be to send a much larger force, but Renzuru picked up the thread and finished the thought. But you can't do that. The daimyo of the land of T wouldn't approve. Hiruzen nodded and added. Moreover, if I dispatched a large force to accompany him, the enemy would simply disappear into the shadows instead of attacking. It wouldn't accomplish much. So this will be our strategy. First, we'll divide the enemy forces. There are 5 routes from here to the land of T. You'll take Mustard Plains and escort the merchants on a C-rank mission. Your squad will leave by the 5th route, the one furthest from the sea, which should help prevent interference from Kirigakure. Shortly after, I'll send 3 Chunin squads along 3 other routes to form similar escort teams. Finally, an ANBU team will escort a decoy along the central route. They'll likely concentrate most of their strength against this decoy team, since we've assigned our strongest squad to it. In this way, we'll split their forces into 5 and have a justifiable reason to eliminate anyone who attacks us. After inflicting as many casualties as possible, the other 4 teams can retreat, or if possible, use hit-and-run tactics. As for you, you must reach Harbor Wind as swiftly as possible, so the remaining enemy forces don't have time to regroup and come after you. Afterward, Renzaburo and the Hokage discussed the plan further, making adjustments and setting specific actions for its execution. Back to the present. The lead bandit was now less than 100 meters from the edge of the clearing. Hataka spoke with excitement. Finally, a real fight. Mihiko was no less thrilled. While deep in thought, Kazemisa suddenly spoke up. Don't activate your Sharingan or be a Kugen. I think they're trying to disguise themselves as ordinary bandits, so let's pretend not to notice. I have a technique I want to try. With that, he strode off into the forest. Suida and Mihoko were about to argue with him, but by then the bandits had already begun charging out from the forest. Some others had started descending from the mountain, firing arrows as they came. Suida and Mihoko quickly took notice of this. Without delay, Suida formed a series of hand seals and cast the rock shield technique. A sturdy rock shield materialized behind the merchant. Every arrow aimed at them was blocked by this protective barrier. Meanwhile, around 50 bandits, 15 of whom were actually ninja, came rushing out of the woods toward them. These ninja, disguised as ordinary bandits in hopes of launching a surprise attack, matched the bandits' pace. With every passing second, more adversaries emerged from the trees. Kazemisa drew a sword with his right hand, the blade gleaming as chakra instantly surged through it, transforming into wind chakra. Clutching the hilt with both hands, he pulled the blade back and swung with all his strength, tracing a wide arc aimed at the oncoming bandits. As he swung, a blade of wind burst forth, racing ahead. At first, the slash was minuscule as it left Kazemisa's side, but as it traveled, it expanded exponentially. Along its diagonal path, a powerful wind kicked up, stirring dust into the air. The bandits and ninja alike had no idea what he was doing, but seeing that it was just a child, they didn't take it seriously. The slash had no color, so they couldn't actually see the sword energy flying toward them. Instead, what they noticed was a sudden gust of wind rushing at them, carrying swirling dust as it approached. None of the bandits had ever witnessed any form of ninjutsu before, so they relied on their numbers and pressed forward undaunted. However, the ninjas remained highly alert. As the slash swept toward them, they leapt into the air, soaring 2 or 3 meters high to evade the strike. By the time the blade's energy reached them, its breadth had expanded to a full 50 meters wide. The first to be struck were the bandits charging ahead like raging bulls. The force sliced straight through their abdomens, cleaving them in 2. Those bandits following close behind had no time to react and were cut in half just as mercilessly. Next, the sharp gust created by the slash lashed out at the airborne ninjas, leaving shallow wounds all over their bodies. Some had their throats or wrists slashed open. Others felt their nails and skin split by the biting wind, crying out in pain. Almost everyone's eyes were grazed by the wind blades, leaving them blinded and howling. In total, only 4 junior ninjas and 2 intermediate ninjas survived by sheer luck. 1 intermediate and 2 junior ninjas lost both eyes, while the remaining 2 junior ninjas each lost 1 eye. All of them were terrified, trembling with fear. The first wave of 50 bandits and ninjas was utterly decimated by a single stroke. Yet the ordeal was far from over. A second wave of bandits had just reached the forest's edge. Witnessing what befell their comrades, terror seized them, their faces drained of color at the sight. The previously colorless blade now glimmered with a faint blood-red hue. In a blink, it swept into the forest, slashing through both bandits and trees as it went. Unlike the bandits, This group of ninjas responded with swift precision. Some dove underground. Others clustered together, erecting layered stone shields for protection. A few scrambled to the treetops, leaping as high as they possibly could. The slash carved its way about 40 meters into the forest before the dense trees dulled its edge, causing it to gradually lose its power and fade away. This attack left the battlefield strewn with blood and scattered remains. The forest beside the open field was utterly reduced to ruins. Though many witnessed this blow, none realized that it marked the beginning of a legend. In the days to come, this very strike would inspire the young man to create an entirely new way of fighting, sweeping through the world of shinobi like wildfire. Suedaka and Mihoko were stunned by the result of Kazima's sword. Their mouths hung open in utter shock. Unlike their earlier astonishment at Kazima's assault, the 50 bandits on the hillside were now gripped by sheer terror as they witnessed the scene. It resembled a nightmare of unimaginable horror. Some bandits fainted from fear and trauma. One let out a panicked scream, snapping the others out of their stupor, and chaos erupted as they fled in desperation. Even the shinobi were shaken, scrambling to retreat alongside the bandits. At their head, Tamayo Kiyo initially tried to halt the stampede, but quickly realized it was futile. Their morale had plummeted beyond recovery. He decided to withdraw and regroup. As he retreated, he kept his eyes fixed on the young swordsman, a silent question echoing in his mind. Is that really just a genin? Seeing their retreat, Renzairo heaved a sigh and conjured a shadow clone. I knew Kazima's wind blade attack would shake things up like this. He glanced at the panicked bandits, a cold smile playing on his lips. Unlucky fools. He and his shadow clone pressed their hands to the ground, pouring chakra into the earth. Each unleashed a jutsu. Earth release, rock collapse, and earth release, muddy river. As soon as their hands touched the ground, a rock slide began to form, and boulders started tumbling down from the mountain. The ninjas were just about to flee when the ground beneath them turned to mud, making them lose their balance and fall. One by one, they all plunged into the muddy river, including the jonin. Only seconds later, the avalanche of rocks rushed downstream. Both the bandits and the ninjas beheld the terrifying scene before them. They were trapped, their legs stuck deep in the muddy river. The mud began to drag them down the slope, pulling them toward the assassins waiting below the mountain. And right before their eyes, massive boulders were rolling down from the heights, bearing down on them. Desperately, they cried out, but in just a few seconds, all but one were crushed to death. Only one survived. Seeing the enormous rocks barreling toward him, Tamaba Kiyo was terrified. He tried to leap away, but his legs were caught fast by the muddy river that had suddenly formed beneath him. The mud began to surge rapidly down the mountainside. In a panic, he quickly formed a series of hand seals and cast the water style, water prison technique. In no time, a barrier of water enveloped him. The next moment, a boulder crashed down upon him. It struck the water barrier and pushed it to the bottom of the muddy river. Yet the barrier held firm. Watching as the rock slide began to wane, Kiyo breathed a sigh of relief. But misfortune struck. Just then, a stone spear pierced up from the bottom of the muddy river, boring right through. In an instant, it broke through the water barrier. Kiyo noticed the spear at the final moment and tried to dodge. Although it still pierced his body, he managed to avoid any fatal wounds. When Renjiro realized that the man was still alive, he was surprised, but not at all worried. He's merely prolonging his own suffering. Though he barely managed to survive, the moment the spear pierced him, his control over the water barrier shattered. The barrier collapsed, and he was swallowed up by the earth. Ji-Fu clenched his teeth, blood streaming from his mouth, as he struggled desperately against the current of the muddy river, trying to wrench the stone spear from his body. Sadly, his struggle, his courage, and his will to survive would remain forever unknown. In the next instant, tiny barbs began to sprout from the spear that impaled him. He froze at once, the pain forcing a guttural scream from his throat as he coughed up a torrent of blood. As he cried out, thick mud from the river poured into his mouth. Soon, those small barbs grew into full-length spears, bursting from within his body. At last, his struggle ceased. Death claimed him, his body pierced by more than a dozen stone spears, buried 10 meters deep in the muddy riverbed. While Renzairo kept watch at the rear, Kazimasa, Hodaka, and Mihoko launched their assault on the wounded ninja. Of the first wave of 15 ninjas, only 6 remained alive, and just one chunin was still capable of fighting. Terrified by their injuries, they all scattered, fleeing into the depths of the forest. From the second wave of 10 ninjas, only 2 managed to leap high above, landing atop the ruined woodland. The other 8, though unscathed, were trapped beneath the collapsed forest wreckage. Hodaka activated his Byakugan and spoke. Those 8 ninjas are trapped. It'll take them some time to dig themselves out. Let's attack now. In a flash, the three of them streaked forward, closing in on the retreating ninjas. Mieko darted behind the Chunin who was still able to fight, attempting to stab him with her kunai. However, he spun around just in time to defend himself. With a fierce shout, he declared, "I may be wounded, but don't you kids dare underestimate me." Yet, in truth, his thoughts were quite the opposite. If I could just find an opening, I could regroup with the others and escape safely, he told himself. Unfortunately for him, as he shouted, he locked eyes with Mieko. Seizing the moment, Mieko cast her Jinjutsu upon him. Meanwhile, Hataka was locked in battle with the blinded Chunin. This opponent had already lost his sight, and his right leg was badly injured. Even so, the Chunin fought back with every weapon at his disposal, launching a desperate, furious assault on Hataka. His counterattack spoke of both experience and despair. But Hataka remained calm, keeping his stance steady. "You're already within my striking range," he announced. With that, he launched his attack, the 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Every blow found its mark, and the final strike landed squarely on the opponent's chest, silencing his heart. The Chunin collapsed dead. Unlike Mieko and Hataka, Kazemasa targeted the weakest foes first. He slipped behind 2 blinded genin and, with a single stroke, killed them both. Without pausing, he flashed to the remaining 2 genin and dispatched them just as quickly. None of the 4 could withstand even a single blow from Kazemasa. Only one managed to raise his kunai to block, but both weapon and wielder were cleaved in 2. Amid the ruins, only 2 ninja remained, 1 Chunin and 1 genin. They still feared that sword strike which could destroy the forest, and they were terrified of the landslides. So when they saw the 3 children flickering in and out of view, none of them dared to react. By the time they realized what was happening, the Chunin tried to rush to his comrade's aid. But he had barely taken a few steps when Kazemasa cut down 2 more people, bringing him to a sudden halt. In the next few seconds, he watched as Kazemasa killed 2 more, locking eyes with him as he did. He quickly retreated, his mind racing. What a bunch of lunatics. Are they really just children? Did the Leaf Village send undercover ENBU disguised as kids? He stared down at the scattered remains, screaming inwardly. Where are the survivors? Hurry, escape while you can. The genin also began to back away. After Kazemasa finished off his opponents, he stopped moving. About half a minute later, Hodaka took down his own. Not long after that, Mihoko's adversary turned their blade on themselves, slashing their own throat. As soon as Mihoko finished her fight, Kazemasa appeared at her side in a flash and said, "Let's begin." She nodded and quickly formed a series of hand seals. Together, they unleashed the fire and wind dragon techniques. Kazemasa and Mihoko could both see the enemy ninja's chakra writhing up from the ruins. A massive dragon, 50 meters long, took shape, its body composed mostly of searing hot air, with 4 claws and a maw full of fiery teeth. Seeing the dragon, the 2 quickened their pace, sprinting toward where the 3rd wave of enemies was gathering. The dragon surged forward, racing over the ruins. It dove straight for the spot where 6 ninja were scrambling upward, just as they were about to remove the last wooden beam blocking their path. The dragon swooped down upon them with terrifying force. Fortunately, among them was a ninja who had just begun to learn sensory techniques. He shouted loudly, "Cast a defensive water-style jutsu above us. Hurry!" Luckily, there was a Chunin in the group whose natural affinity was water. He quickly formed the hand seals and unleashed the water-style, water shield jutsu. A barrier of water appeared overhead, curving like a dome, its surface glistening. The shield was over 10 centimeters thick, and as he poured more chakra into it, the barrier grew even thicker. When a massive dragon was just 10 meters above their heads, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a blast sphere, a ball of superheated air. The wind bomb struck the water barrier and exploded. The shield protected the group from the brunt of the attack, but the impact shattered it in the process. The very next instant, the dragon crashed down upon them, erupting into flames. With the wind fanning the fire, the blaze spread in the blink of an eye. The ninjas saw the dragon bearing down and tried to scatter, but the ruins around them blocked every escape route. They were all struck head-on. The fallen trees nearby were instantly set alight, and the flames began spreading rapidly. With no way out, they leapt into the hole the dragon had blasted through. Watching this unfold, Kazemasa, though pleased that his attack had landed, sighed inwardly. If only the wind dragon had the intelligence of a wind clone. If it did, this jutsu would be so much more powerful. All 6 ninjas managed to leap out from the rubble and escape the raging fire. The Chunin with the water affinity formed hand seals, conjuring a barrier of water around himself. He let the water cascade down over his body, snuffing out the flames. Then, starting with the sensory ninja, he sprayed streams of water over the other 5. He managed to extinguish the fire on all of them. Both he and the sensory ninja suffered first-degree burns. 2 others had second-degree burns. The last 2 had lost consciousness and were in critical condition. They needed immediate medical attention. At that moment, the last 2 ninja who had been trapped beneath the rubble finally managed to escape. Now, all the ninja from the second wave were gathered again. Meanwhile, the third wave of bandits reached the edge of the forest, right at the ruins. Kazemasa, Hodaka, and Mahiko saw this, but held their ground, choosing to wait at a distance rather than advance. Renjiro, having cleared the hillside, used a river of mud to slow the rock slide, letting the boulders settle gently on the ground. He flickered to the back of the group, while his shadow clone stayed behind to look after the merchants. The rubble blocked the bandits' path. They could go no further. Yet, a sense of unease crept over the ninja. Tomio Kairan led his group to the top of the ruins, where he regrouped with the remaining ninja. He took in the scene before him with shock. Only 8 of the 100 attackers are left, and half of them are already injured. It's been less than a few minutes since the first assault. His gaze drifted toward the hilltop on the other side of the clearing. And the 50 who attacked from the ridge, there's no sign of them either. Where did that useless Tamaba Norio run off to? And why does it look like there's been a landslide over there? He hurriedly questioned a Chunin who hadn't been injured. What happened here? Speak quickly. And where are Tamaba Norio and the others? As he asked, all of his attention was fixed on Senju Renjiro. With so few people on his side, he had no confidence in facing him. The other 9 ninjas with him were also tense, keeping their guard up at all times. The Chunin he questioned was the very one who had just retreated. Though frightened by Kairan Tomio, he quickly began to explain the situation. Meanwhile, on Renjiro's side, as the third wave of ninjas began regrouping with the second, Kazemasa spoke up. The third wave must be completely confused right now. This is our chance. We can launch a swift attack. Sensei, do you have any advice? As he asked, his thoughts raced. If our only goal is to defend, the best way would be to burn the forest to the ground. A raging fire would serve as a wall, and then Renjiro could hunt them down at will. But if we want to wipe them out completely, the fire would become an obstacle instead. To finish them all off, we'd have to put in much more effort. Renjiro nodded and said, My shadow clone will look after the merchants. So let's attack head-on. I'll take on that Jonin directly and eliminate him. You hold off the rest. I'll create another shadow clone to watch over your group. As he spoke, Renjiro formed the hand seals for the shadow clone jutsu again, and another clone appeared at his side. Let's go. The 5 of them vanished in an instant, moving as one. Kairan Tomio kept his eyes fixed on Renjiro the entire time. The Chunin began to explain the situation to him, telling him about the wind slash's cutting power, as well as how Renjiro created shadow clones and used earth release ninjutsu to kill their companion on the hill. He immediately gave orders. Get ready. I'll take on that Jonin. All Chunin, fight with me. He turned to his second-in-command and commanded, Masato, lead the Jinin and take out those 3 kids. Mayano Masato was standing right next to Kirin Tomio, a sword hanging at his waist. As an elite Chunin, his rank and strength were second only to Tomio among the ninja here. Even within the entire team, his ability was only surpassed by Kirin Tomio and Tamaba Norio. He had worked alongside Tomio for a long time, and Tomio regarded him as a trusted right hand. He nodded in response to the order. Renjiro's team flickered forward, stopping at a spot 20 meters away from them. Renjiro formed hand seals and unleashed water release, water cannon jutsu. Tomio also formed a series of hand seals and shouted, Scatter and evade. He cast water release, water wall. Upon hearing his command, all the enemy ninja fell back a few steps. Renjiro sent a surge of water blasting toward them. In response, Tomio conjured a wall of water between them. The wall managed to halt the rushing water for less than a second. But that was enough time for his ninja to see the path of the attack and dodge out of the way. The torrent of water easily punched through the water wall. As Renjiro swept the head of the stream from left to right, the wall was sliced neatly in half. Although the water jet was dodged, it continued forward, crashing into the undamaged trees of the forest. The torrent, brimming with force, effortlessly sliced through several trunks before its energy finally waned. The enemy ninja witnessed the devastation caused by just a single attack, their expressions turning grim as they braced themselves for a fierce battle. They quickly split into 2 groups. The first was led by Tomio Kalen, commanding 5 Chunin. The second, by Masato Mayano, led 11 Jinin. Renjiro took note of this and launched his assault on Tomio and the Chunin. Meanwhile, the trio of Kazemasa, Hodaka, and Mihiko moved toward the genin, with Renjuro's shadow clone tailing them from a distance, watching their every move intently. Konoha Genin versus Masato in the genin. All three Konoha ninja noticed that Masato's chakra levels were the second highest among their opponents. As they advanced, Mihiko said, "I'll take on the strong one." But Hodaka objected. "No, I want to fight him." Kazemasa interjected. "He looks powerful. The two of you should handle him together. I'll wipe out the rest and come back to support you." Masato and his group also charged toward the incoming children. For the three children running toward them, the enemy's feelings were mixed. The third wave of ninja thought, "We need to eliminate them quickly, then help take down that Konoha Jonin." The second wave, on the other hand, hoped Lord Masato should be able to handle those devilish kids. Among the 11 genin, one had seen Mihiko use her Sharingan before. He shouted out, "Don't look in her eyes. She has the Sharingan." This warning instantly put Masato on alert. He hadn't known that before. He drew his sword. Mieko moved faster than Suigao. She reached Masato first, immediately unleashing the fire style. For art she had already prepared. Masato kept his eyes on her hands, raising his sword to block the searing beam. The attack heated his blade, but the hilt remained cool enough to grip. Just then, Suigao struck from the flank, launching a gentle fist attack. Masato let out a dry chuckle. "He's fallen right into my range." But with a subtle shift, Masato dodged the four arts technique and swung his heated blade at Suigao. Caught off guard, Suigao tried to leap back. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite fast enough. The sword's tip brushed his chest, slicing effortlessly through his shirt and leaving a thin line across his torso. Luckily, his quick retreat kept the wound shallow. Masato pressed the attack, but Mieko hurled several shuriken his way, which he deflected with his sword. While he was dodging, Mieko darted to Suigao's side in a blur. Now, they faced Masato together, ready to fight as one. Meanwhile, 11 genin also tried to join the fray and support Masato. But Kazemasa appeared in a flash between them and Masato, summoning 11 wind clones. One clone fixed its gaze on Masato, while the others each engaged a different genin. One of the genin rushed at Kazemasa, who stepped forward to meet him. Kazemasa gripped his sword tightly in his right hand as he moved. His opponent brandished a kunai. As the gap closed, Kazemasa slashed with his sword. The opposing genin saw the attack coming and smirked. He stomped down hard on the rubble beneath his feet, then leapt back to his previous position. As he sprang backward, Kazemasa's sword sliced through the air, missing its mark. His opponent kept sneering, the sound thick with mockery. "Ah, these inexperienced rookies, always falling for the simplest tricks." He pulled his arm back, ready to hurl a kunai at Kazemasa, when suddenly something struck his body. The blow tore a wound across him, starting from his right shoulder and running all the way down to his left hip. The gash deepened, slicing him clean in two. Kazemasa thought to himself, "A decent move, but unfortunately, he's just not in the same league." Meanwhile, all 10 of Kazemasa's wind clones were locked in battle with the enemy's junior ninjas. They kept the fight at mid-range, using wind burst technique to prevent their foes from casting any ninjutsu. Kazemasa surveyed the battlefield and mused, "I'm free now. Time to thin their numbers." In the next instant, his figure flickered and he appeared behind a junior ninja who was engaged with one of his wind clones. The junior ninja sensed someone behind him and was startled. But before he could react, a sword plunged straight into his heart. Within seconds, Kazemasa had dispatched 4 more junior ninjas. Seeing their comrades cut down so effortlessly, the remaining enemies were thrown into disarray and panic. They quickly broke away from the wind clones, desperately trying to regroup. Masato, who was locked in combat with Miwako and Hodaka, noticed the commotion as well. He wanted to rush to their aid, but Miwako and Hodaka blocked his path at every turn. Unfortunately for the enemy's junior ninjas, regrouping would not be so simple. Seeing that all his enemies had broken free from his wind clones, Feng Zheng flickered again, appearing behind one of the lower-ranked ninjas. That ninja sensed something amiss, hastily spun around, and swung his kunai. In response, Feng Zheng brought his sword down. The kunai and sword clashed. Seizing this moment of impact, Feng Zheng's opponent tried to leap behind him, putting distance between them. But Feng Zheng's blade sliced cleanly through the kunai and continued on, cutting the unsuspecting ninja neatly in two. Feng Zheng noticed that as the enemy's kunai was severed, a look of utter shock flashed across his face. Meanwhile, another opponent found himself beset by 4 of Feng Zheng's wind clones. 2 of the clones expended all their chakra to unleash a powerful wind burst technique, striking their target dead on. Gravely injured, the ninja was swiftly beheaded by the remaining 2 clones. The last three lower-ranked ninjas managed to regroup. Yet, in an instant, they were surrounded by 8 of Feng Zheng's wind clones, with Feng Zheng himself positioned just behind his phantasmal copies. The 3 ninjas stood back to back, bracing themselves. Observing this, Feng Zheng analyzed the situation. It seems I can't blink behind them now, but it's time to bring this to an end. He spoke in a low voice. All together now, wind style, great breakthrough. At his command, every wind clone joined in, unleashing the great breakthrough technique in unison. The 3 ninjas at the center were instantly beset by raging winds from every direction, trapping them and slamming them against each other so violently they could barely move. Their panicked shouts filled the air. Watching the storm, Feng Zheng raised his sword and charged forward. With a single sweeping strike that cut through the howling wind, he reached the trapped ninjas. In an instant, all 3 were beheaded. After all 10 of the enemy genin had been slain, Kazemasa shifted his attention to the Chunin locked in battle with Mihoko and Hodaka. Masato versus Mihoko and Hodaka. While Hodaka was engaged with the enemy genin, he and Mihoko were also fighting Masato Mayano. Masato parried Mihoko and Hodaka's initial assault with ease, even managing to inflict a minor wound on Hodaka. Mihoko, eyes never leaving Masato, noticed the wound on his chest and asked, "Can you keep fighting?" Hodaka replied, "Of course. Let's attack together." Yet before they could make their move, Masato lunged forward with astonishing speed, swinging his sword once again. Mihoko stepped up, blocking his blade with her kunai. She kept her gaze locked on his eyes, but Masato always avoided meeting her stare. Seeing Mihoko fend off his sword, Hodaka launched another gentle fist strike at Masato. Noticing Hodaka's renewed attack, Masato simply leapt back, retreating in a swift motion. This time, Hodaka didn't pursue. Instead, he regrouped beside Mihoko. Watching the pair's guarded stance, Masato let out a sigh. "It's a shame. There's too much rubble in these ruins. I can't use any Earth Release jutsu here." Hodaka, unable to use Earth Release either, didn't mind. After all, he preferred taijutsu over ninjutsu. Masato was about to launch another attack when he caught sight of Kazemasa dispatching his genin with effortless skill. "TCH, I really should go help them." Mihoko and Hodaka, noticing his distraction, seized the moment and attacked. Mihoko unleashed her fire release for arts once more. Masato dodged in haste, only to be flanked by Hodaka yet again. Learning from the lessons of his past 2 failures, this time, Suigao switched to attacking with a kunai. Masato blocked the strike, but Suigao pressed the assault with his other hand, aiming to seal Masato's chakra points. Using the momentum from Suigao's kunai attack, Masato leapt backward. Before Mawako and Suigao could continue their attack, Masato dashed toward Kazemasa. However, he was quickly intercepted by the wind clone assigned to keep an eye on him, which unleashed 2 wind burst jutsu in rapid succession. The wind burst jutsu, in fact, weren't aimed directly at Masato. Instead, the wind clone fired off the ninjutsu in a way that cut off his path of support. The wind spheres exploded before reaching him, sending threatening gusts in his direction. Masato was forced to fall back to avoid the winds, and found himself right in front of Mawako and Suigao once again. They wasted no time and attacked him swiftly, forcing Masato to defend himself once more. Only this time, it was even harder. Mawako finally found an opening and landed a solid kick to his stomach, sending him flying. As he was hurled through the air, Masato thought to himself, "These kids are strong. Even if I fought them one at a time, without Earth-style jutsu, it'd be tough to beat them." Just as Suigao was about to attack again, he saw Mawako forming a rapid series of hand seals. He quickly stepped aside, clearing the way. Masato also noticed the sequence of seals. Mawako completed the signs for a fire-style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball raced toward Masato, with Suigao flanking it from the left. "If he dodges this way, I'll be able to catch him," Suigao thought. Noticing Suigao's position, Masato dodged the other way. The fireball exploded where he had just been, erupting in a burst of flames. Because the fragments below were mostly wood, they quickly ignited a fire. The explosion also sent burning pieces of timber flying in all directions. Even though Masato managed to dodge, he still had to use his sword to block several burning wooden fragments hurtling toward him. The smoke and ash from the explosion and fire soon engulfed him completely. Spotting this opportunity, Mihoko hurled several shuriken at Masato. Hataka, meanwhile, retreated to Mihoko's position as the spreading flames blocked his direct path to Masato. Masato heard the distinct sound of shuriken slicing through the air. He quickly leapt to the left, a deep frown creasing his face. "I need to get out of this smoke. Both of them have eye techniques, If I stay here, I'll be at a serious disadvantage. But just as he was about to move, 3 more shuriken came whizzing toward him. He managed to deflect one with his sword and barely dodged the other 2. One shuriken grazed his right cheek, leaving a thin cut, while the other nearly nicked his left side. After dodging them, he let out a sigh of relief, only for a sudden sense of danger to flare within him. He realized there were 2 fine threads, one brushing against the wound on his cheek, the other near his left side. Damn! The shuriken are attached to wires. Masato hurriedly formed a hand seal. Seeing Masato ensnared, the wires wrapping around him, Mihoko grinned triumphantly. She yanked the wires tight, binding him as the shuriken snapped back and struck his back. Hataka observed with his Byakugan, seeing clearly how Masato was ensnared and struck by the shuriken. But in the next instant, Masato transformed into a simple log. Suigao and Mihoko noticed his chakra reappearing outside the veil of smoke. A wound ran down his right cheek, and his expression was grim. He spoke. "You kids are tougher than I thought." As he spoke, he analyzed the situation to himself. "Fighting them here is too difficult. I need to move to the open ground. But if I make a move, all my genin subordinates will be killed." Turning this over in his mind, he looked back at his own genin. When his eyes met Kazumisa's, a jolt of shock ran through him. They're all dead? That fast? Damn it. Realizing now that Kazumisa would come after him as well, he made up his mind to shift the battle to a wide, open space. My only worry now is whether they'll attack Tomio and the other Chunin instead of coming after me. But if they do, I'll have a chance to ambush them. Having sorted out his thoughts, he quickly tried to break away from the ruins and move out to an open area. Mihoko and Suigao both noticed and thought to themselves, "This is bad. He might be targeting the merchants." Mihoko quickly formed a series of hand signs, launching another jutsu, fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Small fireballs shot out, cutting off Masato's escape route. Suigao took advantage of the distraction caused by the fireballs and closed in to attack Masato again. This time, Masato fought back with ferocity, forcing Suigao to retreat step by step. But in the very next moment, he sensed a sudden gust of wind at his back. He spun around just in time, raising his sword to block the incoming strike. Kazumisa, noticing Masato's attempt to escape, used Mihoko and Suigao's attacks as cover for his own ambush. After parrying the sword, Masato glanced around, a look of deep concern clouding his face. Kazumisa's wind clone was closing in on him, but before he could come up with a countermeasure, something else startled him even more. Kazumisa suddenly sliced his own sword in half with a single strike. He quickly let go of the blade and stepped back, shouting inwardly, "What the hell is going on?" As he retreated, he saw Hataka rushing toward him at high speed. Hataka sneered coldly. "It's time to end this." He settled into a stance, ready to unleash his 8 trigrams palm. Out of the corner of his eye, Masato caught sight of Hataka's posture. He quickly formed a hand sign. All 3 junior ninja recognized it instantly. The hand sign for the substitution jutsu. Hataka pressed the attack, while Kazumisa and Mawako gathered chakra at their feet, preparing themselves. Just as Hataka and Masato were about to clash, Masato swapped himself out with another wooden log. The moment Masato completed the substitution, Mawako hurled a barrage of shuriken, cutting off any chance for him to retreat, and Kazumisa followed up with a flying slash. Masato stayed alert, managing to dodge back a step. Unfortunately, his only escape route now led straight toward Hataka. His face twisted in frustration. "These damn brats, merciless, not giving me a single opening." Masato braced himself to take on Hataka, but before he could, Hataka charged in. Yet, before their fight could even begin, 2 shurikens struck Masato from behind. Hataka let out a sly chuckle. Projectile control jutsu really is handy. While Masato's attention was focused on Hataka, Hataka had secretly used the jutsu to manipulate some of the shuriken Mawako had thrown, redirecting them to attack Masato from behind. Although these attacks were not fatal, they inflicted immense pain upon Masato. In the end, this gave Hataka an opening. Seizing the moment, Hataka quickly unleashed his 8 trigrams 16 palms, sealing off many of Masato's chakra points. Once he finished, he swiftly retreated. Mieko and Kazumisa both intervened, moving in together to deliver the finishing blow. In a blur, they both appeared beside Masato. Mieko aimed her fire style for techniques directly at his chest, right where his heart was. At the same time, Kazumisa swung his sword in a deadly arc toward Masato's neck. In his final desperate struggle, Masato tried to step left, hoping to avoid Kazumisa's blade and keep Mieko's jutsu from striking his vital point. But with so many chakra points sealed, he was too slow to dodge. Miyako's technique struck the center of his chest, piercing through the elite Chunin's body. Kazimus's sword stopped just a few centimeters from Masato's throat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, as the wind chakra blade's reach expanded, Masato's head was sent flying through the air. Only then did Kazimusa, Hataka, and Miyako finally breathe a sigh of relief, thrilled that they had managed to defeat such a powerful ninja without any help from their teacher. Yet Masato's death was excruciating. He never even had the chance to use the jutsu he was most skilled at. Meanwhile, Renzaru's shadow clone had witnessed the entire battle. Not bad. They made a few mistakes, but overall, their performance was solid. Still, luck was on their side. That guy's chakra nature was most likely Earth, but because of the terrain, he couldn't use Earth-style techniques. Renzaru versus Tomio and the Chunin. While his students plunged into battle, Renzaburo himself was also engaging the enemy's main fighters. Just like Masato, Renzaburo was at a disadvantage here, unable to use most of his Earth-release techniques. Renzaburo studied his opponents, thinking to himself, 1 Jonin and 5 Chunin. It's been a while since I faced such overwhelming odds. I wonder if they can hold out. His opponents, in turn, watched him closely, visibly tense. Tomio's thoughts raced. He's skilled in earth and water release. This terrain should make most of his earth jutsu useless. Plus, I can neutralize his earth techniques. He won't back down because of his students. In fact, he might even get distracted because of them. This is our chance. Having reached his conclusion, Renzaburo hurled 6 shuriken toward his opponents. In an instant, his hands flashed through a series of signs. Shuriken Shadow Kurun Technique. The enemy ninja chuckled when they saw only 6 shuriken flying their way. But their laughter turned to shock as the shuriken suddenly multiplied into hundreds. Tomio quickly raised a water wall to block the barrage. A cold smirk crossed Renzaburo's face. This was exactly what he wanted. Although the water wall shielded them, it also meant they could no longer see Renzaburo. He seized his sword and charged forward. Unfortunately for him, one of the enemy was a sensory-type ninja, who shouted, "He's coming right at us." This was the same ninja who had earlier detected the fire and wind dragon techniques. His warning put his team on high alert, ready to meet Renzaburo's assault. The moment the wall of water collapsed, Lianjuro's figure flickered and appeared behind the shouting Chunin. Before anyone could react, he drew his sword and attacked, aiming to slice the man clean in two. Knowing he wasn't fast enough, the Chunin quickly formed a hand sign. In the end, Lianjuro's blade struck nothing but a wooden log. The enemy ninja let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the sensory ninja had used the substitution jutsu, he immediately launched an attack at Lianjuro. Yet Lianjuro only sneered coldly. Though his sword had cut through the log, it released chakra in a slashing wave as it swung. This was the art of the samurai's swordsmanship. While it wasn't as lethal as the wind edge slash with its wind chakra, its destructive power was still formidable. Takeo Kairan noticed this at once and shouted, "Watch out!" He quickly dodged the incoming slash. This sudden attack put all 4 Chunin on high alert. 3 of them managed to leap away in time. But the last one closest to Lianjuro wasn't so lucky. He tried to jump, but he was too slow. The slash struck his knee, splitting his kneecap in half. He collapsed, screaming in agony. Now, all 5 enemies were at least several dozen meters away from Lianjuro. So he strode forward and finished off the wounded ninja without hesitation. Gazing coldly at the remaining ninjas from the land of tea, he spoke in a chilling tone. 5 left. The words weighed heavily on them, pressing down like a mountain. Takeo understood Lianjuro was trying to break their morale. He called out, "Get behind me." At the same time, he continued to back away from Lianjuro, swiftly forming several hand signs. The remaining Chunin quickly moved to take cover behind Takeo. Tomiwo unleashed the water-style, water dragon jutsu. Renzaburo noticed the hand signs Tomiwo formed and immediately recognized them. Yet, he simply waited for the jutsu to be completed. Soon, Tomiwo expended a considerable amount of chakra and cast the water dragon jutsu at Renzaburo. However, Renzaburo just flickered a few times, nimbly dodging the path of the jutsu's assault. He muttered under his breath, "What a waste of chakra." In a flash, Renzaburo was already behind the group of ninja, while the water dragon only struck the shattered debris scattered on the ground. Renzaburo prepared to attack from behind, but his opponents had already adapted to his rapid, relentless assaults. The instant Renzaburo appeared behind them, all 3 ninja formed hand signs together and unleashed their own jutsu. Water style, water shuriken jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, fire jet jutsu. The 3 jutsu were cast one after another. First, the water shuriken shot forth. Then, with the aid of the Great Breakthrough, their speed nearly doubled. Finally, the fire jet was released into the wind jutsu, making it all the more devastating. Renzaburo was taken aback and couldn't help but praise them. That's some impressive teamwork. Yet he simply flickered away once more, causing the attacks to miss entirely. Seeing this, Tamiwo quickly formed another hand sign. He launched the water-style, water bullet jutsu. He targeted the spot where Renzaburo reappeared, firing water bullets at him. But Renzaburo dodged them with ease, occasionally countering with a swift flying slash. And so, this deadlock dragged on for several minutes. Tamiwo wondered to himself, why isn't he worried about those children? He glanced at the junior ninjas out of the corner of his eye, and was utterly shocked. In that battle, only Masato was still standing. The three junior ninjas had teamed up against him. A grave expression settled on Tomio's face. By now, 3 separate fires had broken out in the ravaged forest. Thick smoke blanketed the area, reducing visibility to almost nothing. The 40 remaining bandits were at first bewildered, struggling to grasp what was happening. But when the explosions rang out, they finally realized this was a ninja battleground. They also saw columns of smoke rising from the heart of the fight, and in terror, they scattered and ran for their lives. Tomio and the 4 chunin at his side were gasping for breath. That brief clash had drained a good deal of their chakra. Meanwhile, Renzuru looked as if he'd only just finished warming up. Renzuru saw clearly how exhausted they'd become, and noticed Tomio's attention had shifted to another fight. With a swift motion, Tomio drove his sword into a log beneath him and formed a hand seal. Instantly, all 5 of his enemies tensed, ready for anything. In the blink of an eye, Renzuru gathered a torrent of chakra and unleashed his own ninjutsu. Water-style, waterfall jutsu. Tomio immediately responded with a series of hand seals, raising a wall of water once again. But the sight before him left him stunned. Renzuru unleashed a massive surge of water. They could feel it. It's like a tsunami bearing down on us. Tomio and another chunin managed to conjure a couple more water walls, but it wasn't enough. The waterfall swept all 5 of them away. It also washed away the debris beneath their feet and doused one of the 3 raging fires. All 5 of them were carried by the torrent to a clearing where the merchants and Renzuru's shadow clone had been waiting. Seeing them finally collapse to the ground, Renzaburo smiled. Struck by such a powerful move, all 5 suffered injuries. They struggled, trying to get back on their feet. Tomio was the first to recover. Forcing himself upright on his knees, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving. But soon, he realized something that filled him with terror. They were all on the ground. A single thought flashed through his mind, and with lightning speed, he leapt up and shouted, "This is bad!" As he sprang up, earthen spears erupted from the ground. All 4 chunin were impaled. Only Tomio managed to escape. Moments later, even more spears burst forth, skewering the 4 until Renzaburo was certain they were dead. Kalen Tomio witnessed the slaughter of his 4 subordinates with his own eyes. He noticed that all other battles had come to a halt as well. Panic-stricken, he turned and fled toward the land of tea. However, Renzaburo flickered into view before him, sword gripped in his right hand. After Renzaburo had unleashed that devastating jutsu, the genin had already finished off Masato and were now watching the fight unfold. Renzaburo looked at Tomio and said, I'm surprised you chose to confront us on the border of the land of fire instead of fighting in the land of tea. If you had fought in the land of tea, at least you might have had a chance to retreat. But here, all 5 of your units are doomed." Terror in his eyes, Tomio stared at Renzaburo and asked, "Has Konoha already recovered from the losses of the 3rd Great Ninja War and the Nine Tails attack?" Renzaburo replied, "Not exactly, but Konoha is not the kind of foe you people are equipped to challenge." Then he charged straight at Tomio. Tomio grabbed his kunai, ready to fight, but with just a single strike, Renjiro sliced off his head. Kazumasa, Mahiko, and Hodaka all witnessed this scene. Renjiro's movements were fluid. He severed the enemy's head and sheathed his sword, as if he'd done something utterly trivial. Seeing this, Hodaka couldn't help but praise him. "That was incredible." Mahiko snorted and said, "He's just showing off." Kazumasa nodded, agreeing with Mahiko's assessment. Renjiro glanced at his 3 students, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared at his side. Renjiro spoke. "Well done. Now, analyze your own performance in the fight. I'll be listening to your reports shortly." The 3 nodded. Kazumasa asked, "Sensei, what should we do about the bandits who ran away?" Renjiro looked at his shadow clone. Both of them darted after the fleeing bandits at the same time. He replied, "Leave them to my clone. Even though we've won, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are hiding, waiting to ambush us the moment we lower our guard. Many ninja who die in times of peace do so because of a single careless moment." The 3 students nodded in response, taking in their teacher's hard-earned wisdom.